Now, a minute before the top of the hour, so we can officially start the program. Just going to bring everybody onto a call. Let's just make certain that this works at all. I just called the wrong person. Let's get that started again. Let's try this. And in the meantime, let me see. Here we go. Ride the call on Jameson here, see if he responds, see if anybody can hear us. And I thank everybody, of course, who is supportive, who is here, and Jameson Reese is being brought on call now. So, Jameson, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, thank God. Okay, let's see if we can bring other people on. Now I'll call Amanda again, just add her to the call. Let's try that with the ladies first. And of course, our dear Selena Khan. And I don't expect either one of them to answer. The other person I'll try and bring right now is Pac-1 Morales, just in case. And I don't think he got back to me either. And at least
Daniel.
not tonight. Yeah, there's just too much going on. I'll bring him on Wednesday or next Sunday. We'll see. But definitely do want to bring him on. There was something that was so funny the other day I showed him that would just retread some territory that's amusing to all of us. Now, Amanda, oh my God, she's here. Honey, can you hear me?
I can now. It was
Wonderful.
weird.
Oh, no. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your being here, honey, and can certainly use you in the opening hour. Now, did I add Mr. Salman Sheikh? I'm just curious. Did I add him? Is that manifesting?
No, it isn't.
Oh, okay. So he's there now. There he is.
Oh,
okay.
Right. Now he's here.
And Pac-1 may be here or may not. He's unavailable. Okay, so that's fine. So I'll be counting on the three of you to help me through the opening hour at the very least. We'll bring Peter on for at least an hour after that, and then after that I have to start into tonight's analysis, which is just so much to talk about. I'll cover that briefly during the opening hour with all of you.
Indeed.
Yeah.
There's no shortage of things going on in the world.
Oh, yeah. Aside from that, of course. I mean, let's try and get this started as, how would I say it? Well, as orderly as possible. Right now, just thrown off a bit by the attempt I made to communicate with Lena Shea in this hour of need because of the dental emergency. And there was no harm in reaching out to ask if she could help, since she came to rescue me initially when she was presenting herself as a groupie. And of course I was in no position to refuse, and without her my teeth would never have been initially repaired. That of course was a different part of the mouth, a lower jaw, and this time of course when I reached out to her, her response apparently was blistering enough where it depressed Derek Talley, who was acting as the go-between in this.
Oh my God, poor guy.
Yeah, she blocked him thereafter. But she made certain to let him have it. He sent me whatever she said. It didn't show up in my email box. And I let him know I had no intention of seeing it. Apparently, it was bad enough where it threw him into a morbid depression, so he's not coming on tonight.
Good God.
So it must have been bad. There's several aspects to this that are extremely weird. The sheer stupidity of her doing that. That's a conscious call. Not in the sense that I'm going to do anything. Well, certainly not yet, at least. But honestly, it's as I said before, I have information on her where I could get her turned in to the feds, and yet she keeps, doing her best to antagonize me. Now, granted, I provoked it by
honestly,
reaching out, but, go on.
Were I in your situation, I would just make that evident right off the jump and
She
say,
knows
listen,
that. She knows
you know,
that. That was
yeah,
rendered
well,
evident when I tried to
then
blackmail her to do something before, and she just didn't carry it
I
out.
mean, either she's just really dumb or she just doesn't get it.
I think subconsciously she wants to go to jail, really. So I mean, she is bisexual. She'd get all the pussy she wants in there.
Oh yeah, well, there is something you did say about the cultist of Edom all winding up in prison at some point, which
many of them do.
Really
Yes.
which really does make sense. I mean, you know, it's really sad. Honestly, there was one magician I was following who I still like. I like his work. His work is really good, but unfortunately, I just this guy went on a rant about how well he's saying how Donald Trump can't be hexed because his what do you call it? His birth chart has him in the star of Regulus. And I'm like, yeah.
By the way,
Donald,
going into that later, I want to thank you, first of all, Jameson, for being here.
I mean,
and I do want you to know that I understand you sent me, you put a message on the thread of the last episode, the latest episode before tonight's, and for some reason, did you withdraw that message because it's not appearing? The notification for it appeared where you were saying something about the Russians, and then it's not.
yes.
It's not, but I can't access
I did not. I didn't pull it back. I kept
Okay.
it.
Okay.
I kept it.
So send that to me
it's-
privately.
I seem to be. I'm actively being censored.
You are.
For
You
some
are.
reason.
Yeah. Because I've never
the-
had that happen before where I can't
This
access
is
it
yeah.
through the notification.
They've been hitting me in that sense because I left a comment on. All right. Basically.
I know it was about the Russians. We can talk about that in a minute. I do want to bring the other people on board. So
Okay.
let's do that and let's start the transmission officially. Then what I'm going to do is perhaps run and get some refreshment while I while the roundtable proceeds. I want to thank Chris Collins, who says we're coming through clearly. God bless him. And I really should, of course, even before I get refreshments, because I have enough beside me to last a few minutes. Let's get everyone started, and we can take care of this as it goes along through the next few hours. But I want to thank everybody who showed up right now, physically, so to speak, in the roundtable. And so there's 4 of us here right now, and that's in the European sense, that's considered very balanced, as in the 4 elements, etc., the 4 cardinal points, all the rest of that. And with that, we are going to welcome ladies
Holy
first.
crap!
Yes. What?
Yes. So sorry about that. I can't even retrieve it. Holy shit!
Yeah, well, there you go. Okay, yeah, that's what I said. Somebody did something to it where they took care of that. So I do want you to try and rewrite it, as best as you remember it. So let's start with ladies first, and then bring on Salman Sheikh, and we'll get the roundtable started. And I want all of you to participate assertively. Make certain you bring yourselves on, because I'll need as much participation from all of you to carry me through the first 2 hours. Very much still addled from the weekend, which hasn't ended yet. When I'm done with the transmission, I'll finish up the Memorial Day weekend with my son, who will pick me up shortly after that. But let's try and get through the full transmission tonight and carry out what he kind of prepped me to do, which is to address The Handmaid's Tale. And he forced me to binge watch the episodes, and it was just painful in ways that people might not expect, and it took me in directions I didn't want to go in, but we'll have to cover tonight. There's very much a punchline to all of this, and it's not going to be what people expect at all. I may start off in a direction that people might think is typical for me, or within my standard approach. What the fuck was that? Was that Mandy? Did you just say, yeah, that's right, or something like that? Was that you, honey?
Yeah, because it sounded like you were saying, "Oh shit," like about how I'm doing it. So I was agreeing with that.
Oh, okay. I see. I see where that was coming from now. Okay, right. So our OBS studio, it says we have an excellent connection in the YouTube studio. Now, I'm handling two studios at once. So the OBS is the online broadcasting software. I've got the lime green neon, I'd call this toxic green. This is like the kind of green they use for hazardous materials warnings, and it glows in the dark. But that's supposed to mean that it's a healthy transmission bandwidth when I've got that going on the online broadcasting software. So, okay, everything seems back, but we got cut off for a second there, according to notifications that the online broadcasting software was sending myself. So, with that, of course, I introduced Mandy with the oh shit, and so tell us a bit about how that's going, honey. Oh my God, let's hear it.
It's just been a busy week. It's been kind of crazy. So just same deal. Nothing big, but or too eventful.
Yes. Okay. And
boring, I guess too.
What is that, honey?
I was saying boring, I guess too, which is good. That's nice.
That's good. That's good. By the way, always make certain that when you speak, you shout into the mic and get real close. And
yeah, it's telling me I have a low signal at the moment. I hopefully that gets better.
Yeah, but we hear you well. We hear you well when you're speaking. Into it with with the shouting technique. We hear you clearly, and that's what's important. By the way, people are already asking me about the photographic image that is embedded into the thumbnail of Livestream and why it looks so sad, because it's Memorial Day, and I figured that if I look too, upbeat for Memorial Day, it's just disrespectful to the tone of the holiday. Obviously, everybody knows I don't hold the American military in high regard in terms of what it always was and what it's become, which is from bad to worse. But, that aside, just the spirit of any nation's Memorial Day, obviously, one tries to hold that in respect. And so there was no point in presenting myself looking too ecstatic. That just would be wrong. So with that, we bring in our dear chaplain for Team Dietrich, Salman Sheikh. So introduce yourself, sir.
Assalamu alaikum to Brother Douglas, J-Mo, Sister Amanda, all brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. I greet you all with peace, love, happiness for you and yours, with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes. Wa alaikum salam.
Yes. Wa alaikum salam. And very much thank you for your patience with my butchering the pronunciation after all these years of not speaking Arabic. It's been too long, and there's not that well. There's enough people to speak it with in San Francisco, but I don't have enough time to really interact with them to any great degree. And with that, tell us about your own week, Salman.
Yes, definitely. So in Philadelphia, here specifically in the Northeast, the weather has been cold for the past few days and the past few days coming up. And right now, just getting things done, spending time with the family, doing some videos, talking to brothers and friends, just doing what I normally do, spreading knowledge, love, and light, and just contributing to humanity what I can in whatever capacity God allows me to, which also gives me the privilege to share this Sufi poem with you from Abu al-Qasim Sumnun, which it shows us the patience that God sometimes puts us in moments of distress, pain, anxiety, but we just got to hang in there, know that sometimes there's good days, bad days, and good days eventually do come. So the poem goes, well, have I quaffed time's water skin and tasted all its joy and pain. Yes, I have pressed its mouthpiece in my lips and sucked out every drain. And destiny has poured its cup of griefs, which drinking from my sea, of patience I have filled it up and passed it back to destiny. With patience I am shod, and roll time's chances round me for address, crying, have patience, O my soul, or thou wilt perish of distress. So huge a mass my sufferings are, that mountains trembling at its height, would vanish like a headlong star, and every more be lost to sight. And that is teaching us, my brother Douglas, to always hang in there with patience, love, and know that no matter what happens, somehow, some way, things do fall in place and they get done. Just like how, with my life and other aspects of just getting things done and spending time with your loved ones and finding that balance within your responsibilities to humanity, to yourself and others, that we let things overwhelm us sometime, but we do get done what we need to get done. And with that, my love and prayers are always with you in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Well, I certainly appreciate that, and your love is returned in full measure. And yeah, and I, honestly, forgive me if I'm being redundant. I don't remember whether I brought this up on the last transmission before tonight's or not. But a few transmissions ago, I was trying to remember, because the subject of the Jebel Druj came up, and I was trying to remember a poet that was very famous and representative of their culture, who was rather recent in terms of his incarnation on Earth. In other words, he was alive during the 60s and 70s at least, and probably dead by now, but was a fairly contemporary figure. His name was Khalil Gibran, in case and again, I may have brought this up before, but of course, he was specifically of that tribe, which is distinctive for reasons that I believe our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh, can bring up some of these reasons. I know that they're in the pocket right between the Kingdom of Jordan and Syria, and I take it that Salman, there might have been a large Sufi population there, or what renders them distinctive, as you remember?
So with Khalil Gibran, he was a Sufi Druze poet from, I believe, from that area, and he had written a very popular publication in America known as The Prophet, which basically symbolizes a lot of the esoteric Islamic teachings, and his work was very popular amongst the people here. And with the Druze, most people do not know that the founders, or some of the founders attributed to the Druze faith, were Sufi sheikhs, who basically taught them the aspect of oneness and taking a little bit, I guess, from each faith and each philosophy and applying it to your own. But now the Druze are basically very strict. So you have to be born into them, and they're not allowed to basically marry outside of the Druze culture. There's a restaurant here, it's a hookah bar restaurant here in Philadelphia, Brother Douglas.
Wow.
And it's called Alush, and it's owned by a Druze family from, I think, Syria. It's
Wow.
from that Syria region that they're from. I went there a few times. I had a few of my friends that had visited from Germany back in 2014 when I was working in Philadelphia, and they wanted a tour of Philly. So I took them to the Druze restaurant, and we had good food. We had a hookah, and they were very kind and hospitality type mindset people. And we sat down with them and just get to know them and know that, okay, they have their own little philosophy that they go by. But mostly, and when I researched it, when I did a video on it, I realized that a lot of their foundations came from Sufism as well. So I was surprised to see that with their, I guess, their temples and their prayers and gatherings and how their leaders look like with the turbans and the beards. So I found that fascinating, my brother, that even though there might be things that set us apart, the majority of the foundation usually unites us in some way. And I enjoyed that when my friends from Kiel, Germany had visited, and we went to that Druze restaurant and just sat down with them. It was very fascinating to just experience the humanity and the love of different cultures, to sit down and break bread. And I think if more people did that in today's world, it would make us feel more connected, that sit down and break bread with somebody that's different from you, so you could feel some kind of a connection to them, because that's when we're most, I guess, vulnerable, when we're connecting and refilling our bodies and our souls, and we could sit down and just have that intimate connection with somebody else to basically realize that we're all the same. We're all here in this short human life together, to make each other happy, and that's pretty much it. And it reminded me of the story from the Sufi sheikh who told us that during the 5 daily prayers, when we pray 5 times a day, each time the angel of death comes and visits you, known as Azrael. And each time Azrael will ask Allah, God, that can I take his soul? And each time Allah will tell him, no, only when I tell you to. So the angel of death visits you 5 times a day. And there was a situation where this one rich man, it was time for Azrael to take his soul. And he started crying, please, Allah, give me more time, give me more time. And Azrael said, no, I got the permission from God to take you. I have to take you. And he said, what about my wife, my kids, my money, my businesses, my resources? He said, no, you can't take any of that with you. And he said, what can I take with me? And Azrael replied, the only thing you could take with you is the spiritual wealth of your heart and the good you did for yourself and others that you did while you were here on this earth. And before he took his soul, he played a flashback of his entire life in front of his eyes, where in his business, in his money, in his resources, how he did people dirty, how he threw people under the bus, and how he had neglected his family, his children, just to get to where he was, to realize that at the end it was all vanity and he couldn't take nothing with him. And the man started crying, realizing that if I had known this earlier, maybe I would have done things differently and loved differently and understood differently. So that's, all those things, my brother, it just makes us appreciate life even more, and to just be on this round table and just sharing our love and knowledge with each other. It's always a privilege.
Yes, thank you. That was beautiful. Bless you for the wisdom you share with us. And honestly, it reminds me, of course, of we certainly want to maintain Derek Talley in our thoughts and prayers. He's dealing, of course, with his condition now where he's adjusting to dialysis. And he's not on dialysis at the moment, so far as I understand it. But, of course, this is like every several days he has to go through the process. And he permanently has this new port near his heart where this process is done. So he is currently in the chat room where he has checked in to say hello. And thank you, Derek. And of course, he's usually kind enough to put in the ad for the Roswell Deception book. He's welcome to put that link there, or Jameson can do that. And deeply appreciate it. And of course, Amanda Ute is welcome to go into the chat room as well whenever she wishes to kind of check in. And so let's ask our man Brendan Zoget. Let's call him anyway, calling. So let me say calling to him, because he's responding that he's willing to come on. And so let's bring him on. So that's what that little strange sound was. I knew I was being notified about something, but it took me several minutes to figure out what it was. Okay, Brendan, our Zobran. And of course, he is an individual who shares the kind of general background of our man, Salman Sheikh. And let me see, Jameson's typing something. And in the meantime, Brendan may also have some poetry for us. That was beautiful poetry from Salman Sheikh earlier. And this calling often... So Jameson's saying we definitely need to talk after that. I don't know if I'll have the energy for that, but we'll talk about it soon enough. I mean,
I can even bring it up on whatever blank space we have on the transmission.
Sure.
It's just you did get that thing I sent you on Facebook, the thing with the Enneagram, right?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I saw that.
And it has the symmetry of the English language, and all that other stuff. That I found very fascinating. Apparently, I don't know if that could be the reason why I'm being censored. I don't know. It could be any number of things. But what I had posted was something about how, Russia wants to sort of bring America down to its analog level, and how, most of the people who are, Russian philic, they're all like denying technological advances, and it seems like they'd rather be like Barney Rubble rather than and Flintstone,
yes.
Than be
George
Jetson.
Yes.
So it was something that whimsical and lighthearted that I wrote, and YouTube censored it.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre, and
there was another comment I had made, and this is an even stranger one, because one of the magicians I follow, BYZANTIUMFALL, had made a video where he was talking about the power of Christ and the influence of Christianity, and and I really do think that a lot of these Satanists or these what do they call them, demon altars, take this stuff take I'm fighting off Christianity way too seriously. Honestly, I mean seriously. Mm-hmm. If you don't believe in the stuff, then why is it such a big deal? But
it's kind of similar to the people who are anti-vaxxers, right? I mean, if you don't want to take the shot, don't take the shot. But they want everybody else not to take the shot, which is rather bizarre.
But to go into he went into something about how Trump can't be hexed because he has a birth chart where some TikToker showed him that the Trump has his birth chart in the star of Regulus, and now as we all know, Regulus seems to have some relation to Lucifer, according to the Freemasons. If one looks at Albert Pike's writings, of course.
Okay. Let's check to see if we can go into that in a second.
Hello?
Let's check to see if Brendan's with us. Hold on, because Brendan has a very limited time. So, Brendan.
Hey, Brendan.
Yes. Brendan.
Hello.
Yes, wonderful. So, Brendan, catch us up on your life. I understand you've been through a terrible automobile wreck and that you...
Yes.
So tell us about everything and, catch us up and vent as much as you want about the horrors of your existence.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Good Abend, everybody. Good evening.
And to catch you up on the gossip, by the way, because of my dental situation, I basically reached out to Lena Shea, figuring, well, the worst she can say is no, and she was the one who paid for all my dental work originally in a different part of my mouth. And her response, I went through Derek because, of course, he felt he was the one person who had basically good relations with her.
Neutral party.
Yes, well, not at all. She blocked him now, and she apparently whatever she sent him was so scathing, so blistering that he was going to be on tonight, but he retreated into deep depression and is not coming on.
Holy shit!
So whatever it was, he tried to send it to me, but it didn't show up. He tried to send it to me, but it's nowhere in my mailbox, and I'm not going to search for it in the spam. It's obviously something I don't need to see. But
it's probably for the best.
Go on. You and I can speak about that privately later. But I was bringing up to people, she didn't need to. All she has to say is no. But the fact that
you know how that goes though with certain situations.
Yes. But the point is, like, why would she aggravate me when I have what I have on her? It's like she just wants to go to jail. It's like I said before.
Right. It was silly.
Yeah. So anyhow, go on with yourself, which is just tell us about what's going on with your health and everything.
Equally
else.
Nightmarish.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so I was leaving work the other day, and I was just going about my day. It was rush hour traffic. And I just bought a new car, by the way, in February. So I had a brand new car, pretty much fresh off the lot, like 40,000 miles. Yeah. And and so this lady was making an illegal U-turn in the middle of traffic. She didn't look left. She didn't look at all. And she was darting across rush hour traffic, and I was the car that hit her. And so my car got totaled completely. My back is messed up. Possibly permanent damage.
Oh my God.
My leg is still swollen. It almost broke my shin. All the airbags went off. My glasses got blown off my face. It was horrendous. Unfortunate experience. And but I don't want to say it's good news because it's not really good news for anyone, but she was found at fault. So I'm going to get a lawyer and go from there. And right now, the worst part is I don't have a car. Like, and I work 20 minutes, 30 minutes down the highway from my house. So like, there's no way for me to walk to work. It's just been an utter nightmare. So yeah, super unfortunate. Like, people need to pay more attention, and it's getting worse with like each passing day. I feel like with just the lack of care that other people have for driving and for other people, for themselves even. I mean, she could have died. Like, I hit her on her passenger side, or her driver's side. I hit her on her driver's side door. So like, she could have gotten killed, like, for, you know, just for being negligent, just not even looking, like darting out into traffic. It's bonkers, absolutely bonkers. Like, that something like this can happen.
How old is this woman?
She is probably like middle age.
Okay.
40s, 50s.
Okay, so we're not even talking about, say, for instance, a senior citizen or something like that.
No. She was fully capable of driving. She just was negligent. Like, she didn't pay attention, darted out into traffic, and just got hit, like, just like that. And it happened so quick. Like, even my car was equipped with collision avoidance. It had like pretty much the highest level of Japanese technology for collision avoidance, and even the car didn't react. Yeah. That's how quick it happened. And so, you know, here I am without a car.
This is why we need the self-driving vehicle. This is the argument for...
Yes. I'm on board with you, Douglas. Like, if there was just that, and not some like Tesla bullshit, like some real actual infrastructure, like, it could basically, I was watching this thing from like 2015. I think this was a few years ago. And Ford said they have technology that they could release, but obviously they haven't released it because they're part of the government and they're cheap as fuck. But they have technology that if all cars were equipped with it, it would reduce rush hour traffic to almost zero and reduce crashes to almost zero, because the cars would be not fully self-aware, but self-aware enough to where they could prevent traffic jams.
But you know why they're not releasing it?
How come we haven't implemented this?
Because the reason why they're not releasing it, we won't overdwell on the subject, but I want you to respond, is because the insurance companies... It would destroy, like, the insurance companies. Yes, thank you. The insurance companies lobby the government against their releasing that, because right now they've got a 007 license to kill where the government says you have to buy insurance.
Yes.
Yeah, so go on. Yeah.
Yes. And their whole... It's literally a racketeering scheme. Their whole racketeering scheme would just go out the window, yeah.
So go on with what else is going on in your life.
Yeah, so it's an utter nightmare for me, but I'm just taking it as it goes. And what's interesting is it happened on the night of the lunar eclipse. So anyone who thinks the lunar eclipse is a positive event knows nothing about history and knows nothing about astrology or anything like that. And I find it reprehensible that they don't ever tell people, like the news and stuff, they don't ever tell people to go look at Orion. They don't say, oh, Orion's up, go look at Orion, go look at Sirius, all these beautiful heavenly stars. But they have no problem telling people to go watch the lunar eclipse, the blood moon. They're hyping that. They had events. They had all over the news. Go watch the blood moon. Go watch the blood moon. But for something more divine and heavenly, they don't have people watch that.
Interesting.
You know, I mean, it is part of the natural cycle. It's not like evil or anything. It's just heavier energies, and they're okay with that getting, you know, people absorbing that, you know. So yeah, that's just what I had to say about that. But.
Right. Well, what you're suggesting, however, would require that people be more educated enough to appreciate the heavens. That was the case years ago when this was what we looked at. We looked at the heavens for, you know, our source of the night sky entertainment, really. And of course, Jameson is asking, when is the blood moon? Now, this is like recently.
It was on the 26th, early 26th of May.
Thank you. And
I did end up watching it that night. I personally went out and saw it myself.
Okay. Yeah. And what about have you, amidst all this horror, have you centered enough to write some poetry? Or I know you've taken some photographs.
Yes, I did not waver from my divine work. I did not waver, because like no matter what happens, like the only reason like I'm here is because of divine mercy. And so you know. And honestly, at this point, I could say it because it's a more positive situation than it was a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Mainly because I wasn't found at fault at all.
Yeah.
But this
well, you
situation
be,
not
but,
only
there's no way you could have been, but go on.
but I, you know, you never know with these CHP people. Like, he was a total ass, but I'll get into that later another time.
Okay.
Like, there was a potential that he would have ruled against me, but because of the physical evidence, like, he couldn't.
I see.
You know,
okay.
Because he was just totally
shit.
rude to me when he came up, and I was rude to him. You know, it was like a
Oh
battle. But
shit.
anyways,
Fuck.
it was ruled in my favor.
Yeah.
Long story short, it was ruled in my favor, and the good news is it's gonna pay off my old car and the new car I just got. So, in that way, it's almost divine mercy in that sense.
Yeah. And so glad for that. As for your back, you know, do you have any? Since you're working full time, is there any medical insurance that you have?
I have medical. I actually use Medi-Cal, but I had it checked out. I went to the urgent care. I've got, like, you know, X-rays on the back and stuff. And
Okay.
from what we can tell right now, it's not permanent, but it definitely is affecting my quality of life. So,
Oh shit.
you know,
Okay.
that's going to be definitely mentioned in the settlement. But let's not bore people with litigation at the moment.
Understood.
Yeah.
So go on with the other you know, things going on in your life.
But now I'm basically taking the bus to work when I can, and then on the weekends, like out here in Sacramento, like Lyft is useless unless you live in an area where these people want to drive.
Wow.
Because of the new laws that were passed, it's like I can't get a Lyft to where I work because I work in the hood. So it's like, it's like no one wants to come out here. Like, there's not enough money in it for them.
Oh shit.
So I've had to like beg my mom to take me to work these last couple days, and thank God I have her, you know, somebody.
Oh,
so,
thank God. So your mother
Yeah.
finally
Yes,
can do something positive. Yes.
Yeah, now I can use the latent sainted eventually.
Yeah.
She's earned it.
Yes. And so go on with what else you know comes to mind that you would like us to know about in these times. I hope we're not depriving you of your ability to eat, you know, during your lunch.
No. I mean, recently I've actually lost a lot of weight, like walking everywhere and stuff. So, and funny story. I guess I could tell a funny story. Like, I went to get the X-rays done and stuff, and the chick doing the X-rays, like, she was amazing, like, beautiful, right?
Wow.
And I was trying to like talk to her, and then I got on the scale, and I was just like, what? I was like, oh shit. And I was like asking her, like, is the scale accurate? And she was like, yeah, it is. And I was like, wow, this is embarrassing. And so it was just like, yeah, I weighed a lot. Let's just say I weighed a lot more than I thought. You know, having a car definitely makes one lazy.
Oh my God.
So I was like, holy shit. So in that way, it's giving me the impetus or the drive to be like, okay, now I need to care about my weight. Like, I've got all my other health stuff on, you know, I have all my other health stuff taken care of. I have the vitamins. I have the diet. You know, now I need to focus on like the physical body. So in that way, it's a good experience, you know?
Yeah. Very much so. And
then it gives me an excuse to go get more X-rays. You know, you never know how many I need.
You're willing to radiate yourself for that. Cool. You won't be able to, you know, burden yourself with kids. You'll be sterile by the time the two of you get in the action.
Oh shit!
Yes.
It's almost like it works out. There you go.
Yes. Well, say hello to everybody who's here with us, Mandy and Salman.
Yeah,
and
who's
Jameson. Here? Mandy, Salman, and Jameson.
Assalamu alaikum, Brendan.
Oh yes, Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing today?
Yo, what's up?
Alhamdulillah. I'm glad you're doing okay. You know, they do say Allah's the best of all planners. So with everything that happened, it will work out in your favor ultimately with a new car and losing weight and seeing the beautiful girl and all the good things that will come into your life, inshallah. And there's a story from a Sufi sheikh I'll share with you that one time he was driving in a car with his disciples and the tire went flat. And when the tire went flat, he said, Alhamdulillah, and praise be to God. And the disciple said, Sheikh, why would you say that? We just, our car just stopped. He said, you don't realize that just our car stopping here saved us from a life-threatening accident down the road. So everything does indeed happen for a reason. And I'm so happy, my brother, that you're safe and that everything is okay with you.
Yes, gratitude, Salman. Thank you. And I have an interesting story about that. Is like right when I was leaving my work that day that it happened, before I left the parking lot, I don't know what it was, whether it was divine or what, but I had this feeling, and I drive this route almost every day. Like I go to work, come back, like no problems. But that day I put on the GPS, and I've never done that to go home, and I've never ever done that. So I was before I even left the parking lot, I put on the GPS, and I've never done that. I don't know why. I just maybe had a feeling that something would happen. So I definitely think that probably did stop me from like maybe getting into something on the freeway, or even worse, like who knows what could have happened. So it was definitely like a series of events that were like starting to unfold, and perhaps, yes, Allah be praised, like he helped me out, or the divine helped.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm very glad to hear that.
By the
Gratitude.
way, our man Salman and I were discussing the Jebel Druj, who are in Syria, and of course they really deserve their own autonomous nation between Syria and Jordan. But tell us a bit about what you know of them and the poet Khalil Gibran, who was very popular in America. Anything you remember that you can share?
Yes. Nothing specific at the moment, other than if you look into the Druj, they are actually they've been living out there in that area in the mountains since even pre-biblical times. So these people have a lot of history, very high knowledge, and I know they do know about the stars. They have like high-level astrological knowledge, but that's all I'm going to share for now about it. Yeah.
Thank you. And in terms of everything else that's been happening, I'm so glad that, even when it gets to the point where, for those of you who don't know, Brendan has a problematic history with both of his parents, and I don't even know if his father's still alive. Well, even if his father is alive, it doesn't really matter.
Right, we don't know. Yeah, it's unknown. Yes.
Well, there's another word we could use. We don't care. Is one way of
Yes, Douglas. Yeah.
But yes, but glad that at least his mother, who can be a real pain sometimes, is working on his side this time. So that's good. So aside
as per the true divine mother, she has come in and saved me. So yeah. Much respect.
Yes, and then another word we can bring up there is finally. Yes, the word finally comes to mind. What else is going on? I mean, at least like you said, at least there's a potential to meet that girl there and whatnot, and at least you're still employed, and that they still haven't cut your hours. You're able to fulfill them. What about school?
Yes.
You're finished with school now. You had your birthday recently.
Yes, I got all A's. I had a great birthday. My school, I got all A's, straight flush. So
congratulations.
So that's good in that sense. Yeah.
Yes.
So everything is good. And what's funny is that I don't know how to explain it, whether it's just the natural cycles or what, but every year around my birthday, some like catastrophic event happens. And it's like, it's not just like one every couple of years. It's like literally every single fucking year. After my birthday or around my birthday, like something ridiculous happens like this. So it's just like, it's just a reminder that I need to get closer to divine and work more, to get out of the cycle of hell and torture and pain. And
I'm sorry, that's awful, but that's so. I'm sorry, that's hideous. That's just awful.
But it's true. I mean, that's just a fact. Like being stuck on this earth plane is like, it's not something anyone wants to go through multiple times. I think I'm done. This is one of the last times I'm done. Let's see. God. The whole goal. Like the Egyptians had this idea. All the ancient cultures had this idea. Is that the ancient Vedic cultures, like you want to get out of the cycle of birth and death. You don't want to stay here. Like there's like Earth is a paradise, but there's certain limitations that every being has here. That's like what the Buddha was talking about and stuff. Like it's not a perfect plane. Like there's higher planes, and you want to get to those, higher states, where it's like, the closer you get to divine, the more constant bliss there is, and then divine is like perfect bliss. So the goal of this life is to work your way out of, the muck. That's like the symbol of the lotus flower. It's coming out of all this darkness and troubles. So yeah.
No, that's beautiful, and well, I mean, I wish you the best in that regard. I'm not quite sure I can relate.
Yes.
That's along the lines of Salman Sheikh. You're removing yourself from this kind of terrestrial plane, and
Well, it's more like I didn't present it very clearly, but I can give it more clear right now. It's like the purpose of this life, the only job anyone has is to work and get to higher states. So whether it's like, telling people, helping people or helping yourself raise as a being, raise in vibration, get closer to divine, like that's everyone's job, that's everyone's job. So.
okay, yes,
And what's interesting, Douglas, I have something to tell you, and I'll tell you on air, since it basically, it backs up everything you say. So you know how I was telling you a while back, your moon sign is in the first degrees of Sagittarius. It's called, your moon sign is called Purvashada in the Vedic system, in the Vedic nakshatra system. It's called Purvashada. P-U-V-R-A-S-H-A-D-A, Purvashada. And that's your nakshatra, and it's like the goddess surfing on the waves. It's, it's basically the first degrees of Sagittarius after the, the center of the galaxy. So it's like more central Sagittarius. That's where your moon was when you were born.
wonderful.
And guess who had the same exact lunar positioning in history?
Oh, yeah.
Your
Biological
biosign.
father, yes.
So you have the same nakshatra as Adolf Hitler.
That's I'm not surprised.
So so that puts you in that kind of, situation, or I don't know. It connects you more with him to the point where it's even astrologically so.
Yes.
It's not just a whatever. What is it? Biological. It's it's beyond that.
It's like an incarnation.
So that's more proof for
like
anyone who.
Thank you.
Yeah, an incarnation of sorts, or even that could even be the, Hitler could have lived 20 more years, and and then, right,
Yes.
like around the time you were born, according to the Vedic, it takes 14 days to transfer, to go to the other side. So, so there you go. There's a timeline for you.
Yes, no, I appreciate that profoundly. And another person to die in the same year that I was born was Dietrich, Joseph Dietrich, who was, of course, in charge of Hitler's lifeguard. And
they were very close as well, obviously. So all of that lines up. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, you're so wonderful. I do so love you, Brendan, and dearly appreciate what you always have to offer us. Honestly. So glad to have you as a second son of mine. And, aside from all of that, I do want to talk to you privately about so much that's developing with you. And I'm so sorry I missed your call the other day. That was right after I had come back from a horrific bout of dental work. So I hope you understand. Oh, my God.
No, I could definitely relate. I'm going to have to do that soon, too, once I get a car.
Oh, my God. What's going on with your teeth?
I have a bad tooth in the back, and it's like completely done. And I have a few teeth that are going, so I need to take care of them.
Okay. But what's so odd about that is that you eat so well. It's not like you're a person.
This is like this is pretty much, I don't know what to call it.
Genetic?
Like residual damage.
Okay.
From all the years I was abusing my body.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just like it takes a while to come to full fruition, but.
Oh, that's a good point.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a wonder that there's any teeth left in Jameson's mouth.
He must be a clean freak. Are you a clean freak, Jamo?
Yes.
Right.
But it's also because I get very dense bones from my father's side.
Yeah, there you go. That
He's
has
like
a factor
giant,
as well.
So.
Right.
And
that definitely is a factor when it comes to like the density of the teeth.
Yes, and the blood moon is right around his mother's birthday, so that's interesting. And
it's the night. It's the day right before my mother's birthday, actually.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. It already passed the most recent one, but there's going to be four eclipses this year.
Wow.
So there'll be like the one blood moon, then the next one in June is the solar eclipse, and then
when is the one in June?
I believe it's the 19th or the
Okay.
6th. Don't quote me on it. Somewhere in June.
Oh, just look it up. We'll find it. Yeah, if we look it up
Yeah.
online, I'm sure we'll find it. Yeah, and what about, did anyone give you a gift on your birthday, or did you gift yourself with anything?
Oh yeah, I gifted myself with that tube amp. I posted a photo of the tube amp. That's
Oh,
my
yes,
prized
that's
possession.
beautiful. Oh, my
Yes.
God, that's so beautiful. Yes, tell people
Thank you,
about
Doug.
that. And wood. He's got it on a wood, you know,
Yeah,
speakers and
it's
stuff.
all wood and glass, and it has like capacitors and resistors. So
Yeah.
it's properly constructed, and I bought those two speakers I had were like 1970s, like all wooden Japanese studio speakers by Roland. They're called Roland Audio, and so yeah, it's like my audio levels are so high right now, like it's just amazing. Like hearing like all these songs, like, and I talked about it a while back when I was on, like about how like the sound quality is so pure and it's warmer, it's sweeter. Like once you go to the tube system, like you'll never want to go back
Right.
to like just plastic speakers. Like you'll never want to go back.
Yeah. And so aside from that,
I also got like a Tibetan singing bowl, which was really nice.
oh, wonderful. Tell us about
Yeah, it's like a handmade one, and it has like all 7 metals in it, representing like the 7 planets. So it has like silver for moon, gold for sun. You know, you have like copper. I think copper would be, you know, they're all different planets. I forget which one's which right now. Maybe copper would be like Jupiter or something like this. There's like iron, of course. Iron represents like Earth or Terra, and like so, yeah. And when you do it, like when they're handmade like that, like from the Himalayas, they just have like a different signature. Like the tone and like the vibration is just a whole different world. So that's it's a very good tool. Very good tool.
Yeah. And so my son made me binge watch all the episodes of The Handmaid's Tale. I don't know if you've ever caught any of that. And
I've heard of it. I haven't got into it though.
Okay, no worries then. Yeah, it's nothing you need to go into. It's kind of I'll bring up, you know, what people need to know about it. But definitely. We want to enjoy every moment that we have with you. How many moments do we have left, or do you need to go back to work now?
I don't really remember. How long have I been on?
Oh, wow, a little while.
25 minutes. I
guess,
basically have
like
until
that.
6 p.m.
Oh, okay, good. Then what about some of your work with poetry? Anything to share with us? Any, you know, and maybe you can tell us
Wait,
what...
actually, let me see. I did write one recently.
Yeah, or you could share with us some of what you wrote for school. You know, what you dove into. Maybe you just don't want to go back into that.
I went into the history of Hong Kong, and that was really interesting, actually.
Okay.
Surprisingly, but it would take a lot more time for my brain to go back to that because I've been in like car crash land.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awful. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have a couple. I wrote 3 more. It looks like that were pretty good ones.
Good.
The last one was The Crow. I remember that. I said it on air.
Yes.
So I have one about summer, and it's a haiku about summer. So heat of the summer, anticipation, dryness, emerging sustenance. So that one was because I started seeing like the seasons change, and you had more like the trees were getting drier, the grass started getting drier, and what that indicates is if anyone's who's had a garden or who's, you know, seen the grass, you know, the earth growing stuff, is that after all this heat of the summer, you get all the sustenance comes out of it. So all this heat and energy that gets put out to our plane gets put into the food, and then we get the food, and that's what I meant by like the emerging sustenance. Can you still hear me? There's a lot of like noise around.
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah,
okay.
You're fine.
Okay. So then the next one was it was at this spot I call like the goddess spot, and it was in these vernal pools. And vernal pools, if anyone doesn't know, it's like these like clay beds that, and vernal means spring, so in the springtime they fill up, these like special clay beds that fill up, and all these creatures come out of them, like frogs and bugs and everything, and flowers, beautiful flowers. So I was there observing it, and this is what I wrote here. It's called, or it says like this: shade under a tree, vernal pools, wild flowers, yellow, green, purple. So that haiku was about like the different colors that I saw in those vernal pools. Because even if it gets a little bit of water, like all these beautiful flowers will come out, and it's just contrasting. So especially when it dries out, you have like this vernal pool with like different purples and blues. I have photos of it if anyone wants to go through my timeline, and you'll see it, a bit of it. But they're wonderful. It's like a wonderful experience. And then, so then it brought me to the next thing where I wrote about like the flowers, and it says flower colors, captured starlight, petals, reflecting eternity. And so that one's very dear to me because the colors in the flowers themselves, like actually they're reflecting like the starlight at night. And so when I've been looking at stars and seeing like the different colors, like I described to you guys last time, like the color of Sirius, like the star Sirius, it's called like the rainbow star. It's actually too close to the sun now to see, but when you do see it, when it comes back up in the wintertime, you'll see it. And it's amazing. It's beautiful. It's called the rainbow star for a reason. And so all those colors that I saw in the stars, I see them in the flowers. And that's why there's like that quote from the English guy that says, I'm sorry I don't remember his name, but it's on my timeline if anyone finds it. It says, you know, are flowers not the stars of the earth? You know, so it reminded me of that quote because they do reflect eternity. I mean, they're totally fractal, like they're fractally based, geometrically based. They not only serve a function, but they have a form of beauty. So there's so much, whatever it's called, like symbolism in the flower itself. So that was something that I wanted to share. And that looks like everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that was great, and I really appreciate your sharing that with us. You've taken us close to the top of the hour, and
Yes.
you know, aside from all of that, what about has any customer ever come into the store who's a female that you've developed any kind of acquaintance with? There must be something like that. You're there,
Douglas, I've told you about this. It's like I can't do the flesh eaters, man.
They can't all be coming in for the barbecue. I mean, or the fried chicken.
Where I work, it's like even if they are attractive, it's like the instant they order meat, it's like it's off my whole vibe can't take it. I mean, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I know people think it's crazy, but I mean, you know, I can't really do that, right?
Well, you're in a very different space, yeah.
Like,
I mean,
like you're not like a true veg. I'm sorry if I offend anyone, but you're not like a true vegetarian if your partner isn't vegetarian. Like, I'm sorry, but
interesting.
I have to say it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, but aren't there like vegetarian dating sites where you could kind of?
There is. I mean, I could have like. This is part of the reason why I'm like looking into getting a different job. You know, because it'll be. You know, I want to just get into more vegan stuff and that way you'll find like more people that are into like that, you know? Yeah. Whether it be just like normal friends or people, you know, beyond that. So
yeah.
I did find a job that was interesting. It's this job that it's up the hill a bit. Now that I don't have a car, it's obviously out of reach, but up the hill a bit in I think it's called Woodland. It's this farm town near Sacramento. You can get this job where you take care of animals that were rescued from like factory farms. Like they take like chickens that were retired out of factory farms and they like help just take care of them, and then they give them out to different people that can take care of them. And so I was thinking about doing that. It pays more than my current job. And I was joking with this dude at my work who like I talk to this stuff. He's interested in like health and stuff. So we kind of like, you know, we're on the same vibe when it comes to health and wellness. And so he was like, yeah, that sounds like a good fit for you. And I was telling him like, yeah, I'll probably get shredded, you know, like doing all this farm work. And he's like, yeah, you know, chicks would be like the farm bod. They'd be like all over that. And I was like, yep.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah. So that was funny. That was kind of a funny joke, but basically if you're doing farm work, you're going to get cut. Like,
yeah.
Straight shredded.
Yeah, it's true. It's just all the work involved. It's
like raking and scraping and shoveling. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So that might be my next mission. Like,
wonderful. Wonderful. And I really hope you do that, because honestly, we just got to get you out of that space where you're dealing...
Yeah, the deli is a joke. I mean, it got me through what I needed it, so now it's time to get further.
Well, before you go, I want you to say hi to Peter Moon. Peter Moon has joined us.
Yes.
And tell him what happened to you.
How's it going, Peter? It's good to hear from you.
Hi, Brendan. I heard you had an incident.
Yes, yeah, I got into a car accident. Some lady, she pulled a U-turn in front of me, and my car got totaled. My back's messed up, my leg's toast, but I'm still alive, so divine has mercy in that way. But yeah, so it's good to hear from you, Peter. You're still doing good.
What happened to your leg?
It when the airbags deployed, pieces of the dash flew out, and I think one of them hit my leg. But I'm not sure, because it was a huge welt. It's hard to tell what happened, but it was a huge welt, and it's still got, it's not fully down yet.
So it's it'll get better. It's not going to be, you're not going to be semi-crippled or anything like that.
No, not at not that I know of. My back is unfortunately still in pain, but so far as we could tell, nothing permanent. So
very important. I guess you'll see the chiropractor, right, with the insurance.
Yeah, I'm going to now because it's the other person's fault. I'm going to bill the insurance, so I'm going to go see a chiropractor for sure.
In New York, we have no fault, so you.
Yes, same here with California. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Well, good luck with that, and don't neglect it.
Yeah, definitely not. I'm already on top of it. I just need to get a lawyer.
Right. And there's all kinds of sharks.
Pick my thing up.
Yeah, there's all kinds of sharks out there. The lawyers, I mean. So got to be careful. And
definitely.
Yeah, and I think it's the sleaziest kind of attorneys, right, Peter? That actually kind
of. Of course.
I would say, Brendan, we're in retrograde right now. I would wait about a month before you sign anything. Just talk to attorneys, and you don't have to you don't want to sign anything right now.
Right. It's the problem with that is I need transportation, so it's but I know that they're gonna try and get me to sign and stuff, but I'm aware of that. And not only is it Saturn retrograde, but I'm in according to my chart, according to the Vedic astrology, it's called the Saturn Mahadasha. So it's you go through planetary periods. So I'm in the Saturn period, so I have to mind myself even more. So that's why I've been on my P's and Q's with divine discipline, not wasting my energy and doing stuff, doing frivolous things. So
okay.
And
I'm doing remedials in the astrological sense. I'm doing remedials for sure. So.
Right. And you might tell Peter about how I'm in the same astrological space as my biological father, Adolf Hitler. I think he would appreciate that.
Yeah, Peter. I was looking into Douglas's moon sign for him because I was curious myself. And he has a moon sign in the Vedic astrology nakshatra system, which is the 27 lunar mansions. And it divides the 12 signs into 27. It's a whole thing, but Douglas is Purvashada, which is the first degrees or the middle of Sagittarius, basically. His moon sign, middle of Sag. And the only other person that was in that section of the book I was reading was, of course, Adolf Hitler had that same exact positioning of the moon. And as you know, Sagittarius is a fire sign, but according to the Vedic system, it's in a fire sign, but that specific positioning is belonging to it's called Appa, which is the oceanic energy of the goddess. So it's Aphrodite. So it's where fire and water meet, where Scorpio and Sag meet, and it creates that more, when water and fire hit each other, it makes that like an explosion. So that's why Douglas has that kind of, he's calm and collective, but he's got that more spark as well. Good night. See you later. But yeah, so
okay,
bless you.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And
well, what do you think about that, Peter? Do you think that's karmic or just a coincidence of sorts?
About the coincidence with Hitler?
Yeah, how Douglas has the same moon position.
Oh, I'm sure Peter's not surprised.
Well,
right.
It's I mean, you can have a father who's very much unlike you.
Yes.
So it's it doesn't have to be that way, but it is that way because it's the time of birth. So
right.
Yeah, It's
So yeah, for me it was like that. It was kind of like a moment where I was like, wow, like, you know,
Well, it's very
something
it's
is
very
there.
validating. It's very validating. It's very much,
Validating.
yeah, and very much comfort. And I think that it's one of those things that just
Like
yeah,
like even if people doubt the genetics,
yeah,
it's like you have pretty much the same birth chart or close to it.
yes.
You know,
So the
as far as-
personality is there
because
regardless.
the
Yes.
moon sign, when it comes to the nakshatra system, the moon is what it dictates personality more so,
Yeah.
like outward personality, because it's like moon is the mind. The word, you know, mind and moon are connected, especially in the Vedic. So yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
okay. Well, thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
guys. I appreciate all your support. You guys are, it's good. What's the word? Venting. Good venting.
Oh,
so I
gosh,
appreciate
it's
you, Douglas.
therapeutic. It's therapeutic, and you very much need to have this. And
Yes.
yeah, so God bless you, and our prayers are with you. Salman Sheikh, do give him your usual chaplain's blessing. It helps so much.
Yes.
Yes, definitely, Brendan. My love and prayers are always with you, and may Allah's blessing be upon you and your family, my brother. Always strive forward with happiness and content, knowing that all should fall in place accordingly. Assalamu
Yes.
alaikum, and peace be upon you.
Gratitude. Salam alaikum. Come on. Okay. All right, you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Look forward to it. Thank you
All
so much. And
Alhamdulillah, as they say.
Yes, alhamdulillah.
oh, that's so meaningful. Thank you, both of you. And of course, it brings back memories for me to hear this kind of language and the Arabic, of course. And so, Peter, do tell us, you know, what your, you know, what's up with you in the most generic sense. I'm going to keep it generic with Peter. And we're going to just kind of, you know, I'm so glad you're here, Peter, of course, because Salman and Jameson and yourself, you know, until Mandy's able to rejoin us, if she's able to, basically we'll hold the round table here and it'll buy me some time. I do need that because still have to pull my head out of my ass. Obviously came home from what we've been doing over the Memorial Day weekend. We'll be rejoining my son for Memorial Day itself. And but that will be after transmission in the morning. But you know, tonight when I do start my monologue, it's going to be very intensive. And I'll tell you all the truth. I'll share with you all right now my fear. I'm very frightened. I certainly don't want to generate any further hostilities with people that I have nothing to do with. But when I went into the background of The Handmaid's Tale, there were several aspects of it that they all trace back to Canada, which I kind of introduced to Peter. And so when I go back into the real punchline of this series and what it's led me to, which is a direction no one is going to expect, the problem is there may be repercussions. And that sounds very vague and generic. If any of you want to pursue that, I will. But right now, let's have Peter talk about what's going on with him and catch us up on whatever progress he wants to report about the book. He's helped me as much as he can. I still will request help from everyone concerning my teeth. And he's, you know, but definitely, just so you know, Peter, I want to thank Derek Talley. He is in the chat room, and he said that he's just withdrawing, spending some time with family, and that's appreciated. And also, you know, Maria Grigorich is with us. So God bless you, Maria Michaela Grigorich, for joining us. She's been through quite a bit. I suspect she may have contracted the COVID and is dealing with it with antibiotics. Obviously, after consulting a doctor, she had to get a prescription. Presumably in Canada, I think they work that way, unlike in Asia, where in many parts of the world you can buy antibiotics off the shelf, believe it or not. You can't do that in America, and I don't think you can do that in Canada. But Daniel Arola is with us as well, God bless him. And of course, so I'll be speaking to everyone soon enough. In the meantime, let's get Peter onto the roundtable and have him kind of introduce himself to any new listeners out there, and let us know how you're enjoying your Memorial Day weekend. What you're willing to share about that.
Well, thank you. For those of you who are new to this show, or at least new to Peter Moon, I am a author and publisher, and I publish. I'm mostly well known for publishing the Montauk Project, which is about time travel experiments that took place at Montauk, New York. And you can get a summary of that in my other work at skybooksusa.com. You can also visit the Time Travel Education Center at timetraveleducationcenter.com. But I also have written with Douglas a book called The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, which is now, the hard copy is at the printer, but you can buy it in ebook format on Amazon. So I'm looking forward to that book, Douglas, arriving when I return from Los Angeles, hopefully as early as the middle of the month. Mm-hmm. I will also be receiving 2 reprints of Transylvanian Sunrise and Transylvanian Moonrise, which have sold out for the 3rd or 4th time. So I need to get those all packed away and shipped out, or whatever I need to ship out of those. But so I've been very busy personally, as I've resumed the house project that you are familiar with. I don't like to work during the winter, with dust and whatnot. So now that the weather been very cold in New York, it's been down in the 40s. The heat clicked on today, and it's been very cold. So that's supposed to let up tomorrow. But anyway, nevertheless, I've been making very good progress on finish my renovation, and also working on my newsletter which is due next month. So I've been very busy. Nothing too much to report, except that I did listen to the majority of your talk. I keep listening to it. It takes a long time to get through it, and I don't like to listen to it while I'm doing something else. Otherwise, I can't focus on it. But there were different subjects you touched on, talking so many things. But recently, what you've been talking about is the moral. I suppose you say the moral fiber of cultures.
Yeah.
That cultures, which you don't use this word, but it's a word that's taken right out of L. Ron Hubbard's research in Dianetics, and he said that the common denominator of existence can be expressed in one word, and he said survive. Survive, because you're talking about all these cultures that it's not based on being good or being bad. It's evil. It's based on trying to survive, and this is what this is the watchword that he found was so important. I personally, and I've seen at least one other old colleague of mine take umbrage with this, and we arrived perhaps at it separately. But the word might be better to evolve than to survive. However, if you can't survive, you can't evolve. So, and I would also say that survival is very well expressed in the book Secret Parchment by Radu Sinamar. He talks about how in Transylvania, how the entire Eurasian civilization, with the exception of what emerged out of Tibet after the Ice Age, because those two areas were protected, was what emerged was the civilizations, because they had withdrawn into that area because it was protected from the Ice Age. And eventually the valley or whatever you want to call it, that is pocket of Transylvania that's in the mountains, became not big enough for the people that were there. So the people that, what would happen is they would be forcibly, by circumstance, pushed out and forced to migrate. This is very similar to the German principle of, I don't know how to pronounce it necessarily, Lebensraum?
Lebensraum, living space, yes.
Lebensraum, which was, you need territory.
Yes.
You have to have territory to survive. So the territory would move out, and there would be new land cultivation. And you see this in the Manifest Destiny of the United States. The white race needs to move, so they keep pushing the Indians east, westward, westward, and westward until there's no place left to push. And the Indians are sort of decimated and more in the process. But this is the will to live. And this is what happens, whether one likes it or not. So that's just my comment on that. I mean, you can't disagree with you. People will sugarcoat and moralize and say, this is the way things are, but, you know, and make it, like in the 1960s, early 60s, late 50s, we were fed a lot of television that was very much good guy, bad guy stuff.
Yeah.
It was notorious good guy, bad guy stuff. And when the revolution of the 60s, and you can call the sexual revolution was one part of it. It was also a cultural revolution. It was like rebelling against these old false values that were completely programmed and phony. And people said, enough of this. We're not doing this anymore. In fact, it went so extreme that people abandoned values altogether, which sort of caught up. And you see people going back to it in the 80s, even becoming, you know, Reaganites, Reaganites and yuppies, and embracing capitalism and all the things that were being rejected at that time period.
Yeah. And I really appreciate the fact. So you've gotten to the point already where I was talking about the Manichaean or Manichaean, the bipolar narrative of the good guy, bad guy morality play that has overcome our ability to think, overcome our ability to process without being locked into that. And that was very much, of course, part of the mentation process that was introduced as in a racial context by E. Doc Smith, and of course his Lensman series of books that was so influential on young American men in the pre-World War II period. So I thank Mr. Moon for getting that far. I'll try and timestamp what he had asked about earlier about the caste system in San Francisco in another transmission that I did. If not, we can speak about it, you know, tonight if he's interested to a degree.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. And,
you talked about that with me privately.
Yeah. Yes. And so what we can do is, you know, what we could do is cover that soon, but I don't want to get into speaking just yet. Honestly, I want to leave this mostly to yourself and to the other people of the roundtable right now, because my energy I do want to save tonight for mostly the analysis I was going to provide concerning the Handmaid's Tale and the directions it took me into. And honestly, you know, I certainly want you to understand what I am probably getting into in terms of some potential trouble before you leave tonight. So we'll get a bit into that. And in terms of your other things that you've been working on with the time travel, your journal, I just ran across the time travel subject. Interestingly enough, I have a friend on Facebook who is, I don't know him well or even at all, really, but he was involved with his own kind of program. He seems to be doing some legitimate terrestrial broadcast radio, or at least has a semi-sophisticated setup in his home, or he might be in a professional studio. But Greg Bornstein apparently was working with Jess Roge of the Roge Report, and he does these different types of week themes. And I noticed that this week, maybe a recent week, it was Hypnosis Week. This time, premiering tomorrow, he said, on Memorial Day itself, is Time Travel Special Week with on Open Loops with Greg Bornstein. I guess that's the name of his show. This is something that we should contact him about, just to see if he can get you on there. If he should be speaking to anyone, it would be yourself, in lieu of Dr. David Lewis Anderson, of course. I don't know if you've heard of this guy or if you're even interested, but just thought I'd bring that up there.
Well, time travel was a very popular subject. It might be a little out of the limelight right now since COVID, but it was a very popular subject in general. However, and you can get producers that be very excited about it. When they get around to me, they get weird, because first off, they considered it completely absurd. Although it was interesting, and I'm not speaking about Greg Bornstein here because I don't know him,
right?
But it's like they will entertain it because it's far out. And when it comes down to it being real, like we had an instance here locally many, many years ago where a journalist, the professional journalist who became a sort of a friend, Jerry Simisi, he had was paid to, they said, well, find out what happened on the Montauk Project. Whatever happened with that Montauk Project? So he comes over and he interviews me and he gets an update. And he's kind of like not completely out of the loop because he already knows me. And he writes this piece and they pay him a kill fee. And we're not going to publish this. We thought it was a bunch of horse shit. And
Wow.
they don't want to publish that there's something to it.
Mm-hmm.
There's something to it. So, sometimes when it gets a little too real, or when it gets a little too deep, people do not have the capacity to entertain so much of what I've taken seriously as a writer and as a publisher. They're still plugged into quote unquote regular reality. And that was a plug I pulled, when I was in high school. And of course, having pulled that plug makes it very easy to contemplate and comprehend the stuff that you all have to offer, because some people are just so dedicated to the proposition that reality is the status quo that you hear from Fox News and CNN. You pick one or the other, or somewhere in between, where in fact, these things are just very, 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 very limited.
Mm-hmm.
So Greg Bornstein, it says, is a late night talk show for the shamelessly fringe.
Well, he may have me on yet. Or, of course, our dear friend, Penny Bradley. By the way, I do want to give shout-outs to people who have contributed. Had a wonderful contribution from an individual named Joey Ty. I'll do that later tonight and around the time that I start, going into monologue. But in the meantime, glad that our man, Mr. Moon is checking into that. Our friend Jameson, of course, has had some bizarre things happening in terms of his occult pursuits. He can share them if he wishes.
Yes. Well, anyway, what I was saying was, I I was looking at the video that VK had where he was talking about why Donald Trump can't be hexed. And he said that it would be a bad idea because then America might be vulnerable. And I'm thinking, Donald Trump's not president anymore. I don't know if he realized that he said that. So I typed a comment, and the comment that I typed was that Donald Trump is cursed by being Donald Trump. and I also
I have an au contraire to say to you about Trump not being president.
Yeah,
I have.
I know a lot of people insist.
Well, before we get there, could I continue to?
Sure.
Just let me continue this. So basically, what I typed down was that also, just because Trump hasn't fallen yet doesn't mean when the stars are right, Trump will fall. That's what I typed, and I also typed, and so too will Putin and Xi Jinping. Now, I typed that comment and I left it on YouTube. I returned to it because I was going to edit it and the comment disappeared. So I was apparently censored by something, or he just deleted the comment, in which I left another comment because he was talking about like, trying to escape the influence of Yahweh. And so I just decided, okay, well, since apparently I'm not permitted, something is censoring me from speaking about Russia, China, and Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, what happened was he entered a comment in thread of my latest transmission, the one before tonight's, and it came up in the notifications, but I wasn't able to access it. And I've never really had that happen before. I've been able to actually open and access notifications that people have withdrawn, even in, you couldn't access them on the video itself, but you could access them through the notifications, even after someone had withdrawn them.
Withdrew the comment,
yeah,
yes.
But they couldn't access his. So.
Yeah, and I didn't withdraw the comment. It was just, and it was something so seemingly simple. It was like, I was basically saying that, the people who worship Russia would rather live like Barney Rubble and Fred Flintstone rather than living like the Jetsons in Japan, because they're Russia files, and the Russia just wants to pull every other country back down to its analog knob and dial level because they're technologically stupid. And so me having made that comment, that was just somehow automatically pulled by YouTube. There's something sort of weird about this, and to add to this, it seems to be I seem to be attracting gang stalking a lot more these days. I don't know why.
I would presume it would be your affiliation with myself. I would.
well, yes, I believe that has something to do with it. But the fact that it revved up it revved up after yesterday when I had sent you that thing that I sent you, which leads me to believe that our Facebook interactions are not secure. And apparently they do not like what I'm sending you. Mm-hmm. Because they would rather me be affiliated with these occultists who are ardent Trump supporters, or whether they're Trump supporters or not, they seem to believe that the guy has some kind of divine mandate, which I believe is bullshit, baloney. I mean, the guy's like a used bologna sandwich that got left out in the sun too long.
Oh my God! But in terms
he's
of
his own downfall.
In terms of what Peter was saying, Peter can speak, of course, about why he. There are many people who feel that he's still legitimately president, and they feel that the election was stolen. So I do I do want Peter to get that out there. He can articulate that stance, and I can not cover necessarily that to any great degree tonight, but it does bear into why our country is very bifurcated right now, and it's very divided, and where I'm going to go is frightening enough. But Peter, so do address that.
I don't have much to say on it, in fact, because I'm unwilling to watch the video.
Right.
But there is a headline on the Gateway Pundit, which is a conservative website. If you want to read everything that's pro-Republican, anti-Democrat, you go to the Gateway Pundit. But it says here, it should, and this is a quote, "It should be that he is simply reinstated, that a new inauguration day is set." This quote is from Sidney Powell speaking in Texas on what happens after the voter fraud is exposed. Now, this is a video. I'm unwilling to watch the video because I got better things to do. But there are several points of what you would say Republicans challenging the election in Arizona, Georgia, and whatnot. And it's like, it's certainly held up to great ridicule. I don't even think Fox News covers it, but it's persistent, it's continuous. And if there is a major chink in the Biden administration for whatever reason, or people, it's like you could think that one team is going to beat another team because they're so much better, but then injuries happen, things happen. So what I'm saying, if there becomes a big chink in the Democratic armor for whatever reason, and they lose the Senate because of some people die or whatever, and the Republican governor appoints a Republican senator instead of a Democratic one, you could have a sudden shift that nobody would expect, and all of this stuff that's been sitting there smoldering could come back. I'm not saying that it will.
Well, by that point, we'll be killing each other in the streets, and that's precisely where this is headed.
I don't know. I don't know if it'll be that extreme.
I do.
I mean, let's put it this way. It's something that wouldn't surprise me. I'm hoping that by what we address in programs like this, that we'll do what little bit we can to prevent something like that. But the chances of it...
That's the whole point, because, nobody wants to live in what starts to resemble freaking Liberia.
Yes, but
that's where it seems like everyone wants to take it. Okay, so let's say the election is stolen and Biden is illegally president. So too was the election stolen by Trump, and he was illegally president because of the Russians hacking him in. So
now, I don't understand how you hack in a president if they say that they was always charged through Facebook. Who votes by Facebook?
Well, anyhow, I've gone into that many times in the past, and I can go into it briefly again in the future.
Well, it's not necessary.
Yeah, it's not something
Kennedy was an illegally elected president too. JFK.
Yeah, well, there were many illegally elected presidents. The point is, it doesn't matter.
Right.
What makes the difference is who's president now is president now.
Who holds the power?
Yeah.
Run out of town on a rail is the question.
But historically, I am interested. How was Kennedy illegally voted president? What happened?
His father paid the mob to stuff the ballots in Chicago, in Illinois. Mayor Richard Daley was complicit in that, and as was the mob. And this is one theory. Sam Giancana arranged this. It's been portrayed in movies. It's no big secret that he basically... JFK's father, Joseph Kennedy Sr., Irish mafia, liaised with the mafia in Chicago to throw the election for Kennedy. He only won by 100,000 votes. In fact, Nixon could have ordered a recount, and he refused because he was above that. Now, dirty Tricky Dick, they called him. He could have changed the election by demanding a recount, but he did not want to get into this divisiveness. And he hated Kennedy.
That's right.
I don't know why he didn't, but it was beneath him. It caused him political ruin, at least for a good long time. But this was no secret historically that the election was stolen by the state of Illinois. If it had gone to Nixon, Nixon would have been president. So that was, so Kennedy, we can't go back in time maybe we could, but we can't change it now. And it's like whoever holds the power, as Stalin said, it's not who it's who counts the votes. It's not who votes.
Right. It's who counts. Yeah, it's not who votes, but who counts the votes. Yes. And so, well, I definitely appreciate both of you men keeping this civil. And obviously, I think that we're in for very hard times because of these kinds of disagreements being so universal. And I don't
know, but my point is, I'm not saying that the Republicans and all this stuff and Sidney Powell's going to get anywhere. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that because, they're pissing in the wind right now. But as they say, they're ready to, to start waving their banners and their, what do they call them? Mm-hmm. I mean, the Trump turnouts they had on Long Island were incredible for people, the Trump rallies.
They still have rallies?
Yeah, no, he's going to be holding more, by the way.
During the election.
Yeah, no, but I mean, Trump is going to be holding more in the very near future. He's already promised that.
He's been platformed pretty successfully with being taken off of Facebook. Maybe Facebook will put him back on. They're talking about it, but it's like, it's like some Republican commentator said, the difference between Republicans and Democrats is, he says, if we win the election, the Democrats complain. He says, if we lose the election, we go back to work. And that was a good attitude, but
actually that's not true, because as we saw on January 6th, when they lose, all bedlam goes.
That's what he said. And I think that after the election, after the January 6th, I think a lot of people went back to work and gave up. But some of them haven't. And they might be better off. Who the hell knows? It's it's not a pretty time in politics.
Mm-hmm. No, it's very ugly in politics, which is one of the reasons why we can go in a different direction, right, Solomon? So take the roundtable in a different direction to help us, basically, keep burning bandwidth over the next hour, but in a more positive sense.
Definitely, Brother Douglas. So greetings to Peter. Peter, my friend, my brother, I hope all is well with you and yours. And to basically bring the balance to this conversation, my honest opinion is, and not too many people might agree with this in terms of the political point of view, but I made a few videos on this too, that neither party represents the will of the people. And I use my specific area where I live in the Philadelphia suburb as an example, where the Republican Party had been in charge since the Civil War. And recently, and what had happened during then is nothing happened. Taxes were high, a lot of nepotism. They would only help and hire their own. A lot of the immigrant communities were neglected. So people came together and they said, okay, now we want change. So now the Democrats are in power in this area after a long, long time, and it's the same thing happening. So I tell people, don't let, basically what the Native Americans say, that the left wing and the right wing are basically of the same bird. And you can't let these people divide and conquer you. And they just confuse you with division and make you fight amongst one another and lose unity with one another. While behind the scenes, they're all friends. There's nothing getting done. The things that people want are not getting done, whether who's in charge of the House, Congress, or presidency. And it's just the same cycle over and over again. And that's what the agents of chaos do. And in my experience, just living in different countries, being with other cultures, I've noticed that the people in this country are easily divided. They're gullible to a certain extent, where they let these people come and use the same tactics against them and not focus on the issue at hand, not knowing that if I go outside, the average man and woman, myself out here living in America, we're facing the same struggles. We're trying to work and pay bills and help our families and just survive another day. And these people like to keep us divided and fight amongst one another rather than us coming together. While those that are Democrats or Republicans, you have to be millionaires or billionaires to even run for office. So they have nothing in common with the average person trying to make it. And that's what I tell people, just don't feed into them. Don't feed into these people and help your community prosper. And if enough communities in America on the local level, community by community, come in unison with one another and realize, okay, these are the problems affecting our communities. These are the peoples with their own specific talents and niches that can help in their own way. And if you collectively form these bonds in groups, then I think hopefully we can see some change rather than this back and forth that I've been seeing my whole life in this country of no matter who's in charge, it's still the same thing. And the average person has no say. They can't run for office. They write to their congressman or congresswoman. They'll get a generic response and nothing gets done at the end of the day. So I just tell people, just don't let these people, the agents of chaos that have infiltrated every race, religion, organization, political party, clergies, you name it, that root of darkness runs deep everywhere. So identify who's there to spread division amongst you, and just know that anyone that's there to spread division or hatred or cause you to hate your fellow man in any way, that's a wolf in sheep's clothing, and you must know how to identify them. That's same everywhere, the aspect of human nature. Wherever humans exist, you will find those elements, the battle between the two creations, with the light and the dark, both trying to fight for their balance, both knowing which creation stands for what and knowingly doing what they do. But then again, we all have our purpose, because if everything that has been created on this planet or on this universe is created with a purpose, so whether it's light or dark, we must respect that. Human, non-human, we must find that balance within ourselves. And I see in this country, my brothers on this platform and whoever's listening, I see man against woman, woman against man, son against father, father against son, friend against friend. And that's not helping anybody at the end with these agendas that are out there. We must come together and address the issues of our communities where there's unemployment issues, people struggling with drugs, with other depression problems, mental problems. There's a lot of souls that are out here suffering. Recently, I even offered a few of my friends that there's a local park close to where I live, and there's a Dunkin' Donuts right next to it too. And I told them, you ever need somebody to talk to, just come and sit with me. You don't have to ask my permission. Just show up at the park in the morning. We'll get coffee. We'll sit down and talk to each other, because we all need each other in this journey. And, the aspect of individualism has also divided many of us too in many aspects, where they just tell you worry about yourself only. But as we see all of the holy prophets and messengers in history, Christ, Muhammad, Solomon, Moses, peace be upon them all, they all needed their disciples and companions and brothers to help them get to their destination. So we as human beings, we also need each other, and not be, bashful to ask to speak to someone or to sit with someone, to, like how Brother Douglas described that, it's very therapeutical in many aspects, and we basically need each other, and we can't let these people at the top continue to divide us, because they have nothing in common with the average person, because they're all millionaires and billionaires. We can't run for those positions, and they're not doing anything for the people anyway. So that's my honest opinion on this, I guess, the whole politics in America situation.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Deeply appreciate it. So, I don't want to really go in this direction right now because it kind of takes my mental energy away from preparing for the monologue, but I do want people to understand that this is the problem that I was speaking about with Peter Moon, and then I want Salman in particular to respond to it because he's very familiar with South Asia and would be able to provide us more about the insights into South Asia than many other people, as well as what it's like in America with their influence increasing. By the way, just taking a look into the chat room, and want to say thank you to White Noise 00, and he said basically, Douglas Dietrich, thanks for being a public informant. The world is a lot more clear with the information you provided to the public. I'll go away now. Well, thank you for being with us, and I want to thank Maria Gregorich for looking out for me. And Chris Collins says Brendan Zogit, just look for Morrissey fangirls. They're bound to be vegan. So hopefully I'll try and relay that to Brendan, or remember to. The Real Tech Geek says Nixon was trained to be a politician by Prescott Bush. Any insight into that, Peter?
Repeat that last side about Prescott Bush. Say that again.
The Real Tech Geek in the chat room says Nixon was trained to be a politician by Prescott Bush. Is that the case?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
He had deep connections to a Romanian bank in I think in Whittier. He was, when he was in Navy intelligence. I don't know his relationship with Prescott Bush, if any. I mean, he could have had one, but it's news to me.
Okay.
I don't consider myself the Nixon expert by any stretch. I mean, I know a few things about him, but I just don't know.
And I want to thank Derek Talley for putting the link to the Roswell Deception and Demystification of World War II inside of the chat room. And I'm glad that it works. Just checking now to make sure it does. And aside from that, yes, so here's where we have the issue that's happening now. Let me just check into the text from our latest. Okay, Jameson will be right back. And in the interim, I, of course, appreciate what Salman Sheikh is saying. And I will, of course, just differ in this sense. We basically can take that attitude. But my fear of people who do assume that attitude of a pox on both houses, so to speak. Now, that's not what Salman's saying. Salman is basically saying the reality, which is that neither party represents us, which of course is absolutely true in the classical sense of representation. And by the way, Maria, I understand exactly why you hit our man White Noise 00. I was actually wondering why Jameson didn't, and I'll speak to him about that later. He did strike me as a troll initially. He may very well still be, and maybe just taking off for who knows. But it's you did well, so thank you, Maria. I deeply appreciate what you did. Believe me, sometimes it's best to act first and ask questions later. And so hope you heard that. Love you dearly. And with that, one of the things that I was going to say again about my own stance is that we do have to, because we're being, by the way, we're getting some input from something in the background. Is one of us got the audio on? It might be Salman's in the park or something, or is that just noise out his window? Maybe, I'm not quite sure where. Salman, where are you at right now? Are you at home?
Yes, brother, I'm home. That was my TV in the background. I'll mute myself.
Oh, no worries. That was, and it was just, sometimes I just want to make sure those voices aren't in my head. And in terms of what I was saying was that when we have these two parties, we do have to act on alignment with the lesser evil that we feel is to, however imperfect a degree, representing our interests. And so I know where I stand on that, simply because of course, the issues I have as a minority, and with the majority of the issues I deal with in terms of the people who have decided to declare myself enemies, have basically aligned themselves with the reactionary side of the American political spectrum or ideological spectrum. Of course, Salman recognizes this as well, and so we do have to vote. We do have to align with what we feel defends our interests, and we do know people who are acting against our interests or against us in a manner that may ultimately be life-threatening. And this is what I'll deal with in my analysis of The Handmaid's Tale tonight. So just to briefly cover some of the aspects of the caste system in San Francisco, which I brought up with Peter Moon, and also to basically address as well some of the things that were, what else came to my mind with that? I guess I best cover the caste system first while it's on my mind, because otherwise it'll just slip me. Just so people understand this, I don't think most Americans really have any understanding of much of any other culture on earth. So what people do know is that India has had a caste system in place for more than 2,000 years. And of course, this is a very Asian mentation process where the society, in Indian society, the group comes first, and there is much less importance to the individual personality in terms of granting the sovereignty that in America in particular has come to manifest at a pathological level. And this, by the way, manifests in the kind of mass shootings we've had recently. I'm not even going to go into that, but I do want people to understand I'm not unaware of them. So California has had a terrible mass shooting recently that it's just too painful to go into. But basically, after a person's family in India, the caste commands an individual's major loyalty. And Indians still often identify themselves by the community they belong to, and the caste is still a factor in marriage selection. And in addition, the caste has allowed countless groups that have migrated into India many hundreds of years ago to find a place and play their role. But most people don't know that this actually has a name. By the way, I hate to say this, but really, the parallel that comes to my mind is North Korea and what they call the Juche system. In North Korea, the Juche system is a kind of warped Confucianism where, because they're communist and atheist, it's all based on the dictator of the family that rules North Korea, and that communist dynasty has evolved the Juche, in which part of that whole acculturation process is the indoctrination of eating less and less. Basically, because they're always in famine conditions, people are raised on the virtues of eating as little as possible and how virtuous they can be by sustaining themselves on as little sustenance as possible. So there's one meal a day in North Korea, and people who are caught eating more than one meal a day are considered to be just horrible criminals. People like, in a moral sense, it would be like a glutton. They would be considered gluttonous. Well, the Asian Indian version of that, which has been around far longer than North Korea's, is called jati. And so the jati appears in all the Asian Indian languages. It's related to the idea of lineage or the kinship group. And just so people understand this, there's perhaps more than 3,000 jatis in India, and there's no one all-Indian system of ranking them in order of status, but functionally they do. So when you're dealing with Asian Indian culture as a nation state, then for all intents and purposes, yes, there is a national caste system. So that people understand that, the jati system has at the absolute top the Brahmin, who were the priests. And then after that comes the Kshatriya, who were the warriors. And beneath that is the Vyasya, which are the merchants and the landowners. And underneath that is the Sudra, the commoners, the peasants, the servants. Now that's 4 caste systems. And then 25%, that's fully a quarter of 100 percentile of the fucking Asian Indian population is classless. That is outcast, out of caste, literally outcast. That's where that term comes from, meaning they're out of the caste system. They are untouchables. So these are the street sweepers and the latrine cleaners, so to speak. Now, of course, in the postmodern age, all of this has been radically impacted, but not in the sense that you may think. It's not the way they propagandize it. If you talk to a member of the Asian Indian government, they will flat out lie to you, and they will simply say the Indian Constitution has outlawed the practice of untouchability, and the Indian government has established special quotas in schools and a parliament to aid the lowest of the jatis. And so our lovely Maria has brought up the Dalits are in the front line in COVID. So just so people understand the term she's using, that's a term that the classless have come up with for themselves. In their attempt to empower themselves, the untouchables now call themselves Dalits. They've given themselves a 5th class name. This class is not recognized by the rest of India, the rest of the Indian population, which just laughs at them. But just so people understand a bit more, obviously, because all of this was based on the kind of system they've had in place for thousands of years, you get to the point that it's how do I say this? It's in their minds, in Asian India, caste is related to purity and pollution. So they were all supposed to be doing their part, their job for society. And each jati was supposed to have a unique job. But in this day and age, postmodern, not everyone in the jati performs it because there's no need for everyone to do those jobs anymore. In other words, there's barbers who they don't shave. There's carpenters who don't build. There's Brahmins who don't act as priests. But a jati is still identified in any local setting by whom its members will accept food and water from, and to which jatis its members will give food and water to. And this is what fucks up everything in a situation like COVID. And so people will, of course, still try to marry their sons and daughters to members of their same jati, and will give their major loyalty to their jati, their caste. And so in terms of what Brendan was bringing up before Peter Moon came on, Brendan, of course, is a vegetarian, and we were talking about vegetarian dating sites and the like. There has been an attempt in modern times to introduce mobility into the caste system out of economic necessity and the necessity to try to advance. And they call this Sanskritization. And to gain position in this process, a lower jati has to copy all the habits and behavior patterns of the dominant jati in their area. And this may mean that a lower jati will have to change their name to one of a higher jati. They would have to adopt vegetarianism. They would have to observe more orthodox religious practices. Of course, if they earn enough money, say if they're got some kind of business going, they could build a temple, and then they're required to treat their woman in a more conservative manner. In other words, a kind of oppression to their spouse will ensue. This is the kind of crap we're dealing with in India. Well, the reason you have to know about all this, because you might ask, what the fuck does this have to do with me, and why should I fucking care, is because all of that is now being programmed into your computers. is being programmed into your computers by a bunch of these motherfuckers who have been hired by your goddamn Silicon Valley. This is the problem that we're dealing with. You see, so one of the things that Peter Moon was asking me about, because I told him my son was forcing me into this watching the Handmaid's Tale, basically I began to talk about Sugar Daddy, my son's husband, and what he informs myself of as someone who's in Silicon Valley. Well, right now, of course, the specter of Silicon Valley that casts its shadow over all of you, a pall that none of you are aware of, is that the fact is that the Asian Indians have, with the Cold War that's been started against China, all of the mainland Chinese in the United States have been forced to go home. Many of them have even been deported. Because they were from an atheistic communist state, your biggest problem with them was simply that they were stealing everything. That was, how would I say it? That was almost benevolent compared to what the Asian Indians are going to do to you. Whereas the communist Chinese had no intention of imposing atheistic communism. They were interested only in profit and in industrial espionage. The Asian Indians are going to fuck you up by programming all of your computers to integrate their caste system here. Right now, there's a major lawsuit going on in Silicon Valley where the immigrants of Dalit backgrounds are rising up against caste discrimination at all of their workplaces throughout all of the United States. And what happened was on June 30th of yesteryear, California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing Regulators sued Cisco Systems Incorporated for discrimination. And the cause was not, like most workplace discrimination lawsuits, based on race, gender, age, or sexual orientation. It was based on caste. And the lawsuit accuses Cisco, which is a multi-billion-dollar tech conglomerate based in San Jose, California, of denying, just as the heart of the case to get the case going for an entire cast of thousands in the United States, but many thousands in California alone. This one engineer immigrated from India to the United States for professional opportunities, a raise and promotions, because he was from what Americans would think of as low caste, but in reality it's casteless, it's outcast, a Dalit background. And the lawsuit articulates that his Indian American managers, who are high caste Brahmins, harassed him because of their sense of superiority rooted in the Hindu caste system to terrorize him into leaving the company. Now, all of these Dalits come to the United States and they're all blacklisted in the computer systems. And the computer systems are programmed to blacklist them and make certain that they get no further anywhere, that they're relegated to janitorial positions and to waiter positions, or rather busboy positions, because nobody wants a Dalit delivering them food because they're considered filthy. So they would be only relegated to busboy positions. So these Indian Americans in America will claim they know none of this is happening. The Dalit Americans are basically not Indian Americans because the Asian Indians look at them as just shit. So until you begin to comprehend this, to you, these all look like Asian Indians to you. To each other, they look like shit or they look like an oppressor. So Dalit, the very word in the Hindu language, means oppressed. It's a self-chosen identity. So again, it's 25% of India's population. They're all trying to come here, but unfortunately, the Brahmins who had the ability to pay for high-level education have settled here first and are making certain none of them can progress as untouchables. And so it's in all your computer systems. So the original programmers in India have made it so that those of the outcast from India can never find employment opportunities in America. So Americans have no idea this is ongoing. So no matter where Hindus migrate to other regions on earth, caste is now a world problem. And so one of the architects of the India Constitution was of the Dalit caste, or outcast. And that was written in 1916. I mean, this was before my father was even born. And he even prophesied that the Asian Indians who tried to escape this would never be able to, no matter where they were on earth. So caste prejudice and discrimination is the blood of life in Asian communities throughout the United States, and its chains are turning the work culture within multi-billion-dollar American tech companies into a caste system that reflects Asian Indians. And so the Cisco engineer whose complaint led the lawsuit simply identifies himself as Dalit because it's been pretty much stated by his attorneys, if his personal name is outed, he's going to die. So from the mid-1990s, all American companies, panicking at the feared millennial meltdown of the computer systems, you might remember Y2K, they hired close to 100,000 technology workers a year from India. 100,000 a year. An overwhelming majority of the Indian information technology professionals who moved to the US were from the higher castes. Now all the Dalits are coming over and they're saying, well, now you'll do what you did for us in India. You're going to wipe our ass. So what we have now is the Jatification of America. Now you might say, oh, this is just going too far. How can this happen? Well, you just need to visit San Francisco. Well, you won't notice it unless you live here. So California, which is always the future of the United States, as the off-sided cliche goes, whatever the US is doing now, Europe will be doing in 5 years. Wherever California goes, America will be doing what California is doing in 5 days. So if you examine the socioeconomics of San Francisco, this is the harbinger for all of you. So the data proves that technology and services make up, since the closing of the Presidio military base because of my exposure and because of what I exposed, thousands of people lost their jobs, tens of thousands of people, which is why I was the subject to so many death threats throughout my life. All of that economy that the Presidio military base brought, everybody depended on supplying the troops, entertaining the troops, all of that's been replaced by Silicon Valley now. So the entire citywide employment process is based on technology and services. And of course, all data proves that unemployment and housing prices follow the tech industry's boom and bust cycle. And amid the current boom, basically a family of four earning $200,000 qualifies as absolute bottom level income. That's the bottom of the barrel in San Francisco. You know, people laugh when I tell them that earning a six-figure compensation, you're not even middle class in San Francisco. They don't even fucking get it. Now, consistent with all the data and the experience of all these local techies inside the San Francisco bubble, basically, there's what they call bourgeois life, you know, here, as much as bourgeois as it can be. You've got these four broad classes that have now developed the caste system, reflecting India, the inner party of venture capitalists, the successful entrepreneurs who run the tech machine that is the engine of our city's economy. They're the Brahmin caste. They're the high priests of the new religion, the religion of the soul of the machine. And the outer party, the Kshatriya, the warrior caste, That's skilled technicians, operations people, marketers that keep the trains belonging to the inner party running on time. They're paid well, but they're still essentially living middle-class lives, or what lives the middle class in America used to have. Then, of course, you go down lower down the pyramid, and you're at Vyasha, what would be either the merchants and landowners, or more like a Sudra, commoners and peasants and servants. And you begin to see that you're dealing with the gig economy. And the service class in the gig economy, you don't want to be part of it. These people are like living in their Uber vehicles and Lyft vehicles, and then they drive the middle class to work and back and everywhere else, and they deliver food like DoorDash and various other such companies. You know, in the past, computers filled hard for humans gaps in the human value chain. Now humans fill the hard for software gaps in the software value chain. These are jobs that AI, artificial intelligence, hasn't managed to eliminate yet, where the humans are expendable cogs in the automated machine. The Instacart shoppers, the TaskRabbit manual labor. It's what they used to call manpowers, where you hire people for temporary jobs, and these people have no insurance, nothing. All the money they make every day is just to keep them alive that day. Women have died delivering their babies, living in the Uber cars they're driving to carry other people around in San Francisco. And then lastly, there's the Dalit caste, our untouchable class here of homeless, the drug addicted, out and out criminals, people living at the ever-growing margins, the tent cities, the areas of hopeless urban blight. The inner party doesn't even see them. The outer party ignores them. The service class eyes them warily because they all ultimately end up there. And there is no mobility among the caste system. None. An outer party member could reach the inner party by chancing into an early job at a lottery ticket company, such as Facebook or Google, or by becoming a successful entrepreneur, but that's rare. Most of the outer party prefers working for the inner party, gradually accumulating equity through stock grants and appreciating real estate. The service class will never be able to drive, shop, or handyman enough to rise to the outer party. At least not without additional training or skills that they can never afford. They're mostly simply avoiding the descent into the untouchable status, while dealing with precarious gigs that disappear semi-regularly. Uber, for example, has made no bones about its intent to replace all its drivers with robots eventually. You know, we already have delivery bots that prowl our city streets. We restricted them for a while, but COVID made them all come back. These are robots that roll around San Francisco. They'll say thank you if you help them because they can't get up steps. Then, of course, there's the people outside this taxonomy, the longtime property owners, or longtime renters like myself, who simply couldn't live here at all if it weren't for rent control. And we just view the tech boom warily, and only the owners benefit from the rising property prices. Now, Peter Thiel, that venture capitalist, the first of the blood transfusion class that was outed publicly about it, he recently groused about how his hard-raised capital was disappearing into the greedy mouths of slumlords. Now, of course, there's some workers that do fulfill the role of that kind of missing caste. Because, like I said, we went from the Brahmin to the Kshatriya, and then the gig workers are really Sudra, the commoners, peasants, and servants. The Vyasha class, these merchants and landowners, that would be this kind of ephemeral, barely visible caste that's the more traditional non-technologies industries. So in more economically diverse cities like New York, they serve to break the boom effect of technology's rise. In San Francisco, their lives are increasingly impossible in a city that's taken over by tech and the socioeconomic stratification it fosters. I personally knew a tenuous member of the outer party whose partner was a relatively remunerated non-tech professional whom, even as a working couple, they couldn't stay in San Francisco, particularly with a child in tow. Now, outside of San Francisco's 49 square miles of unreality, you've got economies like those in Europe that have a social safety net to dampen the hardships of the lower classes. And they also defend traditional industries and labor practices in what's probably a futile effort to stem the threat of automation. I mean, they've banned Uber in several places in Europe. And taxi drivers there have mounted occasionally violent protests at the automation intrusion. In Barcelona, one of Airbnb's largest European markets, they cracked down on that company's rental listings because of large swaths of the old town center were becoming a huge Airbnb hotel. And of course, those bastards paid the price with COVID. They were all investing in this bubble, this Ponzi scheme, where they were getting more Airbnb and just expanding, and then when COVID came, they were stuck with all this property and no one to rent to. So they got what they deserved. But as quixotic as the European new neo-ludism might be, it makes for a much more pleasant place to live than America. I mean, one of the most refreshing things if you're living in Europe or even small towns in the rural United States is knowing that the poor aren't condemned to a completely separate and inferior life. Your place in the world isn't wholly defined by wealth. In San Francisco, here, the outer party, whose consumer life consists of telling mobile apps to tell humans to do things, they have this relationship with the service class where an Instacart user, for example, you always have a person of color coming to your door or some poor white, but mostly they're all colored. The essential workers are 90% non-white, and they're laden with the groceries you couldn't bother to buy yourself, whose total value exceeds what they'll make in a fucking day. Hefting and following Instacart prompts. These orders all contain errors because the buyer doesn't know what they're buying. I see this at fancy parties where, thanks to Sugar Daddy, I get a look into this kind of life nobody else gets to see. The fancy cheeses are particularly risky because the AI often misreads what you're ordering. You know, you'll peck at the app to leave a tip to assuage your guilty conscience and avoid thinking about the soaring and completely unshared returns to technology and capital. This is the dystopic nightmare that makes, along with everything else I'll discuss tonight, The Handmaid's Tale a reality. We're fucking living it. So, what we got in San Francisco is coming your way. Whatever city you're in, it's going to be highly stratified, no social mobility, feudalism with better marketing. Today's sharing economy is simply the sharecropping of yesteryear, with the serfs responding to a smartphone prompt rather than the overseer's whip and command. You know, inequality never decreases, except resultant wars and revolutions, pandemics, or total state collapse. If there's any nonviolent political hope here in San Francisco, soon enough throughout the United States, it's only to be found among maybe the outer party, because the inner party is completely estranged from reality. The outer party still has to teach their kids not to pick up street needles and use condoms, and occasionally feels the depredations of crime to person or property. I mean, everyone I know who even has what can be claimed a household has experienced crimes to their person or property within the past few months. And it's always been like that. Because the desperate here are desperate, like bonsai charge desperate. You know, starving people in Ethiopia like you used to see, the black kids with their ribs showing through their skin. By the time you're starving, you don't conduct suicide charges. But hungry people do. And though the outer party has little collective identity, they have common interests around street cleanliness, crime, schools, transit. Now, those interests express themselves, you know, in the last election where we brought in the African-American mayoress, London Breed, where she was reelected after she was brought in after the death of our Chinese-American mayor. So, San Francisco is the old money property class is dying or cashing out. The non-techies are getting squeezed. Everyone's getting pushed into the 4-level hierarchy. In case there's any doubt, you know, I find all of this horrifying. But it's coming your way, and we're all going to have to deal with it. But the people who are bringing it to you, who are programming it into your computers to make it permanent, are the fucking Asian Indians. And they are your fucking enemy. There's some Asia-phobia for you. These people have to be acculturated, and the first hope we have of that is this lawsuit here in California, and you'd better fucking hope the Dalit people win. If they don't win this discrimination lawsuit, this caste discrimination is going to become your way of life. Because your computers now have it integrated into their very fucking systems. So, with that, let's turn to everyone here, but Salman Sheikh and Peter Moon in particular. Salman, of course, has worked with these people, but Peter, you know, certainly when you hear this, you've been to San Francisco, you've seen elements of this. You saw the homelessness and filth here. Certainly Paula, she was just astonished. I believe she found this probably the dirtiest place she's ever been to. But you can reflect on that for us, and then segue it over to Salman, and with his expertise in Asian India in terms of Pakistan being its neighbor and the wars they fought against it, and his life in America, what he has to say about this should be constructive as well.
Well, we have a lot of Indians in Long Island, just like we have a lot of Asians. Chinatown, New York has really blossomed. And then if you go, this I'm talking about in Manhattan, and if you go over to Queens near Flushing, a lot of Chinese. There is a strong Indian presence in Queens as well, and in Long Island. They're buying up property. It's made the property values go very high on Long Island. Indian money, Indian. Paula once worked for a very wealthy Indian family that did not know the hell what they were doing. They still don't. Just complete knuckleheaded, knuckleheaded business person. Knucklehead. I mean, just but super wealthy. You know, I don't mean to suggest that
they're genetically bred to make money. Yeah.
Well, I mean, she was obviously hiding her incompetence and trying to. But being a sugar daddy to her husband, who actually had a good head on his shoulders business-wise, but was prone to being overruled by her. And then there's another Indian she worked for who was just a son of a bitch. She wouldn't allow him to be a son of a bitch to her, but he was, you know, nasty to his wife. He was so domineering. His kid had diabetes as a result of the father's oppressiveness, and now they want to hire her again because they're, you know, they probably have expounded their investment firm by double. So her response would be, well, you're going to have to pay me double. I don't think she could work for him. He was too disgusting in his behavior. just not just didn't have a clue on how to treat people. But I have had a lot of interaction with these people in restaurants. A very friendly relation. Of course, the people that work in the restaurants are not the higher caste that you're talking about.
Right.
My daughter had relationship with Indian people, but the people you're talking about are very high, superior in the food chain. Now, what's the most interesting thing, and we talked the other day, was David Anderson's relationship with India.
Yes.
And he had said that they were the most advanced by far when it came to time travel. They were also very able to maintain security because nobody understands their language. They would speak in Hindi.
Yeah.
And I would love to go into the doctor's office where they would be speaking Hindi. My doctor was, Pakistani, but everybody in there was Indian. And I would pretend that I knew what they were talking about, the girls. I was always very friendly with the girl. I'd pretend that I knew what they were talking about. And I must have amused them because I just don't think most of the patients just, I would play with them. I'd have fun and talk to them like they were people. And they always enjoyed the banter. They enjoyed it very much. But one time a Caucasian came in there and I said, "Oh, God, another Caucasian." Yeah, he spoke Hindi too. He was one of them. But back to the Dr. David Anderson, he worked with these people, and he said that they would comment that he would come in and do his work and leave, and he never, I guess what you call socialized with them. They commented on that to him. David can be that way. Goes in, does his business, and leaves. He had some major issues with them because I forget what they were, but he didn't like the way they were acting. He also didn't like what they were doing in time. He said they were sending drones into time. I had once asked him if you could send a TV or have a TV and take pictures into time. He said there were some issues with the boundary layer, but he did say that the Indians were sending drones into the past or into the future. But he didn't like this because he said when you change the timeline, you change it irreversibly. And so they were monkeying with time. I just don't have much more. Where they did have their operation was in a place called the Digi Hills, or Digi Hills, Dighi, I think is how you pronounce it. It's within 2 hours of Mumbai, formerly called Bombay. And there's a big Hindu temple there I would like to go. I was thinking of going there. And it's also not far from the Ajanta Caves. The Ajanta Caves are something that most of the world who's not familiar with India knows nothing about. I was required to study them, at least superficially, in high school. And these are huge caves that go underground. They're not only huge caves, but many of them are ornamented with paintings and with they've been refinished, but they go on and on and on and on and on. So you've got your caves in Transylvania. You have your caves in this would be Western India. Huge caves, very famous, and you can visit them. At least you couldn't visit too many of them because they're so big. But India is a place of great metaphysical mystery. It's very old. Radu, in his book, The Secret Parchment, goes into how the Mahabharata and what's that other great book? the Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah, Bhagavad Gita. Yes.
Yeah, he says that they have determined that the flora mentioned in those books could only be identifying it as Romania. And he says those books are describing ancient wars. And the blue goddess that you saw the picture of Paula portraying, Mashande, she was a associate of, I think it was one of the great characters in one of those books. I'm not going to say the name because I don't remember. It's mentioned in the book. But that culture comes out of Transylvania, ancient culture. And this can, of course, confuse everybody with the Roma people. Roma is another name for the gypsies, neither which of name is what they refer to themselves as. So there's a lot of convoluted history that's I haven't been able to totally get my finger on. It's certainly interesting, but as it applies to the caste system, I mean, we've always been in a caste system. It's the question is, how much of a caste is it? How does this affect somebody like Elon Musk? He might be an untouchable himself in their eyes.
Yes. Yeah, I understand exactly what you mean. What you mean is in the kind of sense that he's trash no matter what. But in terms of what I'm expressing my concerns about, it has to do with the fossilization, the petrification of our caste system into something where all mobility is denied. This is where we're heading because it's being programmed into our computers. That's the problem that we never had before. But
that may well be. At what point? Like I remember one time I had my Qigong teacher doing an interview, and the internet would back up. It wouldn't work sometimes with him. It was an energetic thing. The same problem with Paula's mother. You put him online and you can, I mean, she can talk online, so could he, but it could just back up non sequiturly because of the energy of the person. And there are some people who function just fine without the internet. It is sort of a phony baloney medium. We know the problems with it. You stated them very clearly in the book, how it's all it's controlled without the Indian influence. It's controlled without the Indian influence. I mean, you know, from what you're saying, it makes guys like, you know, Jack Dorsey, I can remember his name, the head of Twitter, who's the character Steve Bezos and the Zuck. It makes them sound good by comparison.
But they, of course, brought many of these Asian Indians here. That's part of the problem.
Yes, but they're, you know, it's sort of the old guard taking over the new guard. L. Ron Hubbard moved Scientology to London, headquarters to London. Part of that was because he was being run out of Washington, but he also said that this is the, you know, central communication lines of the world. And he was right. He was right, at least for the English-speaking world. But if you go back even, you know, you go back to Rome, that was the center of the world. All roads lead to Rome. Well, you could also make an argument that all roads lead to the Ganges, or some similar location in India. That they are so old that they are in control, always were in control, or have great influence. So I think that while all of this is, of course, unsettling news, many people will, I mean, the caste system has been in place for, you know, millennia. yeah, it'll be more here. I mean, we had a huge caste system during the Depression here. Yeah, there was some mobility, but not much. You know, if you could get rich by being very clever and inventing something. And as there was one guy I knew, he was an old guy in the 80s, and he told me, he says, you know, he says, I was a Mason. He doesn't mean a Freemason. He means a
carpenter, like
brick mason.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah. Stone mason.
Carpenter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he says, you know, he says, I was never out of work. They always needed me to do something. So there are always pockets of life. And, you know, I think at one time, the idea of living in San Francisco, I mean, it's always kind of dubious because of the earthquakes there, and which are a real threat. You know, it might, you know, be nice to live on Nob Hill and be very rich and all that, but now it's not so nice to live there.
No,
it's just so nice. On the other hand, you would have been surprised when we were talking, when we had a guest over and Paula was talking, we were talking about going to San Francisco, and the guest said, oh, I love San Francisco. And Paula started talking it up. Like, now that she's been away from it, she loved it and appreciated it. You know, in other words, she has of course, I have a fondness from it, from having been there and lived near, and she now has a nostalgic fondness for it. It's interesting, and it sort of erases the dirt that she saw in Chinatown, which to me was Chinatown. You know, it's like maybe it's been a little cleaner, but you know, I've seen worse places. So, but yeah, California has become a sour place because of all the people. It's overrun with personnel. And they said, you know, 100,000 people have left. It's not enough to make it a desirable place to go to.
Well, I mean, you know, there we can come into at least some sense of, how would I say it? It's not necessarily the number of people that are here. It would be just really an inefficient, because the economy is the way it is, so exploitive, so caste oriented. It's just, again, it's a mobility issue. And there really isn't any real development at the social planning level where you have architecture that designs cities for livability to accommodate incoming populations.
I have something to say about that. And this has to do with the city of Santa Barbara, a place I will almost always visit when I'm in Southern California for various reasons. But I don't know if I'll make it there this time. But I once noticed about Santa Barbara, you know, people tell me the only way you can get a house here is if you inherit it. It's just too expensive.
It's true.
And, and I remember sitting with my friend, and he, you know, he was a college professor, and I guess at the time he was renting a house in Goleta, where UCSB is, and it's a 4-bedroom house. I think it's what do you pay for this house? And I think, all right, how much does this house sell for? He goes $400,000, and it would be much more than that now. And he goes, I go, well, what about the house I'm staying in up there on the mountain? This is $1 million. It doesn't have as many bedrooms. What's the difference? He goes, a view. Oh, you know, it's like $600,000 for a view. Yeah, that's the logic. Now, the next year I went back and the house was worth $800,000. Of course, he was just renting. He was not the beneficiary of that. And I began to look at the dynamics of Santa Barbara. And I said, and I looked off into the coastal range, and I said, the only thing that makes sense, because you have a service personnel that work in the stores and State Street, very beautiful. You can walk up and down, and it's very beautiful. You can walk all the way out to the pier. But the thing I noticed about Santa Barbara, what they needed, and it just became obvious to me, is they needed a subway system with a rail that went out to those mountains where there was nobody, and to build affordable housing that was decent for the workforce, and they could live out there, take the subway into Santa Barbara every morning. That's what the city needed to create what you're talking about. Now, because Santa Barbara is fairly small, I don't know what the population is. It used to be 100,000 or so, 80,000, maybe, I don't know what it is, but it could, if they could do the construction, they could pull that off. That's not going to work in San Francisco, which is just too humongous. They've got to suffer.
Well, it's too congested. Yeah, it's
yeah. It's like there's no space to do that. You'd have to be building houses out in the bay.
Yeah,
big weird things going up.
Well, by the way, just so people understand this, that's what they have been doing in Tokyo, but we don't have the economy for that in San Francisco. This is what's so bizarre, is that America's wealth is not geared in that social development sense. So, but go on. Yeah, please.
Well, yeah, I mean, San Francisco is a weird geography. I mean, it's kind of beautiful if you look at it, and many beautiful aspects to it. And then, I took a serious interest in looking at real estate in what was it, Tiburon and Sausalito. And these houses are just very high priced because you get to live over the water, and some of them have views of the Golden Gate Bridge, and they're just beautiful. But, it's all kind of filled up residentially. It's not as crowded as San Francisco, but still, it's like Marin County is one of the most expensive. This is the county north of San Francisco, which you land when you go to the Golden Gate Bridge. It's one of the most expensive places to live, Marin County. And any which way, Richmond, which was never considered a very nice place, is now, those real estate values have gone up. Berkeley, from what I've heard, may be a crazier area than San Francisco, as far as its day-to-day craziness. People from a couple of friends that have constantly report on the weirdness there.
Yes, the People's Republic of Berkeley is how some people do.
Yeah, exactly. So, but as they say, there's no room. And when I would drive in from San Francisco to Davis or vice versa, you didn't really feel like you were in a populated area till you got to Vallejo. And then now you're in the Bay Area, the direct Bay Area. But now you go past Vallejo and it's just population after population after population. It doesn't stop. And the traffic, which was not a bad traffic day when we left San Francisco to go to Davis, Paul and I, it was way too crowded. And then you go up into the hills, and then you get into cougar country. You're fairly limited on where you could expand and put a service culture. What could you do? In New York City is much bigger, and although it's weird too in the way you've got all these different islands, the different boroughs, it's awkward, but there's, somehow New York City has figured it out better, although it's a problem there too. Where do New Jersey became very expensive because it was close to New York. Connecticut was always kind of upper crust. Long Island, always expensive because it's close to New York. It's like, yeah, what do you do? And somehow these metropolises seem to move on because they have so much. And then, say in the Hamptons, out in the eastern end of Long Island, they will pay quote unquote ridiculous sums to the help because they need help. So if you're an unskilled laborer, you could make back over $20 an hour as an unskilled laborer. And even somebody in the Bay Area was saying they're paying $60 an hour for unskilled carpenters because they didn't have any carpenters. Mm-hmm. And this is in Palo Alto area, I believe. In the Bay Area, he was complaining. It's like it's one thing to have a skilled carpenter, but we'll take an unskilled one. Somebody can tell him what to do, where to hammer the nail. And carpentry is definitely a skill. But yeah, so this is the kind of world. Eventually, the demand will pick up to where they'll pay more because they need the service. And so it kind of brings everybody upward. I say upward in quotes. And then to take it back to it's like, who controls the world? Who controls the world? This is a big issue, but if you could find out who controls the world, you might be better off not knowing.
Well, Salman Sheikh feels that there are some benevolent figures that may, in a sense, kind of help to balance out this sense of this overwhelming obsession that people have with negative figures. Honestly, the obsession that people have is they focus on Bill Gates as a genocidal figure who wants to kill us all. Of course, Bill Gates is not a likable character, and I've gone into his faults a number of times before, but to credit him with a ability to even try to initiate a genocide is to give him far more credit than the man deserves. I mean, this is like, it's really beyond his capabilities. I mean, the man's just, he's not that bright. I mean, more than anything, it wasn't like he was a brilliant techie even. He was basically, the way Sugar Daddy expressed it, he's basically a very clever patent thief. And but Salman, tell us a bit about, there are positive figures like was represented at least as, shall we say, a good concept for people to balance out their negative ideas of people running the world who simply want to kill us all. Ironically, in the John Wick film, they present the Hashishin and the Old Man of the Mountain, as the West kind of knew him, as kind of a benevolent figure who's behind the assassinations in the world. So try and put that into perspective for us, and then tell us about what you feel about the Asian Indian community in America, how they interact with Pakistanis here, and your thoughts about what we can do when their programming are very computers. So please take it from there.
Yes, Brother Douglas, and you have laid it out very vividly and beautifully, like you always do. And the aspect of order out of chaos and both good and evil coming from Allah, God, we realize that a lot of because people like the conspiracy stuff and the scary stuff because it excites them. But the reality is that the world exists in a balance. Light and dark cannot exist without each other. If you think there are malevolent beings that are controlling the world, just know that there are other beings also opposite in power who are also balancing this order out of chaos, because you have the aspect of one not being able to exist without the other. You cannot have too much order and you cannot have too much chaos. It has to be a fine line in the middle, how the Buddha has described. And it's funny also with the Buddha, if you read Albert Pike's book, Moral and Dogma, in page 202 or between 222, he's described as the first Masonic legislator of the East, who brought all the caste systems of India under one unity of umbrella. And it's funny that coming from Pakistan, like Brother Douglas has said, a lot of those people, honestly, before even Islam came to those lands, a lot of the tribal customs and the way that they acted, even before the faith came to that land, they still act in the same way with their weddings, with their rituals, customs. And it's basically an aspect of Islam, but with a South Asian twist to it. So many of them are still not following the original teachings. And this is also prevalent in Pakistan as well with the caste system, where, like myself coming from the Sheikh family or the Sheikh tribe, the majority of them tend to marry within their own. So they'll tend to marry like let's say if it's a male sheikh, he'll marry a female sheikh from the mother's side, from an aunt or uncle's daughter, or from a father's side, aunt or uncle's daughter. And it's looked down upon if you marry outside of that spectrum. And majority of the ones that you see here, whether it's from Pakistan or I guess other caste systems that you see from those South Asian backgrounds, usually tend to have these cousin marriages, which, you know, I hope to break that lineage whenever my time comes to settle down. So the thing is that the aspect of a lot of them, when they come to these countries, they still act like that they're back in Pakistan or India or other places. While the aspect is that you have to adapt to the country that adopts you in many ways. And even in the aspect of how Brother Douglas described of Hassan Saba, the old man of the mountain, many people think that the people that run this world are all in the Western hemisphere of the world, but they don't realize that everyone in this life that you meet is subject to something. No one is above or beneath one another in any way, shape, or form. Even the people that you might think are quote unquote world elites or whatever that people have been watching or seeing to come to that conclusion, just realize that there's even a higher power above them that they must answer to. And these are the people that you might not see on TV. You can't Google who they are. You don't know where they live. And these are the forces, both malevolent and benevolent, that basically have this world in a balance or a schematic that God has laid out on the concept of when people debate with Sufis and ask, who is Allah, God, and who is Iblis, the devil? And it's basically a continuous stream of that one source divided into two streams, basically balancing each other out for the reality that it's meant to create in this realm. Yeah, do sometimes benevolent forces let bad things happen? Yes, because that is the unfortunate reality of that order out of chaos, and how a lot of those things have to be balanced, where out of maybe extreme situations, a hero might rise out, or a benevolent prophet might rise out of the situation to help the people. So it's like the concept of hard times creating stronger men, and then you have good times that create weak men, and then that aspect that many in the modern world just cannot comprehend how deep it all goes, because they're too busy fighting about whose race is superior, whose religion or politics is superior. And that's the level they want to keep you at. They said, okay, they're happy over here arguing about their ball games, their alcohol, their race, religion, politics. Just keep them over here. Don't let them find out what's really above it all. And it's exemplified even in Hollywood. Hollywood will show you the truth in many ways too, subliminally, where you have the concept of John Wick with Keanu Reeves. And in the third movie, he's being hunted down by every assassin in the world. And it starts off in New York City, where he's running for his life with every assassin after him. And whether it's the homeless person or the other person, every other person is part of that network, or part of that spider web, that anyone or anything can be used against you when you cross that line. So he ultimately finds refuge by going to the east, to Morocco. And he finds Hassan Saba, the old man of the mountain, who gives him a second chance. And Hassan Saba foretells him that there's a friend that you need to eliminate within your circle. And John Wick's character, or Keanu Reeves' character, is hesitant that, how can I do that? He said, that's your only way to live, is for you to eliminate this character when you get back to New York City, or when I help you find your way back to New York City from Morocco. And when he gets back, ultimately, he's hesitant to carry out the act. And he finds out it was that same friend that Hassan Saba told him to eliminate was the one who betrayed him in the end. So a lot of these elders, when they make you take these certain decisions, they have a spiritual eye, or an eyesight, that can see into to the future. Or they have, it's like a lot of the Sufi sheikhs that I've sat down and consulted with, they've been able to achieve and pierce through the veil in many ways, where they can tell you things about your life before they happen, pierce through the veil in many ways. And you just have to be a very centered, strong-minded individual, because then you're dealing with all types of beings. Then you're going to be dealing with jinns, both malevolent and benevolent, and you're going to be able to see the earthly realm and all of its beings in existence that operate in this beautiful tapestry that Almighty God has painted this picture on the canvas as. There are some that can handle it, and there's one that I expressed on the show on a previous transmission that went insane, and the only way that he keeps himself sane is by staying in an alcoholic mode. So the concept is that many people, like, you know, Brother Peter has described, they're not ready to handle the truth about who we are, what the reality of this world is, what is good and evil, why does God let evil happen sometimes, and why does the aspect of good overweigh sometimes, why is good destined to win, and so many other things that people just cannot comprehend. And it's the same with the you know, the ignorance that I dealt with the Pakistani community as well, because Islam tells you that in whatever country that you live in, you have to adapt to its customs and norms. So when many of them come here, they still have the mindset, even for their kids that are growing up here with Americanized mindsets. And I tell them, just let them live their life with balance, because you're basically messing them up mentally in many ways, where they're forced to adapt to one culture and way of life at home. Then they go out to the schools and colleges and the workplaces, and they have to adapt to the American mindset. And then by the time they become adults, then you force them to marry a cousin from the family, which is a tradition I believe is going to start changing over time as people start adapting more and start educating themselves more. Then you have the Indian caste system that's doing the same thing here by looking down upon the Dalits or the other people who are of a different background. And they busted them recently. It was one of the states here in America where they had, I guess, lured a lot of the Indian migrants from India, telling them, we'll get you to America, because a lot of them were hungry for that in India and Pakistan. So they bring them over here, and they had basically taken their passports and held them as slaves, trying to build this Hindu temple. And they were recently busted by the feds, thank God, and those people were rescued. Same in Detroit. There was a situation in Detroit, I believe it was about a year ago, or close to a year ago, where they were I think alcohol store owners. They were Indian, and they had lured these migrants, giving them the promise of a good American life. And they come here and they hold them hostage against these slave wage jobs. And it's unfortunate. That's how many of the low level or middle class Indian and Pakistanis, they come here with that promise. Oh, you're coming to America, the land of milk and honey and beautiful white women and all that stuff, and freedom to do what you do. But then they come here and then they realize, okay, my degrees have no value here. Now the only option I have is be an Uber driver, work at 7-Eleven, work at these different gas stations, or the ones that have their own money, if they are resourceful enough, they'll open up their own business and try to survive on their own, because no one else is going to hire them. Because, you know, here is the aspect of networking and who you know and who you're affiliated with. So that caste system, like Brother Douglas is saying, is being psyched into the American mindset as well, into the American life, where it doesn't matter if I have an MBA degree or I have a clean record and I'm a good individual and all that. They don't care about that. Here, it's about who you know now. It's the same thing how it was in India and Pakistan, where a lot of them tried to escape to different places for a better life, that even though you had degrees and qualifications, it was about who you knew. And many of the Indians that I've interacted with in, I guess, England and here in America, you know, thank God, majority of it has been good. But there also is that minority as well that has that mindset of the hatred between India and Pakistan. And they don't realize that they're not there anymore. They're here, but they still carry that ignorance within them. So I dealt with a few people like that. It's in the Philadelphia area. So the family from India, it's known as the Patel caste system. And they're usually rich, and they own all the 7-Elevens, the Dunkin' Donuts, the motels, Taco Bells. And they hire any desperate Indian or Pakistani that's not getting hired anywhere else. And they put them on these slave wages and make them stand 12 hours a day. And when you complain to the corporate, which is usually, you know, white, they said, oh, we got nothing to do with that. That's between you and the franchisee, because the franchisee is the one who's allowed to make up the hours and do all of this stuff, which now you see on the news that their 7-Elevens are having a problem with keeping things afloat. With the corporate saying, we don't care how you do it, because corporate always takes 50% of their profits from the franchise owners. So then they hire these other people, mainly immigrants, to work 12 to 16 hours a day with slave wages, and at the end you don't get anything. So the concept of what people try to escape let's say from Pakistan or India, and come here for a better life. Ultimately, when they do come here, they usually find out they're usually in the same situation or probably in a worse situation. And that's what I tell a lot of the Pakistanis, even in back home when they tell me, hey, Sal, take me to America, get me a visa. And I said, you're better off over here. Just enjoy your life with a little dignity that you still have. And the concept is that what Brother Douglas is saying, how we can counteract what the caste system is doing here with that South Asian mentality, is that the Americans need to educate themselves more and get aggressive. When they see like a, how do you say it, an invasion into their way of life that has been occurring recently, they need to be able to identify that and counteract it in the best way that they can through education and awareness. And hopefully this lawsuit that the Dalits are doing in San Francisco can bring much awareness to that aspect as well, where people need to realize that if you come to this country, you got to leave that mindset over there. Otherwise, you come here, you're still living in the ethnic enclaves, which I've seen when I visited England as well. With many of the Pakistanis, they don't interact with their white neighbors and their other neighbors, and you're not helping yourself that way, because that's not what Islam is teaching you. You're supposed to reform and interact with all human beings and be open to all of it. And even here, in my Philadelphia suburban area, there's been a large influx of Bangladeshis coming from New York that are buying up properties and businesses left and right. And I think within the next 6 months or within the next year or two, my entire neighborhood where I'm at, it's going to be probably 100% Bangladeshi. And they come here, and some of them are interacted with the American lifestyle. They've, I guess, conformed to it, while the majority of them are still living with that same mindset and walking around the same way that they do in those countries, and just helping their own, sticking with their own. So that kind of caste system, because a lot of them look down upon the Pakistanis because of the war that happened in 1971 and the situation of East Pakistan and West Pakistan. So some of them are good as well. They're kind to Pakistanis, while majority of them hold contempt, and they only want to help their own, and they don't want to help anybody else. So with the Indian caste system and the Pakistani and Bengali mentality, or how a lot of them just bring that over here, it's not healthy to a society. And people must be able to identify that which of those values goes against those universal human values, and how we can counteract that and educate them and make them aware about these things. So it's basically how Brother Douglas laid it out in this transmission, and the one that he did focusing on the caste system in San Francisco, is that people, especially Americans, they need to be able to identify these things, and how one caste system is above the other. Like in Pakistan with the Sheikh family, they don't consider you successful unless you're a business owner, unless you have a car, a home, and they're always like in this piss measuring contest with each other. Every time I sit down and speak to them, oh, I know this many people, or I got this many businesses, or I got this much money. And that's why it clicked with my family in many ways. I was always the black sheep of my family, who was the first to do many things in my life. And very few of them actually understand me. And it's the aspect that the ignorance that I'm dealing with, even within my own community, that they just don't get it. It's what I've seen here. It's what I've seen in England when I visited England. And they just need to know that they're still living with that same mindset that they were living in before Islam even came to those lands, with that tribal mindset. And that's just, I hope in my lifetime I'm able to counteract that through education and awareness, because that is the only means that we have, unfortunately. And Brother Douglas is doing a great job with that, and I'm honored and privileged that we can have these hard conversations that others refuse to acknowledge or refuse to understand.
Thank you. And it's so true. Jameson, what are your own reflections on what these two gentlemen have been sharing with us? And the situation in general. For Zimmy's back. He said he was back.
Yeah. What I will say is
You all right
I'm,
there? You okay?
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I'm
just
fine. What I'm going to say is that I'm not optimistic. I think we're screwed. That's my that's my thoughts. I'm going to be pretty much blunt. You know, I don't see anything good coming from the human situation that we have right now. Where if because what happens to America becomes the norm everywhere else on the freaking planet. So I mean, yeah, we're screwed if this doesn't change, and I don't think it's going to change. That's the problem.
okay, and
Because it doesn't seem like the whites give a shit. It seems like they're more than happy to, the people who are elite, the people who have all their money, they're more than happy to. They don't care about the peons. So they'll let us fight amongst ourselves for scraps until whoever survives, whoever doesn't. That's pretty much the situation we're in. We're fucked. Either way you look at it, there's just no way out. There's a reason why I say I don't want to live past 50. I don't even want to. I mean, because I'm probably not even going to be possible to live past 50 anyway. But who knows?
well, definitely we have. Shall we say? It's how do I put it this way? It's certainly I share a great deal of your cynicism, but I think it's important to remember that it becomes reflexive. And this isn't to you. I'm not lecturing you. Lecturing all our listeners. We don't want to fall into a reflexive negativity where we just have a reflexive aversion to a positive outlook. It takes far more courage to be optimistic when you're as knowing as I am of the situation. It takes far more courage to maintain optimism, knowing what I know, and try and cultivate that, and cultivate a positive outlook, if for no other reason, just for the sake of being defiant. Everywhere you go, everyone.
Well, the thing is, I would like to do that as a means of survival, but unfortunately, the history of being disappointed. If history has taught me anything within my life, it's that humans never fail to disappoint. So if you have no standard for them and you hold no optimism towards them, you can only be pleasantly surprised if they don't disappoint you.
No, I understand what you're saying. I had that attitude forever, and I had to train myself to see the positive in where people are coming from. So, and it's just very difficult to tell where people are coming from sometimes. And so when you are, dealing with people, and it takes a real courage to look at people and expect positivity from them, because, well, you know my background, you know what's happened to me.
Indeed.
And so, yeah, it's not easy.
Just that it's just that we're in a very sophisticated situation as far as the global spider web that we see that's entangled goes, and this isn't even to say anything about what's going on here in America. So when we add that to the equation, as to the global geopolitics that's going on, what we see is we're pretty much standing on a teacup. We have an elephant standing on a glass teacup, and we're expecting it not to break. That's what optimism sounds like to me. Is it possible that can happen? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure miracles have been known to happen, but I mean, my thing is, I'll embrace optimism when you show me that there's something to be optimistic about.
Well, on a different tack, because I'm not going to have these two gentlemen try to convince you to be optimistic, and I'm not going to try. I'm just bringing up this perspective where you go online and you see everybody is cynical. and this is how they think they're cool, how they show that they're mature, and they're all just and again, this isn't you. I'm just talking about people online.
Yeah.
They're all just pieces of shit. They're all just showing how cool they are by being how cynical they are and saying how there's no hope for anything, and they're really just rationalizing themselves into impotence, because this way they can rationalize why they don't have to do anything. The reason that nothing gets done is because nobody takes any action. One would be amazed at how easy we can change the world when we just act, as opposed to just sitting back and rationalizing how nothing can be done. That being said, however,
Let me make a comment on that, Douglas.
yeah, please.
I have never judged myself against the world. Like, in other words, I've always been preoccupied with negotiating my own life, which is kind of the big game in town for me, not what's going on in the outer world. I mean, the outer world is there, you see it, but it's kind of like self-preservation has always been such a big issue, and trying to find my way in the world, that I really couldn't get too occupied in environmental issues or what. I know people that have gone and labeled the whole environmental issue, studied it in detail, and are very knowledgeable about it, and they don't have a pot to piss in.
Yeah, so sad.
Well,
so fucking sad.
They have integrity in their own mind, but not very much pragmatism. And what did all of their campaigning do? Nothing. Didn't do anything. I could kind of see past that. Now, there's another factor with, what was I going to say about, negativity in people. I remember when we used to have the Montauk meetings, people would just get off, certain people, not everybody, on the tidal wave that was going to level Long Island.
right there, yes.
And this sort of thing, because it's like they wanted this misery, because then everybody would be leveled, they'd be equaled. And it was like, it was just negativity. They were pumping their own negativity. And it's like, okay, I've heard end of the world scenarios. You were also talking in that transmission about apocalyptic attitudes, and it's been, there have been apocalyptic attitudes since the year 100 on the calendar, and they go, that's the year 100, it's the year 200, it's the year 666. People exhibit a lot of, craziness over, like the Y2K, and then there was the 2012. People say, what's going to happen in 2012? And I said, the calendar is going to change. It just gets ridiculous. And if people want to get excited about a date, I'd like them to be excited about August 12th, 2023. That's the biorhythm date of the Philadelphia and Montauk projects. Those things, we were all waiting with bated breath on 2003. What's going to happen? And there was a big blackout. And then, years later, I discovered that that's when they breached the chamber beneath the Sphinx in that time period, although that wasn't necessarily recognized. But yeah, and that was positive, not negative. Oh, there are many positive things. You can't have positive without negative, and you can't have negative without positive. So that's what I wanted to say on that. I'm going to have to retire soon unless there's anything else you want me to contribute to.
Understood. So thank you for reminding us of that. And I'll let you go soon, but before you go, may as well articulate to a degree what I will be going into that I feel might be dangerous for myself. And so this is a struggle that I'm tired of. I'm really tired of, basically, the fact I'm always left hanging and alone. And this is one of those struggles in which I would be again. So to put people into just what we'll be dealing with when I go into monologue, and I'll have Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese kind of hold for me while I try to prep myself for that, because once I'm into it, I'll be into it throughout the night. So, and tonight's going to be, very intensive. But so basically, when my son forced me to go through all of this, and I don't mean that in a negative sense, he understands, of course, that there are certain things that are in the popular vein. Right now, when these things are in the popular vein and they're on the public mind, it's best to address them now. Where this took me in terms of when I was watching it with my son, then of course I do the computer searches using the resources at the estate of his husband. So there's much more that I can access than I ever could even from home. The horror that I discovered basically is that when it comes to The Handmaid's Tale, it really drew me back into Canada, where Margaret Atwood lives. And she, anyhow, and the other aspect it took me to was the connections that I will have to bring up in the course of narrative tonight to a Jordan Peterson. And this Jordan Peterson is someone who I've run into all over the net and just basically on YouTube. And I never wanted anything to do with him or to say anything about him because, of course, he has a very large cult following. And the problem is that his cult is violent. And when it comes to people who speak out against him, they get death threats and everything else. So I'll have to go into depth into him tonight, and that may be just another result, just another angle of attack of people coming at myself. I want to qualify, of course, that I certainly don't want that to happen. It's not something that I'm inviting casually. It is something that does need to be addressed. All of this has to do with the fact that he's Canadian. The authoress of the book that inspired the series, which she's very much involved with. This is not something where they just took the book from her and they ran with it. We're talking about a woman who has a great deal of influence in her creative project. So Maria Gregorich says, we need to be a little more positive, as difficult as it is. Otherwise, we're only adding more negativity. So how will we break the cycle? Very much so, honey. And she does bring up that Jordan Peterson is an asshole. Okay, so this is true, by the way. And there's nothing I'm going to say to argue with that. Everything I say will reinforce that as not even a concept, but as a fact. There is, but what's frightening is how his cultists will respond, and his following in the United States is enormous. The horror as well is how people will just immediately attack me. They'll say that I'm jealous of the money he makes because he's a YouTuber, and he makes money basically off of YouTube, or through luring people through YouTube to his Patreon, where the money comes in for him. Basically, this man is now a millionaire off of his cultists in the United States. But
what kind of is it? I've never heard of him.
It's Jordan Peterson is someone that basically, of all things, if you can believe this, he's a
psychology professor.
Yeah.
I used to watch some of his videos because he used to talk about Carl Jung and whatnot, and I was interested in like some of the analysis he used to give on psychology. But then he sort of transmogrified into this all of a sudden this motivational speaker, and then he started writing books, and then he became this whole conservative advocate for oh my god, and everything just gets darker and darker and darker from there.
It says he's a Christian psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did they say Christian?
Yeah, he's Christian in the sense that the Handmaid's Tale government of Gilead is Christian. In other words,
he was Christian.
Yeah,
he's now a part of the cults of the kings.
Yes,
of
he
Edom.
very much is. Yes.
Let me just be straightforward with this shit, because I mean, if they're gonna kill me, they're gonna kill me anyway. I don't give a shit anymore. I mean, I do give a shit, honestly, but I'll fight tooth and nail. But I mean, you get where I'm coming from.
Of course. Yeah.
Fuck it.
And so thank you for knowing about this and for stating what you've stated. Certainly, Maria Gregorich, who lives in Canada, and Jameson Reese, who has, in a sense, lived on the net, they can both understand where I'm coming from with this. Bringing up this individual is like you're threatening someone who's one of these people who's allowed to get away with whatever he wants. The more entertaining aspects to this, which I'm not going to go into tonight, are that people on the liberal side have who work in media like comics. For some reason, they were portraying the Red Skull, which is the Nazi villain that's been around forever for Marvel Comics, the enemy of Captain America, in a kind of Jordan Peterson fashion, in a way that was, if they were doing such, it was so nuanced, no reader would ever notice it. But it's probably something that's just been picked up by his cult as another marketing scheme for Jordan Peterson. But at the same time, liberal progressives are very right to be threatened by this individual. I could see them seeing him in that light, and maybe that was integrated into the comics in some way where they simply took his rules for people, etc. What I'll do is, you can listen to the broadcast, tomorrow, Peter, and you can respond to it from there by the next time that you come on with us on Wednesday, or maybe the Sunday after that if you were unable to listen to all of it by tomorrow. So, but it's a subject where this man holds an unbelievable amount of power. He's able to say whatever he wants and get away with it because other people are doing the killing for him. So he's not held responsible for anything he does. And this is what's so shocking about it. But he is the person who is preaching the Gilead ideology. This is the man where if The Handmaid's Tale sources from anywhere, it's from this man. The punchline will come later on in the narrative because nobody's going to see it coming and it won't make any sense to them until they hear what I've found out. So certainly people, just wait for it. It'll come later tonight. Let's try and get into the space where I can.
Well, what I will say is that he does seem to have something. There's part of him that I've seen him dismantled by a civil rights speaker.
Mm-hmm.
Who was like, Mr. Peterson, why are you so angry?
Yeah.
I mean, and I found that amusing, but he does have a very anti-feminist tone to him, and this probably has to do with the fact that he did not have good relations with his wife or whatever. So,
well, any woman, he could never get a date because he's just basically a loser, and so he relates to all these other losers. Who are his clientele? These are his cultists, and so I'll go deep into that because I have to. It's not something I want to go into, but so with that being said, Peter can go off into the gentle night. He has an idea now of what I feel obligated to bring up, and hopefully. Let's pray that it doesn't result in any kind of backlash. But yeah, as I said, the easy way that people can attack me on this is they're simply going to say, oh, you're jealous of him because he's a YouTuber who makes millions of dollars off of YouTube. And compared to what you do, which is absolutely nothing. Of course, we've decommercialized the videos because everybody's complaining about the commercials. Our format is much different where when we retain the commercials by monetizing the videos, then nobody wants to watch the videos. And the money we make has all been stolen by Google. It's stuck there in the Google account. We can't get it out. Everything that the people have donated to me is in this account now that Selena's tried her best and she can't get it into my bank account. It's literally stuck there in Google. So there's no point in monetizing in my case. So it's, but the white guy up in Canada collects all this money. But that's because he does it through Patreon. See, and that way he has more control over it. There we are. So Maria Gregorich says, all you need to do is look into Jordan Peterson's eyes and see the evil that lurks there, the way his face is set in anger and hate. Thank you. Yes, but this guy's a professor and he's teaching people. And this is the alarming aspect of it. But he indoctrinates literally millions now all across the net. But anybody who wants to understand where Gilead is coming from, you just look at Jordan Peterson. That's his ideology. You know, what didn't make sense was how this happened. How did The Handmaid's Tale become a propaganda piece for this individual? And that's essentially the punchline I may as well give out now. This is what people don't understand about, and this is what will get people, you'll have to listen to the whole arc of narrative because people are going to react to this violently. But the point is, Margaret Atwood and Jordan Peterson went to the same university. She graduated from the university he did. He has remained there as a professor. It's like he never grew up, and he's forever in the womb of that university. And he talks to all these super adolescent man boys all over the net. Well, Margaret Atwood put out The Handmaid's Tale in 1985 as a dystopian science fiction story about the oppression of females. The horror of this is, of course, the fact that she originally portrayed this as a white supremacist state. This was at the time of the Reagan era. This was at the time when apartheid was still very much in effect. It would be impossible not to have the male supremacist attitude of the oppressors as portrayed in her feminist dystopian novel without them being white supremacist. It was simply part of the logic of this irrationality of this Christian theocracy that is all Old Testament and Antichrist, which is what Jordan Peterson represents. The point is that when she put this in the book, they made a movie about her book in 1990, and of course you can't do anything in 2 hours. The television series took it to a much greater level of detail, as it has the power to do, and with the amount of popularity they've been able to extend it. My son forced me to watch all 43 episodes. This was 34 and a half fucking hours that I dedicated to watching this shit over a period of many days leading into the Memorial Day weekend, and tomorrow I'll just be partying with them. But in terms of what I had to learn along the way into the background of these people, no one has ever brought up. No one. And what everybody has complained about, but not enough, is the fact that they've decided, well, we're going to take the race element out of this. Now, if you can imagine that, the insanity of that, that doesn't even make any sense on the face of it. So they said, we're going to diversify the woman being persecuted, when in the book, it specifically says the blacks are deported back to Africa. And they give hints of the majority of blacks are deported. And of course, in all such cases, they're always imperfect. When you've got pogroms, there's always exceptions, whether intentionally or not. It's realistic to have some blacks left over. But that's not the point. They decided to say, well, we're going to deal with no race issues, and everybody is into the oppression of women, killing of Jews, killing of gays, but no racism. So the insanity of that stance already and what they're presenting speaks for itself. So when Margaret Atwood has been confronted of this, never enough, maybe just once, she refused to address it because she's the person who signed off on this. It's not like other cases where they take your work and they turn it into something completely different because once it's in other creative hands, it's out of your hands. This was something she had total control over. And the reality is, what people don't understand is, she's not on the side of women. She's not on the side of any races, that's for sure, other than white. The Handmaid's Tale is a propaganda piece for Jordan Peterson because of Margaret Atwood. And nobody understands this. Nobody knows this. Matter of fact, the person who is starring in it, Elizabeth Moss, was raised in Scientology. And Peter Moon, do you even know Elizabeth Moss? Because she's like, her middle name is Don't Ask Me About Scientology. That is pretty much the running joke about her. And so she's the executrix producer of this series and made herself the star. It's why she's the star, because she's the executrix producer and she put herself in the starring role. This is...
What's her name? Elizabeth Moss?
Yes. Elizabeth with an S. And Moss, M-O-S-S. She was raised in Scientology. So Atwood is really, like Jameson Reese is saying now, a Ayn Rand figure. So this is the horror. A lot of feminists are watching this series and they're saying, oh my God, we got to do something about people like Jordan Peterson, who's promoting this ideology. Well, what it really is a blueprint. And so Atwood is propagandizing for Jordan Peterson. And this is a way of showing the world he wants, even though they will violently deny it. Again, in Archive Narrative tonight, I'll articulate.
Oh, he's actually quite open about his talks, and this is one of the things that really pushed me away from his talks and made me say, this guy's a piece of shit. You know, I was originally introduced to him by Curtis Joseph because, well, go figure. That all makes sense.
Excuse me, Ron, I think it says she's the daughter of Ron Moss. And if I recall, I think Ron Moss was the manager of Chick Corea, if I'm not mistaken. He does ring a familiar bell. It's a music man. I'm probably right. It says he was a music manager. Scientologist Chick Corea is among his clients. Yeah. So he was not a staff person. He would have been a public person. He would have been a celebrity in the sense that he was Chick Corea's manager. Mm-hmm. And so he was probably pretty wealthy. And his daughter grew up in wealth and had no issues, apparently, with Scientology. Chick Corea stayed in Scientology till he passed away. So that's a little bit about her. And, you know, when it comes to Scientology, I'd probably, you know, tell her she doesn't know her ass from a hole in the ground.
Because it's mutated so much. Yes, go on.
Well, even then, it's like, you know, make up your own mind. You know, what are you doing? But anyway, now you're saying she's involved in this horse shit. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. I don't even know if I want to know about this. It's like, why get myself embroiled in it? It's like, it sounds like it's just a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's good to deconstruct things. And obviously, you know, as your son said, it's topical. You should pay attention to it, according to him. And now you are. So, you know, provide the service. It's what you're here to do. But so much. I'm not going to lose any sleep over this tonight. I'll try and check in the morning.
Sounds good.
And anyway, enjoy the rest of the broadcast, and I'm sure you'll do a good job.
Yes. Well, God bless you, and you know, we love you dearly. You have a wonderful rest, and look forward to speaking to you again soon. Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Peter.
And our man Salman Sheikh, of course, is also on the East Coast. But with your, hopefully you'll be able to stay until midnight your time. If that's possible, I would appreciate it. And
yes, my brother, I'm with you.
Wonderful. I'd love you to kind of take over. I'm going to refresh myself. Both Jameson and yourself, I'd like you to hold the stage and burn bandwidth. And one of the things you might want to talk about is obviously you've been in Pakistan, and Pakistan has been in several wars with India. You might go into kind of that kind of whatever feelings they have about the caste system in India over there in Pakistan, how much of that might bleed over, or whether the Muslims are free of that. And you might also point out the, how would I say it, the kind of what you might feel would be oppression of women in Pakistan, because they do border Afghanistan and Iran to a degree. So you might tell people about what would be oppressive towards women in the Pakistani culture and what would not be. It would be interesting to hear that, I'm sure. And Jameson, of course, you can relate whatever you feel is topical. I'll leave you two gentlemen to hold that. I'll be back in a matter of minutes, and I will certainly be here. I'll let people know when I return. But I'm just trying to get myself psyched up for this, and it's not a pleasant topic, and it's just something that I'll do my best with, but in the meantime, these two men will help me get there. So I'll go mute for now, and thank you, both of you gentlemen, for being here on Earth. I love to both of you, and thank you for helping me out at times like this. So, stage is yours.
Oh, definitely, Brother Douglas. Much love returned, and I agree. And starting with Pakistan, I mean, we have to realize that before in 1947, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, that was all one territory, the subcontinent of India. That was its original format. And before Islam came to those lands, they're still following the same tribal customs and the way of life and the way they do their weddings and other ways of conduct that they have. It's still the same in many aspects, even in the modern day world that I've seen, where a lot of the dancing and singing that they do at weddings, you're not technically supposed to do that under Islamic law. It's supposed to be simple and formal. Same aspects of just marrying within your tribe. So that aspect of the caste system of India has bled over into Pakistan, where they just have this aspect. If, let's say, I'm from the Sheikh family, and if I don't marry a female cousin from the mother's side or the father's side, then they would look at me in a strange way, that I'm doing something blasphemous. And as time goes on, hopefully with many of them that have immigrated over to the West, we see that tradition breaking, with many of the Pakistanis marrying outside of their, caste family or their race or religion. So that will become more prevalent as time goes on in America and in England. And going back there, it's the aspect of the women as well, that Islam, most people don't realize that Islam is a matriarchal religion, and it gives rights to the women. Even the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, his first wife Khadija was the one who chose him. And this is a tradition that comes from ancient Egypt, that it was the woman who, once she had deemed a man worthy enough, she would marry him, and she would have the right to inherit property, do business, and choose her mate and all that stuff. And men in ancient Egypt, I believe, who were deemed worthy or had that intelligent, they were the ones who were chosen by the females. And that's something that has carried on from that geographical location into Islamic traditions as well. So in Pakistan, it's very repressed in a way where, I guess, the only way that they could have any, any kind of relation with any man is if they're married to them. So marriage is the only way that they can experience their freedom to be with a man, or for a man, vice versa, to be with a woman. So in that aspect, Islamic law tells them to get married at a young age, but you have that aspect of the caste system that bleeds over, which then they have a stubborn mindset where they refuse to get their sons or daughters married until they're in their late 20s or 30s, or if they find a suitable relation for them. And 9 out of 10, that suitable relation turns out to be somebody within the family, because they're stubborn about that and they refuse to go outside of the family, which ultimately they psychologically end up damaging their own children that way by not following true Islamic law, which gives you the right to choose your spouse and the rights for the female to have her dignity as a divine being that she is, where even the Prophet Muhammad has said that heaven lies at the feet of your mother. And most people have to keep in mind that in these countries, anything that occurs against women is a cultural crime, not what Islam teaches. These are cultural crimes and barriers that have occurred on that land even before Islam came there. So most people have to know the difference on what is Islamic and what is cultural. But, many people who are not educated on that aspect, they tend to confuse the two. Now, the aspect of Pakistan and India fighting wars amongst one another, Now, this is a system that's been set up by design because both are genetically the same people to many extents. They have the same food, the same language, the same music. They watch the same Bollywood movies. And even when they come to America, many of them tend to work together and be friends with each other. So that aspect of that war between India and Pakistan only exists there because it was set up that way. So instead of these two nations coming together and helping the poor of each other's nations and combining their resources and helping each other, they've been set up in this paradigm of just being in this endless struggle against one another. So neither side gets above the other, or they don't come in that aspect of human unity, even though they are the same people to many extents. So it's how do you describe it in the best way, that when the aspect of India and Pakistan getting their independence, quote unquote, most people don't realize that their leaders are still groomed and bred to be put into these positions of power by the powers that be at the time who had ruled India. And it's still the same system that's being carried on, even though they're independent on paper. You still have these, basically it's the same nation divided into two parts. Let them fight amongst one another. Let them not help the poor of their countries, and just put them in that endless cycle of war, repeat, and both are desperate. You have both poor on both sides desperate to get to Western countries and just come here and work and just try to survive. So that's the mindset that I seen there with the caste system, with the women issue, and this illusion of wars that India and Pakistan have had with each other, which has done nothing but just damage their own. It didn't affect anybody else. They're just damaging each other and their own with the nationalist mindset that they've both been programmed with, which is all by design anyway, which helps me relate to the Sufis, who I believe are the balance of that ignorance. And the Sufis in India and Pakistan, I believe it's their prayers that are keeping those places afloat, because the actions of the people, I mean, it's as much as you try to stay positive, they're not earning God's favor in terms of how they're acting with each other, with their families, and the greed for money and dollars, and just the human aspect of the human darkness and greed that overtakes them. But again, we have the balance of good and bad outweighs each other. So the goodness of those people is probably keeping things afloat. So I'll speak to Brother Jamo now and see what he thinks of this.
Well, I would say I am glad I did not grow up in that system. With that, there's a relief. But the enforcement of this caste system is something. This is all right. The fact that this caste system has been around for so long. Well, honestly, that's actually something I should ask. How long has this caste system been? Is it something that's thousands of years old?
Oh yes, it's been there for thousands of years, and it's like what you see with the Buddha situation, with Buddha being from the warrior class. Even in Albert Pike's book, he's described as the first Masonic legislator who's able to bring all of these different caste systems in under the umbrella of unity. So this is something that's been going on even before the times of Christ and Muhammad, peace be upon them.
Now, you see, this is the reason why, there's a rational reason why I am not very optimistic. I'm aware that there's a subculture of people who think it's edgy to be dark and cynical, just to be dark and cynical. But no, I'm not that way, nor am I someone who doesn't do anything about anything. However, the fact that that caste system was able to last that long and still exists to this day, in times where we are as modern as we are, shows that this embedded hierarchy mindset within the human collective unconscious is something that isn't going to go away. It's an archetype. What I mean by this is that it's fixed. The tendency of humans to create these castes in between each other, these classes, and none of this is ever going to change. even if one were to try to create a socialism where everyone's equal, there would be caste, there would be classes. So this is one of the problems. And the problem is it's something where it coming into America is a problem because I live here and I want to get the hell out. I mean, then again, where would I go? I don't have anywhere to go because this is the only place I've ever known. So this is a conundrum. This is a conundrum. How do we figure out how to dismantle a caste system that seems to already exist here in America in a subtle manner? Now we have a racial caste system here. It's not as much, it's not an economic caste system as it might be in India, but I'm sure that certain bloodlines and family lines also, and certain sub-races and whatnot play into that as well. So to a degree, we're already in a shit situation, and we have something introduced where our technology is mostly managed by people who have only known a caste system. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a downer here, folks. I don't want to, but you're gonna have to show me a goddamn miracle if you expect me to be optimistic about the future, because I don't want there to be a future if this is what we have in store for us.
Yeah, that's right, Brother JMO, and I see where you're coming from, and it's like what I touched earlier on the aspect of Allah, God allowing both good and evil on this world, and how there's an aspect of good and bad that balances each other out. And even when I came here to this country as a young man, I realized that even the American society has some kind of a caste hierarchy to a certain extent, where the schools that I had went to, they would keep the rich kids who had connections, who were more well connected. They would keep them all in the same classes with the same teachers, while the middle class or the low income kids, they would keep them all in these low level classes, which were not preparing them for like the high level colleges or high level jobs. So the one system, it's preparing you to basically be a worker or go to community college, while the other kids were being prepared for more elite levels, which is a speech by President, I think, Woodrow Wilson from 1916, where he himself has described this caste system that is in America, where he said that there's going to be two kind of people that we're going to produce. They're both going to get the same education, but one is going to be the worker class, and the other ones are going to be the ones who lead them. So these bloodlines and how they do things, it's not something that's prevalent to just India alone. That nepotism and
this
I guess
is global.
Those things.
This is something
it's
embedded.
Global.
It's embedded within the human. It's embedded within the. I suppose I will say it's embedded within our neurology. It's embedded within our neurological structures, and it's also to a degree embedded within our collective unconscious. So this is something as fixed as the gods, because when we look at gods, gods are absolute. There are no changing gods or god forms. When we look at the different religions and, whether it's polytheism or monotheism, gods are absolute. They don't have the option of change. And this is one of the reasons why I tend to always look at the physical realm as the highest realm rather than the godly realms as the higher realms, because at least here, because there's limitations, because there's a separation, because there's no oneness, things can change. And I find a beauty in that, being a sort of artist or someone who's more how do I say, connected with the genic or the infernal aspects of existence. But that said, it's very concerning that it's very concerning that we have tent cities in California, San Francisco. It's just horrific. Skid Row, those places are horrible. And these things are popping up more in metropolises like here in New York. So we're seeing a schism where the caste has a potential of being worse than it is in India, because instead of there being 4 classes, we're going to have 2 classes here. You're going to be piss poor. You're going to be or you're going to be someone who has and is super wealthy. And so this is where things seem to be going with the way things are happening. And the only way we can prevent this, now this is where I do find that we do have a ray of hope. Now, and this is because this is how I'm thinking, I'm processing this stuff as I go, but if we were to have a universal living wage, we could at least slow down the emergence of a caste here in America. The universal living wage would allow everyone to have some form of income, and that, I think, would be a major step in preventing us from having just techies and untouchables, which is probably going to be the only 2 castes left here in America if we don't have a universal living wage.
I appreciate that. By the way, I'm back now, and I do want people to know I caught the last few minutes, and I want people to understand my concern is the latest supplement. I understand, unless I miscommunicate it, and of course, Jameson, I'll look forward to any research you've done on this. Maybe you can help educate us more about this. But the next, I guess, what do they call it again? The supplement pay? There's
the stimulus.
Stimulus, yes, the stimulus package. The next one is only going to go to people who file tax returns, and I certainly don't file tax returns. Not because I'm doing anything illegal. It's simply that I'm on SSDI. And I don't make enough money otherwise to file any tax return. So in terms of I may be not getting part of this stimulus package.
What they're saying, what I'm getting here from Yahoo Finance, and this is as of Sunday, May 30th, 11:57 a.m., is 4th stimulus check in jeopardy while the last payment keeps dwindling. Though people are still receiving stimulus checks up to $1,400 from the last pandemic's 3rd round, that emergency support from President Joe Biden's administration is fast running out. And so far, there's no 4th stimulus check in the works. This is what Yahoo is saying. Mm-hmm. There are different sources saying different things. And this is one of the problems with the internet, is the fact that when we have the internet, we have a whole shitload of speculation. These are people who are just writing these articles of speculation to keep shit, going, to keep people, they like to have people hung in this sort of suspense because, that stress is money for them.
Right. It's true.
And that's another reason why I've grown really discontent with this human experience. I don't mean to be morbid, I mean, seriously, I honestly think if we had a universal living wage,
I agree.
We could at least slow down the inevitable caste crunch that's, coming to a city near you.
And
I mean,
yeah, I agree.
Damn.
I mean, certainly, I'm one of the people who truly argues vociferously for a universal basic income, a living wage for it's and the fact that people cannot see the efficacy of this is beyond me. But certainly, the Salman. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
Well, yeah. There was one more thing with Peterson. Now, this asshole. Now, I'm surprised. I would be surprised if Jordan Peterson doesn't say. I'm surprised Peterson hasn't co-opted it and made it so that the film portrays men as the victims.
Yeah.
Because his whole thing is like, manhood is under attack. Feminists are attacking manhood. Manhood is under attack. Feminists are rabid dogs. And I'm thinking, there's a reason why these women are angry, because how long has it been shut up, bitch, the men are talking. It's been like that since forever. So you can understand why the women want to get their voices heard. Yet, Mr. Shutdown King seems to earn the grats of every guy who's had a shitty relationship and has a kid he doesn't want, or might have might not be able to see his kids because he
was beating
whatever.
his wife, and
or who knows what the hell happened, or some incel who just can't talk to women, or is a piece of shit who's and all these chauvinistic jackoffs who walk around beating people up,
Right.
but they have to stand next to each other when they pee all the time.
Right. By the
Those
way,
types.
I want people to understand that I have a good friend
I
of
just
mine.
insulted everybody right there.
Yes, there we are. Have a good friend of mine out there named Nathan Brooks, and of course he's got children who belong to a wife who he's been fighting to have rights to see his kids. And I understand there are men out there who are victims in this regard, but understand that statistically, I'll back this up in Arc of Narrative tonight, it's the women who truly suffer as opposed to men in terms of domestic violence in almost any relationship. It seems to be universal. And this is the problem I'm dealing with some of the females that I had an intimate relationship with. Now, basically, I didn't cover this too much earlier, and I want to turn this back to Salman Sheikh for a little bit to break me until midnight. But just so people understand this, what happened was I did something that I think is not uncalled for as far as I'm concerned. Basically, Lena Shea arrived as a savior financially at a time when I most needed it several years ago. And when we severed, of course, there's a story behind that most of you are probably familiar with. But definitely where we're at right now, I figured that it certainly couldn't hurt to ask. I gave her a letter telling her that I was desperate and approaching her with all humility if she wanted to help out with my teeth this time, because I needed $1,000. Now I'm going to give a shout out, of course, to all those wonderful people who have provided help, and it's amazing what people will do in times like these, and God bless them. And Joey Ty in particular, Penny Bradley is someone who's not even possessed of much money, and she helped with $100, which for her is like a good deal of money, and so this is beyond appreciated. There's no way I can repay these people. At the time that Lena Shea approached me, she was pumping in thousands of dollars, and that was sorely needed because that was going into my teeth. We even had a man, Jason Knight, who forged a knife and sold it so he could help me finance my teeth, because the teeth at that time were costing so much to save the teeth in my mouth. This, of course, is a different case in a different part of the mouth, and it's something that should never have happened. And I found out that when they were taking care of me the other day, where I was upside down for 6 hours, this is what they were tending to, was that groove in the back of my tooth that was created by this Syrian dentist who literally, fucked my mouth up 8 ways to Sunday. When he put in a crown, he filed a food trap into the tooth in front of it, which created dental problems. And this is what was leading to me having to aggressively clean, floss, pick it. And anytime I ate something would get stuck there. And so this is why the crown was falling out on average once a year. So when the dentists were dealing with that, it took the 6 hours to deal with that. Where their professionalism went lacking was in the fact that when they put the crown on to replace it, they didn't file it so that it was out of reach of the other teeth, which, of course, just the sheer contact with the other teeth caused the temporary to break. And so none of this needed to happen. That was where they fucked up. And but my understanding is it was such a hard angle with that other tooth, which they never could have worked on unless my crown had fallen out. So there is some positive to be found in everything. If the crown hadn't fallen out, in order to take care of that horrible thing on my tooth, which they filed down, they would have had to have removed the crown. So this is, the kind of crap that I've been dealing with. all of that, of course, is it brings us back to the money. So I do need your help, and I'll bring that up later. Everybody knows I hate solicitation. Just explaining the situation should be enough. People are helping, but I need more. So do pitch in for that if one is able. Other than that, in times like these, it's amazing that I get what I do. And of course, the women's issues. When I do get to the point where I'm dedicating the show, I'll be bringing up Lena Shea in that sense, and dedicate the show to her for this episode. I still have the other individual in Australia that I will bring up as well, who donated $100, and I want to dedicate the next show or the show after that to them, because then I will get to Australia. I'll be concentrating very heavily on Canada tonight for obvious reasons. And so when it comes to these issues where we're talking about women's issues, and I've been famous for speaking about them for so long. It's very difficult for me to have personal relationships with women, Lena Shea being one of them, who says, God, is Douglas even talking about women's issues anymore, when it's obvious that I am? And, I'm not kidding when I say this isn't some fantasy or some bluff. I mean, I have something on her that could put her in jail. And I haven't, struck out against her because she's got 2 kids. But aside from the 2 kids that she's raising, which at one point, I don't want to get too deeply into that, but there's more connection between myself and her kids than people are aware of. And the point is that she reacts with such blistering hostility. It's incredible. It's as if she wants me to turn her in. This is what's so bizarre to me. And it's the same with V, who I was dealing with for years. And her personality has just gotten more and more toxic. And it's been impossible to deal with these people. And then we were dealing with Judith for a period of time. The incredible thing about all these women is how they treat me. The intimate relations that I've had with women outside of professional escorts. And these are women who, had it gone to the point where they wanted to commit, I would have given up the escorts. But instead of getting towards that point, they've turned on me in the most threatening possible manner, in a way that is literally betrayal in every sense, and one form of ostracization or another. I'll talk a bit about ostracization in some of our upcoming episodes, because of course it's personally impacted people like Derek Talley and Sammy Romero. I'll speak to it again. I briefly covered the topic before, this kind of psychological silent treatment that partners can give a person, in particular, that literally affects their health. And that may be a factor in what's happened to Derek Talley, based on how his wife responded to him. Understand this context of their situation, Derek Talley and his family, that I don't know, but in my case, pretty much everyone knows everything about me. And people have heard these women on my show, for the most part. You've even heard V has been on a few of the shows, though she was under an assumed name. And so the point is, I've always treated these women with what can only be said to be obsequiousness. Yet every one of them will say that I've been horrible to them, as if I've been pimp slapping them in public. It doesn't make any sense. So you really have to wonder about this. I speak to women's issues, the horror of violence against women, the fact that we need to sign, much legislation. There is a violence against women legislation piece that has to go through. If it hasn't, I need to do some follow-up on that, just like I did today on that lawsuit, the Dalit lawsuit. One thing I forgot to bring up about that, and I probably won't have time to address it in Arc of Narrative, is that one man who nobody names. Just so people understand this, that's like a pen name in the old pulp fiction houses, where you'd have a pen name where different authors would go in to write the same franchise of stories, like Commando Cody or some space hero, and his serial runs in the pulp magazine Argosy or whatever. And you'd see the author is, Damian White or whatever. That would be like a pen name so that whoever was working that month or was employed for that round of publishing would use that name, but they would all write into the same franchise. People would go for years reading this sort of thing. Fans of this kind of fiction wouldn't even know that there were up to a dozen or 24 writers involved with their favorite hero. So that Dalit lawsuit here in Silicon Valley, where I said, if they name the guy, he'll be killed. That's 30 women. They're all Asian Indian women. They're all Dalits. And all of them were raped by the people who hired them. When we were bringing up human trafficking the other day, of course, I was with Penny, and the problems I have with Penny is that it's just a rhythm you have to build up. She interrupts me constantly and throws me off of what I'm talking about. And when we brought up human trafficking, when Penny Bradley was here, I didn't have a chance to bring it up. The Texas, you can look this up. There were 3 women who were hired in Texas by the Border Patrol to investigate human trafficking. They were
raped.
Yeah, they were all gang raped by the police. They were all gang raped.
I saw that. I read that. I saw that article.
If you could bring that up later, if I take a break, or save it for on hand. If not this episode, then the next. You need to read that out to people. I mean, it's just you can't make this shit up. I mean, these are women hired by a police department to investigate human trafficking, and the police are all raping them. And that's here in the United States. So this is where we're at. And, I try to stand up for women because I relate to them, because I've passed as a woman throughout much of my life. Yet the women I've been involved with have been, there's no other word for this. I kind of laughed when Derek Talley put this post up saying people are cruel to me at Christmas, and I thought it was a joke. I almost put a ha-ha on it. But then somebody else did before me. And it turned out it was probably, I think it was his wife's girlfriend or something was doing that. And, I wouldn't go public like that myself, but then people don't have my venue. So I can bitch about it on air. That's another thing that's bizarre about these women. Treating me the way they do. It's not like they haven't been on my program. It's not like they know I can't talk about it. So it's like, why do they do what they do with such hostility, such toxicity that they render myself basically an enemy? There's no other way to look at the situation. And so do they not think that I will speak of this? It's not like I don't have the bigger bullhorn. So why do they do this when they're on my venue and I treat them well, and they say what they did, like Judith Eggert, which I don't hold against her at all. Like, oh, my son would kill you with, and butcher the body and bury it in the taro root patch. I mean, it's due to the violent life that I've led and the kind of horrors I've seen, that strikes in me a kind of almost perverse, what would you call it? It's an affection, but something like that. I don't know if there's a word for it in English. That's not what bothers me. Far more her silent treatment, the fact that she asked to become the beneficiary to my Marine Corps life insurance and then broke off all contact once she was made the beneficiary. I mean, what is that? That bothers me. This is the kind of thing that bothers me. What these women do is everything they can to render myself, what I'm saying is, it's a miracle I don't become a misogynist. It's a miracle I don't become one of the people who is like the sons of Jacob in The Handmaid's Tale. So maybe some of that will bleed through an arc of narrative, but, I'll be dealing with enough misogynists tonight in that regard. So, Salman Sheikh, you're still with us. If you could spare a few more minutes and respond to that, put that into some context for us, it will help while I, again, just try to get myself into the headspace where I can deal with this.
Oh, definitely, my brother. And the way that I see it from my point of view is that Almighty God, in the positive way that I try to approach it, is only happy with us, my brother, is when we are a man or woman of our word. So when we say that we're going to do something, we have to do it. Now you have women that I've seen in America. Now I could be wrong; it might not be all, but majority of it is the aspect of individualism, and they're all afraid to commit to each other. So one day she can approach you saying that she wants to be friends. Then the next day she'll tell you that she'll love you. Then the next day she'll tell you that, okay, now I love somebody else. So that's the aspect of jumping around and not being a woman of your word, because that's the way that this society has programmed you to be, because they rather encourage you to be separate from one another rather than the man and woman coming together in unison, which creates that force of the one, just like how we see in many of these exemplified movies, that when the divine feminine and masculine come together, that's when you create a lot of those heavenly experiences. But the powers that be, they have the system set up in a way where they have the man confused against the woman is confused against the man. Then you have these different gurus out there, like you're going to describe in your monologue tonight, that are basically wolves in sheep's clothing. They're just have their own agendas to keep this division going in their own ways. So I agree completely, and I look forward to your analysis of this.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And in terms of, honestly, this might be an awkward question, because I understand that you're so removed from many of these kind of, shall I say, normal human pursuits. But what about your experience with women in America or in Pakistan? Certainly growing up, you must have had some relationships or the like. Are you willing to share any of your experiences? People would be interested in hearing what you're willing to share about things and what might happen.
Definitely. So in Pakistan, obviously, I always had the female cousins who wanted to marry me, because I guess they found me as their way out of Pakistan and come to America. So I always dodged that bullet, and I always so I always respectfully told them that, you're in this lane, I'm in this lane. I respect you as a sister only, and I don't want to go beyond that. So I tried to maintain my family relations that way, by maintaining that level of respect and where I draw the line. And in terms of America, my brother Douglas, I've been in workplaces, I've been in different situations where married women approached me, women in relationships approached me, and I would tell them, be a woman of your word, be loyal to your husband, be loyal to your spouse or whoever you're dealing with. And I would see men in different situations in that aspect as well. So there is no concept of loyalty where I've seen, even in Pakistan, you'd be surprised, as a Muslim country, but human nature is usually the same everywhere. So with my point of view, I let God decide that for me. I rather focus on my path and what I'm doing with my Masonic education, my spiritual education, being involved with great brothers like yourself, and just spreading love and light to humanity. That's my purpose. And I believe when God wants me to have my other half, He will send it to me when I need it the most, or when I'm ready for it. Until then, that is something that I will not pursue, because that is also something that the enemy can use against you. So you have to be mindful in that aspect on how to identify what is love or what is deception being carried out against you, to either get under your skin, lower your morale, or to put you down in some way. I've been blessed by God to identify those elements and how to be ready when the true time comes.
Thank you. And it's definitely appreciated. So with yourself, James, then tell us a little bit about how walking has been going for you lately. That's always adventurous.
Oh, yes. The adventures through the rain-trodden New York cityscape seems to have attracted. Unfortunately, I seem to be attracting more males than women, and this is concerning. You see, because I appreciate that I'm an attractive guy. I really do.
Yes.
But I prefer, the softer, gentler, and more curved
Yes, I
nuances
understand.
of women than the boxy sort of just there, because guys are just, we're just constructed out of pure utility.
Yes, that's right. It's
There's
just
no
me.
aesthetic.
Yes, it's just like this is why watching women perform gymnastics, like women between the bars, when you see them basically.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, well,
Gymnastics
I'm not,
is just incredible.
yes, I'm not bringing this up necessarily as eroticism, but my point is the grace of it is so much more just manifest than when you see men doing the bars and gymnastics, because it's like a slab of beef just bouncing between two rollers. It's yeah, there you go. But anyhow, so go on.
Yeah, now I'm walking down the hill to this underpass that I go by. These dudes are smoking weed out of their car, and they're just staring at me. And so I'm thinking maybe I should walk around the other way. And I'm like, nope, fuck it. And so I think to myself, but what I do is I'm like, no, fuck it. I'm gonna just walk right by them like they don't, and pretend they don't even exist. And that's what I did. And this one dude looks up from his seat, and he's stoned as hell. And I could smell the weed coming out the windows. And I'm like, okay, interesting. Okay, so I'm like, when the hell I've never seen these dudes here smoking pot before, ever. And I've been walking down that area since forever. So who the hell are these mofos, and what are they doing there? So anyway, I get to Bay Street, and I'm walking down past this old abandoned hospital, which looks like something out of a fucking Batman comic or something.
Gothic,
I mean,
yeah, Gotham.
Yeah. This is that's the old what? Oh gosh, what was it called? St. Vincent's Medical Center there. And all of a sudden, and I see this red van just sitting there, and the thing about it is, I'm thinking to myself, okay, how much do you want to bet that van, as soon as I get to a certain point out of eye shot, is going to drive off? And I'm just joking to myself, like, yeah, whatever. It's I'm just fucking around. Sure enough, I get to a certain point where I'm out of eye shot of that van, and then I go back to where I was, and I look at the van drove off, and I'm like, what the F? So I'm like, okay, was this motherfucker just waiting for me to pass by so he could, like, you know what? It's very unsettling when you walk past people and all of a sudden they just whip out their cell phone and start texting someone. It's like, yeah, you could have been texting someone since before I passed you. Why do you have to wait till I pass you to text somebody? Maybe I'm looking too much into things. But then when it happens so frequently, it becomes a pattern. And when it becomes a pattern, it becomes something that they want you to notice. So they want you to know that you're being watched. Well, take it all in, folks. But if you want to see my face underneath the mask, you're going to have to pay me $20.
Oh. There you have it. Salman, how are you holding up? I was wondering if before you go, you might share a 7-Eleven story with us when you were working all night and some of the nightmares. I know you got to go to bed soon, so when you want to bow out, just let us know. I suspect I'll be right after this story. If you have one to share, then you can check out for the night, say goodnight, because of course you get up early. Yeah.
Yes, Brother Douglas, definitely. It's always just an honor and privilege to be on this platform and listen to you, JMO, and all of our brothers and sisters. And it's funny, but with JMO's dealing with gang stalkers, and when I deal with them, I just laugh at them because I know, I just look at their antics, or like how they use color coding with the red and blue colors or whatever that they do. So it's funny. I just laugh at them. And I know the aspect of good always winning over evil. And I know with Brother Douglas, it's the same thing, that no matter what the enemy uses against, I guess, the aspect of truth, good and the light is always destined to win. And that's something that I've seen working at, sharing a 7-Eleven story before I leave for the night, is that I had many instances where gang stalkers would use, like, at the same time, like when I would be working a night shift, like 20 to 30 people would pop up in the store out of nowhere at the same time. And mostly they would use like teenagers on the weekends, or they could use whatever elements that were there in the area. But at the same time, I would have like the other people that would pop up, like that one Asian woman that I described who would be in full tattoos from head to toe. And she would call me her brother, like, hey, my brother, how are you? How are you doing? How can I help you? And there would be these other individuals that I had no idea who they were that would pop up out of nowhere and come and help me and just sit outside with their cars. There was this one lady who sat in her car till it was time for me to go home and clocked out for my shift. So that just kind of gives me the security that no matter what the darkness or enemy uses against you, and same with you, Brother JMO, is to be positive and always have faith that those who love you and look out for you, you might not even know who they are, but they're your angels, and the people that love you are always around you. And that keeps us going with positivity and conviction with Brother Douglas's message. And what we're doing is that continue without any hesitation, do what you need to do, share your truth with the world, knowing that good always wins, light always wins, and that those that love you and protect you will never let anything happen to you. And with that said, I give my love to you, Brother Douglas, to JMO, and I greet you all and bid you farewell with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all.
And peace be upon you as well, brother.
Good night, Salman.
We love you dearly. You take care. We'll speak soon.
Much love. Good night.
Thank you so much. And of course, want to thank Jameson Reese for helping as well. So if you can, break out some more stories, such as those women working for the... Or go on with whatever you want to talk about.
All right. Well, the thing is, all right. The weird thing about it is there are certain consistencies with the people I seem to bump into. Because it doesn't matter what time I get on the boat, I will see the same passengers. That doesn't make sense. Surely these people have better things to do with their time, like work a job.
Well, obviously not. And that is their job.
Yeah, and so that's pretty concerning because they're making all the money and I'm not getting shit. Where's my money?
There you go. Well,
you guys are watching me. I'm supposed to get paid. Yeah. I am the star of the performance, man.
Yeah, I know. This is the injustice of the world that we live in.
Oh my gosh, that's irritating. I'm looking for that article. I know I saw it somewhere, but for some reason I can't find it now.
Well, any other article that you feel might be relevant. I do want people to understand how that idiot Ted Cruz was pushing Russian propaganda recently. Just openly actually promoting a Russian military recruiting ad, if you can believe that. This is where we're at now.
They're recruiting. Oh, okay. So they're recruiting. All right. Russia's recruiting American citizens to be their soldiers. Wow. Wow. How brazen.
Yes. I mean, Ted Cruz is doing it for him. Yeah. That's, Cancun
Mr. Biden, if you and your aides are listening, please wipe Russia and China off the map. Do us a favor. Well, at least get their military installations, not the people who have nothing to do with this shit.
Thank you. No, that's an important.
Yeah. Get the assholes who are in their government.
Yeah.
Let the people do whatever. Let the people establish whatever amongst themselves later. But wipe them off. Wipe them out already. This is just at this point, were this any other era, we would have been in war already.
Yes, it's true.
There would be sorties already. We'd be in the middle of war operations. I mean, I don't know why we haven't gotten there yet. I do have an article from yesterday about a shooting that happened in Florida. Mm-hmm. Supposedly 2 dead, 20 injured in Florida banquet hall shooting. This is Hialeah, Florida. 2 people died and an estimated 20 to 25 people were injured by gunfire in a shooting outside a banquet hall in South Florida, police said. I'm guessing most of the people injured were from the stampeding of people running from the gunfire.
Likely,
because
yes.
that's usually the case. The gunfire erupted early Sunday at the El Mula Banquet Hall in northwest Miami-Dade County. Ugh, how the hell did I screw that? Yeah. Listen, do as I say, not as I do, folks. All right. Police told the news outlets. The banquet hall had been rented out for a concert. 3 people got out of an SUV and opened fire into a crowd outside with assault rifles and handguns. Police Director Freddy Ramirez III said, authorities believe the shooting was targeted. What the hell does that mean? That they were just that they were looking for someone specific? These are cold-blooded murderers that shot indiscriminately into a crowd. Okay. So how is this shooting targeted if they shot indiscriminately?
Good point.
I'm not going to figure out what this writer what the particular writer of this article was trying.
As you pointed out before, the writing is simply degenerating at this point. There's no real, the people are less and less able to write.
Douglas,
okay. Yeah.
Here's what's scary. I feel like as I'm getting older, I'm getting smarter.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I'm a lot smarter than I was when I first started listening to you.
Okay.
And I feel like for some reason I'm able to pick out patterns a lot faster.
Yes. Yeah.
The scary part is, I mean, I was even able to pick out that the promotional on the promotional banner for your Facebook for the Facebook banner, yeah. I noticed that you still have the bruising on your neck.
Yes, you saw that.
Yes. So I mean, I'm able to spot things that that most people wouldn't even catch. Yeah. And what's scary is it seems like everybody else around me seems to be doing dumber and dumber and dumber shit. And I'm scared because what is a smart person? How the hell am I supposed to stand up against walls of stupid people? Maybe I should just start drooling and picking my nose and be like, pretend that I'm freaking stupid, and maybe they'll just run past me or something.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's very frustrating, and I know exactly how you feel, and I'm sure that many people who have been listening to me experience what you experience as well. With you, of course, the more you work with me, the more you're able to do that. And the more familiar you are with me, then you notice what might be wrong or what, wasn't there before, even on my physical person. So it's definitely something that I appreciate, and I hope everyone else appreciates that about James. And honestly, let's take a look into the chat room and just take a look at how people are. Veronica Barrera is with us. Love you, honey. And thank you for joining us tonight. And Atlantean Wizard, oh God, I've got to follow your advice. I've got to start shilling the book in the editorial. And of course, Daniel Arola was with us earlier, and hopefully he's resting well at this point. Joe Tai says, UBI is coming to your city. Just remember to vote for Yang. Okay, yes, universal basic income. Let us vote for Yang. Yes, that's right. He was in kind of an awkward position. For those of you who don't know, now you do know who Yang is, right?
Yes.
So tell us about what you know.
And I also have the ballot. He's running as an independent, and he seems to be interested in a universal income.
Oh, dude, he was. You heard me explain that before. He was the guy who. Yeah. Go on.
That's one of the reasons why I'm interested in voting for him. I know that there are other candidates out there who are running for other parts of office in New York. For everything else, because I'm just going to vote for women, because I just don't usually, unless I have a reason for a golden endorsement like universal living wage. unless I have an endorsement like that, I usually won't vote for males. I do suffer from what's called misandry.
Yeah, I'm with you on that in general, and obviously.
Yeah, I mean, there are good guys. There are good guys out there, you know. I'm certain, but it's just that I have to suspect that you're not one of them until I get to know you.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's survival, and you know, the people who my father likes to watch the show World's Dumbest. And I mean, it's funny sometimes, but I fear that watching dumb people do dumb things might make me dumb, so I don't watch it. But my father's very smart. My father's a brilliant man, by the way. But I'm just saying, it just doesn't amuse me. But I noticed that most of the people who are on that video, 99% of them are males.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah, that they're genetically programmed to do stupid things so as like the race can evolve without them. That way, you know what it also does? It eliminates them from the breeding pool. That way it helps with the eugenics.
And I'm hoping, you know, the problem is because men seem to look out for, well, at least here in America, men seem to look out for men more than they look out for women. Unfortunately, they'll save each other from whatever horrific, life-threatening injuries they get.
Well, you know, it's that way in too much of the world. Too much of the world is like that.
Yeah.
You know, next time, remind me to ask Salman Sheikh about this. But if, you know, that was not the area of the Muslim world I was in. And I hope people understand this. Muslims are not all alike. There are different races and ethnicities, and they all handle Islam differently. As you know,
it's just like everyone handles Christianity differently.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, it's just like you could be a Gnostic Christian, and I've even bumped into atheist Christians. How the fuck does that work? I don't know, but it's possible. I mean, honestly, I'm a polytheist, so I'm obviously a rarity here, because I do realize that Yahweh was one of the 70. He's one of the 70 children of a god and goddess by the name of El in Asherah in the Canaanite paradigm. In fact, scholars are still arguing as to whether Yahweh originated in that paradigm at all, or was brought to that paradigm from foreigners. But you know, I found that quite interesting. And so when I see like people who are like Satanists saying, you know, you have to be wary of Christians, man. Those Christians, they're gonna Bible you to death. I mean, it's like I'm thinking to myself, dude, are you fucking serious? Christians are about as threatening as my cats are, which my cats are probably more threatening because you know there's always a potentiality that my immune system will be compromised by, you know, this self-abuse, and I'll wind up, you know, having some kind of horrid infection from my cats doing something as playful. Doing something like playful biting or trying to lick my ears or something. Who knows? But I mean, seriously, the people who are a threat are people who own guns, and most of them are, especially males, of any ethnicity, especially white and black and Hispanic, because since these are the majority races of America, they are most of the men I don't trust. That's not to say that someone who's Chinese or someone who's Indian can't get there and shank me with a sai in my back or something, or you know, or a Vajra or some shit. But you know, it's not likely. It's not as likely as someone, as some of those smoked out dudes who are just like hitting me with a car or some shit, or some white dude saying, "I hate life, I hate everybody," and just opening fire at the ferry terminal or some shit. I mean, who the hell knows? And this is the stuff that goes through my head on a daily basis. My brain over-processes. It's over-processing. This is why I need to quiet the voices in my head, people. Seriously. It's called self-medication for a reason.
Oh God. Yes. So you just out of curiosity, see what else you can come up with just for a few more minutes while I do some breathing techniques here. Center myself.
Well, it does seem thoughts and prayers are going on for years. Prayers haven't done a damn thing inside the black community, so this was probably a bunch of
Who's saying
thugged
this?
out.
Who's this?
This is a part of the article of the shooting in Florida, so I'm guessing this was a predominantly black club where the shooting took place. All right. A TV personality, businessman Marcus Lemonis, star of The Prophet, took to Twitter to offer a $100,000 reward to help authorities capture the suspects. Yeah, well, you'll be paying the cops overtime. Good for you.
Is that like a bribe so they don't ticket him or something? It's this way they stopping him in the car and asking him if he stole it. This is what
who knows? Other good news is well, wait. Did I say good news? I didn't mean that. I seem to have misspoken.
Sometimes it can be taken as good news when you're in a bad enough mood and it seems like somebody's thinning the turkey herd.
You know what? Yeah. That is true, and it's times like that I go with the iBlack in the horriblevideos.com and watch just horrifically gory things until I'm so dulled at watching people turned into putty by getting hit by trucks and all types of vehicles. God damn, I'm scared of cars.
Yes, cars are bad. Yeah, cars, it's
oh my goodness, I saw this GIF the other day when we were doing the last transmission from China, and it was like one of those GIF files of someone getting hit of someone just speeding while these people are crossing the street, and they just go flying into the air, and when they land, they're all like twisted and crunched up and shit. I think you commented on that. You said the human body is like the consistency of a tomato.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Cars are terrifying, folks. There's a reason why I don't want to fly. I don't want to drive.
Yeah. It's scary. It's the most dangerous thing you can do. Really, it's
just scary being a pedestrian walking on an island where no one gives a shit to even stop.
Yeah.
At stoplights or stop signs. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's horrifying.
So go on. Yeah, I was just going to let people know I'm almost ready to. To start.
Okay.
Almost. I said almost. Give me a while. I'm not really anxious, but it is what it is, and I have to start at some point.
I do have some good news. There's a board fight at Exxon, which intensifies on spotlight of climate change. Since I'm always focusing on the climate, yes, I want folks. I want the human race wiped out, but that does not mean I want the planet gone. It's a work of art, even if we're not around to see it.
Right. By the way, I want to thank Joe Tai, who's in the chat room personally right now. Hugs to Joe Tai. He's the individual who basically contributed $250 United States dollars. So with the contributions I'm getting in, I want people to know this is positive. There's an endpoint to this. People are contributing, and so this is something that helps immensely. And honestly, there's not enough I can ever do for you other than to do what I do. So we're heading towards the ability to pay off my teeth and securely enable me to also pay off my bills, which haven't been piling up, mind you. It's just, I'll tell you what, this month of June coming up, I have a conflation of three things that unfortunately are hitting all at once. One is the stupid refuse collection bill, the recology bill for basically taking my garbage away. I wish they would just bill us once a month, but they bill you once every 3 months. And it's just, that's absurd to me. But I guess they figure it's cheaper for everyone because the bills, if they did it once a month, it'd be something like maybe $20 a month. But like that strikes me as enough to cover the cost of their fucking little bills they send out. So, but basically it hits you once every 3 months, so it's more like $80 or something in my case, which by the way is extraordinarily cheap because I get a discount because I was able to basically factor my SSDI disability into being factored into a discount program with them. So, but nevertheless, it hits in June, and then my annual bill for maintaining my Marine Corps life insurance hits in June. And then, so that combined with the regular Comcast bill, and then, you know, the Recology refuse collection bill, and then the Marine Corps life insurance, along with $1,000 for the dentist. Obviously, this June will kill me without your help. So everybody, please continue contributing. Just remember, indicate myself as friends and family so that the integrity of your contribution is not compromised. And with that, I will start to go into solicitation for Ben Estenius, who I should check in with, just make sure he's all right, because, you know, the guy sent me a Bible, and when somebody does that and they send, it usually means they're dying or something. And by the way, I want to thank Atlantean Wizard, who says DDD is the only cool person I know left in California, which he spells with a K. By the way, there is a serial killer film by that name, California spelled with a K, that I think has David Duchovny in it. I'm pretty sure it does. Atlantean Wizard also says, try to imagine a world where California invests in its infrastructure. I mean, wouldn't that be beautiful? I mean, we have these ideas.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, I know. It's a valid statement, and we have these you know, attempts where they were trying to set up you know, transportation ideas. It's kind of like speed trains, bullet trains, kind of. But I don't know what's become of them. At any rate, we have certainly a lot of people in the audience right now. I'd better get to work and earn my pay, so to speak. So I love you dearly, James and my son, and do stick with us whenever you.
Yeah, I will. I'll be in the background. Since I'm on the 3rd floor, I don't have to worry about going to sleep.
Bless you.
I just have to worry about the black helicopters and UFOs getting me.
There we are. And yeah, he's kidding. He's kidding, people. Anyhow, Veronica Berrera says, Buenas noches, Douglas. Que Dios te bendiga. And buenas noches a todas, my lovely Senora Veronica. And, you know, there's, and Daniel, I should have been reading his stuff, where he says, when nothing is getting done is called the wait during processing, like that long ass waiting period to get booked in a cell at jail. Yes, and anyhow, when Maria G was, you know, Maria Grigorich was agreeing with our man Salman that, oh yeah, you know, none of these people care about the people concerning these political parties. She says they're all self-serving and there to make sure division continues. Okay, we gotta stop thinking like that. Okay.
Yes, I have to concur with you. I have to concur with you there, because if we don't take an active measure now, then it will reach a point where it won't matter like that.
Yes.
We're not at that point yet.
Thank you. Thank you.
If we were at that point yet, we would be in Israel.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Israel is
under Netanyahu, which and according to the news, they're trying to overthrow his ass.
Yeah.
He's not having an easy time anymore.
Thank God. You know, and one can only hope that they succeed. We'll see what happens, and you know, it's the far right in Israel is getting together with the far left, because, you know, Netanyahu represents certainly nobody really other than himself.
He represents himself.
Yeah, yes, he's disgusting. Honest to God, he's trying to turn, you know, Israel into, again, the North Korean comparison comes in mind. You know, his family dynasty is similar to that over North Korea, except, you know, the difference is his people aren't starving, but that makes it all, you know, this is why they tolerate him. They tolerate that clown because, you know, the majority of people are living fat in Israel. I remember now what Amelia Willard, that friend of mine on Facebook, this wild young lady who's militantly anti-vax, and in the same way Brendan Zogid is essentially kind of anti-vax, which many of you may not know to a degree, but his stance comes more from, like, the health food freak stance.
Oh yeah. That's his shtick. It's my brother's the same way.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, if I just get it, I'll just get it. And I'm like, okay.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is not like the flu. It's not like the flu, and many people did. Yeah, go on.
It could be a generational thing, I think, because a lot of the younger generation, they seem to not give a shit.
Yeah. But I'll tell you something, by the way, so that people understand this. It is definitely a fact that Lena Shea probably caught it twice before they even started producing vaccines for this shit. And this was in the really early days. It was really spreading everywhere. Another woman I spoke to when I was renewing my Medicare and Medi-Cal at the Department of Human Services, she was helping me. They all work from home now. And she said she got deathly sick, before they even started telling people to wear masks. And they were still working in their offices, with the intake and people coming in concerning their human services, all these issues. And she said that she must have had it, but nobody was reporting it at the time. So what there you go. I mean, this was like just when people started saying, you remember there was the ship and somebody came off the ship and that was supposed to be the first one in California. It was around that time. Everybody started.
I remember because I had a fucking wicked sinus infection and I was so angry that I decided I'm going to cast a spell so that everyone else gets fucking sick. And sure enough, and then later on, like the next month, I hear you doing a broadcast about this thing happening in China where people are getting sick through the pipes and whatnot. And I was like, holy fucking shit, it's happened. I'm like, I got to buy my mask, man.
There you go.
You saved my ass, dude.
There you go. Thank you. Well, not quite sure how happy some of the people out there are about that because they obviously consider you a person of interest. What with the
I don't know what they're interested in. Honestly, I think they're just like he's the only man who's not getting dumber while everyone else around me. That's what I think it is.
Well, I think it's interesting.
They're trying to figure out.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah. I was gonna say I think it's interesting that Salman Sheikh also experienced gang stalking. In his time. So
yeah, but what's also interesting is that the colors red and blue pop up a lot with me as well. And I so he got the colors dead on. I know for a fact he was getting stalked too for the sick. Now I wonder if this might have to do with, I don't know what it has to do with.
yeah. What's the connection between the two of you before there was me? Yes, and
he was a Freemason. I was into the occult.
Well, he's a Freemasonic Muslim, so he's got a double whammy there too, and I'm sure you're black and you're into the occult, right? It's kind of
and I'm not writing any of the coattails of become a living fraud.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd best get started. I want everyone to understand this is the lovely Jameson Reese, and he will be breaking me when I need some refreshments or need to refresh myself. Bless his heart. And with that, this is the Memorial Day transmission. It is also the post-Byzantium-Toshi. The Byzantium Toshi would mean Byzantium fall. The fall of Constantinople was 568 years ago. So I hope everyone understands that was considered the birth of the Renaissance, the rebirth. And this was because all of the science and the men who were able to convey that science of the ancient Greeks and the Romans, but particularly the Greeks, were able to then distribute that throughout the West. So this was the end of the Dark Ages. The reason it was the equivalent of something world-shattering. It would have been as if the Soviets had invaded Western Europe. This was the Turks invading the Balkans and taking Byzantium, Constantinople, was the equivalent of the fall of the West. If the Soviets had invaded Western Europe, this was the fall of Christendom in the sense of the Eastern Roman Empire. So these were were devastating times. It was a cataclysmic event, and then we had more happily, in terms of yesterday, the birthday of John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And so aside from all of that, we have Memorial Day tomorrow. So this is an eventful weekend, and I hope all of you appreciate that. And aside from that, I am aware, of course, of the United States intelligence reports on UFOs headed to Congress, the Pentagon's UFO report. All of this is literally to distract from what Peter Moonen and I have released with our book. That's not indulgence. That's the reality. So do bear that in mind. And aside from all of that, of course, buy the book. That goes without saying. And I need to, as Atlantean Wizard says, I need to start shilling the book in the description. I was trying to do that the other day. And, it's just been so busy through the Memorial Day weekend and what my son had me do. So let's give you the fruits of that labor. First off, in terms of shout outs, I want to give a shout out to Eric Laystick. Eric Laystick sent me 25 United States dollars, a quarter of $100, as he usually does monthly. God bless him. I had a $20 contribution from Lilith Services LLC, a limited liabilities company. Lilith Services LLC is most certainly an individual, and she is not Aquino's Lilith. I know that much for several reasons. First of all, when Aquino gives me contributions, Lilith Aquino, and she has sent me money. She sent me like $5. It would be something like that. It would be like a taunt. She'll send something like, here's $5, and then she'll say something, taunting with it. This has happened, and Peter Moon and I have discussed this in past episodes. This is not Lilith at all, because first off, it's Lilith Services LLC, someone who's fascinated by the Lilith archetype, which is understandable. Lilith is not a negative character mythologically. In other words, she's gotten a bad rap. And I've gone into that before, and I'll go into it again in the future. But this Lilith actually wrote to me saying, God bless you, Herr Dietrich. Now, Lilith Aquino would never say that. She literally could never bring herself to say, even as a lie or a taunt, God bless you. She couldn't even say that as a lie or a taunt. And then Herr Dietrich, the use of the German honorific, is something Lilith Aquino would never do. And Penny Bradley, as I said, of Penny's Creative Solutions, actually, that's what she used for the transfer of the funds, sent half $100 United States dollars. And bless her heart, she is, of course, Nachtwaffen pilot, the Night Force pilot. And so she has that wonderful little show of hers, which I'll be on in June. And wonderful human being. And I love her dearly. Of course, I have... Well, anyhow, she's a wonderful person. Love you dearly, Penny Bradley. And look forward to being on your show. Okay, and Joel Tai sent 250 United States dollars. God bless him and keep him in health. And Jameson Reese says about Penny Bradley, he says, I get along with her surprisingly well. You're back, right? You're back from grabbing your snacks, right? Is
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And in terms of dedication, Louis Rogers from Australia sent 100 United States dollars. God bless he or she. I don't know their gender. I'm going to try and send them an email sometime soon. Again, been overwhelmed as of late, and I do want to get to some cultural and geopolitical analysis concerning Australia and what I feel is its future direction. And so to Louis Rogers, you're on my mind. And but tonight the show is dedicated to Lena Shea in the sense it's I'll say it in a positive sense. I think God, and I'll say this, God truly protected me from seeing whatever shit she wrote. whatever it was awful, and enough to depress our man Derek Talley, and so it's just what it is. I don't ever want to see it. I'm not interested in whatever she said. And so if Derek's listening, just take that into account. Don't send it to me. I'm surprised. That's really passive aggressive of Derek Talley to even forward that to me. Honest, to tell you the truth, I didn't get it, which shows you I'm divinely protected. But the fact that if it's that upsetting and he forwarded it, what's that? It's like nothing I need to say. I'll take it that she said no, obviously, and then blocked him, which is like, if that upsets him, I don't know why. It's not like he had anything going on with her. Hell, Jameson, you had far more going on with Lena Shea.
Oh yeah. I was trying to reach a point where we could meet up and fuck, but that sort of
well, she betrayed me, and at that point you blocked her. That's what happened.
Yeah, and when I found out that she had COVID, I was like, all right, well, I could still wear a mask, right? I was like kind of negotiating it, and then I was like, you know what? Let me wait till this dies down.
Yeah.
And I'm glad it never manifested, because I probably would have wound up dying.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that's awful. Okay, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, but other cases such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejedine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com. Or you can telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Also, I would like people to subscribe to his YouTube channel, Man of the Soil. And you just want to keep up with all the exciting landscape architecture that he invests his energies into to bring you the greatest show on dirt, his words. And he does this by helping to bring those men in brown, we call them Mexicans, and he helps bring them over that great invisible Trump wall to work for you, because the white guys can't work under the blazing sun at high noon, because they all wind up getting the sunstroke, and they just basically literally burn out. In terms of the services he's offering, it's landscape design, consulting, and paver, travertine, and flagstone patios, artificial grass, decorative rock, driveways, walkways, lighting, drip irrigation. Have fun with your property. After all, you're stuck there under quarantine in your own little echo bubble, looking out desultorily, I mean to say, at your front, back, side yards. He can make those pleasant landscape to look at with his 45 years of experience. And, of course, subscribe to his YouTube channel. You'll know you're in the right place when you enter Man of the Soil in the YouTube search bar, and you wind up seeing that young white chick with the blonde hair and the set of pins that Well, her rack's holding up the t-shirt that says Ace Hardware. It's green t-shirt. You'll know you're in the right place. Then you can watch Manny put down the AstroTurf. That's so our man, Mr. Benestenius, in his one piece, can race over it in his sprint car, because he used to be a professional sprint car racer with his own trading card and everything, Really cool. So our man Benestenius will then, you can stop looking at him whenever you want after you see Manny putting down the AstroTurf and he's racing over it, reminding you it's the lawn you never have to water or mow. You can turn your attention after that to that wonderful aerial drone footage of his men working on yards, making your place a better place to live. Call him to get that done at 1-520/544-7743. That's in Arizona, of course, and but I'm sure he could work almost anywhere in the Four Corners region. So again, that's 1520-544-7743. All right, then. Now we'll get into the horror story of The Handmaid's Tale and all that it implies in the real world, the horror that people really don't know to appreciate. So, obviously, the main star of tonight's arc of narrative, in a sense, is the Canadian poetess, novelist, literary critic, the essayist, the educatress, the environmental activist, and inventoress, Margaret Eleanor Atwood, of the Order of the Companions of Honor of the Commonwealth Realms, the Fellowship of the Royal Society of Canada, the Order of Canada, and the Order of Ontario. Bear in mind, she was born in 1939. She's 81 fucking years old. And Atwood admitted years ago that she originally based Gilead on Iran, succumbing to the 1979 Irano-extremist revolution, which, dolorous under its draconian religious rules, still languishes around today, 42 years later. Gilead America, but eeping Iranian agonies as a once prosperous and cosmopolitan nation, taken over by its neo-nationalist military and defense-contracted corporate elite with a theocratic veneer. But I myself can examine significant historical moments and legislations from around the globe and find that, as ever, truth is often far stranger and far more horrible than fiction. Now, Atwood herself admitted years ago that she originally based Gilead on Iran, succumbing, as I said. And in terms of the Islamic Republic, the red robes of the handmaids in The Handmaid's Tale. They take their inspiration from a number of places, including the 17th century garb of puritanical women and the habits of Catholic nuns. In case you didn't know what the nuns wear, that's called a habit. And they also call to mind the traditional Islamic dress, which may be adopted by women as a matter of choice in some free societies. More pertinent, however, is the fact that this religious clothing can be forced upon women by authorities in the Muslim world. In other more conservative communities, it's not hard to imagine the Christians aping the Muslims. Exempli gratiae, Iran's Islamic Republic, which has been in power since the country's 1979 revolution, forces women to wear the hijab. And according to Amnesty International, the law of compulsory veiling empowers police and military forces to target women for harassment, violence, and imprisonment, as well as countless other human rights abuses. Now, over this weekend, my son finally forced myself to binge watch The Handmaid's Tale, a feat that is fairly emotionally exhausting. I have found the show to be every bit as compelling and haunting as I'd been promised it would be. I will say I prefer Alias Grace to it by far. which is a Canadian television miniseries directed by Mary Harron and written by Sarah Polley, based on Margaret Atwood's 1996 novel of the same name, which tells the story of a young Grace Marks, a poor Irish immigrant and domestic servant in Upper Canada, who is accused and convicted of the 1843 murder of her employer and his housekeeper. But there was, well, let's just put it this way. When my son forced me over a period of days into this Memorial Day weekend to sit through 34 and a half hours, ultimately, of this shit, one of the horrors that I ran into, well, I'll just go through arc of narrative tonight, then I'll tell you what Derek Talley said, and I'll bring up a little bit. Yes, Jameson Reese says it must have been torture. It wasn't that bad because, you know, I'm surrounded by the Blood Boys. I have a steady supply of that to nurture myself with, along with my own son's company. In that sense, that wasn't the issue. The torture was investigating what was behind it and delving into the mind of someone like Jordan Peterson. So let's do what we can do about this. There was something about the entire series that was torturous and just intolerable to me. The one thing that makes no sense by any rationalization: why isn't Gilead a white supremacist nation anymore? In Margaret Atwood's original novel, The Republic of Gilead, in addition to being a faith-based military dictatorship, also has a racist caste system. While other non-white groups are not mentioned, it's stated explicitly that African Americans, labeled quote-unquote the children of Ham, which was why Derek Talley was supposed to be on tonight to talk about that serpent seed belief that many Protestants have concerning black people, that they're really the spawn of Satan impregnating Eve, which makes them all damned to hell and back, and therefore they behave as horribly as they do because, Jameson Reese is saying, well, shit, I'd celebrate that. And so in terms of this, they are also known to have been carried forth by Ham through the Noah's Ark, etc. This is for those of you who want to look up the serpent seed doctrine, investigate that, you'll find the theology behind this so that people can basically dehumanize blacks to their ultimate extent. And of course, the children of Ham are not the children of Jacob, which is white and human, etc. So in terms of the blacks, they're not the children of Christ. They're the products. This is the belief of many Protestant evangelicals. And so for this reason, then, you have a scenario that is based completely on an extant theology, just so you know. And with that, the children of Ham, you've got this situation where they've all been relocated to, quote-unquote, in the book, the original book, which I read long ago, national homelands in the Midwest area that is set up like South African-style apartheid homelands. So we were emulating the South Afrikaners in this 1980s novel when apartheid was still very much extant. And of course, our man Jameson is saying why there would be black evangelicals is beyond me. And I agree. Why are there? At any rate, it's not like the whites want them. So, there you go. Because of the multiple influences that Atwood pulls from in the book, and the fact that that apartheid was still in force when Atwood wrote it, it made perfect sense that Gilead was a white supremacist nation. Now, so, unlike other dystopian fiction where the author or authoress just quote-unquote forgets to include what happens to people of color, Atwood originally did not hand-wave their existence out of existence. Twast instead a purposeful omission to allow us, the reader, to understand the depths of Gilead's depravity. Now, in this serialized televisual Handmaid's Tale, we be insulted by proposition of a post-racial patriarchal hellscape. So what happens to white supremacy in a totalitarian theocracy? Well, it depends on whom you ask. That's involved with this project. Margaret Atwood said of her own novel, America was not initially founded as an 18th century Enlightenment republic. It was initially a 17th century theocracy. That tendency keeps bubbling up in America from time to time. Now, Atwood's picture of a post-liberal theocratic America is strikingly characteristic of our particular shade of totalitarianism here in the States. People say that totalitarianism looks unique in every society, and that American, quote-unquote, fascism, as of course they name-call what is essentially Amero-authoritarianism, has its own special flavor. That is to say, very cheesy, and pointedly pretending not to be Russo-kleptocratic. In other words, government by thieves of the Russian variety. In this case, Vladimir Putin, steps removed through his Republican satraps. And I particularly appreciate the novel's restricted point of view. It feels old, as though Babatha had slipped her personal diary among the cave of letters as she saw the Romans closing in. It maketh this narrative feel like a note rolled up in a bottle and thrown out to sea. You can feel the visors on the handmaids, which they wear to restrict their view. The series, which debuted on Hulu way back in 2017, at the time that Trump was running for president, simply cannot restrict point of view in such narrative framework. The visual medium of the screen, while opening many storytelling possibilities, removes all intimacy the reader has with the character Offred's internal world. Instead of being told the many complexities and nuances of Offred's feelings, the audience needs to look at Elizabeth Moss's face and body language to understand what she is perceiving. She is, of course, the actress who plays the character Offred. And while we lose some specificity into Offred's thoughts, we gain a far more vivid image of the world around her. In fact, the world gets so big and so complex that there are plenty of scenes she simply can't be in. She can't be in council meetings or on diplomacy trips to Canada. And this means breaking away, often very far away, from Offred's point of view. As a result, we see a couple of things with our eyes for the first time. Anyone who's read the book would never have even been fed a description of such things. And one of the most glaring things we see is that the show's Gilead is not a white supremacist. It's not a white supremacist state. One of the choices the show decided to make was to entirely erase that pivotal aspect of the narrative and frame Gilead as a nigh post-racial society. Race is never mentioned in the show or treated as a factor when dealing with the handmaids, Marthas, or any other aspect of the world building, which has given us the fantastic character of Moira, played by Orange is the new blacks, Samira Wiley. And I don't mean this to be a criticism that the show is too diverse, because it most certainly is not. But to say that the equality, well, it doesn't make any sense in the world of Gilead. Let's start with the fact that no one in leadership is a person of color. With but one single exception I shall soon enough contextualize. The breakdown of the Sons of Jacob, the Christian fundamentalist group behind the terrorist attacks, their version of the January 6th insurrection where they succeeded in taking over the Capitol that allowed Gilead to form, is white as hell, from the commanders to the wives, even in the show. We've yet to see any non-white ants. If I've missed them, let me know. And the furthest up the totem pole we've seen men of color are the Guardians, who are lackeys and enforcers. There are certainly non-white evangelicals and religious fundamentalists in the real world, which, as Jameson just noted, is beyond us to understand, so they can certainly exist in this show, but it currently contains no evidence showing that's the case until Season 2, Episode 10, when finally Commander Horace is the first black man who becomes a commander after impregnating his wife. Then there's the issue of the fertility crisis itself that is the root of the Sons of Jacob existing. When it comes to the history of fertility politics in this country, there has always been a preference for the continued fertility of white people by extremist groups over non-white children or anyone framed as deviant or unwanted. The eugenics movement was entirely an effort to create a pure American race, as exposed most accessibly via the efforts of the writer and produceress Michelle Ferrari via her PBS, our public broadcasting service documentary entitled The Eugenics Crusade, which aired on PBS's American Experience series on October 16th of 2018. In the years of eugenics, federally funded sterilization programs targeted such people in 32 states throughout the 20th century. The policies toward sterilization were so well known that they were mocked by my biological father Adolf Hitler, who himself stated, "There is today one state in which at least weak beginnings toward a better conception of citizenship are noticeable. Of course it is not our model German Republic, but the United States." These days, eugenics is propagandized as a discredited pseudoscience, one associated with deeply racist ideals and social policies, and always misrepresented as the genocidal master race ideology of Nazi Germany. But back in the early 20th century, eugenics was viewed by all Americans as a respectable, legitimate branch of a biological science, one that had great potential for human betterment. And 'tis this side of the Atlantic where the story of the eugenics crusade is a cautionary tale, if ever there was one. In its most basic definition, eugenics was a program that aimed to improve the overall physical and mental health of society by controlling human reproduction. In a word, its proponents sought to limit or stop altogether people they deemed unfit from having children. Part of what makes eugenics so alluring was its aura of science and rationality. Now, in the early 20th century, the progressive era, Americans placed great faith in science, data, and experts to solve social problems. So when proponents of eugenics claimed it could help eliminate poverty, disease, alcoholism, mental illness, imbecility, and feeble-mindedness, they garnered legions of followers. These included some very famous and influential people, including Andrew Carnegie and Margaret Sanger. Sanger, of course, was the reformer who fought for women's rights and the legalization of birth control. But because she was a reformer, she was drawn to eugenics. Now, it's important to point out that if you Google Margaret Sanger and eugenics, your search will turn up a lot of fake quotes attributed to her, or quotes by other people misattributed to her. Most of them propagate the modern-day opponents of abortion. They see Margaret Sanger as the patron saint of abortion. But those false claims cannot hide the fact that the historical record includes statements by Margaret Sanger, such as, well, in an article that was published in 1921, Sanger wrote that the most urgent problem of today is how to limit and discourage the over-fertility of the mentally and physically defective. And in a later publication, she wrote, eugenics aims to arouse the enthusiasm or the interest of people, the people in the welfare of the world, 15 or 20 generations in the future. On its negative side, it shows us that we are paying for and even submitting to the dictates of an ever-increasing, unceasingly spawning class of human beings who should never have been born at all. That the wealth of individuals and of states is being diverted from the development and the progress of human expression and civilization. Now, these ideas of eugenics caught on in the United States, but be rooted firmly in British origins. The late 19th century rediscovery of research into heredity by an Augustinian friar named Gregor Mendel inspired eugenicists. Eugenics was seized upon by nativists, who ultimately succeeded in achieving a sharp reduction in immigration in the 1920s. Proponents of eugenics popularized its ideas through publications, conferences, college courses, and fitter families contests at county fairs. The popularity of eugenics led 32 states in union to adopt policies that resulted in the sterilization of tens of thousands of Americans for being poor, sick, mentally ill, cognitively impaired, sexually deviant, or imprisoned. Eugenics-based sterilization programs always and only ever targeted the poor, the disabled, the mentally ill, criminals, and all people of color. More recent than that, in the 1960s and 1970s, Mexican-American women were forced to undergo sterilization while giving birth at Los Angeles County USC Medical Center in California, which led to the Supreme Court case of Madrigal versus Killigan. The case of Ralph versus Weinberger in 1974 helped to reveal that 150,000 poor people were being sterilized each and every single year under federally funded programs, including Mary Alice and Minnie Ralph, two black African-American sisters who were sterilized when their illiterate mother was tricked into signing a consent form, thinking it was for birth control. In America and many developed countries around the world today, there is a lowered birth rate, It was reported by the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, that 2017 was the lowest U.S. birth rate on record, dropping to about 60 births per 1,000 women ages 15 through to 44. The lowest it has ever been since the government started tracking these trends in 1909. While it's caused more by access to birth control and women choosing to have children later in life, there's been a rise in births among women in their 40s. It was also shown that the birth rate is lower for white women in comparison to non-white women, especially black and non-white Hispanic. Going to check an incoming message. Oh, there we are. That trend in population has led to some far-right groups claiming that the white race is dying, especially when the New York Times just reported that there were fewer births than deaths among white people in the majority of the United States. These extremist groups encourage, as a result, white men and women to have more babies, intentionally acting out prospectus of the sons of Jacob they harbor every intention of emulating. Are we expected to believe that because fertility rates dropped everywhere, racism went away, and suddenly people started valuing black wombs and the children that source from them? Don't you buy it for a goddamn moment. Not having women of color as handmaids wouldn't even have to mean omitting black women from the show entirely. They could take us to those national homelands and explore what it would be like for those characters. It would allow us, the characteress of Moira, to exist as is, since she is not a handmaid anyway. And it would also give those non-white characters something to do besides waiting for June. In fact, it may give the show more opportunities to write for people of color and further explore thereby the world that Atwood actually originally created, because The Handmaid's Tale was always about race, and so is the abortion ban. I mean, we've seen plenty of outrage, plenty of stress, and plenty of tears this week last. Governor Kay Ivey signed into law 9 bills this week last, including one that requires care for infants born alive during attempted abortions. HB 237 by Representative Ginny Shaver, a Republican out of Leesburg, says that if an infant is born alive after an attempted abortion, the doctor shall exercise the same degree of professional skill, care, and diligence to preserve the life and health of this child, as a reasonably diligent and conscientious physician would render to any other child born alive at any other location in this state at the same gestational age. And as Jameson Reese says, they want to ban abortions to prevent the white race from being outbred. Yes. Shaver said she's a former crisis pregnancy and post-abortion counselor and had clients tell her of experiences like those her bill is intended to cover. And this year her bill passed the House 76 votes to 12. It passed the Senate 31-0. And in a press release, Ivey said, "Alabama supports the right to life. I appreciate Representative Shaver's work on this critical bill, and I'm proud to sign this into law and cement our commitment to the unborn." This was the 3rd year for Shaver to sponsor this bill, which faced opposition in the House from some Democrats who questioned the need, saying that clinics in Alabama do not perform abortions late enough into pregnancies for infants to be viable. 2 years ago, they read letters from doctors opposing the bill as addressing a situation that was not even medically plausible. One of those physicians, Dr. Morisha Ladinsky, a pediatrician at the UAB, University of Alabama, stood by that position on Thursday of this week last upon herself hearing news that Ivy had signed the bill. And per Dr. Ladinsky, HB 237 is a law in name only and does not represent the medically plausible situation, any medically plausible situation or scenario. The few providers in our state who perform elective terminations in Montgomery, Birmingham, and Tuscaloosa will not perform the procedure if the pregnancy is already at or above 16 weeks. Ladinsky said a baby born before 22 completed weeks of gestation is well below the limit of any viability and cannot survive because its organ systems are simply too undeveloped, even though it may take a few breaths and briefly have a detectable heartbeat. The bills signed Thursday were all passed on May 17th, the last day of the legislative session. So we've seen a white woman propose the bill in Alabama and a white woman sign it. We've seen a white woman very publicly propose a sex strike in response. A sex strike because, sex is just something women do to please men, never for themselves. And most of all, we've seen white women fail to recognize who stands to see the most damage of the abortion ban firsthand, which is what this is simply a preposition bill for. Black woman. It reminds me of something I've thought about since reading The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood back in 1985. I read the book long before the Hulu adaptation, and though the diverse cast is praised and the show is heading into season fucking 4 and ultimately 5, it glosses over something really important. Gilead is not a society built on the oppression of woman. It's one built on white supremacy. Now, you're forgiven for missing that major plot point because even Margaret Atwood quickly glosses over it. The narrative never really pans out far enough to give us a full picture of Gilead as a society. Our protagonist, Offred, is a white woman and has a narrow scope of the dystopian world of Gilead. Searching for mentions of race in The Handmaid's Tale feels like digging for clues. In fact, the most obvious statement that Gilead was a white supremacist society doesn't even come until the conclusion, a section titled Historical Notes on The Handmaid's Tale, that reads as a lecture given by the historian who found Offred's recorded story hidden away. In it, Professor James Darcy Piazzotto of Cambridge University gives his audience some historical context for the fall of the United States and the rise of Gilead. He says, and here I shall be emphatic, where emphasis maketh the point. To read from the book itself. Men highly placed in the regime were thus able to pick up and choose among all women who had demonstrated their reproductive fitness by having produced one or more healthy children, a desirable characteristic in an age of plummeting Caucasian birth rates. A phenomenon observable not only in Gilead, but in most northern Caucasian societies of the time. Yeah, that's in the book, Marge. Let's unpack that, shall we? If Caucasian birth rates were plummeting, should we assume birth rates of POCs, the POCs, the peoples of color, were flourishing? Or should we assume all birth rates were plummeting and the pre-Gilead legislation only cared about the white bloodlines dying out? This also means that every single handmaid was white. In fact, we can make that argument that everyone who shows up in The Handmaid's Tale is white. Offred, as a literary character, never thinks to mention it. Her status as a white woman, even in a dystopian world where she's enslaved for breeding purposes, allows her the privilege of still being alive. The only mention of non-white people at all is a line referring to the children of Ham, meaning blacks. That's an old evangelical Christian superstition going back to the Brits, that the children of Ham were all the blacks, being relocated to their homeland. This is what happens in the book. The children of Ham have been relocated to their homelands, either the national homelands in the middle of the United States where they're bred for food, or they're all sent, quote unquote, back to Africa. Now, this is something that, you just have to speculate about if you're a reader, which I've had a long time to do since 1985, I assure you. And I'm not overthinking this. So I want you all to understand that, you've got to think of this along with me, because anybody who's watched The Handmaid's Tale, well, you're stuck along with me in the fact that, let me share it with you. And in the meantime, if you want something to check out, there's a PDF all about this modest proposal, where just as who originally wrote the modest proposal? Now, Jameson's smart, but he's not necessarily, the most literate man in the world. I know he can read and write, but I'm talking about when it comes to literature, he's not necessarily familiar with the basic educational stuff we used to have. Of course, back in the day that I was going to school.
Jonathan Swift.
Who?
Jonathan Swift.
Thank you! How did you know that?
I Googled it because I am not a literate man. I'm an articulate man.
There we are. Yes. So you did look it up, but thank you. I appreciate that. And there is also a short story that Margaret Atwood was probably inspired by, NRACP. Short story. So let's see if I can find that. And so that people know, NRACP was an acronym for National Relocation Act, Colored Peoples. It was written by George P. Eliot. And so the NRACP is a shock value story in which it's basically they're relocating all the blacks into a central heartland, and they start farming them as meat. That's basically it was written in 1949, while America was still legally at war with Japan. At the core of the story is Andy and Ruth, and it's a story really about America's greatest talent, its ability to rationalize. And it's a simple story, really. A man sleeps his way into separation from his wife and daughter. He loses himself in a job he doesn't have a good feeling about, convinces himself to overlook his doubts and fall in love with a new, younger woman, and finally focuses on his own provincial potential for familial happiness in the midst of large-scale human suffering all around him. It's the whole creature comforts versus society and justice debate again. And so the magic trick here is that the NRACP enters the argument with a bit more of a Twilight Zone horror and 1950s race politics. At its core, it's the same old selfishness. That's quite a trick on George P. Eliot's part in his authorship. The key to the answer of how he finds all this out, it's basically through a secretary, frivolous, banal, one of those women who's portrayed in this also misogynist short story. They don't have an intellectual idea and their noodles was how she was described. Frequently dismissed as conveniently decorative, but not valuable. Whether or not Ruth really is that, she makes these remarks that display intuitive intelligence of a considerable order. So she's really the key to the discovery of what's going on with the blacks, that the main character realizes what he's been eating. So, talk about your dark meat. At any rate, this is the point that I'm making with what was the angle that was ultimately probably going to be taken by Margaret Atwood herself in a sequel to the books. And as Jameson Reese says, it's a very interesting metaphor. Why not eat the blacks since you're doing everything else with them? Now, I'd like to take a moment to remind everybody, when it comes to how vague the novel was, I myself did not fully understand the implications of this Children of Ham and their relocation to a homeland, wherever it is in the book, until I read the historical notes section, which is just like an appendix. It's the only time in the entire 300-ish pages that it's explicitly stated that the forming of Gilead itself was racially motivated. That's why it's so important that I take the time right now to add that one big problem I have with The Handmaid's Tale is that Margaret Atwood has done an abysmally horrible job of addressing race, even in the original novel, and has ever since completely refused to comment on her racial insensitivity, even once. So there's a May 16th, 2019 tweet from a young colored lady named Reagan Gomez, a Latina, at Reagan Gomez on Twitter, that sums it up. And she says, "I don't watch The Handmaid's Tale. I get why folks love it, but we have real-life American history to point to. Enslaved black girls as young as 10 were bred like animals until their adult bodies could no longer produce children. This happened in America." Now, Atwood herself has been very vocal about her insistence that everything she included in The Handmaid's Tale has happened in history, that every injustice is one that women have faced. I think the point is to drive home the fact that if it happened before, then it can happen again. But who did it happen to before? You see, Marge Atwood's reluctant to address that because the answer is largely not white woman, black woman, brown woman, and indigenous woman of the original First Peoples nations have been abused and enslaved for centuries. The dystopia is when it begins happening to white women. Are you getting it? Are you getting the point here? In terms of the sudden boom of abortion bans passing across the country, I'm far from the expert on how this affects women of color, specifically black women, more than it affects white women. But I do know that the black African-American editorial journalist, Samara Lynn, herself a former IT and information technologies directoress at a major New York City healthcare facility, while then holding several technology certifications, and still holds her BFA, or Bachelor of Fine Arts, which is considered to be the most prestigious baccalaureate degree that you can receive in the visual arts, has written a great article about this entitled, "Abortion Bans Are a Health Crisis. For Black Women, They Mean Devastation." And in said article, Lynn writes, "The states with high populations of Black women, and some with the worst records on Black women's health care, are the ones all pushing the hardest for abortion bans. Alabama, Missouri, Kentucky, Mississippi, Ohio, and Georgia. Add to that the fact that as of 2011, the year my mother died, in these United States, the maternal mortality rate was even then classified as 30% higher for Black women than it is for white women. Pregnancies are already dangerous for Black women, and denying those women access to safe abortions, not to mention reproductive care as a whole, which is being attacked under these bills as well, ensures that Black woman will die. And as Jameson Reese says here, I'll open up his notification, they want to kill Black women off. For me, this is war. Thank you. The abortion ban also conveniently comes at a time when conversations about the voting rights of felons is coming to the forefront of political conversation. And let me tell you, people are against it. Even a few Democrats, notably more liberal than their Republican counterparts, in the 2020 presidential race, opposed allowing convicted felons their right to vote. These two issues were in conversation with one another that were bringing up this point on a Twitter/Tumblr confrontation. DVS at DVS Blast on Twitter said, all upper letters, so I'll read it with that emphasis. "So if felons can't vote, and a miscarriage or abortion is a felony, wait, I've almost got it. Get it? Black woman miscarrying or trying to abort, she's a felon. You take away her right to vote." The Tyrannosaur on Tumblr said, again all uppercase, why do people write like this? "Okay, wait, so if POC, meaning people of color, get stricter sentences in court, and if WOC, that's woman of color, are more at risk of miscarriage and general malpractice, and if sex education is worse in inner city public schools, and if racial housing discrimination is practiced by 85% of real estate agents, and if school districts are funded via property taxes within each district, hold on, wait a minute." You see, the rate of incarceration in this country is already imbalanced, and every day people of color are being wrongly and unjustly imprisoned. While the abortion ban will hurt all women, it disproportionately puts women of color at risk, not only of incarceration and being stripped of their rights, but of death, more specifically. Death waits in the wings for these bills to be signed. Think of the Romanian. If Peter Moon were here, I would talk about this with his being able to probably put in not much of an input because he's not necessarily an expert on this, but I can tell you about the Romanian ban on birth control. You see, in The Handmaid's Tale, we quickly learn that fertility rates have plummeted, and in an act of desperation, the government has rendered abortion and birth control illegal. Every fertile woman has a duty to bear children, and those who don't, well, they're either sent to work and die in the colonies, as they call them, or they're hanged, as an example to all other handmaids, just as King Henry VIII killed all his wives because they couldn't give him children because he was a sterile fat son of a bitch and diseased, and his penis and testes were all swollen up and he couldn't ejaculate, so he kept cutting off the heads of all his wives until he murdered over 9 of them. This is like every white man in America is King Henry VIII. The idea of a birth control ban may be frightening, but it's not a new one. In the year that I was born, 1966, the year Star Trek first aired on television in Canada on June 6, 1966, before it even aired in the United States, President Ceausescu, in a desperate attempt to increase the population of Romania, banned all birth control and abortion and ordered all Romanian children, well, women of childbearing age, to have 5 children each. To enforce Decree 770, secret police were instated at all hospitals. Women were subjected to monthly tests by gynecologists. Sex education in schools was refocused on the benefits of motherhood, and people were taxed for being childless. Women, of course, from the age of 10 on up, found themselves heavily criminalized if they did not have sex with men, if they did not comply with Ceausescu's reproductive policies. In some ways, the abortion and birth control ban worked. The Romanian population steadily increased, and the glorification of childbirth led to an enormous baby boom. But the consequences were catastrophic, and generations of long-reaching echo were set in motion. Childbirth mortality rate became the highest in all Europe, possibly the world, and well over 9,000 women died immediately as a result of complications arising from illegal terminations, because after 5 children, and it was illegal to have abortions, women were turning to coat hangers to kill their own uteruses. Countless others were left permanently maimed. Those who did have children, the 10-year-olds, fucked and left with their vaginas stretched to the point where some had their hip bones broken by the men who were raping them. None of them could afford the upkeep of the product of this state-sponsored gang rape. As a result, well over 100,000 abandoned babies were left stranded to dire conditions in communist orphanages. Those who lived until the age of 12, and almost none of them did, were reclaimed by their parents only to be put to work as prostitutes if they were girls. Decree 770 was finally reversed in 1990 after the Romanian Revolution and the death of the dictator Nicolae Ceausescu. And since that time, abortion has been legal on request in Romania. This is why when you see a woman's march, this is what they're marching about. In the 3rd episode of The Handmaid's Tale, we watch as June, played by Scientology Moss, and Moira, Samira Wiley, the black chick, they grab hold of placards, they take to the streets, and they march for their rights. When the original novel was penned as a direct response to Ronald Reagan, one can't help but think of the Women's March in January of 2017. Millions of women all around the world rose up together to defend women's rights and the sisterhood, armed with signs protesting President Trump, mocking both Trump's past treatment of women and the controversial statements he made on the campaign trail. It was a spectacular show of force on the first full day of his ill-begotten presidency. The Washington rally alone attracted over 500,000 people, according to city officials, far more than ever attended the inauguration of Trump himself, making it easily one of the biggest demonstrations in the city's history. Thankfully, these demonstrations ended very differently to those seen in The Handmaid's Tale, but the fight remains the same. Because while the novel is based on past events, life is now mirroring Offred's tale. For all of us, from shockingly biased rape trials, to outdated abortion laws, to Trump's horrifying grab 'em by the pussy comments, it seems as if we truly are on the cusp of a real-life Gilead. Now, speaking with the Guardian Circular of England, Atwood herself explained that when The Handmaid's Tale was published, many began to wonder how long they had until the events described by her main character, Offred, would come to pass. Herself so noting that, apparently, not as long as I thought. The Handmaid's Tale is unfolding in front of your very eyes. With any cultural change, there is a push and a pushback. Trump has brought out a huge pushback that was originally against immigrants. Now it has shifted to being very misogynistic, partly because of the overwhelming obsession with Hillary Clinton. You have not seen anything like this since the 17th century witch hunts. Quite frankly, she was the first person to use that, and Trump took it from her. He also took it from Michael Aquino, who used that very term when he felt the world was picking on him. In a world with a red states America, still Trump-led, now dysfunctioning as a hostilely subversive enemy state within our state, the show Handmaid's Tale offers a timely reminder that erosion of a fair society can happen shockingly quickly, and it is definitely worth a watch in that regard for any and all who value their human rights. The world and rhetoric of The Handmaid's Tale is often used when protesting at women's marches across the country. We dress up in the iconic red cloaks and stand outside the offices of public officials. We make posters proclaiming "Nolite bastardiis carborundorum," which be but a mock Latin aphorism often translated as "don't let the bastards grind you down," the phrase itself having no meaning in the original Latin. Note that "Nolite bastardiis carborundorum" is not just a tattoo you've seen on your cool girlfriend's wrist. It's three things at once. It's one of Margaret Atwood's most famous lines. It's a feminist rallying cry. And it's utter gibberish. Elizabeth Moss's character, Offred, learns that her predecessor, who carved that very phrase into the molding of her bedroom, killed herself. Within the world of the show, "Nolite bastardes carborundorum" is an act of defiance, because handmaids are not allowed to read, and female friendships are not encouraged. Offred's predecessor writing this message for her to find is a rebellion that counters the ideals of their rigid society. In the very first episode, a panicked handmaid promises, "I didn't read it, I swear!" after letting a piece of information slip, fearful her peers will report her. Offred takes months to befriend her walking partner, Offglen, because each lives in fear the other is a true believer who will report them if they dare speak candidly. Fear is the tool of Gilead's trade, and it grinds down the potential for a handmaid to forge genuine bonds with anyone around her. In the third episode, Offred is punished by the mere suggestion of her friendship with Offglen. The written message from her predecessor is both a refusal to comply and an invisible hand of friendship. The fact that the woman is dead and the message is ultimately gibberish only makes it more impactful. It highlights how even if it's meager or in the past or not even technically accurate, a beacon of light in a world of darkness always means something, even if it's nonsense to someone else. Ergo, the fictional Republic of Gilead becomes more and more terrifying as we watch parallels creep into our real lives. It may seem like it's all about men grasping for control of women's bodies and rights, but it's also quickly becoming a means to an end for white supremacists, just like in the fictional counterpart. Consider the abortion laws. The Handmaid's Tale offers up a bleak world in which women's ability to control their own reproduction, and particularly to access safe abortion, is non-existent. This idea is introduced gradually over time. In the book, for example, Offred sees the bodies of hanged doctors who have carried out abortions and comments that, in the time before, such things were legal. She also, in Chapter 8, witnesses the funeral procession of a miscarried fetus, and towards the end of the book notes that there are no ultrasounds or scans carried out in Gilead. And she tells us, what would be the point of knowing anyway? You can't have them taken out. Whatever it is must be carried to term. However, while this may feel incredibly removed from our own lives, it's worth noting that more than 40% of women around the world, ages 15 through the age of 44, as in the book, live in a country where abortion is highly restricted, according to research by the Guttmacher Institute. El Salvador, Chile, Nicaragua, Vatican City, and Malta do not allow abortion under any circumstances, with doctors who find evidence of abortion, they're forced to report patients to the police, even if the women are in need of medical attention after desperately self-inducing a termination from their father who raped them. And the issue is much closer to home than you might think. On the 14th day in May of yesteryear, 250 white men, all Republican members of the Alabama Senate, voted to criminalize abortion at any stage of pregnancy, even if that pregnancy was the consequence of rape or incest. Under the terms of the bill, which is, I'll have to check into whether it came into effect or not. I never followed up. Abortion will only be permissible in Alabama if continuing with a pregnancy poses a serious threat to a woman's health. The Alabama news comes hot on the heels of several shocking blows to reproductive rights in other American states. This year alone, over a dozen states have attempted to introduce so-called heartbeat bills, which ban abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy, the point at which a fetus's heartbeat can oftentimes be detected in scans. 4 states have succeeded in signing these draconian bills into law, including Georgia, where Republican Governor Brian Kemp signed a heartbeat bill into law on May 7th of yesteryear. And before putting his signature to the Life Act, Kemp said, "Georgia is a state that values life. We stand up for those who are unable to speak for themselves." And things are little different in the United Kingdom across the Atlantic, as women in Northern Ireland are similarly only allowed to have abortions if doctors believe their mental or physical health would be seriously or permanently harmed if they continued with a pregnancy. Shockingly, terminations are generally banned, even in cases of rape, incest, or fatal fetal abnormalities that will kill both the child and the mother. In 2016 through the years 2017, the last time I checked, just 13 legal procedures took place across the whole of Northern Ireland. For context, more than 190,000 abortions were carried out in England and Wales in the same time period.
irritatingly, in April of 2017, amidst all that I've just articulated, the two-time Emmy-winning starlet and executrix producer of The Handmaid's Tale, Elizabeth Moss, found herself the star of Hulu's comparatively new adaptation of The Handmaid's Tale, because she produced it, and this dystopian 1985 Margaret Atwood novel. Well, to shill for her own show, she guested on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. And Colbert invited Moss to explain the show's premise to those who might be unfamiliar with it. And smiling coyly, Moss said, "It's about, in America, a right-wing totalitarian fundamentalist regime." This while Trump was just elected. So she paused for effect, and the audience laughed. And she went on to say, "Takes over the country. Women are enslaved and made to be breeding hostesses. All reproductive rights are stripped. And the Constitution is blown to smithereens. So I don't know if you can imagine," and she paused because there was even more laughter, "such a world. Try to go there." You can see by this alone that The Handmaid's Tale doesn't quite get modern, postmodern American misogyny. The truth about the actress who plays the main protagonist, off-read, on the televisual version of The Handmaid's Tale is quite simply that it's weird that the American actress, Elizabeth Singleton, stop asking me about Scientology Moss, who was born in 1982, a Church of Scientology memberess, and as well, quite well known since the last seminal AMC, the American Movie Classics series, to televise, entitled Mad Men from 2007 through 2015, had a long run, is the main female lead in this show. Her starring role in The Handmaid's Tale, seemingly contrary to her being raised as a memberess of the Church of Scientology. This is where we begin to consider, because Scientology was meant to counter psychiatry, this is where we have to consider the Jordan Petersonian handmade lobster. Yeah, I'll explain. It's not because they're wearing the red robes. You see, Jordan Peterson, that obscure Canadian psychologist turned right-wing celebrity, and the important truths he does reveal about our current political moment are what we have to confront now. It seems incongruent, but as I said, it does come together. And then the horror of it all really does make sense. By the way, Ellen Atkins says, Margaret Atwood is can-lit trash, in my opinion. Thank you, honey. And, I had to allow that to show because otherwise it wasn't. YouTube put that in the hold box. The Le Rene Encounters says, hello, Douglas. Hey, honey, love you. I haven't been on Twitter. I don't know how to use it ever since I was, I'm sorry, Instagram. I think it's Instagram that, when I was abandoned by the young lady who ran that account for me, Lena Shea, I haven't been able to use it. So thank God you're here. If there's some way we can communicate, I forgot. If you've given me an email, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com, send me an email. I'll get back to you. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's been involved. Anyhow, Deep Space Pilot says, I love it when Douglas reads in all caps. Yes, okay, cool. And kills my voice. But, getting back to the task at hand, where we're going into Lobsterman territory here, which, believe me, I do with the greatest reluctance. And, I'm going to have to, give it so much attention that I don't want to give it simply because, I've got to make my point. And we only have 6 hours left. I'll do my best. So, Jordan Peterson is this psychology professor at the University of Toronto. He's this widely cited scholar of personality. He's the author of what's currently the #1 best-selling nonfiction book on Amazon in the United States. And yes, Jameson's got it. He says the mofo's Kermit the Frog. Let's not confuse him with something a lot of people confuse myself for. The New York Times' David Brooks, who was himself echoing the George Mason University economist Tyler Cohen, calls Jordan Peterson the most influential public intellectual in the Western world right now. So Jordan Peterson is a right-wing internet celebrity who has claimed that feminists have an unconscious wish for brutal male domination. He's referred to developing nations as pits of catastrophe, his version of Donald Trump's shithole nations. And in a speech to a Dutch neo-Nazi group, along with, that's where he called developing nations pits of catastrophe. Along with that, of course, about 2 years ago, he told a New York Times reporter that he supported enforced monogamy. I'll get into that. Now, when Kathy Newman, who was a journalist for the United Kingdom's Channel 4, challenged Jordan Peterson's arguments in a televised interview, she received so many death threats, letter bombs, and attempted physical assaults where men tried to rape her that she had to get help from the police. And in an interview about that, she recalled that there were literally thousands of abusive tweets, all life-threatening. It was a completely organized campaign. It ranged from the usual cunt, bitch, dumb blonde, all of it with the main message, I am going to find out where you live and execute you by raping you to death. This is not a case of mistaken identity of two Jordan Petersons yoked to the same name when you think of the celebrity and the psychology professor. These seemingly distinct men, the right-wing guru of all of the incels, the involuntary celibates, the accomplished scholar, the controversy-courting culture warrior, they're all one and the same. Their work is integrally interlinked, and that hybrid of a scholarly air and provocative trolling has netted Peterson a cult following in the millions. He has 560,000 followers on Twitter alone. He has 1 million YouTube subscribers. And he, according to the guy I cited earlier, who was talking about how fucking influential he is, the George Mason University economist Tyler Cohen, that guy declares that Peterson introduces people to many, many other things they just don't really get elsewhere. He's still influential, massively so, reaches a large general public audience of millions, all of them young men. How many other intellectuals do? Well, maybe all other intellectuals aren't so fucking gay. And maybe they're trying to get some nookie instead of, going after all these withered pricks out there. How did an obscure Canadian psychologist become an international phenomenon? And the answer is that Jordan Peterson is tailor-made to our political moment where we transition into Gilead. His reactionary politics and talents as a public speaker combine for a perfect fit for YouTube and the right-wing media, where videos of conservatives destroying weak-minded liberals routinely go viral. Peterson's denunciation of identity politics and political correctness are standard issue conservative, but his academic credentials make his pronouncements feel much more authoritative than your replacement-level Fox News commentator. Now, I myself have reached out to Jordan Peterson, but a spokesperson turned down my interview request. Now, Peterson is also particularly appealing to disaffected young men. He's become a lifestyle guru for men and boys who feel displaced by a world where white male privilege is under attack. His new best-selling book, entitled 12 Rules for Life, is explicitly pitched as a self-help manual, and he speaks emotionally of the impact his work has on anxious, lost, violent young men. Jordan Peterson, then, isn't just some random professor who managed to strike it rich. He's emblematic of the way white male anxiety is producing a new and powerful political movement across the West today. And Jordan Peterson's transition from scholar to internet celebrity as both a clinical and research psychologist, which means, by the way, that he sees patients while he's also doing research. That means that when you see him as a patient, you are a research subject. That is what makes all of this the more sinister. He is a social engineer along the lines of Michael Aquino. After he received his PhD in psychology from McGill University, one of Canada's two most prestigious universities, in 1991, while I was in the Gulf War and later in the Balkans, he spent 2 years practicing at McGill's Hospital. After that, he was hired by Harvard, where he taught until 1998. He left when the University of Toronto, Canada's other leading university, hired him as a full professor and a practicing clinician. Now, Peterson's research specialty is personality traits. One of his most prominent papers is a study of what makes people more or less creative, where he argues that people who pay more attention to seemingly irrelevant details actually tend to be more creative. Now, according to Google Scholar, he has been cited more than 10,000 fucking times in academic publications, which is bewildering to me for reasons I'll skim on later. And believe it or not, because this makes no sense, he's one of the 70 most cited researchers in his subfield. Now, I myself took it upon me to reference 8 academic psychologists over the past several years prior to this point now, about this individual, and the feedback on his published work was uniformly positive. Bigger and shit. All of these were white males. And as Jameson Reese says, this man is likely a product of Michael Aquino. Now, David Watson, a psychology professor at Notre Dame, observes that his work in personality assessment is very solid and well respected. But this work, respected as it may be, has nothing to do with Peterson's fame. His most influential research was published in the late 90s and early to mid-2000s while I was serving as a contract mercenary. Of his 20 most cited papers, only one came out after 2010, a year before my mother was killed. By contrast, his international celebrity status, as measured by worldwide Google searches for Jordan Peterson, didn't start to rise until October of 2016, just as Trump was contracted by the Russians to become president. So what happened in the fall of 2016 is that Peterson inserted himself into a national Canadian debate over transgender rights, which is why my son knows so much about this man, his natural enemy, specifically by refusing to refer to a student by their chosen gender pronouns. At the time, the Canadian Parliament was considering something called Bill C-16, a bill banning discrimination against people on the basis of gender identity or gender expression. You know, like myself dressed in drag. In September, Peterson released a series of YouTube videos attacking the bill as a grave threat to free speech rights. He said he would refuse to refer to transgender students by their preferred pronouns. Separating gender and biological sex was, in his view, radically politically correct thinking. And he argued that C-16 would lead to people like him being arrested. Oh, we could only hope. Now, in an October 2016 TV interview, Peterson said, "If they find me, I won't pay it. If they put me in jail, I'll go on a hunger strike. I'm not doing this. I'm not using the words that other people require me to use, especially if they're made up by radical left-wing ideologues." Now, experts on Canadian law said that Peterson was intentionally misreading the bill, that the legal standard for hate speech in Canada would require something far worse, like saying transgender people should be killed, to qualify for any legal punishment. This is an early example of what has become a hallmark of Peterson's approach as a public intellectual, taking inflammatory, completely misinformed stances on issues of public concern completely outside his area of expertise. Exactly what Jameson Reese says, gaslighting. But it worked for him. Peterson's videos on C16 and political correctness racked up more than 500,000 views on YouTube within about a month of posting. There were rallies both for and against Peterson in Toronto. He made the rounds on Canadian television. He got what he wanted, which is fame. And this defining moment of controversy, or perhaps the defining moment of this controversy, was filmed. Well, it was a filmed confrontation in October of 2016 between Jordan Peterson and a group of student activists at the University of Toronto itself. And in that video footage, Peterson calmly fields questions from trans students who are understandably angry about his refusal to recognize their gender identity. And in that video, he turns the argument around on them. That's his psychological warfare training from Michael Aquino, suggesting that transgender activism and the broader rise of political correctness was bound to produce an ugly and dangerous backlash. Now, of course, this is where he had to go Nazi. In other words, he started calling them Nazis. To quote his Peterson, "I've studied Nazism for 4 decades, and I understand it very well. And I can tell you there are some awful people lurking in the corners. They're ready to come out. And if the radical left keeps pushing the way it's pushing, they're going to come." So you see, he's threatening them. Fans of Peterson's worldview saw this video as proof of his genius and bravery. Peterson was the avatar of reason and facts, pushing back against irrational SJWs, or social justice warriors. And one cut of that confrontation, titled "Dr. Jordan Peterson Gives Up Trying to Reason with SJWs," currently has more than 3.5 million views on YouTube. So this was a seminal moment in the Peterson brand. It was proof that taking combative stances on camera, especially arguments where you're set up to win, like a calm professor confronted by angry students, would get you a huge number of fans. There are now innumerable videos of Peterson arguing with various liberals and leftists on YouTube with titles like "Leftist Host Snaps at Jordan Peterson, Instantly Regrets It." They have millions of views each and have led to a massive surge in donations to Peterson's personal account on the crowdfunding site Patreon. He currently earns, at the absolute minimum, 80,000 United States dollars every single month, monthly, from Patreon donations alone. So on the podcast hosted by Joe Rogan, yes, as Jameson Reese says, they took down the one where he got ripped by a civil rights activist, where he got owned. Of course they did. Now, when he was on the podcast hosted by that other white trash piece of shit, Joe Rogan, Peterson told, well, what he said was, "I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to, because it's just so goddamn funny I can't help but say it. I figured out how to monetize social justice warriors. If they let me speak, then I get to speak, and then I make more money on Patreon. If they protest me, then that goes up on YouTube, and my Patreon account goes way up." He said that in the transcript that was handed to me. It's all uppercase. Now, Peterson's stellar academic credentials act as a legitimizing device a way of setting up his authority on politics and making his denunciations of leftist ideologues more credible and attractive to his fans, combine his undeniable talents for theatrics as a public speaker and debater with this ability to exploit YouTube to reach audiences around the world, and you get a right-wing celebrity who has transcended Canada and become a global reactionary star. But what exactly does this Jordan Peterson believe? Now, Peterson's political ideas are most cleanly laid out in a 2.5-hour lecture he's given entitled Identity Politics and the Marxist Lie of White Privilege. Now, his upload of one of the speeches at the University of British Columbia Free Speech Club has been viewed more than 1 million times on YouTube, with other copies and excerpts from it racking up similarly large numbers. So, if I took the time I did, which I was forced to do, to review this shit, and believe me, it was far worse watching that than watching The Handmaid's Tale. In the lecture, Peterson weaves together an incredibly broad set of topics, ranging from Soviet history to the biblical story of Cain and Abel to Nietzsche, to lab experiments that involve feeding rats cocaine, to produce a kind of unified field theory of modern or postmodern politics. And Jameson just returned, just acknowledging his return. And yeah, so basically I was talking about how I was forced to watch this guy's lecture to get a handle on him, where he's coming from. But at base, at the bottom of it all, Peterson argues that the Soviet-style communism and all the mass murder and suffering it created is still a serious threat to Western civilization. But rather than working openly, it seeps into our politics under the guise of postmodernism, a term I've always used. Now, Peterson's argument starts with a vivid denunciation of Marxism. And human society, he says, like all animal kingdoms, is in Peterson's mind defined by certain biological truths. He's a biological determinist at heart. And this includes the reality that some people are naturally more gifted than others. His idea of a master race. And that life will always involve suffering. And Marxism, he believes, is rooted fundamentally in the hatred of people who succeed in a capitalist economy, and thus will always result in violence when one attempts to implement it. So in the speech, he asks, rhetorically, are these Marxists motivated by love or hatred? Well, is it love or hatred that produces 100 million dead people? I mean, that's like a child would talk, instead of using the term fatalities. Peterson believes that the failure of Soviet communism has not actually deterred communism's fans in the West, whom he insists are still secretly clinging to these old hateful beliefs. He argues that they do so under the guise of a school of thought he refers to as postmodernism, which he sees as his archenemy. To quote St, Western leftist intellectuals are fundamentally complicit in the horrors of the 21st century. It's not that they've learned anything since. They've just gone underground. And that's what I see when I see postmodernism. So Peterson abuses the term postmodernism fairly loosely, but he's referring to, roughly speaking, French philosophers working in the middle of the 20th century, most prominently Jacques Derrida and Michel Foucault. He argues that these philosophers, famous for their skepticism about objective reality and emphasis on the social construction of human society, were actually crypto-Marxists. The difference is that they changed the language. Instead of arguing that society is defined by class oppression, Peterson argues that they argue that it's defined by identity oppression. It has racism, sexism, gender identity, and the like. You know, all of those buzzwords that white men hate. And Jameson says his intellectualism cracks to pieces when one realizes his failure to acknowledge the sophisticated complexities of how things occur. Quite good. Thank you. Very astute. Now, summarizing the alleged postmodern line of thinking, the Pete son says, I'll call him Pete son instead of Peterson. He said, how about if we don't say working class capitalists, we say oppressor/oppressed? We'll just think about all of the other ways people are oppressed and all the other ways that people are oppressors. And we'll play the same damn game under a new guise. Well, this makes postmodernism, which he believes has quietly permeated Western culture in the past 20 years or so, a tremendous threat. To quote C, the Marxists aren't just wrong. They're wrong, murderous, and genocidal. The postmodernists don't just get to just come along and adopt Marxism as a matter of sleight of hand because their Marxist theory didn't work out and they needed a rationalization because it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous to the rest of us. Now, actual experts on postmodernism note that the thinkers Peterson likes to cite were often quite critical of Marxism. His reading of these thinkers, as the social critic Suja Haider has pointed out, is shallow and deeply uncharitable. Haider concludes that Peterson's fantasy of neo-Marxist wolves in postmodern sheep's clothing has no bearing on actual debates in 20th century political theory. Or, to quote Harrison Fluss, an editor at the Marxist journal Historical Materialism, Peterson's understanding of Marxism and postmodernism is quite vulgar. He connects the two in an overarching conspiracy theory. Well, perhaps more fundamentally, there is simply no evidence that 20th century French thinkers have any dominant influence on any sector of the left in contemporary Western politics, let alone society as a whole. I myself know of no credible political scientist who believes this, and Peterson's adherence to the notion can lead to bizarre outbursts. Exempli gratiae, he once accused the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of being in thrall to a murderous equity doctrine because Trudeau sent a tweet calling feminist activists inspiring and motivating. But Peterson's grand theory is brilliant as a political stance, one designed to weaponize the grievances of the kind of impotent young man attracted to the alt-right. Peterson's framework serves as a justification for dismissing the idea of any kind of privilege, white, male, or otherwise, as a tool used by closet Marxists to manipulate you. He states this explicitly, calling it a Marxist lie, designed to enable the Marxian pro-modernist effort to seize control of the state. And so he argues, we can't allow people who are manipulating us with historical ignorance and philosophical sleight of hand to render us so goddamn guilty about what our ancestors may or may not have done, that we allow our shame and our guilt to be used as tools to manipulate us into accepting a future that we do not want to have. You know, where white men are slightly disempowered so everybody else can have something. Now, this theory elevates battles over political correctness and free speech into existential struggles over Western society, which I deconstructed as non-existent. He's very literally arguing that if the postmodernists win, if people start using others as chosen pronouns, we're one step closer to modern gulags. Now, Peterson's position helps claim the mantle of facts and reason for the anti-PC, anti-political correctness right, arguing that, as he does, that because postmodern theorists are skeptical about the notion of an entirely objective reality, the entire project of identity politics is grounded in an irrational rejection of logic and discussion. It's not only right to reject identity politics, per this paradigm, it's a sign of irrationality not to. And as he put it in the lecture on white privilege and Marxism, postmodernists don't believe in fact. They believe that the idea of fact is part of the power game that's played by the white-dominated male patriarchy to impose the tyrannical structure of the patriarchy on the oppressors. Now, these arguments are catnip for a very specific kind of young white man. Peterson himself said so in his Canadian Channel 4 interview that 80% of his YouTube audience is male. And I know he's lying. It's basically 100%. These young men are upset about the erosion of white male privilege, about the need to compete with women and minorities for jobs and spots at top universities, and they are angry about the way feminists and racial justice activists describe their society. And in Peterson, they found someone telling them that their grievances are not only justified, but, in fact, important. That they have picked up on a secret threat to society writ large, and that they are its first victims. Peterson's drawing on a deep well here. This kind of anger about the declining social status of white men is incredibly common across the Western world today and finds a comfortable home in reactionary political movements on both sides of the Atlantic. Now, Jesse Brown, the host of Canadaland podcast and a longtime Peterson watcher, has gone on record to attest that the underlying mass appeal of Peterson is that he gives white men permission to stop pretending that they even care about other people's grievances. He tells his fans that these so-called marginalized people are not really victims at all, but are in fact aggressors, enemies, who must be shut down. But Peterson isn't only giving these men an architecture in which to ground their frustrations, he's also giving them a roadmap on how to succeed in a society they no longer understand. That's where Jordan Peterson, the self-help guru, steps in, the cult leader. Now, Peterson became more than just an internet celebrity on January 23rd in 2018. That's when his book, 12 Rules for Life, subtitled An Antidote to Chaos, was published by Random House Canada and skyrocketed to the top of international bestseller lists. It was after this book's publication and the following press tour that the reactionary political and cultural commentator David Brooks, who writes for the New York Times, pronounced him the world's most influential public intellectual. Now, each chapter of the book is devoted to a specific, disturbingly bizarre-sounding rule. The first chapter is called Stand Up Straight with Your Shoulders Back. And the last is titled Pet a Cat When You Encounter One on the Street. You know, grab 'em by the pussy. That's exactly what he fucking meant. The book's a kind of bridge connecting his academic research on personality and his political punditry. In it, Peterson argues that the problem with society today is that too many people blame their lot in life on forces outside their control. The patriarchy, for example, that he represents. By taking responsibility for yourself and following his rules, he says you can make your own life better. Now, that first chapter about posture begins with an extended discussion of lobsters. Lobster society, in as much as it exists, is characterized by territoriality and displays of dominance. Lobsters that dominate these hierarchies have more authoritative body language. Weaker ones try to make themselves look smaller and less threatening to more dominant ones. Peterson argues that humans are very much like lobsters. Our hierarchies are determined by our behaviors. If you want to be happy and powerful, he says, you need to stand up straight. Now, of course, I got a copy of the book for the purpose of addressing this, so I'll read therefrom. If your posture is poor, for example, if you slump, shoulders forward and rounded, chest tucked in, head down, looking small, defeated and ineffectual, protected in theory against attack from behind, you know, where Peterson's coming to plug you up the crack, then you will feel small, defeated and ineffectual. The reactions of others will amplify that. People, like lobsters, size each other up, partly in consequence of stance. If you present yourself as defeated, then people will react to you as if you are losing. If you start to straighten up, then people will look at and treat you differently. And in one of the book's most popular passages, because I see it on memes all over the internet, he concludes, look for your inspiration to the victorious lobster, with its 350 million years of practical wisdom. Stand up straight, with your shoulders back. You know, like you see all lobsters do, right? No, you don't. And if you do, you're in a completely different universe than the one I'm in. The lobster has now become his trademark symbol. He's selling lobster merchandise. He's reduced to selling tchotchkes even though he's rich. The tens of thousands of Peterson fans on his dedicated subreddit even refer to themselves as lobsters. This is classic Peterson. He loves to take stylized facts about the animal kingdom and draw a one-to-one analogy to human behavior. It also has political implications. He argues that because we evolved from lower creatures like lobsters, you know, I don't remember that exactly being the biological tree when I went to school. I thought we connected to like early mammals, but maybe there's been some new DNA discoveries or something I've missed. If anyone can tell me about it, you let me know. But Peterson argues that because we evolved from lobsters, we inherited dominant structures from them. So inequalities of various kinds aren't wrong, they're natural. So, again, his writ here, we were struggling for position, you know, like the position he's got behind your ass, before we had skin, you know, back when we had carapaces and organic armor we used to grow that we would shed every once in a while. We were struggling for position before we had skin, or hands, or lungs, or bones. You know, I think mammals always had lungs and bones. I'm not quite sure where this guy's coming from. He says there's little more natural than culture. Dominance hierarchies are older than the trees. Now, the relationship between human and lobster brains, and technically lobsters don't have brains, is outside of Peterson's area of academic expertise. I can tell you that much. Any honest academic will tell you that much. Experts in the field who have evaluated Peterson's claims have found them completely lacking, as lobsters' and humans' neurological systems are radically different. One important distinction being that humans have brains, and lobsters, technically speaking, do not. So he's asking you to be fucking brainless. And I think that tells us quite a bit. Now, as Leonor Gonsalves, a neuroscientist at University College London, puts it in a review of Peterson's argument at The Conversation, which is a circular publication, he says, if nervous systems were computer games, arthropods like lobsters would be Snake on a first-generation mobile phone, and vertebrates would be an AR, an augmented reality game. The human brain is hugely malleable, believing that it is natural that some people are losers because that's what lobsters can do or can have dire consequences. So what this neuroscientist is telling you is, don't listen to this shit. But Petersonian lobster theory and the other things like it in the book aren't really questions of truth. They're about providing the sort of alienated young white man who are attracted to his broader work a sense of purpose and meaning. It fulfills roughly the same role in their life as religion might. It's perhaps unsurprising that Peterson is quite interested in the Bible and discusses it often. Now, Yuval Levin, the vice president of the Conservative Ethics and Public Policy Center, has gone so far as to say, I think his mass following suggests the existence among a substantial cross-section of young men of a deep hunger for moral order that may well be ultimately a religious yearning. Peterson is actually fairly careful to distinguish the teaching he's offering from an explicitly religious teaching, but I think he does that because he grasps that some significant portion of the people looking to him are really looking for something like a religious teacher. What Yuval Levin, who presumably is Jewish, is telling you is this man is a cult leader. Now, the difference is that Peterson is reaching people who, for whatever reason, aren't getting what they need from organized religion alone, because it doesn't tell them to go out and kill other people. In fact, some of his followers are actively hostile to religion, seeing it as fundamentally irrational. He's a moralist who can appeal to the new atheist set, even though he doesn't share their hostility to religion. All that matters is his hostility to other races and to woman. Now, this aspect of Peterson's work is far more sympathetic than his ill-informed and, frankly, nefarious politics, especially since some of his cardinal rules, like tell the truth, are perfectly good moral precepts to live by, if he would honor them himself. It's worth watching a 5-minute excerpt from a BBC, a British Broadcasting Company interview about his role as a mentor for young men, because Peterson openly starts to cry at the beginning. I'll see if I can get into the space where he starts to tear up, and Peterson says, last night I was at this talk I gave, and about 1,000 people came, and about 500 of them stayed afterward, and most of them are young men. And one of them, after another, comes up and shakes my hand and says, I've been listening to what you've been saying. I started cleaning up my room and working on my life, and I've started working hard on myself. And I just want to thank you for helping me. When you watch that interview, you get a sense of what Peterson must have been like with his patients as a clinical psychologist, experimenting upon people who came to him for help. Like Michael Aquino, empathetic, passionate, deeply concerned with the welfare of his patients, all of it affect and acting. Yet, when you see a good acting job, it's really moving. But Peterson has inextricably intertwined his self-help approach with a kind of reactionary politics that validates white, straight, and cisgender, meaning they're comfortable with their bodies being male, cisgendered straight white males at the expense of everyone else on earth. He gives these straight, cisgendered, heterosexual man children a sense of purpose by, in part, tearing other people down. By insisting that the world can and should revolve around them and their problems and nothing else. This painful contrast is on display later in that very same interview, in which he explicitly argues that concern for sexism is to blame for the plight of the West's young men, when he contrives that we're so stupid, we're alienating young men. We're telling them that they're patriarchal oppressors and denizens of rape culture. It's awful. It's so destructive. It's so unnecessary. And it's so sad. The empathy that he displays for Euro-descendant men and all their white boys in his BBC interview and 12 Rules for Life would be almost touching. The problem is that he cannot find it within himself to extend it to anyone else. This literally psychotic lack of empathy be precisely why The Handmaid's Tale is a difficult show to dissect right now. After following the plot of Margaret Atwood's 1985 book in its first season, its second season expanded from canon to pile on a series of additional horrors, all set in the future nation of Gilead, this religious theocracy that kills and tortures women who refuse to submit to male ownership. And as Laura Hudson, the founderess and editoress of the Eisner Award-winning website Comics Alliance, has written, its portents are so terrifyingly familiar that they have become excruciating to watch. The Handmaid's Tale's premise, that you cannot permanently stamp out sexism, just send it more or less into remission, is perpetually timely, as is Gilead's basic disregard for women's bodies and their choices. But for all this, The Handmaid's Tale's vision of religious oppression feels strikingly at odds with how misogyny works today. Atwood's Gilead is a dystopia writ in the 1980s for the age of the moral majority and feminist sex wars. Its leaders couch their misogyny in the language of protecting women from the dangers of pornography and objectification, which were issues for right-wing and left-wing women alike. Gilead's women have given up freedom to, well, they've given up freedom to do anything, meaning their individual autonomy, for a theoretical freedom from. The freedom from being victimized. And so their world is circumscribed by scripture, including a biblical origin story for handmaids and brutal punishments for Christian fundamentalist boogeymen like abortionists and gay or lesbian gender traitors. Now, none of these ideas from the 1980s have ever disappeared. Vice President Mike Pence supported giving women freedom from sexual harassment by keeping them away from men, for instance. But the white supremacist alt-right and the more generically neo-nationalist alt-light coalition, alternative right and alternative light, L-I-T-E, which this coalition of the alt-rightists, the radicalized reactionaries, and the conservative reactionaries, which have coalesced to help define the current political landscape, are strikingly secular. As Chris Stedman pointed out at Vice magazine, unlike far-right American movements of years past, you don't hear much talk of God or religion at today's alt-right rallies. President Donald Trump's Christian affiliation is perfunctory at best, and his administration was nothing less than an exercise in debasement for his evangelical cultists, who have ended up defending pedophilia and offering sexual mulligans, the mulligans, so you can rape someone and then be forgiven, to excuse all infidelities. Trump's famous boast about groping women would have been perfect fodder for Gilead's scare tactic propaganda. You want to be free from that, don't you, bitch? Instead, would-be patriarchs have claimed to oppose religious misogyny the way Gilead's founders opposed pimps and pornographers, by appropriating a good-faith criticism of the world's most Gilead-like religious sects, specifically those involving Muslims, to excuse misogyny closer to home. The alt-right celebrity Milo Yiannopoulos has bemoaned fundamentalist Islam's oppression of some women while promoting death and rape threat campaigns against others. Atheist vloggers fostered the 2014 anti-feminist Gamergate movement, which launched the present careers of figures like Mike Cernovich, a man who has claimed that the only rape culture is Muslim rape culture. Sometimes this is just disingenuous rhetoric meant to shut down criticism, but sometimes it's an argument for locking down borders and rolling back civil rights to fight the overwhelming existential threat of Islamic fundamentalism. Trump's anti-Muslim travel ban ordered government agencies to collect and release information on honor killings of women in the United States, a thinly veiled request to publicize gendered crimes by Muslims. Alt-right members have since called for a white Sharia to supposedly beat extremists at their own game, stripping women of all economic and political power and forcing them to bear children for white men. There are few grand scriptural justifications for any of this, just naked calls for racist male supremacy, and the end to a peaceful modern society that supposedly feminizes white men. The Handmaid's Tale's Gilead was originally white supremacist for all these reasons, though Hulu's showrunners dropped that core element from the televisual series, a decision that's been since criticized for downplaying the legacy of racism. But even by the book's mythologically justified racism, which had Gilead deporting black citizens because of the curse of Ham, would seem toothless today. Many religious people may well be racist, but today's most effective racists wave the banner of scientific authority, pointing to IQ tests or spurious just so stories about evolution. When Christianity makes an appearance, it's as an example of Western intellectual greatness, but never divine truth. In the same way, today's most outspoken misogynists argue that biology, not God, has made woman inferior to man. The various sexist manosphere philosophies revolve around hypersimplified models of animal behavior, where alpha males preside over an inherently violent and dominant space society. The involuntary celibate mass shooter, Elliot Rodger, who later inspired last year's massacre in Toronto, or was it the year before by now? He advocated a bizarre eugenics program where men would evolve to a higher form by killing all women. He explained, if you could call it an explanation, that if women were allowed to choose mates and bear children, their under-evolved brains would devolve humanity completely. Now, relatively few people espouse such direct racist or sexist hatred, but in a milder form. These aren't particularly fringe ideas. The Bell Curve, a book that encourages policymakers to accept that certain races are doomed to intellectual inferiority, made author Charles Murray an academic celebrity. And Jordan Peterson, whom I perforce present circumstances, be compelled to remind my listeners, has been called the most influential public intellectual in the Western world, abuses lobster biology and Jungian psychology to argue that male dominance hierarchies are the core of human civilization. While urging male fans to toughen up to attract women, he's mused that feminists who support Islam unconsciously long for masculine dominance. The detractors of the hashtag #MeToo movement have repeatedly pointed to their belief that men are meant to pursue and make unwanted advances toward women. With or without a god in the picture, plenty of people believe it's a sin to fight the universe's preordained plan for humanity, where men dominate women and white people run society. That's what brings us to female genital mutilation, the FGM. In The Handmaid's Tale, we see women punished for their immoral behavior by having their bodies mutilated. And it is hinted on numerous occasions that the ants will also use FGM, female genital mutilation, as a corrective punishment on anyone deemed an unwoman. Tragically, the concept of female genital mutilation is not confined to the pages of Atwood's book. 140 million women and girls all over the world are believed to have undergone this procedure, which sees their outer labia, inner labia, and clitoris removed, often without anesthesia or any pain relief thereafter. And it is estimated that some 23,000 girls living in the United Kingdom are at risk of FGM, female genital mutilation, as well, despite the fact that the act was criminalized in the United Kingdom back when Atwood published her book in 1985. Nimco Ali, the co-founder of the Daughters of Eve, a non-profit organization that aims to empower and protect people from female genital mutilatory affected communities, was quoted by stylist.company.uk, the stylist.co.uk, as saying, "They say it makes you a woman. It's a rite of passage. But as you start to grow up and learn about feminism, you start to realize this is about control and fear. I look at my 3-year-old niece and she's free and fearless. That is what FGM is there to stop. Break the girl and then mold her into an image of what men want." The Handmaid's Tale also reserves plenty of scorn for those outside the regime who failed to stop Gilead's rise, or who forged alliances for political gain. In the 1980s, this meant radical feminists fighting exploitative pornography. Today, there are any number of uncomfortable potential targets, from technologists whose work is repurposed by hate movements, to free speech advocates who defend neo-Nazis out of principle, to progressive politicians who center the white working class in their rhetoric. In the name of equal opportunity criticism, I myself might add speakers who condemn toxic social movements without formulating better alternatives. So I promise to deliver them in the next few episodes. Now, you can mount moral defenses of all of these groups, which is exactly why probing their weaknesses would be compelling. Dystopias cut deeper when you can imagine sympathetic people abetting them. Now, soft biological determinism doesn't inevitably lead to harsh oppression, but that's not even the point. In The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood imagined how seeds of xenophobia, misogyny, and authoritarianism could utterly corrupt a popular ideology with many well-meaning supporters, because a Gilead can grow in any group that lets its principles take root. That includes evangelical Christianity, but also a postmodern secular rationalism that's now being co-opted by white male supremacists, speaking the language of their perversion of science and logic. It's not hard to envision a world that's as cruel to woman as Gilead, which is why watching The Handmaid's Tale is so exhausting. But despite all its brutality, the show softens a more painful truth. Misogyny doesn't just persist, it evolves. Such is much of the conversation surrounding The Handmaid's Tale that it's an unsettling, beautifully executed work that also happens to be frighteningly timely. For all the talk of The Handmaid's Tale's equal parts, exquisite and disturbing look into the future, there's one area in which the television adaptation departs from an otherwise fairly close reading of Atwood's original text: race. It's also the area that suffers from a lack of deep interrogation of how much such a change, realistic, in a series that has been commended for and that prides itself on a vision of the world that feels all too possible. You see, Hulu's The Handmaid's Tale is race blind, but that's not a good thing. The show includes actors and actresses of color, but strips their characters of racial identity. I, for one, be pleased to report that one of the most persistent critiques of Hulu's adaptation of The Handmaid's Tale is its treatment of race, or complete absence thereof. As the season finale approaches going to air on the 16th day in June this year, it's become as clear that the production falls into the familiar trap of so much feminist fiction. It appropriates the struggles of women of color and extrapolates the experiences of white women as representative of the experiences of all women. While the show's source material, Margaret Atwood's 1985 dystopian novel, casts the fundamentalist totalitarian state of Gilead as a white supremacist nation in which people of color have been forcibly deported, either to internal exile in the heartlands or to Africa. Hulu's interpretation posits a society in which they remain and are equally oppressed under the same constricting regime. The punchline being that this is because Margaret Atwood and Jordan Peterson are from the same university. The former graduated from Toronto U, and the latter is a professor thereon. And let me read you something. This is satire. It was written by Crystal Rivers, who has a doctorate. She calls herself an eco-psychologist, a writer, a farmer, a defender of reality, and a cat castle custodian. So we're talking crazy cat lady here. But on June 8th of yesteryear, she wrote, "It seems to me that people follow gurus without much truly critical evaluation. The absurdity has always struck me as worthy of humor and further discussion." So she wrote a column titled "Rumors of Handmaid's Tale Authoress Margaret Atwood and Jordan Peterson Mud Wrestle Outside Ontario Dive." So I will read this to you because it's funny and insightful, but I'll point out its tragedy. So here's what she wrote. Outside a notorious dive bar known locally as Mudrucker's Den, award-winning Handmaid's Tale authoress Margaret Atwood fell into a tussle with Dr. Jordan Peterson, noted Toronto guru and conservative Christian. Peterson is the best-selling author of 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos. His greatest claim to notoriety is not his best-selling books, however, but his podcasts and speeches which teach young men to make your beds, but try not to be too girly while you do it. Both participants were not happy about the incident. Adjusting her silver, well-earned hair halo as she walked away from the scene, Atwood said, "It was silly, really." Witnesses reported that the two were simply having a low-key conversation when an unknown assailant in a lobster costume slammed into Atwood, shouting, "Lobsters, not libtards!" The man faded into the night. While Atwood was picking herself up off the sidewalk, she fell against Peterson, who mistakenly thought he was being physically attacked. In seconds, the two were wrestling in the mud, while onlookers cheered. The fight only lasted for a few seconds, but it seemingly embarrassed Professor Peterson the most. He's quoted as saying, "Oh my, yeah, I overreacted. It was strange that someone so educated, intellectual, and disciplined, such as myself, would overstep my own rules. I misinterpreted Miss Atwood's reaching up, and I do hope she won't worry her pretty little head about me pressing charges or anything." Miss Atwood laughed off the incident and went home for tea. The two authors are both very opinionated interpreters of social justice, political movements, hierarchical structures, and gender roles throughout history. However, their views diverge as to how best to apply structure and societal competition, societal cooperation is what this lady wrote, to optimize a more harmonious world. Whereas Margaret Atwood has envisioned the worst-case scenario of sexist and racist dystopia, as epitomized in The Handmaid's Tale, Dr. Jordan Peterson offers books and speeches that suggest rigid social hierarchy is necessary, natural, and not really the end of the world, although it is. But Peterson sees the benefits of rigid hierarchy because lobsters often engage in posturing for dominance, and some other smart old white guys like Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, and Orwell wrote books that, in Dr. Peterson's words, that I have read. Atwood said, "I read the same books, but came to different conclusions." Now, there's a subliner here where they introduce another part of the column. And it reads, "The mud fight, brief but spectacular." As according to eyewitnesses, spectators at the mud fight had varying opinions about what really happened. And one said, "I think Dr. Peterson realized on a deeply unconscious neurochemical level that extremist ideas of inclusion, diversity, and woman's lib gone mad were attempting to infiltrate his superior manhood brain. So he reacted upon his innate conscientious impulse to do what he had to do to save Western civilization," which is beating up a woman, an old woman at that. His scowling companion, identified only as Sue, this is the companion of the fictional man who just gave the analysis that I read, she responded, "She tried to get up. Peterson overreacted. Also, why am I still making your bed? Grow up, Jonathan." You know, it's all in delivery. If I had read that with a Canadian accent, it would have been more funny. Now, still reading the column here, the satirical column. Seen as a cautionary tale amid modern days of political strife and backward-leaning nostalgia, A Handmaid's Tale is just one of Atwood's many books. The book is now a popular miniseries that has been praised by social scientists and literary critics alike. But the show is also seen as exaggerated and dangerous by many on the right of the political spectrum, and who warn that allowing women to have control of their bodies, or having supremacy, upper classes stripped of power, wealth, and control, would create the very chaos that threatens stability. This is the order that Peterson's books have identified as keeping society sane. In Peterson's view, order is male and chaos is female. Now, you have to understand all of this in light of the Peter principle where the man who published that as satire, but it since has been realized as absolute truth. And therefore, what this woman is writing as satire is quite true. Everything she says is true. So when she says Peterson's believes order is male and chaos is female, she's not kidding here. He also believes, and rightfully teaches, that people should not interrupt skateboarders, especially if they are young males, and that all of us would be better off if we stopped to pet stray cats in the street. Atwood shares some, but not all, of this view. Her research has revealed that without pushback from the oppressed, women have been treated as property, breeders, sex objects, and most of all, primary bedmakers. She enthusiastically welcomes the view that young men should make their own beds. However, she objects to the part where women should be objects and breeders. As some women are not of childbearing age, and because not all governments and corporate structures give equal representation to marginalized people, Atwood feels that life lessons are learned and corrected by studying history, correcting injustices, and offering inclusion for many. You know, all of this is bullshit. But then, that's the satire. This woman is subtly, in this understated Canadian humor, she's subtly assuring you Atwood doesn't believe that at all. But Peterson's work rejects this theory, and as he so often emphasizes, gender pronouns are Nazis, liberals are Nazis, and people that are not me, but that are sensitive to triggers, are probably Nazis. It has also been suggested that Atwood does not approve of random petting of stray cats in the streets. Cats, too, are entitled to autonomy, and even capable of giving consent as to whether they want to be petted at all. Atwood's overall conclusion is that pussy grabbing should be consensual, and, if not mutually acceptable to both who he pets and he, she, Z, who is petted, the order of natural hierarchy will present itself in the form of bleeding cat scratches and screeching cat harassers. One distinct difference between Atwood and Peterson is that he believes white privilege, Islamophobia, and rape culture are false constructs that push a progressive agenda, whereas Atwood has been a woman all her life and has simply tried to have lunch once or twice. In other words, Atwood knows darn well that privilege remains invisible to those who have it. The incident at Mudd-Rucker's den has brought notoriety to the previously unknown dive. People are not meeting there for rational discussions upon the nature of societal good. Even trans people are being welcomed. And parents who may or may not enjoy slapping their children to teach discipline in a world of spoiled brats whose tears melt like snowflakes on confused cheeks. Said one young mother having a sandwich at the cafe portion of the establishment, "We have learned much from both Dr. Peterson and Margaret Atwood. My husband realizes that he will never be as rich, popular, or successful as Peterson, but he also is grateful that I have fought hard to pay equity and I have fought hard for pay equity and respect at work, so that I can earn the money for him." And her husband added, "We both know from Peterson's books that life is horrible, brutal, meaningless, and unfair. We are both hopeless, heathen sinners who will die evil and unfulfilled, except for the fulfilling sense of self-acceptance of our uselessness. At least we now have an awareness of it." When asked what she felt she gathered from Atwood's work, she said, "Oh, that's easy. Life can easily become horrible, gross, meaningless, unfair, and brutal, but we can fix that." Okay, that's the end of the column. This is satire that, writ 2 years agone, has since become reality. The real point here is what I made when Peter Moon and Salman Sheikh were still with us, that these people do know each other. This is not something that's in print. This is evident in the fact that they have removed race and the issues thereof from the televised interpretation of Margaret Atwood's creative work, which she holds total creative control over. A good deal of her advisements into the series have been followed. The removal of race is one of them. This means she's collaborating with Joss Peterson in removing race because it is a false construct in their eyes. To say that race does not exist, to ignore race, is the most racist thing imaginable. And so that's why Offred's best friend, Moira, is played by a black actress, Samira Wiley, so they can claim they're not racist. They have a couple of token niggers. That's how they would reference them in their minds. And her husband, Luke, the husband of this black woman, is played by the black British actor O.T. Fagbenley. Though it's heartening to see such an attempt made at diversity, the fact that the narrative fails to engage with race at all has created a deficit. Rather than show how racism would evolve and mutate around the specifics of a society like Gilead, where women are stripped of all rights, and, in the case of handmaids, forced to bear children for higher-ranking members of society, the narrative suggests there was no historical point at which racism had ever been a pressing concern. To reiterate, in an hierarchical society propelled by religious fundamentalism, just about everything in the history of this country suggests that racial divisions would become far more deeply entrenched, not less. The problem is a failure of intersectionality. Now I have to educate you about this. It asked the interconnected nature of social organizations, such as race, class, and gender, as they apply to a given individual or group, regarded as creating overlapping and interdependent systems of discrimination or disadvantage, as understood within an analytical framework for understanding how aspects of a person's social and political identities combine to create different modes of discrimination and privilege, whereby, through an awareness of intersectionality, we can better acknowledge and ground the differences among us. In other words, intersectional theory proves that people are often disadvantaged by multiple sources of oppression: their race, class, gender identity, sexual orientation, religion, and other identity markers. Intersectionality recognizes that identity markers, ergo, I am woman or I am black, do not exist independently of each the other, and that each informs the others, often creating a complex convergence of oppression. Exempli gratiae. A black man and a white woman make 74 cents and 78 cents, respectively, to a white man's dollar. For every dollar the white man earns, a black man earns 74 cents and a white woman earns 78 cents. Black women, faced with multiple forms of oppression, make only 64 cents to every white man's dollar. So understanding intersectionality is essential to combating the interwoven prejudices people face in their daily lives. This brings us to the intersectionality wars. When Kimberlé Crenshaw coined the very term intersectionality some 30 plus years ago, it was a relatively obscure legal concept. Then it went viral. There may not be a word in American conservatism more hated right now than intersectionality. On the radicalized right, intersectionality is seen as the new caste system, believe it or not, replacing non-white, non-heterosexual people on top. Imagine the horror. To many conservatives, intersectionality means because you're a minority, you get special standards, special treatment in the eyes of some. They insist it promotes solipsism at the personal level and division at the social level. It represents a form of feminism that, according to your average white male supremacist, puts a label on you. It tells you how oppressed you are. It tells you what you're allowed to say, what you're allowed to think. Intersectionality is thus really dangerous. Or, as Peterson would say, a conspiracy theory of victimization. This is a highly unusual level of disdain for a word that, until several years agone, was a legal term in relative obscurity outside academic circles. So allow us myself to introduce the Doctoress Kimberly Crenshaw, PhD. Her intersectionality is a framework for conceptualizing a person, group of people, or social problem as affected by a number of discriminations and disadvantages, what was communicated in 1989 and developed in theory ever since by the Black African American lawyerette, civil rights advocate, philosopheress, and a leading scholaress in critical race theory, Kimberly Williams Crenshaw, a graduate of Cornell University, Harvard University, and the University of Wisconsin, who now serves as a full-time professoress at both the Columbia Law School and the UCLA School of Law in mine own Golden State Nation of California, wherein she specializes in race and gender issues as understood through more than 30 years studying. Well, she was studying black feminist legal theory for 3 decades to describe how race, class, gender, and individual characteristics intersect with one another and overlap. Intersectionality has, in a sense, gone viral over the past decade, resulting in a backlash from the white right, a white lash. In my conversations with right-wing critics of intersectionality, I've found that what upsets them isn't even the theory itself. Indeed, they largely agree that it accurately describes the way people from different backgrounds encounter the world, the lived experiences, and experiences of discrimination of a black woman will be different from those of a white woman or a black man, for example. They object to its implications, its uses, and most importantly, its consequences. What some reactionaries view as the upending of racial and cultural hierarchies to create a new one in which they're no longer on top. So intersectionality has now become a dividing line between the left and the right. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, the Democrat from New York, has tweeted that the future is female and intersectional. The Daily Wire's Ben Shapiro, meanwhile, posts videos with headlines like, "Is intersectionality the biggest problem in America?" The current debate over intersectionality is really 3 debates. One based on what academics like Crenshaw actually mean by the term, one based on how activists seeking to eliminate disparities between groups have interpreted the term, and a third on how some conservatives are responding to its use by those activists. Now, Crenshaw has watched all this with no small measure of surprise, comparing the sensation of seeing other people talking about intersectionality to an out-of-body experience. Herself so noting, and here I shall quote as her at length, "This is what happens when an idea travels beyond the context and the content. The thing that's really kind of ironic about intersectionality is that it had to leave town, the world of law, in order to get famous. Sometimes I've read things that say, intersectionality, blah, 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 and I'd wonder, oh, I wonder whose intersectionality that is. And then I'd see myself cited. And I was like, I've never written that. I've never said that. That is just not how I think about intersectionality. What was puzzling is that usually with ideas that people take seriously, they actually try to master them, or at least try to read the sources that they are citing for the proposition. Often that doesn't happen with intersectionality, and there are any number of theories as to why that's the case, but what many people have heard or know about intersectionality comes more from what people say than what they've actually encountered themselves. So she was kind enough to share that. It brings us to the origins of intersectionality, because to understand what intersectionality is and what it has become, you have to look at Crenshaw's body of work over the past 30 years on race and civil rights. As she detailed in an article written for The Baffler in 2017, critical race theory emerged in the 1980s and 90s among a group of legal scholars in response to what seemed to Crenshaw and her colleagues like a false consensus, that discrimination and racism in the law were irrational, and that once the irrational distortions of bias were removed, the underlying legal and socioeconomic order would revert to a neutral, benign state of impersonally apportioned justice. And this, she argued, was a delusion, as comforting as it was dangerous. Crenshaw didn't believe racism ceased to exist in 1965, the year before I was born, with the passage of the Civil Rights Act, nor that racism was a mere multi-century aberration that, once corrected through legislative action, would no longer impact the law or the people who rely upon it. There was no rational explanation for the racial wealth gap that existed in 1982 and persists today, or for the minority underrepresentation in spaces that were purportedly based on colorblind assets. Rather, as Crenshaw has written, discrimination remains because of the stubborn endurance of the structures of white dominance. In other words, the American legal and socioeconomic order have been entirely built on racism. Before the arguments raised by the originators of critical race theory, there wasn't much criticism describing the way structures of law and society could be intrinsically racist, rather than simply distorted by racism, while otherwise untainted with its stain. So there weren't many tools for understanding how race worked in those situations. That brings us to the concept of intersectionality, which emerged from the ideas debated in critical race theory. Crenshaw first publicly laid out her theory of intersectionality in 1989 when she published a paper in the University of Chicago Legal Forum titled "Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex." That paper centers on 3 legal cases that dealt with the issues of both racial discrimination and sex discrimination. Die Grafenried versus General Motors. Moore versus Hughes Helicopter Incorporated. And Payne versus Travenol. In each case, Crenshaw argued that the court's narrow view of discrimination was a prime example of the conceptual limitations of single-issue analyses regarding how the law considers both racism and sexism. In other words, the law seemed to forget that black women are both black and female, and thus subject to discrimination on the basis of both race, gender, and often a combination of the twain. Exempli gratiae. De Grafenried versus General Motors was a 1976 case in which 5 black women sued General Motors for a seniority policy that they argued targeted black women exclusively. Basically, The company simply did not hire black women before 1964, meaning that when seniority-based payoffs, the layoffs, when they started downsizing, arrived during the early 1970s recession, when Japan was wiping out the American industry, all the black women hired after 1964 were immediately laid off. A policy like that didn't fall under just gender or just race discrimination, but the court decided that efforts to bind together both racial discrimination and sex discrimination claims, rather than sue on the basis of each separately, would be unworkable. Now, as Crenshaw herself has detailed in paper, in May of 1976, Judge Harris Wanglin ruled against the plaintiffs, writing in part that black women could not be considered a separate protected class within the law, or else it would risk opening a Pandora's box of minorities who would demand to be heard in the law. Crenshaw argues in this paper I am sourcing that by treating black women as purely woman or purely black, the courts, as they did in 1976, have repeatedly ignored specific challenges that face black women as a group. To read from the paper itself, the legislative history surrounding the Title VII, or it might be 8, does not indicate that the goal of the statute was to create a new classification of black women who would have greater standing than, for example, a black male. The prospect of the creation of new classes of protected minorities, governed only by the mathematical principles of permutation and combination, clearly raises the prospect of opening the hackneyed Pandora's box. Intersectionality was a prism to bring to light dynamics within discrimination law that weren't being appreciated by the courts. In particular, courts seem to think about race discrimination was what happened to all black people across gender and sex, and the sex discrimination was what happened to all women. And if that is your framework, of course, what happens to black women and other women of color is going to be difficult to see. But then something unexpected happened. Crenshaw's theory went mainstream, offering, well, it arrived in the Oxford English Dictionary in 2015 and gained widespread attention during the 2017 Women's March, an event whose organizers noted how women's intersecting identities meant that they were impacted by a multitude of social justice and human rights issues. And then the radicalized white right started worrying and has since learned to fear intersectionality. So beginning in 2015 and escalating ever since, the conservative response to intersectionality has ranged from mild amusement to outright horror. In 2017, the writer Andrew Sullivan argued that intersectionality was a religion of sorts. In his view, intersectionality posits a classic orthodoxy through which all of human experience is explained, and through which all speech must be filtered. Its version of original sin is the power of some identity groups over others. To overcome this sin, you need first to confess, it is, check your privilege, and subsequently live your life and order your thoughts in a way that keeps this sin at bay. When you talk to conservatives about the term, however, they're more measured. They say the concept of intersectionality, the idea that people experience discrimination differently depending on their overlapping identities, is not the problem. Because, as David French, a writer for the National Review, who described intersectionality as the dangerous faith in 2018, has since himself admitted the idea is more or less indisputable. So, when I try to educate you and expand your understanding of the world around you, you have to have some concepts that enter your head that are constructive for all of the negativity we expose. Something to keep you from breaking down. Now, in terms of this whole issue, when the whites began to confront it, beginning in 2015 and escalating ever since, it's hard to try and put this into perspective for yourself out there. It's something that I'll have to refer to some legal cases. And so when it comes to the legal cases that be the best ways to educate you about this, I've called up a few. Let me just read about a paragraph from each. Because when we're dealing with this kind of issue that no white man understands or even wants to, it's we're just inviting Gilead to manifest. And of course, I'll have to take you back to Gilead. But you can't get there without an education. So, Crenshaw, she didn't believe racism ceased to exist. You know, that year that I was, before I was born, when they finally enacted the Civil Rights Act. And she knew there was no rational explanation for this racial wealth gap. And that's something that I think bears a little bit of a tangent. And let me check the time and see if we've got room for that. In terms of the time we have remaining, let me see now. 12 minus 7.5. 0.5. Well, we've got 4.5 hours. And we might be able to carry it out. Let me try and see if I can express this for you, because many of you people won't understand why this stuff needs addressing. You know, it's hard to believe, but most people just don't understand the disparities in wealth by race and ethnicity, racial economic inequality, the fact that we need to balance this to close that racial wealth gap. So obviously some charts would help, but basically I guess the best thing to do is just kind of explain it. Now, the racial wealth gap in the United States is the disparity in median wealth between the different races. And this gap is most pronounced between white households and any racial minorities. Whites have more wealth than Black, Latino, and Native American households. So the racial wealth gap is larger than most Americans can even imagine. In research that was published in 2017, a sampling of 1,377 white and black Americans from the top and bottom of the national income distribution revealed that they overestimated progress toward black-white economic equality by over 25% of the current reality. In fact, a 2018 research report revealed that the median black household has less than 11% of the wealth of the median white household. Whatever you've got as a white individual, a black has less than 11% of that. And in numbers, well, in 2016, the median net worth of non-Hispanic white households was $143,600 United States dollars. The median net worth of black households was only $12,920 US dollars. Native American wealth has not even been measured since the year 2000. At that time, their median household net worth was just $5,700 United States dollars. And in seeming contrast to the Asian American households have more wealth than white households statistically. But that apparent success story hides a wealth gap within the minority itself. The richest Asian Americans hold 168 times more wealth than the poorest Asian Americans like myself. It's a greater disparity than among white households, where the richest 10% owned 121.3 times more than the poorest whites at the bottom of the rung, the poorest 10%. And the racial wealth gap is worsening. Between 1983 and 2013, white households saw their wealth increased by 14%. But during the same period, black household wealth declined 75%. Median Hispanic household wealth declined 50%. One reason for the discrepancy is the number of extremely poor black families. The Economic Policy Institute reported that 25% of black households have zero, even negative net worth. Only 10% of all white families are that poor. Since so many black families not only own nothing, but are actually deep in debt, it drags down the average wealth for the entire race of blacks. Put another way, black families have $5.04 in net worth for every 100 United States dollars held by white families. Of course, there's historic roots to this racial wealth gap. Until the 13th Amendment in 1865, slavery legally prevented blacks from building wealth. And until the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the year after my sister was born, Jim Crow laws continued segregation in the South, where most blacks lived. They detailed what jobs blacks could take and how much they could be paid, which wasn't much. And they restricted where blacks lived and traveled. Public parks, transportation, and restaurants were segregated. Even some towns were off limits to blacks. Now, Social Security actually contributed to the racial wealth gap. In 1935, the Social Security Act excluded farm workers and domestic workers from accruing any benefits. At that time, most blacks still lived in the American South, where they were more likely to be farm workers and domestic workers. As a result, over 2/3 of blacks never received Social Security's wealth-building opportunities. As for the Civil Rights Movement and its impact on the racial wealth gap, the mobilization for World War II and the Civil Rights Movement sought to reverse this legal discrimination, but only had limited results. In 1948, while still legally at war with Japan, President Harry Truman ordered integration in the military. The GI Bill. Now, by the way, this is significant because Harry Truman was a member of the Ku Klux Klan, in case you didn't know. The fact that he ordered integration in the U.S. military is significant. There are good Klansmen, just so you know. Now, the GI Bill of Rights assisted veterans with housing, education, and jobs. So between 1944 and 1971, it spent 95 billion United States dollars on benefits, but it was left to the states to administer. As a result, black veterans in the South were completely denied any access. An important point that comes to my mind is circa 1954, when the Korean War on the peninsula finally came to ceasefire. The Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court ruling determined that school segregation was unconstitutional, but schools followed local neighborhood boundaries, and neighborhoods were segregated. So the education was still, as far as the whites were concerned, blacks were ineducable. Basically, they just weren't receiving education. In 1964, the Civil Rights Act ended the Jim Crow laws. In 1965, the Voting Rights Act protected blacks' right to vote. In 1968, the Fair Housing Act ended legal discrimination in renting and selling homes. But the legacy of Jim Crow continues today. The laws created a structural inequality that's been impossible to erase. Despite these laws, discrimination against blacks owning wealth has continued. Welfare programs such as the Transitional Assistance for Needy Families and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, SNAP, what we used to call food stamps, still forbid beneficiaries from ever accumulating any wealth. In some states, beneficiaries can't save more than $1,000 or own cars worth more than $4,650 US. And the wealth building initiatives have only worsened the gap. The federal government policies actively promoting wealth building. Each year, the federal government offers around $347.8 billion US in tax cuts designed to build wealth. I sourced that from the Corporation for Enterprise Development, the CED. At least 39.2% of those cuts promote home ownership, while 41% subsidize savings and investment. But a 2015 study reported that reducing the racial home ownership gap would narrow the racial wealth gap by 31%. But these cuts help the wealthy more than the poor. The wealthiest 5% of Americans are in the best financial position to take advantage of these tax cuts. As a result, 53% of the $347.8 billion US goes to them. The ones who need it the least. The bottom 60%, those making $50,000 US or less, only receive 4%. 4% of these tax cuts. The bottom 20% of taxpayers, those who earn $19,000 US or less, get nothing. Effectively, 0.04%. Less than half of 1%. Now you, say you're your average white guy, you're going to say, I don't give a shit. How does that affect me? Well, there's economic impact for all of us. Perversely, the wealth gap has also created an achievement gap between groups. That gap, in turn, has cost the American economy billions of US dollars in lost gross domestic product. Education is a powerful factor in improving economic mobility. Education increases the income that generates greater economic growth. Over a lifetime, Americans with college degrees earn 84% more than those with only high school degrees. A 2009 McKinsey study found that the average score of Black and Hispanic students on standardized tests was 2 to 3 years behind that of white students of the same age. Most white supremacists will simply say that whites are intellectually superior. whereas it's the denial of education has only made it seem that way. And this racial wealth gap exists even among blacks, who are highly educated and come from two-parent homes. Black families with graduate or professional degrees have 200,000 less United States dollars in wealth than similarly educated whites. These black or Latino college graduates don't even have as much wealth as white high school dropouts. Similarly, two-parent black households have less wealth than single-parent white households. In fact, the McKinsey study that I cited found that the achievement gap has cost the American economy more than all recessions up to the date of its publication. If there had been no achievement gap in the years between 1998 and 2008, American gross domestic product would have been 525 billion United States dollars higher in 2008, the year our market crashed. Similarly, if low-income students had the same educational achievement as their wealthier peers over that same period, they would have added 670 billion United States dollars more into our gross domestic product. There would have been no goddamn crash of the world economy. It would have been rendered not only moot, but impossible. How do we close this? That's why I'm teaching you about intersectionality. One way to close the gap is to increase economic mobility. Despite the promise of the American dream, the United States has lower levels of economic mobility than any other developed nation on earth. And, of course, we need to change the tax process. Progressive taxation will help close the inequality in American income. Poor families spend a larger share of their income on the cost of living. They need all the money they earn to afford basics like shelter, food, and transportation, just like I need money for that now. And I'm counting on your help. A tax cut will allow them to afford a decent standard of living. It will also allow them to start saving and increase their wealth, which helps all of us. And we've got to improve educational access. Equity in education would bring everyone up to at least a minimum standard. Research proves that the greatest single correlation of high income is the education level of one's parents. Equity would allow minority children to be more competitive with those who live in higher income school districts. It would give them stronger skills in the job market and for managing their finances. Investing in human capital is a better solution than increasing welfare benefits or providing a universal basic income even. One way to do this would be to establish child savings accounts, limited to education and/or home ownership. The accounts could grow tax-free and not penalize welfare recipients. In 2016, the Annie E. Casey Foundation found that a CSA program begun in 1979 would have completely closed the racial wealth gap between whites and Latinos. The gap between whites and blacks would have shrunk by at least 82%. A University of Michigan study found an inexpensive and effective method to improve access. Researchers sent application packets to hundreds of high-performing, low-income high school students in Michigan. The packets invited them to apply to the university and promised scholarships to pay for all costs. More than two-thirds applied to the university compared to 26% in a control group that didn't receive those packets. And, of course, we've got to boost minimum income. A living minimum wage. Increasing income at the low end of the scale will give those workers an opportunity to save and build wealth. Between 1979 and 2017, there were certain groups who have seen their average household incomes increase after transfers and taxes. Although income inequality continues to exist, household income rose 111% for the top fifth, 49% for the next 60%, and 86% for the bottom fifth. If public policy equalized income between blacks and whites, black wealth would grow $11,488 per household, shrinking the wealth gap by 11%. Similarly, median Latino wealth would grow $8,765, shrinking the wealth gap by 9%. One way to do this is to raise the minimum wage, because studies prove that cities that have done so reduced poverty and reliance on welfare. And start selling bonds to babies, or bonds for babies. Since you can't sell to babies, they really can't purchase. The Professor William Darity from the Samuel Dubois Cook Center on Social Equity at Duke University suggests a baby bonds program. It would pay for a trust fund for the 4 million new children born in America each year. It would cost $100 billion or 2% of the federal budget. Children from poor families would receive more, while those from wealthy families would receive less. Beneficiaries could use it for education, home equity, or other investments when they turned 18. They could plan their lives knowing this fund was available. The program would generate more revenue for the government through higher income taxes. They would generate more revenue for local communities through higher property taxes. So we've got to improve government to close the gap. Ultimately, to reduce the racial wealth gap, Americans need to rethink how the nation currently directs the largesse of government spending and tax policy. To give just one example of policy that makes inequality worse, the Tax Policy Center proved that Trump's 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act would give families earning $25,000 or less annually a $40 tax cut. The act would give those earning $3.4 million annually a $937,700 tax break. It proved itself the most regressive tax engineered to widen the racial wealth gap, which was Trump's intent. This is why Peter Moon simply cannot understand that we hate Trump so much. He just doesn't get it. Because, well, as I said, privilege is invisible to those who have it. Now, before the arguments raised by the originators of critical race theory, there wasn't much criticism describing the way structures of law and society are intrinsically racist, rather than simply distorted by racism, while otherwise untainted with its stain. Kind of like eliminating race from The Handmaid's Tale, which I will get back to. As I said, there was simply no rational explanation, like the Peterson puppets want, for the racial wealth gap that existed in 1982 and persists today, or for the minority underrepresentation in spaces that were purportedly based on colorblind standards. Rather, discrimination remains because of the stubborn endurance of the structures of white dominance. In other words, American legal and socioeconomic order is completely built on racism. So there weren't any tools for understanding how race worked in those institutions. That brings us to the concept of intersectionality, which emerged from the ideas debated in critical race theory. Now, Dr. Crenshaw first publicly laid out her theory of intersectionality in 1989 when she published a paper in the University of Chicago Legal Forum titled Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex. And the paper centers on 3 legal cases that dealt with the issues of both racial discrimination and sex discrimination. De Graafenried versus General Motors, Moore versus Hughes Helicopter Incorporated, and Paine versus Travanol. And Paine, that sounds like Paine versus Tylenol, like P-A-I-N. No, it's P-A-Y-N-E versus Travanol. And in each case, Crenshaw argued that the court's narrow view of discrimination was a prime example of the conceptual limitations of single-issue analyses regarding how the law considers both racism and sexism. In other words, the law always forgot that black women are both black and female, and thus subject to discrimination on the basis of both race, gender, and, all too often, a combination of the twain. Exempli gratiae. De Graffenried versus General Motors was a 1976 case in which 5 black women sued General Motors for a seniority policy that they argued targeted black women exclusively. Basically, General Motors simply did not hire black women before 1964, meaning that when seniority-based layoffs finally arrived during an early 1970s recession, all the black women hired after 1964 were immediately terminated because, we gotta let the whites feed their families. A policy like that didn't fall under just gender or just race discrimination. But the court decided that efforts to bind together both racial discrimination and sex discrimination claims, rather than sue on the basis of each separately, would be unworkable. So as Crenshaw herself has detailed in paper, in May of 1976, Judge Harris Wangelin ruled against the plaintiffs, writing in part that black women could not be considered a separate protected class within the law, or else it would risk opening a Pandora's box of minorities who would demand to be heard in the law. Yeah, imagine. So Crenshaw argues in this paper I am sourcing that by treating black women as purely woman or purely black, the courts, as they did in 1976, have repeatedly ignored specific challenges that face black women alone as a group. To read from her paper itself, which you can access online simply by looking up the title of the paper, Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex. She wrote, the legislative history surrounding the Title 9, does not indicate that the goal of the statute was to create a new classification of black women who would have greater standing than, for example, a black male. The prospect of the creation of new classes of protected minorities governed only by the mathematical principles of permutation and combination clearly raises the prospect of opening the hackneyed Pandora's box. By the way, I believe this is title 6, title 6. Intersectionality was a prism to bring to light dynamics within discrimination law that weren't being appreciated by the courts. These are her words, I'm still reading. In particular, courts seem to think that race discrimination was what happened to all black people across gender, and sex discrimination was what happened to all women. And if that is your framework, of course, what happens to black women and other women of color is going to be difficult to see. End of my reading from her paper directly. But then something unexpected happened. Crenshaw's theory went mainstream, arriving in the Oxford English Dictionary in 2015 and gaining widespread attention during the 2017 Women's March against Trump being hacked into power, an event whose organizers noted how women's intersecting identities meant that they were impacted by a multitude of social justice and human rights issues. Then, the radicalized white right started worrying and has since learned to fear intersectionality. Beginning in 2015 and escalating ever since, the reactionary white conservative response to intersectionality has ranged from mild amusement to outright horror. In 2017, the year Trump was elected, the writer Andrew Sullivan argued that intersectionality was a religion of sorts. In his view, intersectionality posits a classic orthodoxy through which all of human experience is explained. and through which all speech must be filtered. Its version of original sin is the power of some identity groups over others. To overcome this sin, you need first to confess, i.e., check your privilege, and subsequently live your life and order your thoughts in a way that keeps this sin at bay. And when you talk to conservatives, reactionaries really, about the term itself, however, they're actually more measured. They say the concept of intersectionality, the idea that people experience discrimination differently depending on their overlapping identities, is not the problem. Because, as David French, a writer for the National Review who described intersectionality as the dangerous faith in 2018, has himself admitted, the idea is more or less indisputable. So he says that what many conservatives object to is not the term itself, but its application on college campuses and beyond. Conservatives believe that it could be, or is being, used against them, making them the victims, in a sense, of a new form of overlapping oppression. To them, intersectionality isn't just describing an hierarchy of oppression, but be, in practice, an inversion thereof, such that being a white, straight, cisgender man is made anathema, with David French himself so acquiescing that, well, I'll just read what he said. Where the fight begins is when intersectionality moves from descriptive to prescriptive. An African American man is going to experience the world differently than an African American woman. Somebody who is LGBTQIA+ is going to experience the world differently from somebody who's straight. Somebody who's LGBTQIA+ and African American is going to experience the world differently than somebody who's LGBTQIA+ and Latina. It's sort of this common sense notion that different categories of people have different kinds of experience. You know, it's as if intersectionality were a language with which conservatives had no real problem until it was spoken. In a 2018 clip from Prager University, which is an online platform for conservative educational videos, or propaganda indoctrination, I should say, the pundit Ben Shapiro described intersectionality as a form of identity politics in which the value of your opinion depends on how many victim groups you belong to. At the bottom of the totem pole is the person everybody loves to hate, the straight white male. And at the end of the video, Shapiro bitterly concludes, "But what do I know? I'm just a straight white male." Now, in one interview, Shapiro insisted upon a definition of intersectionality that seemed far afield from Crenshaw's understanding of her own theory, declaring that I would define intersectionality as, at least the way I've seen it manifest on college campuses, and in a lot of the political left, as a hierarchy of victimhood, in which people are considered members of a victim class by virtue of membership in a particular group, and at the intersection of various groups lies the ascent on the hierarchy. And in that new hierarchy of victimhood, Shapiro opines that white men would be at the bottom, himself so lamenting that Crenshaw's 1989 paper seems relatively unobjectionable, while paradoxically asserting that he just didn't think it was particularly relevant. To quote his T, I first started hearing about this theory in the context of a lot of discussions on campus, the check your privilege discussions. That was the first place that I came across it, and that's honestly the place that most people first came across it in the public eye. In other words, if you are a woman, then you are more victimized than a man. And if you are black, you are more victimized than if you were white. If you're a black woman, you are more victimized than if you are a black man. You know what this is? This is anti-intersectionality. Because Crenshaw herself has proven that conservative criticisms of intersectionality were never really aimed at the theory. If they were, and not largely focused on whom intersectionality would benefit or burden, conservatives wouldn't use their own identities as part of their critiques. I mean, think of Shapiro's tongue-in-cheek disclaimer of, "I'm just a straight white male," for example. Identities simply wouldn't matter. Unless, of course, they actually do. And the people at the top of our current identity hierarchy are more concerned about losing their spot than they are with eliminating those hierarchies altogether. The Doctoress Crenshaw thus articulating that there be nothing new about this. To quote the Grand Doctoress, at length and verbatim, plenty of people chose not to assume that the prism of intersectionality necessarily demands anything in particular of them. When you're going to sign on to a particular critique by rolling out your identity, exactly how is your identity politics different from what you're trying to critique? It's just a matter of who it is. That's what you seem to be most concerned about. There have always been people, from the very beginning of the civil rights movement, who had denounced the creation of equality rights on the grounds that it takes something away from them. To Crenshaw, the most common critiques of intersectionality, that the theory represents a new caste system, are actually affirmations of the theory's fundamental truth, that individuals have individual identities that intersect in ways that impact how they be viewed, understood, and ultimately treated. Black women are both black and woman, but because they are black women, they endure specific forms of discrimination that black men or white women might not. But Crenshaw said that contrary to her critics' objections, intersectionality is not an effort to create the world in an inverted image of what it is now. Rather, the point of intersectionality is to make room for more advocacy and remedial practices to create a more egalitarian system. This is why Jordan Peterson claims it's communism. In short, Crenshaw doesn't want to replicate existing power dynamics and cultural structures just to give people of color power over white people, for example. She aims to get rid of those existing power dynamics altogether. The destruction of the system, which Jordan Peterson says is feminist chaos. She is a woman. She is presenting the destruction of all the hierarchies, the elimination of any potential for a stratified, fossilized caste system. This is why this is deemed the greatest threat to the West by Jordan Peterson. By eliminating all the class structure and rendering us truly equally able to grasp opportunities, changing the very structures that undergird our politics, law, and culture in order to level the playing field. The great leveling. This is what Jordan Peterson trains young men to destroy with their very lives any potential for. All the conservatives I spraketh unto understood quite well what intersectionality is. What's more, they never seemed bothered by intersectionality as a legal concept, or even intersectionality as an idea. When asked directly, Shapiro said, "The original articulation of the idea by Crenshaw is accurate and not a problem." So rather, they're deeply concerned by the practice of intersectionality, or, moreover, application of the theory. What they concluded intersectionality would ask or demand, primarily, in their eyes, of themselves, and secondarily, as far as they themselves be concerned, of society. Indeed, intersectionality is intended to ask a lot of individuals and movements alike, requiring that efforts to address one form of oppression takest others into account. Efforts to fight racism would require examining other forms of prejudice, like Islamophobia, Judeophobia, Sinophobia, fear of Chinese, and hatred thereof, for example. Efforts to eliminate gender disparities would require examining how women of color experience gender bias differently from white women, and how non-white men do too, compared to white men. This raises big, difficult questions, ones that many people, even those who purport to abide by intersectionalist values, are unprepared, or rather unwilling to answer. Once we acknowledge the role of race and racism, what do we do about it? And who should be responsible for addressing racism anyway? Intersectionality operates as both the observance and analysis of power imbalances, and the tool by which those power imbalances could be eliminated altogether. And the observance of power imbalances, as is so frequently true, is far less controversial than the tool that could eliminate them. So, what I just said about closing the racial wealth gap, that begins with you. You've got to ask, what can I do? You heard Peter Moon, basically a lot of times he's going to be the naysayer. People have dedicated their lives to activity and they're poor. And nothing was done with all of their efforts. Nothing came of all their efforts. They plowed the seas, would be the old term. Well, intersectionality may seem theoretical, but it's meant to be utilized. No matter how or when you have become involved with equity work, it is always possible to more fully integrate intersectionality into your view of these issues. Is your work toward social equity intersectional? So write down my tips and plaster them upon thy wall to reflect upon them. First of all, recognize differences. Oftentimes, it be easier to believe and to explain to others that all women feel a certain way, or that LGBTQIA plus people, what I call Quilts Badge, which with a much more useful acronym, the Quilts Badge plus people, believist. You know, if you say all the alternative lifestyles people believe, some common understanding, this does not reflect reality. We must recognize that all unique experiences of identity, and particularly ones that involve multiple overlapping oppressions, are valid. Do not shy away from recognizing that people experience the world differently based on their overlapping identity markers. Because of the way we have been socialized to continue feeding systems of oppression, we often feel it is rude to formally recognize others' differences. We see this in how people are uncomfortable naming another person's perceived race or asking for someone's preferred pronouns. However, we must recognize these identities as a way to step beyond our assumptions that our experience is common. One way of doing so is when you attend rallies. Take a look at the signs that others hold. How do they assert their identity, and how does this inform the issues they care most about? Avoid oversimplified language. Once we recognize this difference, we can move away from language that seeks to define people by a singular identity. You may have heard, after the Women's March, that many trans folks and allies felt uncomfortable with the vagina-centric themes of the march. Hell, I know I did. Assuming that all women have vaginas, or are defined by their bodies, is an oversimplification that erases the experiences of those who exist beyond the gender binary. By avoiding language that assumes our own experiences are baseline, we can open ourselves up to listening to others' point of view. Analyze the space you occupy. Becoming comfortable recognizing differences also involves recognizing when that difference is not represented in the spaces you occupy. Diversity of all kinds matters in your workplace, your activism, your community spaces, and more. If you are meeting with a local LGBTQIA+ organization, is there representation of Quilts Badge plus people of color? You may feel that your workplace is racially and ethnically diverse, but is it accessible to people with disabilities? Take note of the welcoming or distancing practices of the spaces you frequent. Seek other points of view. Explore the narratives of those with different interlocking identities than you. This includes surrounding yourself with others with differing interwoven identities, but keep in mind that oftentimes, even when you have a diverse group of people in an activist space, it falls on people to educate others about the oppressions they face. When these people share their experiences, take the opportunity to listen. However, do not expect people with identity markers other than your own to be there or to want to educate others. In your own time, seek out existing intersectional narratives, from your podcasts to your television. If you are unsure about a concept or want to learn more about a specific intersection of identity, Google it. This will help you be better prepared to enter into conversations with others and progress together. And finally, show up. Do not expect people who face different systems of oppression than you to rally for causes you care about if you do not rally for theirs. As you hear about issues others face, learn about the work that is currently being done around those topics. Listen and defer to those who live with these intersectional identities each and every day. As you do, you will likely deepen your understanding of your own identity and the subjects you care about most. Now, it be within this context of what I call active awareness that Atwood's Handmaid's Tale has long been regarded as a critical feminist text. But it has also rightly been criticized for its appropriation of the struggles and oppression of black women in these United States by a Caucasian Canadian of European heritage. The very idea of forced breeding recalls the coerced reproduction of slaves in America. The existence of the Marthas is but a reminder of the emergence of black women as a domestic labor class during the Jim Crow era. Atwood has stated in interviews that every horror she presents in her novel is culled from the real-world experiences of black and brown women across the globe, yet the story is told strictly from Offred's point of view. The true scandal of the story, then, is that in Gilead, these atrocities are now happening to white women. Although Offred's point of view in the book is limiting, it does at least provide a functional framework for a story about a white supremacist society. Hulu's adaptation, more accurately its permutation, however, similarly appropriates the struggles of black people while asking viewers to suspend their disbelief and pretend that racism has either somehow been solved or has been disregarded entirely by the powers that be in the name of preserving fertility. That's what makes Hulu's adaptation so perplexingly offensive. Why cast black men and women at all, only to ignore their identities altogether? In a piece for the New York Times, critic Angelica Jade Bastien gets to the heart of this, so I shall quote she, at length and verbatim. If you are going to trade in allegories of reproductive rights and body horror that throughout this country's history continue to harm women of color, especially black women, it's alarming that the actual black women in the narrative aren't granted any consideration for how they're wrestling with these very themes. American history is rife with the stories of black women who were sterilized, experimented on, and stolen from, their bodily autonomy erased in favor of the greater good they would never share. Now, a common complaint within the feminist movement is the lack of intersectional analysis of the various issues affecting women. It's politically important to recognize the ways in which race, class, ability, and sexuality can change a woman's relationship to and position within a society that favors white, rich, cisgender, straight, and able-bodied people. Since not all women are the same, not all women's issues are the same. The black African-American authoress, professoress, feminist, and social activist Gloria Jean Watkins, better known by her pen name Bell Hooks, all lowercase. The name Bell Hooks is being borrowed from her maternal great-grandmother, Belle Blair Hooks, addresses this very topic I'm discussing now in her influential book entitled Feminist Theory, which is subtitled From Margins to Center. The assertion that all women are oppressed implies that women are equally oppressed and does not create a diversity of experience. The white feminist tendency to collapse differences actively excludes women whose liberatory agendas do not match their own. Within context of the opening season of HT, which is an acronym for The Handmaid's Tale, that I had to pick up as shorthand from my son just because I was dealing with taking with so many notes on this. There was little chance to see Gilead through the eyes of its only significant black female character. Although nearly each and every episode leaves some hope that we'll get more of Moira, there be little reason to believe we'll see her engage with her identity as a black woman. The Moira we know is spunky and brash. She dissents most vocally as the trappings of Gilead spring up around her. She seeks asylum in Canada long before Offred and Luke. She plans and executes an escape from the Red Center, and now again from Jezebel's. The show gives no reason for her proactive response to a changing world, but it's hard to imagine that the historical provenance of her identity wouldn't be the driving force in these decisions. Even in flashbacks, Moira and Luke share no moment of solidarity in their shared black identity or their lived experiences with oppression. This is a common white feminist failing in imaginal dystopias. Diversity is presented as the presence of white women and black men. Black women are completely pushed aside. Hell, they're erased. Even as their traumas are centered, decontextualized, and exploited to garner sympathy for the white woman around them. The show's refusal to engage with race is just as narratively obtrusive when it comes to Luke. There's a lot we don't know about what his fate might have been had he stayed in Gilead. What role do black men have to play in a society where fertility is directed through the control of women's bodies? What position would he have found or been given that conspicuously ignored the racial history of black men's relationship to white institutional power and the police state? In episode 7, where we see more of what happens to the character after he is separated from Offred, Luke is presented with the lynched bodies of undesirables inside of a church. The scene is arresting and upsetting. Luke vomits at the sight of so many dead men and women hanging from the rafters. But the elephant in the room is always distracting. A black American man would likely have very strong feelings about the lynching of political dissenters and the display of their bodies as a deterrent from further political action. Public lynchings were not simply executions. They were a tactic deployed to terrorize the wider black community and discourage others from retaliating against white racist violence. Then there's Hannah, Offred, and Luke's daughter. A hybrid. A cosmogonate. Of the 3 members of the family, she is the one most in danger of exploitation. As Gilead is a newly formed society, we have yet to discover what happens to the children when they grow up. But how would Hannah be treated? Would she become some new commander's wife? Or would she be relegated to domestic work as a Martha, like so many black women before her? These are obvious and pressing questions any viewer would have that Hulu's adaptation has rendered itself unable to answer because of its refusal to acknowledge race. Overall, otherwise, the show is ambitious and largely succeeds in imagining a world that actively revokes women's rights. But in the end, it's impossible to comprehensively tell an intersectional story without addressing race. Treating black characters as though they occupy the same social position as their white counterparts negates the purpose of including them at all. For black women, Gilead's oppressive tactics are not any new transgression, but a cyclical repetition of history. By ignoring this reality, the team behind The Handmaid's Tale is replicating the erasure inherent in white feminist politics and reflecting an anti-intersectional thinking that can best be described as a profound failure in storytelling. Now here we have, adopted for television by Atwood herself, making her the primary responsible party for all of this, Bruce Miller, the man who directed The 100 and ER, Emergency Room, the drama, and Eileen Chaikin, who was responsible for The L Word and Empire, involved as a troika in The Handmaid's Tale, which otherwise reveals what happens to women when the United States is taken over by religious fundamentalists who change its name to Gilead. It's a world in which widespread pollution has dropped the fertility rate to species-threatening lows, and fertile women of childbearing age are conscripted into serving as handmaids for the Gileadian aristocracy, men known as commanders, and their barren wives. The rules and realities of living in Gilead are revealed through the eyes of our identified handmaid, named Offred, as portrayed by Elizabeth Moss, the Scientologist. All the handmaids are stripped of the names they had in their former lives once they're assigned to a commander and wife. Offred is assigned to a commander named Fred Waterford, played by Joseph Fiennes, and the handmaid who accompanies her on daily errands, Offglen, Alexis Bledel is the actress there, is assigned to a man named Glenn. The lower income men who cannot afford a handmaid and a wife are assigned women, known as econo-wives, who are expected to perform the duties of several women in one. The women of The Handmaid's Tale are not allowed to own property, run businesses, or hold jobs. It is a law which is implemented without warning. Soldiers march into offices all over the country. The women are ordered to leave, and all their bank accounts are frozen. It quickly becomes apparent that this isn't just an act of discrimination. It's a form of control, and it renders all the women nakedly vulnerable to the new regime. Literacy is forbidden, property rights are terminated, and soldiers uphold totalitarian laws. And, of course, the commanders of the faithful order the executions, the mass execution, the mass murders of LGBTQIA+ people, intellectuals, and others deemed subversive. On a more subtle level, The Handmaid's Tale also sees women rounded up and subjected to invasive tests and scans to determine whether or not they be fertile. If they are fertile, then they are given the duty of producing a healthy baby for the state. If they are not, then they are declared an unwoman and sent to the colonies, where they will be worked to death. Hulu first released the first 3 installments of the 10-episode limited series on Wednesday of April 26, back in 2017, just as Trump was becoming president, and thereafter released a new episode each week. Now, strategically staggering the release of episodes in the way regular television does, Hulu also does this with its other original period drama, the one named Harlots, which was released the same year. It all just makes sense. It's 8 weeks of recaps and writing and discussion about a vision of the future that feels less and less like an impossibility with each passing day. And its stunning, all too realistic execution is precisely why I would not recommend spending 34.5 straight hours in Gilead as I did. Well, it wasn't straight hours, but you get my point. That is, unless you enjoy having nightmares. This is what disturbed me about Derek Talley, by the way. Derek Talley told me, oh yeah, another Marine told me about that. Handmaid's Tale. I watched it. This is why I wanted him on, really. Not just to talk about the children of Ham, the serpent seed doctrine and all that shit, which he could cover quite well theologically. He basically said he had watched the open season of this, and he was telling me, oh yeah, but it just didn't retain my interest because it wasn't intense enough. It wasn't intense enough. We're talking about mass lynchings, people being hanged. It's like people being put in cattle cars and sent off to camps. Jameson Reese says, shit, I wouldn't sit through 10 minutes of it. But, and then Derek Talley said, yeah, it wasn't intense enough. What the fuck is he looking for? This guy has got some kind of inner gore geek or something. He's thinking that this was going to be like, I don't know, Chainsaw Massacre or something like that. What the fuck does this guy want? Gore porn? Yeah, that's what Jameson Reese is saying. Well, he'll have to come on and explain it someday. Anyhow, Gilead's borders are heavily policed, not to keep out immigrants, but to prevent people in America from fleeing. People guilty or suspected of crimes against the state are executed, and their bodies hung in public at a place called The Wall, serving as decomposing, fly-infested warnings to other potential dissidents. Now, placed throughout Gilead are secret informants known as eyes, charged with enforcing loyalty to the totalitarian regime by spying and snitching on citizens, sowing distrust, and preventing any sort of open, widespread oppositional solidarity. By the way, Jameson Reese points out that the wall is Trump's wall, if it were ever realized. And I agree. Now, in Gilead, women are not allowed to read. Everyone has a specific uniform that corresponds with their societal duties. The handmaids are dressed in red, full-length dresses, an American burqa, and red was the traditional color of whores. That's why women were branded with the scarlet letter. And therefore, the woman in these red full-length dresses and cloaks, basically what they're saying is that all women are whores, with these stiff white bonnets called wings that cover the sides of their faces. These act as American burqas to prevent them from seeing the world around them. They're blinded like horses. Only a warped form of Protestant evangelicalism is allowed. History, theology, and culture all contribute to the racist attitudes embedded in the white church. For the Christian right in America, this is the world they dream about bringing to reality. This is the wet dream of Christian Reconstructionism. It is the incel vision. This is incel vision in the world of today. It's incel vision in streaming form. Just look at your evangelical voting bloc and the amount of dominionists out there. Whenever they're calling for return to God, return to traditional roles, our values, they always mean displacement of democracy with theocratic insanities like Mosaic law. For 4 years, Vice President Michael Pence, himself an evangelical Christian, could have been president with support in more than half of the states in union. A morass of people left their homes to storm the Capitol, and a huge chunk of the population, including my co-author, Peter Moon, believes the election was rigged, despite amassing not a single shred of evidence. So yeah, I'll say Gilead is the here and now. This is something that people need to understand. All of the January 6th insurrection has to be seen in this light. Take yourself back to that day of the Washington riots, the Capitol coup d'etat attempt. And it was a scene straight out of The Handmaid's Tale. All of these Donald Trump cultists bursting in just as lawmakers were meeting to confirm President-elect Joe Biden's win. As the congressional session was forced to be suspended and members were escorted from the building, windows were smashed and violence ensued as demonstrators stormed past white police and burst inside in what Biden himself described as insurrection. And looking on in horror at scenes from the United States, multiple people compared the dramatic scenes to the storming of Gilead at the start of The Handmaid's Tale, making an eerie comparison to the dystopian novel and TV series. Sharing a picture of the temporarily occupied Capitol building swarming with Trump cultists and shrouded in smoke, one Twitter user wrote, "I keep thinking about how this is exactly how Gilead began in The Handmaid's Tale." And meanwhile, another one penned, "I mean, this is how Gilead was established." A third concurred, saying, "I was 19 when I read The Handmaid's Tale. At the time, I thought at Margaret Atwood's," that's her Twitter address, "I thought at Margaret Atwood's imagination was a bit over the top." But watching the descent of democracy in the U.S. over the past 35 years has been tragic. Gilead is what happens when people will do anything to maintain power. Now, another Twitter user mocked the rioters with a quote from the Margaret Atwood franchise, writing, "I would like to be the first to congratulate the Republic of Gilead for its formation. Blessed be the fruit." That's their saying for having children. Now, in Atwood's world, a world she secretly wants to realize, Gilead, or the Divine Republic as it was known by its leaders, abolished America's federal system and instigated its patriarchal rule across one republic with a centralized leadership commanding over everyone. The Divine Republic then replaced U.S. Constitution and democracy, was overthrown in favor of a dark new world in which women were second-class citizens and civil rights no longer existed. And in The Handmaid's Tale, we saw how D.C., the District of Columbia, was the first of areas to fall to Gilead's power after attacks on the White House, Congress, and the Supreme Court. Now, on January 6th, we saw rioters bursting into the House Gallery and the House Chamber, as well as private offices, while people inside hid and took shelter for their very lives. And as they burst into the Capitol Rotunda, tear gas was used, and individuals in the room were told to duck under chairs and wear face masks to protect themselves. Of course, ultimately, half a dozen people died. 4 people on scene. One rioter was shot to defend our leaders and our legally elected government. The other 3 were declared medical emergencies. I don't need to go into what happened that day. Let's talk about what happened in Gilead that presaged this, that served as the model. When you take a look at the canonical sources, Margaret Atwood planned all this out when she described the President's Day Massacre. The President's Day Massacre is an event in The Handmaid's Tale, a large-scale terrorist attack orchestrated by the sons of Jacob, and marks the earliest stage of Gilead's founding. The attack is shown to have occurred in both the TV series and the original novel, though it is only referred to by the name of President's Day Massacre in the television series. In other words, it's not named in the novel but described. In the television series, it's formalized. The specific date of the attack is unknown, but it's confirmed that it took place in Washington, D.C., and targeted the highest echelons of the United States government. Specifically, the attackers succeeded in bombing the White House and firing on the U.S. Capitol building, resulting in the deaths of the unnamed U.S. president and most of U.S. Congress, except for the Republicans who let them in. The plans for a similar attack on the U.S. Supreme Court are mentioned by the characters in the novel and movies and TV series, Fred Waterford and Serena Joy, in a conversation that takes place in the attack's planning stages, though the specifics of that attack have yet to be clarified on screen. In terms of its aftermath, following the massacre, the sons of Jacob seized control of the U.S. government and armed forces through unspecified means, declaring martial law, suspending the U.S. Constitution, and gradually reshaping American society into utopia, or Gilead. According to the original book, the sons of Jacob were able to blame the attack on Islamic terrorists, a detail which has never been explicitly mentioned in the TV series. Another critical omission. This is the essence of my transmissions. Critical omissions. Something that important. And they don't show it on the televised series. What the fuck bullshit is that? Now, the country, as described in the novel, a suspended state of animation, is said to not have a government, though whatever is left will continue to function. Martial law, in effect. With much suspense and little detail regarding the attacks, Margaret Atwood is not a military authoress. Their terrorists were blamed, but their identity is never specified. So, in the television series, a still of a newspaper prop from the second season reveals that the attacks took place in September 2014 in Washington, D.C. The date of the publication is listed as September 15th, 2014. This means that the attacks took place on September 14th or in the days before. Coincidentally, this date is very close to the actual 9/11 attacks in 2001 carried out by Al-Qaeda militants. It's coincident because she wrote the book in 1985. And this contrasts with the date of the real President's Day holiday, which occurs on the third Monday of February. So the President's Day massacre would be like an operational name as opposed to a historical name. And in other words, it would be an operational name that became the historical reference. Now, the still image I saw also documents the immediate shock and reaction by the remaining United States government and its citizens. The president's death was reported to be the result of fatal gunshot wounds to both the chest and shoulder. He was pronounced dead at Georgetown University Hospital, indicating that it wasn't the bombing of the White House that killed him. Additionally, it's revealed that it wasn't just elected officials who were attacked, but also ordinary citizens. The headline calls the attack America's Bloodiest Day, implying a death toll exceeding that of the 9/11 attacks, which in turn suggests that the great majority of victims were civilians. In other words, the Republicans just cut loose with all their NRA and just started killing everybody. After the attack, as aftermath in both the novel and the television series, the government was put under martial law. Under martial law, all non-essential businesses were required to close, devastating the already dying economy of the American empire. People belonging to many religious denominations, as well as atheists, were reported to be joining condolence gatherings around the country for prayer and comfort. Ironically, the sons of Jacob, who orchestrated the attacks, are said to have raised millions of dollars with the intention of donating the said amount to the families of the individuals they had secretly massacred, while also calling for empathy and unity. Talk about playing the nation. Pure evil. A mandatory prayer was apparently instituted shortly after the crisis, suggesting that the sons of Jacob had already completely infiltrated and /or influenced by bribery the government at this point. Now, you can find all this in The Handmaid's Tale novel in the epilogue, the historical notes on The Handmaid's Tale. You can find it in the episode titled A Woman's Place. So that hopefully will provide you some context for why The Handmaid's Tale is required viewing. With all of this that happened in the first season, for Derek Tolley to review it and just say, "Oh, it didn't maintain my interest. It just wasn't intense enough." There's probably, he already saw by what he was watching that there was no dealing with the race issue and could not relate. I'm not going to provide him excuses. I want to hear what he has to say at some point about, why this wasn't intense enough to hold his interest. It's like, what the fuck? This is like, you wonder where people are coming from. In terms of, Jameson says it wouldn't hold his interest either. Well, this brings us to Christianity itself. American Christianity's white supremacy problem. Now, early on in the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, which is, of course, a historical figure for those of you who may not have known, And I know that's harder for people to identify these days. By the way, that was the first of 3 autobiographies Frederick Douglass wrote over his lifetime. But in the first, he recounts what happened, or perhaps more accurately, what didn't happen, after his own master, Thomas Auld, the guy's surname was A-U-L-D, became a Christian believer at a Methodist camp meeting. Douglass had harbored the hope that Auld's conversion in August of 1832 might lead him to emancipate his slaves, or at least make him more kind and humane. But instead, as Douglass did write, if it had any effect on his character, it made him even more cruel and hateful in all his ways. Now, Auld, the white master, was ostentatious about his piety, praying morning, noon, and night, participating in revivals, and opening his home to traveling preachers. But he used his faith as a license to inflict pain and suffering upon his slaves. Douglass so recording in writ that, I have seen him tie up a lame young woman and whip her with a heavy cowskin upon her naked shoulders, causing the warm red blood to drip, and in justification of the bloody deed, he would quote this passage of Scripture, He that knoweth his master's will, and doeth not, shall be beaten with many stripes. Frederick Douglass became so scornful about Christianity in his memoir that he felt a need to append an explanation, clarifying that he was not an opponent of all religion. In fact, he argued that what he had written about was not Christianity proper, and labeling it such would be the boldest of all frauds. Douglass believed that the widest possible difference existed between the slaveholding religion of this land and the pure, peaceable, and impartial Christianity of Christ. Yet, 125 years after Douglass's death, the American church is still struggling to eradicate the legacy of the slaveholding religion Frederick Douglass so loathed. In a 2019 nationwide survey, 86% of white evangelical Protestants and 70% of both white mainline Protestants and white Catholics said that the Confederate flag is more a symbol of Southern pride than of racism. Nearly 2/3 of white Christians overall said that the killings of African American men by the police are isolated incidents rather than part of a broader pattern of mistreatment. And more than 6 in 10 white Christians disagreed with the statement that generations of slavery and discrimination have created conditions that make it difficult for blacks to work their way out of the lower class. In his new book, entitled White Too Long, published by Simon & Schuster, Robert P. Jones, the head of the Public Religion Research Institute, a nonpartisan polling and research organization I source from, marshals this and other data to lay out a startling case that the more racist attitudes a person holds, the more likely he or she is to identify as a white Christian. The correlation is just as pronounced among white evangelical Protestants as it is among white mainline Protestants and white Catholics, and it stands in stark contrast to the attitudes of religiously unaffiliated whites. Jones's findings make for some wrenching inferences. As reading from his writ, he says, if you were recruiting for a white supremacist cause on a Sunday morning, you'd likely have more success hanging out in the parking lot of an average white Christian church, evangelical Protestant, mainline Protestant, or Catholic, than approaching whites sitting out services at the local coffee shop. Much has been made of white evangelicals' support for Donald Trump in the 2016 election. According to exit polls, 81% of white evangelical Protestants voted for him that we know of. 81%. Less attention has been paid to the fact that sizable majorities of white Catholics, 64%, and white mainline Protestants, 57%, also backed Donald Trump. In 2024, President Trump will once again be reliant on the white Christian vote if he hopes to defeat his Democratic opponent, our President Joe Biden. Trump's racism has defined his presidency, driving his exclusionary immigration policies, his Twitter tirades, his reluctance to condemn white nationalist protesters at Charlottesville, and his scapegoating of China for the coronavirus pandemic. Yet polls prove that most white Christians continue to approve of his job performance, both as president and now as president in internal exile, as far as they be concerned, the president of Red States America. It is what one might think would be a perplexing, distressing trend, one that may be irrevocably damaging to the church, as increasing numbers of people, particularly millennials, feel compelled now to leave Christianity. In December, when Mark Galli, who was then the editor-in-chief of the magazine Christianity Today, which is the flagship publication of evangelicalism, wrote an editorial calling for Trump to be removed from office, he urged Christians to consider how their support of Trump influenced their witness, the degree to which their lives point to the example of Jesus Christ himself so putting to writ, consider what an unbelieving world will say if you continue to brush off Mr. Trump's immoral words and behavior in the cause of political expediency. If we do not reverse course now, will anyone take anything we say about justice and righteousness with any seriousness for decades yet to come? In response, Christians threatened to crucify him alive and murder his family. In some sense, Trump's presidency has merely given modern form to racist attitudes that have forever festered in American Christianity. Think of 17th century American Puritan theocracy. In Gilead, the government rules in the name of God, or a God, the Old Testament God, which is not your God if you're a Christian. The God of the Jews is not your God, which is why they continuously reference the fact that they are under his eye, the masculine, under his eye, the eye at the top of the pyramid. Nowadays, of course, the United States of America is founded on the idea of democracy, with the public electing officials to make laws and government decisions on their behalf, and according to the rules of the Constitution. This was not always the case. Atwood herself so explained that America was not initially founded as an 18th century Enlightenment republic. It was initially a 17th century theocracy. That tendency keeps bubbling up in America from time to time. Well, one time would have been the Salem witch trials. Atwood has made no secret of the fact that the events of The Handmaid's Tale are, in part, inspired by the 17th century Salem witch trials, in which women were systematically demonized, informed upon, and violently punished for being different to puritanical norms, meaning they had tits and cunts and protruding butts. So when speaking to Bill Moyers about this, the authoress Atwood herself has been recorded as saying, "The Salem witchcraft trial is, in my opinion, one of the foundation events of American history. And it was an event where you can call it a clash between mythology and politics, if you like, because it depended very much on a belief in the invisible world." Cotton Mather, who was a very prominent divine at the time, wrote a book entitled The Wonders of the Invisible World, which was all about the behavior of witches and the devil. And this is what people believed. They weren't being hypocrites when they did these things. They were actually scared of witchcraft and the devil, and they believed that the devil could work his way into their community through witches. So it was serious business, but it was also mass hysteria. And now, observing that Americans still under Donald Trump's spell are behaving in much the same way, Atwood added, "The surprise to me has been all of the stuff I learned long ago. I thought nobody's going to be interested in this again. You know what good is knowing 17th century theology ever going to be to me or anybody else? Surely nobody's interested. And now suddenly it's all come back because things do go around in cycles." Now, in his book entitled The Color of Compromise, published by Zondervan Press, but yesteryear, the historian Jemar Tisby traces the revivalist origins of evangelicalism in America and notes how the movement's emphasis on individual conversion was, individual conversion and piety, constrained any social vision. The evangelist George Whitefield, who was instrumental in the Great Awakening in the early 18th century, condemned the cruelty of slave owners, but campaigned for slavery's legalization in the colony of Georgia. The theologian Jonathan Edwards pressed for the evangelization of the enslaved, but owned several slaves himself. He believed the practice could be countenanced as long as they were treated humanely. Tisby writes that within this evangelical framework, one could adopt an evangelical expression of Christianity, yet remain completely uncompelled to confront any institutional injustice. In the early 19th century, the Second Great Awakening, which brought with it a moral fervor to perfect human society, helped spark abolitionism and other reform movements. Even outspoken critics of slavery, however, remained committed to the entrenched racial hierarchy. Charles Finney, an influential revivalist preacher and abolitionist himself, barred slaveholders from taking communion in his churches, but he opposed the intermingling of races and prohibited black congregants from ever holding church office. For Finney, social reform was always secondary to the ministry of the gospel as he rewrote it in his mind. In his own memoir, he wrote, "When I first went to New York, I had made up my mind on the question of slavery and was exceedingly anxious to arouse public attention to the subject. I did not, however, turn aside to make it a hobby or divert the attention of the people from the work of converting souls. You know, you can whip those niggers. So long as you free their souls, what matter their bodies?" They actually thought like that. You'd think I might be joking. That's not satirical. In the South, church leaders developed an elaborate system of scriptural justifications for slavery. A Baptist pastor in Alabama, the Reverend Dr. Basil Manley Sr., became the country's leading religious voice in support of the institution, playing a central role in the establishment of the Southern Baptist Convention, formed in the aftermath of the Baptists' schism over slavery, and delivering the invocation when Jefferson Davis was inaugurated as President of the Confederated States of America, the Confederacy of the Solid South. After the South's compromised defeat in the Civil War, Southern church leaders struggled to help their congregants make sense of their loss. The result was the religion of the lost cause, a mythology that ennobled the Confederacy and idealized the antebellum South as a bastion of Christian piety and morals. Now, this fusion of religious and cultural values delivered from the pulpit helped to legitimize a social order that continued to subjugate black people. Of course, Jameson is saying it makes no sense that black people hold to Christianity at all, considering all of this. Well, later, as evangelical Christianity, anchored in the South, grew to become the dominant expression of Christianity in all of America, in other words, the Southern Church conquered the United States, its cultural scaffolding, rooted in white supremacy, spread as well. And during the era of Jim Crow, when the Southern statutes enforced the strict separation of races and restricted the rights of black people, Northern Protestant churches remained completely segregated and silent in any criticism. Many white Christians saw segregation as simply part of God's plan for humanity. During the Civil Rights era, even as black clergy became prominent leaders in the movement, few white church leaders ever fully embraced it. The Reverend Billy Graham held racially integrated revivals and criticized segregation at his meetings, but the primacy of his evangelistic mission and his desire for the widest possible audience for it made him cautious. We would call that conservative today. During a crusade in Jackson, Mississippi in the summer of 1952, the year the Japanese formally were conceded victory for World War II, he told the audiences that segregation had no place in the church, saying, "There is no scriptural basis for segregation. The ground at the foot of the cross is level." But when his remarks drew the ire of white Southerners, he equivocated, with his telling the local newspaper, "I came to Jackson to preach only the Bible and not to enter into local issues." Now, Graham would later invite the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to deliver the opening prayer at a crusade in Madison Square Garden, because, New York's full of blacks. But he refrained from any full-throated endorsement of King's movement. In April of 1963, the year my sister was born, just but a month or two after she had left my mother's womb, shortly after King wrote his letter from Birmingham jail, Billy Graham declined to characterize himself in an interview with the New York Times as a thoroughgoing integrationist, instead saying that the civil rights protesters ought to put the brakes on a little bit. In his autobiography, entitled Just As I Am, Graham wrote that Dr. King encouraged him to stay in the stadiums, Billy, because his impact would be greater there. King also told Billy Graham that if a leader gets too far out in front of his people, they will lose sight of him and not follow him any longer. So Graham wrote that he followed King's advice. Now, I could flip a coin here. Maybe King said that. Maybe Billy Graham lied through his fucking white-ass teeth. All the caps he had installed to keep his teeth so pearly white, and just said that King said all that. That seems more plausible to me. Yeah, Jameson Reese says, crack a lying ass. By the 1990s, the evangelical movement had come to embrace a racial reconciliation as a biblical mandate. Repenting of racial divisions became a pillar of the Promise Keepers, a Christian ministry that drew tens of thousands of white men to stadium revivals. In 1995, on the occasion of its 150th anniversary, the Southern Baptist Convention issued a formal resolution on racial reconciliation, apologizing for the ways its leaders had defended slavery, opposed the civil rights movement, and excluded all blacks. The pastoral leaders across the country spoke passionately of the need to build multi-ethnic churches. Yet there were obviously limits on how far white evangelicals were willing to extend this ministry of reconciliation. In 2015, at a triennial student missions conference organized in St. Louis by the campus evangelical organization InterVarsity Christian Fellowship, a raging controversy ensued after the evening speaker, Michelle Higgins, a black woman who led worship at a local Presbyterian church, delivered a fiery sermon denouncing the influence of white supremacy in the church. And everybody said, "You go too far, woman." Now, the boundaries that evangelical leaders draw around reconciliation may help explain a seeming contradiction in the polling data on race and religion. In surveys that measure how warmly people say they feel about black people, like, you know, that term is always funny to me. How warmly do you feel about black people? Well, I find that after I kill them, their bodies get cold quick, and they don't keep me warm. Anyhow, the sentiments of white evangelical Protestants exceed those of the general population when they're answering surveys. You know, other white Christians' responses fall close to the mean, yet the vast majority of white Christians remain completely indifferent to the symbols of white supremacy and totally skeptical of the realities of racial inequality. In the book entitled Divided by Faith, published by Oxford in 2000 AD, the sociologists Michael O. Emerson and Christian Smith suggest a cultural and religious framework for understanding this inconsistency. Evangelical theology is individualistic and interpersonal. It stresses both a believer's relationship with Jesus Christ and the way that forgiveness from God impels forgiveness of others. As a result, white evangelicals' understanding of the race problem tends to be rooted in beliefs about individual decisions and shortcomings rather than the ways that broader social forces, institutions, and anti-culture can constrain and shape them. In other words, they say, well, the blacks don't go anywhere because they're lazy and they're not as intelligent. They're unintelligent and they're lazy. They're slothful. They're guilty of the sin of sloth. And they're stupid. It's as if they're wearing reading glasses when their problem is nearsightedness, a failing, which Tisby shows in his book, that has troubled the American church throughout its history. Jones's research, along with additional work conducted by Emerson and another sociologist, Jason Shelton, examining attitudes on race of black and white Protestants, suggests that white mainline Christians have been afflicted by similar blinders, even as their churches have traditionally placed greater emphasis on social concerns. The Roman Catholic Church in these United States has its own ugly history of promoting slavery and resisting integration. When black people fleeing discrimination in the South streamed into northern cities during the Great Migration, many white Catholics, in particular, fought to keep them out of their neighborhoods and parishes. With Jones having writ that white Christian churches, both Protestant and Catholic, have served as institutional spaces for the preservation and transmission of white supremacist attitudes. The fact that history, theology, and culture all contribute to the racist attitudes embedded in the white church makes dislodging them especially difficult, if not impossible. One potential pathway is for white church leaders to absorb exegetical lessons from the black church. Black Christians share many of the same broad faith commitments as white Christians, but the African American ecclesiastical tradition also has a long history of confronting injustice. So in a new book entitled Reading While Black, as published by IVP Academic, Esau McCauley, an assistant professor of New Testament at Wheaton College, where our dear friend Keith Call works, God bless him, and an Anglican clergyman himself, writes that the black church's gift to American Christianity is the teaching that the Christian message impels both personal and societal change. He recounts his own journey, growing up in the black church in Alabama, studying African American history in college, and then attending a mostly white seminary to pursue a Master of Divinity, what's called an MDiv, a Master's Degree of Divinity, himself having writ that, in my evangelical seminary, almost all the authors we read were white men. It seemed that whatever was going on among black Christians had nothing to do with biblical interpretation. I swam in this disdain. You know, and one really wonders, why did you continue to believe that shit? This is not Christianity, as I said. Evangelicalism's foundational beliefs are typically understood to include the born-again experience, the evangelistic mission for believers, the authority of the Bible, and the importance of the cross. But Macaulay found other unspoken beliefs. A reading of American history that downplayed injustice, and a gentleman's agreement to remain silent on any issues of racism and systemic injustice. Macaulay asserts that an unapologetically black and orthodox reading of the Bible can speak to black Christians today. Left unsaid is that it can also speak powerfully to white Christians. In his own book, Macaulay outlines a theology of policing, political witness, black identity and anger, and justice. On policing, for example, many white Christians focus on the opening verses in Romans 13, when the Apostle Paul urges people to submit themselves to the governing authorities because they have been instituted by God. But Macaulay traces the logic of the next two verses, when Paul writes, "Rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. Do you wish to have no fear of authority? Then do what is good, and you will receive its approval." So Macaulay argues that while Paul states that the rulers are not a terror, he is also articulating an ideal, one that can undergird a Christian approach to the problem of police violence. With Macaulay having writ that, Paul recognizes that the state has a tremendous influence on how the soldier/officer treats its citizens. This is grounds in a democracy for a structural advocacy on behalf of the powerless. And Macaulay also dwells on Jesus' call in the Beatitudes for his people to be peacemakers. And he writes that biblical peacemaking involves resolving conflicts between nations and individuals, so it must necessarily involve making a judgment about who is correct and who is incorrect. Through our efforts to bring peace, we show the world the kind of king and kingdom we represent. The outcome of our peacemaking is to introduce people to the kingdom. You see, a false choice between calling out injustice and preaching the gospel has burdened American Christianity. In the end, however, ameliorating the theology of white Christianity is likely inadequate. In the book entitled Taking America Back for God, published by Oxford earlier yesteryear, the sociologists Andrew L. Whitehead and Samuel L. Perry examine racist and xenophobic attitudes among white Christians through the lens of a distinct set of cultural beliefs, most notably the idea that America is, and should be, a Christian nation. They find that this collection of cultural markers, what they call Christian nationalism, was a better predictor of support for Donald Trump in the 2016 election than economic discontent, religious affiliation, sexism, or any number of other variables. The defining concern of Trump cultic Christian nationalism is the preservation of a certain kind of social order, one threatened by people of color, immigrants, and Muslims. Crucially, Whitehead and Perry find that Christian nationalism is not the same as personal religiosity. In fact, religious commitment, as measured by church attendance, prayer, and scriptural reading, tends to improve attitudes on race, serving as a progressive influence. This suggests that the root of the white church's problem may not be Christianity proper, as Frederick Douglass put it, so much as the anti-culture around white Christianity, which narrows and diminishes the entire American project. Today's slave-holding religion is preached on Fox News, conservative talk radio, and the rest of the right-wing media ecosystem. They daily, every day, bear false witness. Jesus' blessing for peacemakers may demand that Christians confront these institutions of demagoguery and division in the name of the kingdom. Yet the lack of mention of Jesus has to do with the fact that Gilead adheres only to the Old Testament. Yea, so they turn the Washington Monument into a cross, but all scriptural references are Old Testament. Give me that old-time religion. It feels very in place with the Reagan era, in which the novel was originally conceived, as opposed to now, where damn near every current that could be put forward as a candidate to birth Gilead would be extremely Jesus-centric in their speeches, while ignoring Christ just the same when put in practice. Hence, not one reference in dialogue to Jesus is, "As ye do unto the least of thee, ye do so unto me." Thusly, within the matrix of The Handmaid's Tale, Catholics are forced to convert or are banished to an area known as the colonies, where they're forced to clean up toxic waste until they die. Atwood did say that there were men at the colonies. Specifically, I believe it's when Offred mentions watching a video about the colonies when she's in the re-education center. Also, they were specifically forced to wear dresses to emasculate them, which itself brings to mind that gay people, labeled as unwoman, unmen, and gender traitors, are largely banished to the colonies as well. Of totalitarianism, Atwood has said, "We've seen this so many times in history, so what are you going to do? These people are violating your rights and killing your relatives. What are your choices? You shut up and try to get through it and not get killed yourself. And those have been the kinds of choices for subserviented, for oppressed, for people with very little power throughout history." There be a reason that Atwood's novel has felt so eerily prophetic in the 30-some years since it was first published. The environment of The Handmaid's Tale is one culled from historical events, among them American slavery, the Holocaust and World War II, post-war East Germany, totalitarian Stalinist Russia. When it comes to the horrors human beings can inflict on one another, Atwood, at 81 years of age at least, didn't have to use her imagination. She merely had to look back in history. You know, the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself said, "It is appalling that the most segregated hour of Christian America is 11 o'clock on Sunday morning." So, as a Christian myself, what I can tell you is that The Handmaid's Tale's twisted theology but reflects all of America's sins. Margaret Atwood, the authoress of this 1985 feminist dystopian novel, as I said, and I'll reiterate it a third time here, she was interviewed by People magazine when she told them, "I decided not to put anything in the book that somebody somewhere hadn't already done. But you write these books so they won't come true." You might assume the novel's depiction of a totalitarian theocracy to be a sardonic, cynical reading of Scripture, but it's more of a cultural critique, showing the dangers of exploiting decontextualized Scripture to gain political power, which is nothing new. Just ask Martin Luther. Not King, the man, the German, who well, created Protestantism, the father of Protestantism himself with the Reformation. Or read Jesus' own rebuke of the Pharisees in Matthew 23. Atwood's comments remind us that The Handmaid's Tale is indebted to the sins of our cultural past, as well as a warning of how those sins can revisit us. Now, in the oppressive patriarchal regime of Atwood's fictional Gilead, there be strict class distinctions, but even the wealthiest women have little power outside of their prescribed gender roles. Handmaid's contemporary America has experienced a plague of infertility, and in the absence of new life, society resorts to brutality and dehumanization. The secret commanders of Gilead instigated and won a war with America, meaning the majority of them had to be military officers, constructing a class/gender system that disempowered any woman capable of childbearing. These women were enslaved as handmaids for commanders' families, and in Gilead they endure a regular rape ritual by their commander, presented as a religious ceremony. In Atwood's novel, and the 43 episodes of the Hulu miniseries produced thus far, the trials of a handmaid are seen through the eyes of Offred, the handmaid of Chief Commander Fred, and his wife, Sarina Joy. She is actually a historical character, different in name only. She is the reincarnation of Phyllis Schlafly for the screen. Now, Sarina Joy is portrayed by a Russian, Ivan Strahovski, kind of a Melania Trump figure. She's a major characteress in The Handmaid's Tale, and as those who have read the book will know, she played a major role in the shaping of Gilead's regime. That's right. Before the Republic was formed, Sarina made headlines with her powerful lectures and essays on the subject of a woman's place. She repeatedly argued that traditional gender roles should be upheld at all costs, that women should remain in the home, and that wicked and immoral females be punished for their sins. You know, like ugly chicks always hate pretty girls because they get all the guys. You know, good girls may go to heaven, but bad girls go everywhere. So, Laura Lee Solomon, poor dear, she hated anyone who was pretty. Hated them like visceral, like pitbull growl and bite off their heads, bite off their faces visceral. And as we all know, Phyllis Schlafly's, well, Sarina Joy in the TV series, her dreams of a misogynist future have come true. Although she, like so many others of her gender, has been forced to pay for it with her freedom. Now, again, just to clarify here, Sarina Joy, as portrayed by an Eastern European Ivan Strahovski, is undeniably fictional and embodied in an actress, but I can tell you for a fact that she was inspired by the real-life Phyllis Schlafly, surname spelled Schlafly, as in looking fly. Schlafly was a similarly paradoxically public advocate for domestic woman, was the term she used. She began her political career as an anti-feminist in 1964 to counter Dr. King when she published her first pro-family book and led the charge against the Equal Rights Amendment, the ERA, insisting that women should stop focusing on politics and instead tend to their families and work inside the home. It wasn't long, however, before Schlafly's words came back to bite her in the ass. In 1967, when I was months old, she ran for president of the National Federation of Republican Women. However, her critics argued that as a mother of 6 children, she could never fully devote herself to a political post, and after an ugly fight, Schleifele lost. Offred's cruel context invites numerous political and feminist examinations, but in an apocalyptic sense, the sense of revelatory of all secrets, The Handmaid's Tale echoes our American past, reflects our present, and prophesies our fears for the future. I myself woke up on the 23rd day in April, 3 years ago, feeling a bit grateful to be alive, considering World War III had erupted on the internet the day before. Yet another Jordan Peterson quote from a hotly debated New York Times piece had disrupted all of human internetizenry to his masturbatory amusement, I am sure. Oh my God. You know, just speaking about this puts me in flashback mode, and I'm not happy with it. I really just hate talking about this shit because it is so antithetical to positivity, to humanity. It's something that shouldn't be happening. Now, in the 2.5 hours we have approximately remaining, for those of you who were too busy programming your 1980s thrift store VCRs to notice cultural phenomenon way back then, you can still read the intentionally inflammatory article as rendered accessible via the New York Times website, should ye ever be so inclined. And Jameson Reese is back in time to hear me discuss what Jordan Peterson was trying to pull that day. Again, give me a moment here to just breathe for a while. Get myself together on this. It's, as I said, nothing I really want to even talk about. But what I can tell you is, if you want to hit the website to get this article on Jordan Peterson about, just look up enforced monogamy, you'll find it. That's the hashtag. Catch up, then come back to me that day via Dr. David Lewis Anderson's time machine to prop me up when I was dealing with this shit contemporarily. Predictably, both the Dr. Jordy Peterson's critics and supporters were quick to explain, or mansplain, as the case may be, what Doc Peterson really meant by his comments in that interview. Facebook had already been busy the day before. As a recognized social engineering expert, I myself remained occupied for a large portion of that day discussing what Peterson meant, didn't mean, might mean, or could mean by one particularly inflammatory remark. This is back in the days when I had the Facebook timeline under my own name before Lena Shea made certain to knock me off the net, which was her primary mission as a brainwashed cultist. Now, what could have been a day saturated in frustration or even fighting became a day of frustration, mostly civil debate, and gaining a deeper understanding of contrasting viewpoints. Finally, Peterson released his own rebuttal to the article, and I'll discuss that in a bit. I'll admit I was relieved to see it, not because the content was reassuring, but because finally we could all cease debating what he might have meant, could have meant, and so on. Now we could discuss his actual intent. So let's get to it now, 3 years and on, when it actually matters. The New York Times article was obviously and deliberately slanted. I and many others did not fail to notice the reporter's not too subtle framing of Peterson's remarks. Yet, We are supposed to believe that Peterson sat for an interview with a female reporter from a known liberal publication, and he was absolutely gobsmacked by the way she represented him. I frequently disagree with Peterson's statements, although there have definitely been times that I saw his point, or even agreed to disagree, whilst ever rejecting his pathological sentiments behind them. He always overlooks certain complexities within the human condition. His thinking perennially lacks any shades of gray, and a mature understanding of woman seems completely absent in his toolboxes, either the one between his ears or the one, presumably, behind his zipper. I certainly do not find him to be a likable person by even the standards of micromeasurement, but none of that belies his animal cunning, and I do acknowledge him to be a predatorily cunning man. So I'm not buying the misquoted, misinterpreted, misunderstood victim of the liberal media narrative. At all. Predatorily cunning people with access to the media have the ability to portray themselves and their ideas accurately. They can also be predisposed to an intuitively Machiavellian modus operandus. While we were discussing this issue, my gang brother, Beaver, put my presentiments into words for me, as he oftentimes can. He said, Milo Yiannopoulos laid out the formula. Agree to debates/interviews with detractors. Stay calm and sound reasonable for the most part. Not be reasonable, sound reasonable. Big difference. But don't let them respond until you say something you know is going to rile them up and get a knee-jerk reaction. Then you get to say you were calm and reasonable and they attacked. Peterson could have presented his thoughts on monogamy a million different and better ways, but he knew by saying enforced monogamy, he would get what he wanted. That's the wisdom of the gangster for you. Deliberately slanted or not, unless Peterson claimed that he was misquoted, and he did not, we still have to deal with the actual quote itself. He says of the infamous incel, Alec Minassian. He was angry at God because women were rejecting him. The cure for that is enforced monogamy. Now, of the man who nigh half a decade agone by now drove a van through crowds in Toronto, murdering 10 people, Peterson did say he was angry at God because women were rejecting him. The cure for that is enforced monogamy. So once you've picked yourself up from the floor after that statement, let's see if the numbers hold up. Do men in monogamous relationships automatically flop on the sofa in their track pants watching Cash in the Attic with the missus? Because that stubborn statistic of 2 women every single week murdered by their partner or ex-partner just doesn't seem to be going away. And that's across the Atlantic in the United Kingdom, where violent men don't get everyday access to fucking guns. Where best to check statistics, if not United Nations research? Facts and Figures, subtitled Ending Violence Against Women. That is, the report is titled Facts and Figures. So you don't know it's about women, then it subtitles it so you do know. You can't find that if you're looking it up unless you know what you're looking for. And of course, Jameson Reese says we should force monogamy on Jordan Peterson to some prison brute. Now, oh wait, what's that? UN? United Nations says, globally, up to 70% of women have encountered partner violence. Oh, I get it. Maybe Peterson means enforced monogamy stops men being violent to other men. I mean, why bother risking getting your head bashed in by a bunch of blokes when you can take out your aggression on the human punch bag at home, who is physically smaller than you and can't fight back like a testosterone-enraged primate on a street corner? Or perhaps I misinterpreted, and all Peterson wants is for a return to a pre-feminist era where men had all the clout and women were heavily medicated. Who's going to break the news to him that backward time travel, unlike male privilege, does not exist in the same ubiquitous sense? In case you've forgotten, the Toronto van attack was a domestic terrorist vehicular ramming assault that occurred on April 23rd back in 2018 when a rented van was driven along Yonge Street through the North York City Centre business district in Toronto, Ontario, Canada by Alec Minassian, the guy who drove that van into a crowd in Toronto, killing 10 people. He blamed his frustration and anger on his inability to attract a sexual partner. A quick, and I hope fair, summary is that involuntarily celibate, incel men are angry, therefore dangerous. And Peterson is saying that helping them gain a sexual partner will reduce that anger and therefore their violence. He proposes we do this via something called enforced monogamy. It was the words enforced monogamy that set the internet ablaze that day so long agone by now. Ironically, perhaps deliberately, the New York Times article promoting the vague catchphrase was released just after an episode of The Handmaid's Tale, in which a mass wedding was performed. Men who had served as faithful guardians of Gilead, the dystopian government that replaces the United States in the series, were randomly assigned teenage brides as a reward for their loyalty. Hence the many comparisons between Peterson and the fictional architects of Gilead, in which woman and reproduction are tightly controlled by men. You're probably up to the eyeballs with abortion by now, so let's look at this other fun topic instead. The ancient proclamation. Well, that ancient proclamation from right-wing internet pseudo-intellectual Jordan Peterson, who says that, and I'm quoting the New York Times here, so it ain't fake, socially enforced monogamous conventions decrease male violence. This is the same man, remember, who tells us in his populist book 12 Rules for Life that order is masculine and chaos is feminine. Clearly being a right-wing internet intellectual, adored by legions of young males dotted all along the incel spectrum, requires your proclamations not just to be nonsensical but contradictory as well. Never mind, when your fanboys are paying for your proclamations, $80,000 a month from his YouTube channel alone, you can say what you damn well please. The subtitle to Peterson's book is An Antidote to Chaos, which in Peterson speak translates as an antidote to the feminine. Yet here he is telling us that men need to be monogamous in monogamous relationships with women in order to refrain from violence. Of course, Peterson's fanboy supporters, and soon Peterson himself, were quick to insist that he wasn't calling for anything of that nature. No, not at all, they proclaimed. Not quite in a Handmaid's Tale kind of way. He was pressed to point out, more a regular sex with a regular partner makes Jack a good boy framework. We're just talking about socially reordering all society so that monogamy is highly valued and non-monogamy is discouraged. Peterson's rebuttal, while too lengthy for me to tease apart line by line then or now, describes enforced monogamy in more anthropological and even biological terms. Okay, all that will somehow ensure that undesirable men get wives. All propaganda, biased reporters, slanted articles, and emotional Facebook arguments aside, this does not even make any logical sense in today's world. First, there be the fact that marriage and monogamy are already assigned high value within our current organization of society. A combination of religious views, tax breaks, economic necessity of dual incomes, social pressures, and many other factors heavily tip the scales in favor of marriage and monogamy. There is also the simple fact that raising children alone is difficult, if not impossible, and most women would prefer to be married. Millions of eligible bachelorettes tuned in to watch a televised royal wedding the day of the Toronto fanatic terror attack, excitedly proclaimed about the nuptials on social media, gossiped about the dress, and damn near fainted with excitement over the romance and glamour of it all. The females of our species aren't failing to choose these incels because they're somehow against marriage. Second, there's the fact that this enforced monogamy has, at no time in history, prevented widespread violence. Forget the guy who killed 10 people with a van. Let's talk about World Wars I and II in the eras of your grandparents and great-grandparents. You know, those old-timers who were all generally married for some 60 years or more. Ah yes, let's all return to the peaceful glory days of the 20th century. Third, marriage does not ensure sex. Therefore, it does not negate frustration or anger due to lack of sex. Let's all laugh nervously and nod knowingly, shall we? Fourth, the idea that monogamy prevents male violence sounds absurd when you contrast it with stats, the statistics on domestic violence. 1 in 3 women is a victim of violence by an intimate partner at some point during their lifetimes. And 1 in 4 men is a victim, I might add. I got those stats from the NCADV, the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, a 501 nonprofit organization with the mission to be the voice of victims and survivors of domestic violence based in Denver, Colorado. Website, by the way. NCADV, look it up. Fifth, even if we assume a system in which marriage equals sex, equals lowered levels of male rage, we still have to get those men married. Women currently say no thanks to sex with certain men, so we must assume they would also say no thanks to marriage proposals from those same men. But, will come the sputtering, flustered response, like James Arthur Yanchik used to give. Here be what currently sticks in the collective incel craw. Women all want to sleep with, or marry, high-status men. This is happening because women now enjoy greater agency to select their own sexual or romantic partners. How scandalous, eh? And some men are overlooked, while other men get all the sex. Enforced monogamy will ensure that some women are forcibly encouraged to settle for wretched men they otherwise would never want. I would argue that, in the absence of considerable social or financial pressures, women would rather remain celibate than sleep with men they find unappealing, never mind be stuck with them for life. Let's not be obtuse and pretend that this fact hasn't occurred to Peterson and or all his incel superfans. So that leads me to my 6th point. Peterson and his cultists claim that no, of course he isn't calling for any sort of government-mandated redistribution of sexual wealth. That would sound absurd, and they know it. This isn't The Handmaid's Tale, silly woman. The word enforced simply pertains to social pressures. For those who actually watch the show, The Handmaid's Tale grants the viewer a generous perspective on life pre-Gilead. We are treated to subtle but meaningful moments which answer the question, how did we get from A to Z? A hospital social worker continues to call the main character, June, by her husband's last name, after June repeatedly clarifies her actual surname. In the same scene, it is heavily suggested that June is an unfit mother because she has a career. She is not doing the job that society has assigned to her. in the way that society expects her to do it. A hackneyed allegory comes to mind. A frog, placed in gradually heating water, does not know it is being boiled alive until it is too late to escape. Rare are the occasions in which widespread, sweeping changes happen overnight, either socially or legally. A politician who suggests that we outlaw divorce, for example, would be mostly mocked and his career then buried. Subtle but gradual changes, on the other hand. If enforced monogamy involves social pressure, what does that look like? At first, possibly just scowling glances from your neighbors if you dare to be single or divorced. No invitations to their barbecues for you. Maybe excommunication from your church family. Perhaps those in need of charitable assistance are turned away in favor of those who follow the rules. Shelters for victims of domestic violence begin to close down due to lack of funding or any societal support because those facilities are seen as contributing to divorce rates. We can't be helping women leave their hallowed marriages. All of these ramifications are voluntary social actions, and neither suggested nor enforced by the law per se. But are we forgetting that social attitudes and trends always lead to laws? I highly doubt Peterson forgets that. I've already established that I believe him to be too wily to overlook something so obvious. His followers, on the other hand, might be a mixed bag, a bag of nuts and fruits. Malevolent ideas, when adopted by enough members of society, will never lead us anywhere good. Now, no spoilers here. Jordan Peterson talking about the evils of contraception to Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump Jr. 12 years ago, on the 28th day in December of 2018, looks like a Handmaid's Tale Sons of Jacob meeting. You can find a photograph of that on the net. Ah yes, Peterson is worried what women will do when they have complete control of their own reproductive functions. This is totally fine and not at all worrying when you think of his large young male fan base and the fact that he was in direct contact with the President of the United States via the Trump dynasty. You know, it's not like I've even done any formal research on what Peterson is about. Simply been exposed to his YouTube videos out of necessity for his contribution to Trump and The Handmaid's Tale in the most indirect yet decisive sense imaginable, as you must have concluded yourself by now, and the time to worry is right now. This guy has been telling these lobster boys to get organized and to culturally enforce monogamous behavior for 4 years on by this all too late point in time. For Peterson, wording it this way prevents the backlash that always follows when his lobster fans translate that to what he really means, which is harassing, slut-shaming, and oppressing women, all in favor of his pseudo-Jungian hierarchical bullshit that's meant to act as a radicalized reactionary replacement for both conservative and progressive politics. Now, of course, his agenda is mostly arch-conservative, but he's very, very good at wording his statements in such a way that he's not held to account for how his fanatics translate and enforce his beliefs through violence, intimidation, domestic terrorism, and mass shootings. Jordan Peterson has one of the most organized and dangerous cult bases I've ever seen online. I myself have caught them vote manipulating, discussing rhetorical tactics on Discord, which is a platform, and planning on feminist voices to take out. They're planning assassinations, people. Jordan Peterson's fanboys are very much part of a cult of assassins. You could call it an assassin nation. A state within a state, and unless we get as organized as they have, they are easily the biggest threat to the rest of North America. The rest of us in North America, especially considering North America doesn't have much of any actual left wing to balance out the white trash. Not with that third way cock in our mouths. Right now, conditions are such that most women are able to freely choose their mates, or choose not to choose them. There is simply no way to argue that women should be choosing men that they do not want. That doesn't end up making you sound like a creepy neighbor, a creepy neighbor trying to convince a teenage girl that it's natural to sleep with men precisely your own age. There's no way to suggest that we encourage women to sleep with incels without sounding like you desire to punitively revoke their freedom in some way. We can argue about those methods until we've traveled in infinite circles, but that is the only logical conclusion. I'll close on this particular tangent with this idea. Much has been made of monogamy in the animal kingdom, with comparisons drawn between humans and any number of other species. Apes, elephants, penguins, dolphins, Jordan Peterson's favorite lobsters, you name it, we've been compared to it. I agree that those comparisons can be helpful at times. On the other hand, they all too often belabor the conversation, because we are not elephants or penguins or lobsters. We are human. And all conversations regarding mate choice should give heavy consideration to that fact. But if we're going to go with biology for a moment, one idea stands out to me. In nearly all animal species, males compete for the attention of females. The female is the gatekeeper, both of sexual activity and of reproduction itself. When a male is repeatedly denied by females, his genes are not passed on to any offspring. So he doesn't reproduce. This appears a smart plan. Only the better genes continue. And over time, the species is strengthened. Of course, for humans, desirable traits are not limited only to the physical and genetic. We know that other traits are equally important in raising children and in continuing to develop the species as a whole. Learned qualities like empathy and compassion contribute to a healthy society. Currently, these characteristics are heavily favored by women when choosing intimate partners. This is a good thing for everyone. With that in mind, why on earth would we promote any plan to forcibly encourage women to choose undesirable mates? This would circumvent nature herself, and most certainly would have naught but disastrous consequences. Rather than arguing for ideas or policies that enforce female selection of completely undesirable males, we should continue to ensure full and complete freedom of female mate selection. Perhaps instead of placating to pacify violent males, and failing, as we always have, we should selectively breed them out instead. That is my eugenics program. Breed out the incels. Of course, this too would be a voluntary process. All we need to do is trust women's ability to choose their own partners. And we see they don't want to sleep with the assholes. Because they're always angry. Because they're so fucking violent. Because they're super adolescent man boys who can't hold a fucking job. Yeah. Peterson says he's an ardent collector of Soviet memorabilia. Jameson just brought that to my attention. He confessed to this on Rogan's Shit Case. He's shitcast. Thank you. And there you have it, people. Let the woman choose. Breed out all the incels towards a better world. See, this guy is saying all nature shit, base it on nature. The dominion of nature, the hierarchy of nature. Well, nature says women don't want to breed with you, Jordan Peterson. And they don't want to breed with any of your boys. Now recall that Jordan Peterson vehemently disagrees with any of Foucault's theories on power. Are his critiques valid, or is there something that he is not understanding about Foucault's power discourse? We got 2 hours left. Let's see if I can kill it. By the way, Jameson Reese says, in nature, guys like Jordan Peterson are beaten up and used as prison bitches. Now, I myself have yet to see any evidence that Jordan Peterson has even read Foucault, or for that matter, any of the so-called postmodernists he criticizes. There is certainly no evidence that he has read these texts closely or carefully, but then there is very little evidence he nowadays remembers Carl Gustav Jung very well. He has filtered his memory of Jung by Peterson's isms. As in his lectures, he usually makes vague generalizations, which are fairly obviously inaccurate or misleading if you know the people he is discussing. He also engages in a fair number of inaccurate attacks on the person being discussed, as if those inaccuracies reinforced condemnation of the ideas that person is supposed to have, but probably never did. Oh, Jameson, you can come on. Is this true that Jordan Peterson was hospitalized for opiate overdose?
Yeah, he fell into an opiate addiction, and he, of course, he has a history of alcoholism, but supposedly, according to something, some article I found, he was. This was a long time ago. I found an article. I was gonna say something about it, but I was like, fuck it. He's irrelevant anyway. He's better off gone. I had no idea he would resurface. If he did, I would have saved the article.
Thank you. No, I deeply appreciate that. I thought you were going to tell me. I had no idea he was going to resurface. If I did, I would have killed him.
Oh, no, there are more important fish to take out.
Thank you. Definitely. Well, let me put some of what this idiot is saying into play. So thank you. Now, I've yet to see any quotations in context from Jordan Peterson, any page references, or even any attempt to explain what the person being criticized is actually on about with any proper documentation. That does not mean such talks or papers do not exist, mind ye, but that I myself have not ever seen them presented by Jordan Peterson. He largely seems to rely on his listeners not knowing anything other than rumor about the peoples he criticizes, and probably being predisposed to rejecting those thinkers in the first place because of the listeners' pre-existing political loyalties. He just has ready and willing listeners. His behavior, ergo, be a dereliction of academic duty. So I wouldn't particularly recommend that people attend or watch his lectures for any education. Certainly, do not take them as the final word on anything. Please note that I am not saying that Peterson never says anything worthwhile. When all of these guys were telling me about his personality profiling expertise, I did investigate, and I did conclude that his first book, for example, entitled Maps of Meaning. Maps of Meaning is definitely worth a look if you are interested in that kind of thing. It is of a completely different level to his contemporary. I couldn't call it work. However, outside of that book, he seems to have little respect for, or even concern with, the ideas of others, and should obviously not be taken as a guide to those ideas. And yes, let us not forget that he also tells young men to stand up straight and tidy their rooms. I wonder if I had a YouTube channel advising young women to avoid corsets and high heels and other fashion that might lead to injury, and tell them most of all to avoid misogynist idiots, would I be as rich? Oh, I've gotten an incoming communique. A lobster cultist has now challenged me to document my assertions. And this is always a good call. One that could be well directed at Peterson instead of I, but never is. Nevertheless, as I find myself stranded in a white man's world this side of the Pacific, where men such as I be expected to play by rules from which the cracker men themselves forever be exempt, I will explainest how I communicate his most popular lecture out of sheer insolence. First off, let us remember that Peterson appears to be delivering a university lecture, one of his most popular, 4 million hit videos on YouTube. Such lectures should have much higher standards than conventional YouTube uploads. What we can possibly excuse here, as a matter of not having enough personal time, energy, and resources, should not be acceptable in any university. I should also state clearly that I myself am not an expert in either Foucault or even in Peterson per se, and that I am lazy enough to only refer to the lecture referenced as the one that made his career as a cybercult messiah. If you wish more detail beyond what I shall divulge right now, then please go elsewhere. Peterson starts by stating a theme he will reiterate. Foucault is the most reprehensible individual you could imagine. You could not dream up anyone worse. He gives no evidence for this accusation. We could suggest that Peterson effectively behaves as if he were a secret policeman in a tyrannical state, making charges simply to support the state, his established truth, and discredit the victim. There is no academic impartiality or quest for truth being shown here. Later on, he will argue that Foucault was a bitter and treacherous person who aimed to undermine the presumably virtuous structure that would not accept him. Now, one problem with this suggestion is that you could also criticize Foucault for being hyper-successful, which he was. Peterson continues that no structure could function with people as peculiar, bitter, and resentful as Foucault. This is projection. No evidence of these mysterious sins are given, but it is possible that Peterson is referring to Foucault's homosexuality and interest in sadomasochism. I presume Peterson's idea is that if he finds someone unpleasant, then their ideas must be incorrect. The talk is not by any definition about uncovering the truth of Foucault or his ideas, but refuting him and his ideas because he is declared to be inferior by the great judicial authority that is Jordan Peterson. In other words, by example, Peterson appears to be arguing that ethics is about power and slander. He would almost certainly deny this, of course, but let us set these ad hominem attacks to one side and get on with the other arguments. By the way, this is how my gang stalkers assault me. This is why this education about this son of a bitch is so important. This is exactly what Stephen Outram and, of course, his butt bitch that he pays, Richard K. Cole Jr., do. Peterson states Derrida and Foucault were avowed Marxists in the 60s and early 70s. As usual, he gives no evidence for this. Indeed, I myself do not know as of there being any particular evidence for this. They were influenced by Marx and argued about Marx, but then again, few thinkers of the period were not either influenced by Marx or attempting to argue against Marx. So it is not surprising that they could have discussed Marx, even if they disagreed with him, and thought society could be improved. We might declare that the Austrian-British economist and philosopher Friedrich August von Hayek, who is best known for his defense of classical liberalism and shared the 1974 Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences with Gunnar Myrdal for his work on economics, was a Marxist by the same anti-logic. Judging by what follows in the video I reviewed, one of a few that I could stand through only with a lot of alcohol. The point of bringing in Marx is to reinforce the ad hominem argument and to discredit Foucault and Derrida without having to argue against them or exhibit much knowledge of their works. Peterson states that even the French philosopher, playwright, novelist, screenwriter, political activist, biographer, and literary critic Jean-Paul Charles Aimard Sartre Said individual being one of the key figures in the philosophy of existentialism and phenomenology, along with one of the leading figures in the 20th century French philosophy and Marxism itself, was not a Marxist by then. You know, Peterson is saying this Marxian philosopher was not a Marxist. Well, that is convincing. Unfortunately, he appears not to know much about Sartre either. Sartre had been writing against the Soviet Union since the 1950s from a Marxian paradigmatic perspective. He considered it important to protect Europe's autonomy from the Soviet Union and the United States, and not to be torn to pieces between either of the superpowers. Sartre later called himself an anarchist and opposed the corporate takeover of mass media, but he considered his Marxist-oriented Critique of Dialectical Reason to be one of his most important works. The problem is that Peterson confuses Marxism with support of the Soviet Union or Maoist China. Marxism is a theory of social processes. It is not support for a particular state. Indeed, Marxism promises the state will wither away after the revolution. Obviously, something that never happened. And if Peterson had the slightest knowledge of Marxism, he would have realized that Trotsky, who is usually considered to be a Marxist, was also an anti-Stalinist. It is, however, not unreasonable to point out that people who have proclaimed themselves Marxist have been mass murderers, just as people who have described themselves as Christians or Muslims have proven genocidal. We could also say to Peterson that by the late 60s, no one with any moral integrity supported unconstrained capitalism, because everyone knew how it went as well. Rampaging colonialism, exploitation of workers, destruction of the environment, plutocracy, etc. This does not mean that American capitalism is as bad as the Soviet Union, but it does not mean that it has to be essentially good. The American empire was, at that time, waging a large-scale, undeclared, illegal war against the very ecology and all life that environment sustained throughout the Trois Vietnams and Cambodia, the people of which were not remotely equally equipped or wealthy enough to defend themselves from, yet which they still did remarkably. What postmodernists did, or so says Peterson, is that they transferred the conflict of rich versus poor into oppressed versus oppressor. Now, the conflict in Marx is not between rich and poor, but between different classes with different imperatives. Is it not reasonable to assume that different groups do not always have the same aims, especially if one is supposed to dominate the other? Can we always presume or assume hegemony or harmony between groups? But Peterson seems to be trying to deny this. He seems to be trying to argue that those at the top of the hierarchy always have your interests at heart. I may be wrong, but that seems to be why he needs to discredit Foucault and Marx. He insists that Foucault's aims be to A, to resurrect Marxism under a new guise, and B, to justify that it was everyone else's problem, that he was an outsider. Now, point A is only true if you stretch categories so that whatever different ideas you select are the same, despite their differences. In other words, Peterson seems incapable of recognizing difference to such a degree that he blends everything into a mess. The second point seems to be another, I, Jordan Peterson, find Foucault unpleasant, so his ideas are not worth considering argument. Which, you know, if you never brought the fucker up, nobody would even remember him. So you're acting as his publicist for a man who otherwise would be completely forgotten. Peterson classifies Foucault's position as the rise of the marginalized against the center. This is, apparently, clearly bad. He states Derrida's thinking was the same, but adds another one of his slapdown arguments that Derrida be even more treacherous than Foucault. Yes, the argument Derrida supposedly deploys must be really bad in that case. At some moment, he reveals that Foucault and Derrida did not like each other and disagreed with each other. He makes a joke. But apparently they are the same, although they disagree. Does Peterson make an argument for this similarity? Not that I can see. He asserts that the postmodernist position, which is not a Marxist argument, but they get blended anyway, is that there is a political center and then there are people outside those central categories. Peterson confesses this is true. To categorize, you have to include and exclude things from categories. So categories involve inclusion and exclusion. Rather dramatically, he says that without this, you just die. He gives no evidence for this over-dramatic proposition, and then says that schizophrenic people's categories break down. But assuming this is true, yet again he provides no evidence for what is a reasonably contentious position, as we all know that schizophrenic people exist, and that they just don't die immediately. He also appears to ignore the idea that categories can be more or less accurate and perhaps more or less oppressive. We don't have to exclude gay people simply because they are gay, or women because they are female, or whatever. Making our categories fit their task better could be considered one of the primary tasks of philosophy, which is basically all this guy is pushing. So I don't understand his point here. But then you realize it is basically to suggest that people who don't accept Jordan Peterson's preferred categories, perhaps like Foucault or Derrida, are insane, because he's a psychologist and can supposedly diagnose this. So, from his approach, he classes them as schizophrenic, which, to the rest of you, he's saying they're crazy. In which case, we have another ad hominem argument, this time by a demonstrably tenuous association, and I, for one, am starting to get tired with this style of non-thinking. We are then told that this is an incredibly crooked part of their thinking, because category systems exclude, political systems exclude, any hierarchy of value excludes. So far, if he is correct, he is agreeing with them. He then asserts they think that the reason those hierarchies of value are constructed is to maintain the hierarchy of power. While he does not explicitly argue that such a position can never be true, it would seem to be implied. He's not exploring when it might be true and when it might not be true. But unfortunately for him, the position that hierarchies of value are sometimes about power is quite plausible. The wealthy can construct an hierarchy of value which asserts that wealth is a mark of virtue, of hard work, of talent, of God's favor, and that those who are not wealthy are not virtuous, not hardworking, nor even intelligent enough to become wealthy or favored by God. They are implicitly inferior and should be guided by the wealthy because the wealthy have demonstrated the right virtues. In reality, they might add that those few of the wealthy who argue for the rights of the poor are corrupt and don't have the normal set of wealthy virtues. I think I've seen hierarchies of value like that on all sides of politics. Peterson adds that this is an incredibly crooked claim. He does not explain why, but he does assert that there are hierarchies everywhere, and perhaps continues to imply that they are all somehow unproblematic. There is simply no sense that hierarchies may be both necessary and may still yet distort or act as tools of power. His example is that in order to laud musical genius, we have to exclude those people who are crap. He does not discuss the fact that people may disagree quite vehemently about this. I know people who don't appreciate Bach and others who can't understand any techno. I personally don't like Beethoven other than the late string quartets myself. Wagner, who so excited my biological sire Adolf Hitler to the point where it has been said, with good reason, that if you want to understand the Nazis, ye must first and foremost comprehend Wagner. Actually bores me as a sensorial experience. Some people prefer Eric Clapton to Jimi Hendrix. There is, as they say, no accounting for taste. Music is not really an area of social compulsion in our society, so it be inescapably varied. However, liking the right music could become a marker of status. We can easily imagine no one who dislikes Wagner could possibly be high class. We don't have to listen to such a person. Or people who don't like blah are just not up to date or whatever. Peterson claims this is the postmodernists' essential stance, but yet again makes no references. He does not explore the issues he brings up. The issues that he broaches are never followed up on. Maybe his aim is simply to condemn rather than explain. I do not need to even assert that I know it for sure, but it is most certainly starting to look that way. Peterson remarks that for the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes, considered to be one of the founders of modern political philosophy, best known for his 1651 book, Leviathan, in which he expounds an influential formulation of social contract theory. People in the state of nature fought. This is what Peterson thinks the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes said, that people in the state of nature fought, this being the chaos of individuality, so people had to be organized by force. That's his idea of the social contract. I agree with his remarks that people in social structures can be good and evil, and that we don't like having this pointed out. So can we not assume that hierarchies can be good and evil at the same time? Well, apparently not, because that requires too much mind space than Peterson is capable of. It's either one or the other, because his brain's not sophisticated enough to hold anything that be synthetic. He continues arguing that postmodernists added a collective element in which groups of individuals struggle for power. Most political theorists talk about groups, classes, etc. Not just postmodernists, so I don't get the point again. To me, this assertion seems reasonable. Most people are individuals that exist in groups. Very few humans have survived without groups. Those that don't are not human. They're called vampires. Either that or they're feral, or they're really crazy people who live in tents out in the countryside. This is another paradox. The individual requires groups to learn to be individual. Such is not Peterson's position here. Later on, he dismisses the idea that people can belong to identity groups and find it hard to discuss with each other across the borders. I'm not sure why. After all, postmodernists appear to find it difficult to talk with Petersonites and vice versa. I'm not sure all this stuff about identity groups is to be found anywhere in the philosophy of Foucault, by the way, but I've already qualified that I am no expert. Peterson asserts that in the postmodern Marxist universe, there is nothing but power, which, if true, implies that postmodernists are not Marxists, but Bolshevik. It is literally majoritarian, because Marxism is materialist. There is the world, its resources, what we call ecology. There is social organization. There are ideas that grow out of actions in the world, etc. That is not power, per se. And then Jordy Peterson then asserts that postmodernists don't admit any standards, don't believe in the real world, or in science. He makes jokes about science denialists using mobile phones. But of course, he does not extend the joke to right-wing climate change denialists who dismiss science as socialist. Evidently, it's only relevant to criticize those identified as leftists. Personally, I myself don't know enough about Mr. Peterson to even begin to wonder if he is a person who denies climate change because he does not like the politics thereof and is ergo the subject of his own jokes. I guess you yourselves might have to do the research if you want to find out, but personally, I'll tell you, he is a joke. Unfortunately, there's no punchline and he's not funny. He insists that for modernists, postmodernists, there be no such thing as ethics or high-order value. I would dare say that Derrida and Foucault actually seem to be obsessed with ethics. Perhaps the problem is that they may think ethical problems are difficult and cannot be resolved by an appeal to authority, even though that is routine and perhaps necessary, but then I'm not the one claiming to be the expert. Peterson, however, proceeds to simply deny their ethical concerns and asserts that postmodernism is self-defeating, using the argument that the unpleasant consequences of an argument mean it cannot be not true, or something of that nature. You can't follow his logic because there is none. He concludes by saying that postmodernism is obviously a mask for the continuance of Marxism, because Marxism has an ethic and involves struggle, even if it be ungrateful. This is not remotely logical by my understanding. I cannot follow the argument, so I might simply be missing the point, but far more likely there actually be none. He suggests that postmodernists posit that Western culture is pathological and responds by fatuously declaring that as pathological as Western culture is, it's less pathological than everything else. His only argument for this is that people are said to immigrate to the West in greater numbers than go in the opposite direction, which, by the way, is a lie. They will not allow the statistics to ever be released of ex-migration, meaning people who leave the United States for other countries. But I can assure you, it's a state secret of the State Department that I found out when working with the Department of Defense that far more people leave the United States than come here. Even so, this may mean, considering the reality I just provided you, it's not that everybody wants to come to the United States. It's just that Western propaganda is effective. Not that Western culture is any good, or any more accepting of migrants. I myself cannot discern because the level of both the presentation and documentation is so low as to be considered beneath concern. Geordie Boy remarks that there is an argument that the only reason the West functions is because it has raped the rest of humanity and the planet. After which on the video there is an awkward pause because he apparently cannot think of anything to rebut this position. Because it's true. And so he concludes the less said about it, the better. Which I suppose is to him and his cultists another slam dunk argument. Who could wonder about silence being an effective argument? This is perhaps in and of itself very postmodern, or Zen, or something. He then says that postmodernists don't believe in grand narratives. He could point out that this was not an argument made by Foucault, but by the French philosopher, sociologist, and literary theorist Jean-François Lyotard, whose interdisciplinary discourse spans such topics as epistemology and communication, the human body and modern art, but whom be best known for his articulation of postmodernism after the late 1970s and the analysis of the impact of postmodernity on the human condition. But by now we should be used to this merging of different thinkers and different thought processes into a slurried mess. And again, Peterson employs the argument by unpleasant consequences. If there be no grand narratives, then there be no meaning, etc. However, his argument does not mean grand narratives, such as the ending of capitalism in workers' revolution, are true simply because they are grand narratives, no matter how nice it might be to run with that. Peterson suggests we need an ethic. He again appears to ignore the ethics of postmodernists. He argues that postmodernists are demolishing the fictions that unite us as people, and that we cannot cooperate without these fictions. In other words, the unpleasant consequences of non-cooperation mean the argument can be dismissed. Consequently, he appears to be suggesting that we should just accept these fictions and that they should never be challenged. This is an ethical position of a sort, but it is not one we have to accept. Indeed, the normal Western position might be that noble lies should be undone, and that our grand narratives should instead have some relationship to truth or accuracy. We should, at least, be able to discuss these narratives. If we accept this, then surely postmodernists are carrying on such tradition, whereas Peterson is shifting it to one side, perhaps in the interests of established power, for which he shills. I myself don't claim to know, and could actually not well, I could actually not care less. He then asserts that it is unbelievably corrosive to assert that hierarchy is about power. He argues brutal people don't establish stable hierarchies. Hopefully this is true, but we are not given many reasons to think that such is correct, and just how on earth does this mean that hierarchies are never about power? He asserts that stable hierarchies are about relationship. This also may be correct. I would like to think so, but Foucault, if known for anything, is known for the assertion that power is in relationships. It is not something exerted by one person who has it on another who does not. Foucault appears to assert that power is not just about brutality. It can be what is necessary to uncover and cultivate oneself. Of course, relations of power can also hide their brutality, as all incest families are sworn to silence in toxic secrecy. So while it appears that Peterson abuses Foucault without acknowledgement, he does not employ him in his complexity. Peterson then talks about hierarchies of competence, which again is plausible but has little to do with Foucault. That is, if you are not going to ask how competence is socially decided. One problem Peterson ignores, and it may not even be relevant for him, is that hierarchies can tend to hide mistakes and to hide the past in order to justify their behavior in the present. That this might be disconcerting does not mean it is incorrect. Indeed, anyone might learn this from Foucault. Exempli gratiae. We often think we treat mad people better than they used to, but we might find out through study that in the early modern period, they did not lock up, drug, or punish people deemed insane, nor abandon them to poverty in the streets. They may have thought of them as different rather than inferior or incompetent. The moonstruck, as they said, might even have wisdom, useful unto others. The cartomantic fool, for example, in your tarot deck. In these societies, some poorer people could live outside of a total labor hierarchy. They could afford crazy wisdom and heed it, and were enriched. Foucault might also lead us to wonder if medical hierarchies have tended to dehumanize us, breaking us down into isolate parts rather than be considered as whole people or persons with emotions, fears, and relationships. Indeed, some doctors might have listened to some of this and be attempting to improve the practice. Because I was a medical journalist and, therefore, doctors do listen to what I say. So, with Jordan Peterson being a psychologist, he is part of that medical industrial complex, which has done so much to dehumanize us. The contemporary prison system, according to Foucault, does support or reinforce the social hierarchy and isolate people and hide the cruelty away from sight of others who might otherwise come to empathize. The prison might well have become the model of the factory, and hence the office, where the workers are under constant surveillance by their superiors and have to exist for their superior jailers. Indeed, the prison might become an ideal factory in and of itself, in which employees are underpaid or not paid at all, supported by the taxpayer, and sans any power to resist. We may well have medicalized sex, or subjected it to a confessional process, a la The Handmaid's Tale, both of which could be considered hierarchical submissions, rather than learnt how to cultivate the pleasure of it for ourselves and our chosen partners. However, Peterson does not discuss any of these major parts of Foucault, but after reading Foucault, it may be harder to just assume we are better than we used to be, or better than other societies, just because it is pleasant for us to think so. And this might be a good thing, to not be satisfied with what we are. Peterson's final argument seems to be that contemporary processes are incredibly complex, so you want disciplined people who are super smart to make it work, and to rise to the top. Well, yes, we do want that, but that does not mean we will always get them. We far more often get incompetents who act brutally stupid. For God's sake, Jordy Peterson was talking about Joseph Stalin but 10 minutes beforehand. The Peter Principle should be well known to him, such being the established observation developed by Lawrence J. Peter that the tendency in most organizational hierarchies, such as that of a corporation, is for every employee to rise in the hierarchy through promotion until they reach a level of ultimate incompetence, at least respective incompetence, to their peers. To wit, in 1969, Lawrence Peter and Raymond Hall published a book they believed was but satire of standard business practices entitled The Peter Principle. The principle is a management concept that posits people in an hierarchy tend to rise to their level of incompetence. Now, Lawrence Peter's research indicated employees are promoted based on their success in previous jobs until they reach a level at which they are no longer competent, as skills in one job do not necessarily translate to another. Now, the other man, Raymond Hall, his name wasn't included in the title because the name Peter, in the year that it was published, 1969, at that point in history, people would use that to reference their penis. So it was a pun a la the penis principle, which is really a theory of decline. Some have observed that individuals perform worse after being promoted. The Peter Principle, which states that people are promoted to their ultimate level of incompetence, suggests that something is fundamentally misaligned in the promotional process. Now, this view is unnecessary and inconsistent with the data. Furthermore, it is argued that ability appears lower after promotion purely as a statistical matter. Being promoted, after all, is evidence that a standard has been met. Regression to the mean implies that future ability will be lower on average. Firms optimally account for the regression bias in making promotion decisions, but the effect is never eliminated. Rather than evidence of a mistake, the Peter Principle is a necessary consequence of any promotion rule. Furthermore, firms that take it into account appropriately adopt an optimal strategy. Usually, firms inflate the promotion criterion to offset the Peter Principle effect, and the more important the transitory component is relative to total variation in ability, the larger the amount that the standard is inflated. The same logic, usually, it applies to other situations. Exemplar gratiae. It explains why movie sequels are usually worse than the original film on which they be based, and why second visits to restaurants are less rewarding than the first. Yet, makest no mistake thyself, the Peter Principle is quite real. It's not clear how much Lawrence J. Peter was joking in 1968 when he published the Peter Principle. His evidence came from the hypothetical case file, and was populated by employees right out of a children's parable: Ms. Oval, Miss Cylinder, Mr. Eclipse, Mr. Cube, Mr. Sphere, and Mr. Tinker. This did not stop him from pontificating in sweeping terms and bold type. Now, he said himself, "My analysis of hundreds of cases of occupational incompetence led me to formulate the Peter Principle." So, in an hierarchy, every employee tends to rise to his level of incompetence. Perhaps it was that Dr. Peter had a real doctorate or wrote a book unburdened by the ambiguity of any real data. The Peter Principle, he asserted, was the key to an understanding of the whole structure of civilization. He also said he was jesting. Or maybe it was that, as much as Dr. Peter meant the book as satire, it has proven all too often true. An employee does well. He's rewarded with a promotion. He does well in that job and is promoted Again, this continues until the point he is no longer performing at a level deserving of promotion, which leaves him at a level where he is overmatched by the demands of the job. In other words, incompetent. To quote his Doc Peter, look around you where you work and pick out the people who have reached their level of incompetence. You will see that in every hierarchy, the cream rises until it's ours. The concept is funny. The reality, for those unfortunate enough to run into it, is not. That book sold over 1 million copies and stayed on the bestseller lists in the United States for 33 weeks. It did not achieve that level of success, strictly for its humor. Yet, principle was too strong a word. Dr. Peter's observation, although it had a certain amount of what researchers call face validity, was at best a theory. Until now. Because 3 professors, Alan Benson of the University of Minnesota, Danielle Lee of MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and Kelly Shui of Yale, analyzed the performance of 53,035 sales employees at 214 American companies from 2005 to 2011, the year my mother was murdered. During that time, 1,531 of those sales reps were promoted to become sales managers. The data proves that the best salespeople were more likely to A, be promoted, and B, perform poorly as managers. The Peter principle is fucking real. Now remember, sales are the easiest to examine because you get immediate results. You're either got a sale and your commission, or you don't, and you starve. The researchers so concluded that, consistent with the Peter principle, we find that promotion decisions place more weight on current performance than would be justified if firms only tried to promote the best potential managers. The most productive worker is not always the best candidate for manager, and yet firms are significantly more likely to promote top frontline sales workers into managerial positions. As a result, the performance of a new manager's subordinates declines relatively more after the managerial position is filled by someone who was a strong salesperson prior to promotion. A company that relies too heavily on sales as a criterion for promotion pays twice for their mistake. Removing a high-performance sales associate from the line potentially upsets her client relationships and puts the revenue of those accounts in jeopardy. The team newly under her direction is at greater risk for underperforming as she struggles in a role that demands quite different abilities. So the professors have since opined that these findings underscore the possibility that promoting based on lower level job skills rather than managerial skills can be extremely costly. The starkness of the results took Dr. Benson by surprise. He said, I expected that the best salespeople would become merely good managers. Some skills translate to management and others don't. To see that the best salespeople were all becoming the worst sales managers was surprising. Dr. Benson, Dr. Lee, and Dr. Sui can't say how often companies stumble into the Peter principle and how often they deliberately live by it. Now, they have since speculated that some firms may promote great salespeople to encourage workers to exert effort in their current job roles and to maintain norms of fairness. Now, counting sales is easy compared to other more subjective and or fungible employee characteristics in promotional decisions. And this new information Dr. Benson has since said, suggests firms were willing to lower the bar to promote the best salespeople. There are certainly important cautions to a study such as this one, the one I'm citing now. First, what's true in general is often not true in particular. Many great salespeople have the wherewithal to become great managers. The evidence of that potential, however, is most likely not in their sales numbers. Second, employees who had high numbers in collaborative selling rather than the common go-it-alone version had better than average chances of becoming effective managers. Perhaps top performers in areas less cutthroat than sales do not suffer from the principle. Third, and most important, the study examined the promotion to manager version of the Peter Principle. It did not test whether people top out when asked to perform increasingly complex stages of the same disciplines for which they were first hired. The sales rep in the study, to quote one successful sales manager, were promoted not to the level of their incompetence, but rather out of the level of their competence. There's no reason to believe that with enough coaching and instruction, an employee cannot become increasingly, how would I say this? I would say that when it comes to the third and most important study, the third and most important aspect of this study that I'm scanning on screen right now, examined the promotion to manager version of the Peter Principle without testing whether people top out when asked to perform these increasingly complex stages of the same disciplines from which they were first hired. The sales reps in the study, to quote one successful sales manager, were promoted not to the level of their incompetence, but rather out of the area of their competence. So that's an important point in social engineering I'm accessing now. There's no reason to believe that with enough coaching and instruction, an employee cannot become increasingly proficient in his or her specialty. The promotion within specialty version of the Peter Principle remains just a theory. Yet for anyone who wants to be methodical about his or her leadership of a company or managing the trajectory of his or her career, it strikes me that the new research carries a number of important decisions. Let me suggest a few. Being an incredible individual contributor needs to carry more prestige. The professors hypothesized that top salespeople are often promoted because the non-pecuniary rewards are also likely to favor managers who typically enjoy greater prestige, opportunities for career progression inside and outside the firm, and I would say, what else was it? Benefits, job security, pay security, and better work conditions than their subordinates. Now, all the outsized attention to leaders not only doesn't need to exist, it doesn't exist at all in fields such as medicine, publishing, professional athletics, and the film industry. And you may even want to avoid getting promoted. One of the greatest pieces of self-awareness is the knowledge that management, whatever its perks, might not be worth the burdens it will impose upon you. Now, one successful individual contributor has so writ that I've learned that I am a rock star individual contributor because I am very strong on execution and strategic thinking. I've also had roles where I've managed teams. I wouldn't say I was unsuccessful at it, it est incompetent, but I will say it never completely sapped my energy and enthusiasm for work that I loved. I was never the best in that role, and I couldn't do it with any kind of longevity. So if you're a top sales rep, newly promoted, get humble and collaborative fast. The new study provides compelling evidence that the attributes that repeatedly got you the annual sales junket are not the ones that will lead your team to the top. If the performance from the study prior sales performance negatively predicts managerial performance doesn't make you lose sleep. You haven't stared at it long enough, but you may be able to beat the odds. Start by taking each member of your team to coffee and asking somewhere in the conversation, how can I best help you in my new role? Then write it down. Then do it. Newly minted managers need help with their transitions. Marketing, accounting, sales, architecture, writing, engineering, and even special warfare, to name just a few, are each considered disciplines that require training and progressive experience. Leading and managing? It's still too frequently considered a no-brainer for those who have mastered the function being managed. An all too common refrain for far too long and at too great an expense has been, no one ever prepared me for the responsibilities of being a manager. I mean, if a top-selling colleague from your team just became your new boss, it might be time to move on. Maybe your new manager is the exception that proves the rule. Maybe he or she is a collaborative, strategic, protective, and unselfish genius. But the results of this new study indicate that hurting the sales of those not promoted is a price many companies are willing to pay to reward the top sellers. If that shoe fits, the only way to avoid taking one for the team is to resign. If you yourself report to a competent leader who reports up to other competent leaders, think twice about leaving. Dr. Peter himself wrote, perhaps jokingly, perhaps not, that he had accepted the universality of incompetence. It's not that bad. But if you found yourself led by genuine, inspirational people, keep in mind it's a somewhat rare and fragile state, never to be taken for granted. In such context, is it not then, at the least, conceivable that an undisciplined, not very clever, or even coherent person could become POTUS, the acronym POTUS, President of the United States, and take down all the competent machinery of government? Apparently not. Ahem. In the world according to Geordie the Peter's son. So, our intellectual, well, our current political situation, we definitely have, as in the days of popes and anti-popes, when there was a pope in Rome and one in Avignon. There was even one time there were 3 popes. Today we have a president and an anti-president. And by default, that anti-president's cabinet in place, installed in Congress by inertia, who have all clearly risen above their ultimate levels of competence into the realm of the supremely incompetent. Most notably, the anti-president was never someone promoted because he had been successful in his previous endeavors. Quite the contrary, in fact, as I will elucidate soon enough. No, what happened in 2015 through 2016 is that a celebrity who had no discernible competence at anything beyond self-promotion managed to use his fictitious persona as a successful businessman, as defined by the television program The Apprentice, to convince enough Americans to cast votes for himself, delivering an electoral college, but not popular victory. What we witnessed on a daily basis throughout the coronavirus pandemic and economic disaster is exactly how incompetent Donald J. Trump is. He is the living embodiment of the Peter Principle. Let's consider Trump's record as a businessman. Despite Tony Horowitz's authoring The Art of the Deal and creating the illusion that Donald Trump was a brilliant, wheeling, dealing businessman, all the evidence, all the facts show us otherwise. So, if I were to list his business acumen, there are quite a few one-and-done companies on his list. That is, they only lasted 1 or 2 years and then disappeared, never making a cent for Donald Trump and always losing money. Trump Steaks, 2007, the year my father was murdered. Lasted 1 year. If any listener actually ate one of these, please let me know. I understand they're the only steak that's simultaneously dry and greasy. And GoTrump.com lasted a single year, 2006. A travel search engine. Remember Orbitz? Expedia.com? Travelocity? With no expertise in this area, Trump, of course, failed within a year. Trump Airlines from 1989 through 1993, formerly the Eastern Shuttle. Trump took the successful New York to Washington and New York to Boston shuttle flight franchise, originally started by Pan Am, and within 4 years ran it out of business. Trump Vodka from 2006 through 2011, the year my late and sainted mother was murdered. Again, I'd love to hear from anyone who ever drank a shot of this moonshine. Trump Mortgage, 2006 through 2007, 1.5 years. Remember the bubble bursting in 2007? Trump showed his keen eye for business here, getting into the mortgage business just as the industry was going belly up. By the way, I'm being facetious. This was the stupidest thing he could have done. Trump Mortgage, and he did it. How about Trump the Game? The Monopoly knockoff. 1989 it was published. 1 year in circulation. Trying to capitalize on the success of The Art of the Deal. Trump, as usual, overestimated his own popularity, believing people would flock to a game with his name on it. And Trump Magazine from 2000, well, it was maybe 1 to 2 years it lasted, but started 2007. Again, like Trump Mortgage and Trump Steaks, all the year my father was murdered. If you don't know anything about Trump Magazine, I recommend you Google this monstrosity, just to see how deluded the entire Trump clan is, believing somehow people would buy a magazine all about them Trumps is another testament to sheer uncontrolled egoism. Trump University from 2005 till the year my mother died, 2011. How's that? Still paying people off for fraud. This scam, well documented, it's since become a national punchline. I graduated from Trump University. How about Trump Ice? You know, that's bottled water, people. Less than a year. 2004. This was spring water. That again, I'd like to hear from anyone who ever even saw a bottle of this shit. The New Jersey Generals. You know, the United States Football League from 1984 through 1985. Trump's mismanagement of his own franchise and his insistence that the USFL try to merge with the NFL, who wanted no part of it, led to Trump being blamed for the demise of the entire league. A colossal shit show. The Tour de Trump, 1989. That went on 2 years. An American Tour de France. Bike race. Only Trumpier. That means they're using all the reclining bikes. Anyhow, Trump on the ocean. Jones Beach Catering Hall is what it used to be. 2012, when the world ended. Lasted 2 months. I mean, this never even opened. How about the Trump Network? 2009 to, it was 2 years almost that it lasted. Vitamin-selling QVC format network. Ever watch it? Ever even hear of it? How about Trumped with an exclamation mark? Talk radio show. Supposedly lasted 4 years, but no trace of it anywhere. There's one promo tape on SoundCloud or some such thing. Trump New Media, 1998. Video on demand and high-speed internet. Never got off the ground because, shock of shocks, none of the Trumps have any expertise in VOD or high-speed internet. Trump Casinos, which by 2014 had filed for bankruptcy 4 times. In protecting himself from personal bankruptcy, Trump made numerous questionable deals with banks, Deutsche Bank, for example. Despite this track record, Mark Burnett, the British television producer of Survivor, saw the opportunity in 2004 to use Trump's notoriety. Trump would never let himself not be on page 6 as much as possible, and he turned the infamy of Trump into a successful reality show, The Apprentice. And while Trump did have a handful of successes like Wallman Rink, the Grand Hyatt, and of course Trump Tower, that propelled The Art of the Deal to the top of the bestseller list. Those successes were few, far between, and in the distant past when Burnett created The Apprentice and, in the process, invented the mythic Donald Trump, who then became our Peter Principle anti-president. Now, given the scale of the crisis we are still facing, even a mildly competent president, a Jimmy Carter, a Gerald Ford, maybe even a W. Bush, would have understood that grand federal action is needed to help all the citizens of our nation. Nothing short of the kind of bold action like FDR's New Deal is needed to cope with the combined crises of coronavirus, economic disaster, racial strife, and a rising communist Chinese empire. Federal health mandates, federal stimulus, actual relief programs, and federal social justice legislation could be enacted to save lives regarding health and economics and the racial strife. All of this would be needed. And especially we need cybersecurity to protect us from the Russians shutting down our grid and killing us all. But only a leader who was, at the very least, competent would initiate action to move in these directions. We, of course, are still saddled with our Peter Principle anti-president, who runs the red states in America, a man who is not even minimally competent to do anything other than promote his own fantasy image of himself and divide the American citizenry against one another at a time when we most need national unity. He will, as Adam Schiff warned us in his impeachment summary, continue to lie and cheat. So, well, as Schiff so noted, you can't trust this president to do the right thing. Not for 1 minute, not for one election, not for the sake of our country. You just can't. He will not change, and you know it. And so, now, we must live with our Peter Principle anti-president. A man incapable of leading his red states, nation within our nation, during these dire times. Yet, Jordy Boy Peterson argues that competence must be everywhere. Yes, there must be a lot of it about, or everything will fall down. But that need does not mean we get it, or that we are not falling down. Jordy then asserts that postmodernists were after both the destruction of competence and the idea of the world itself. He refers to one of the major figures associated with post-structuralism, I remember, and postmodern philosophy, the Algerian-born French philosopher best known for developing a form of semiotic analysis known as deconstruction, with which he analyzed in numerous texts, and so developed in the context of phenomenology, Jacques Derrida. There is some awkwardness here because Peterson is aware that we interpret the world, but he asserts there is more than just that. Of course. Then the lecture I'm referencing ends. Perhaps it gets better in the part we have not seen, but I sincerely doubt it. And still my point remains. If you are interested in Jordan Peterson, please ask questions of him. Ask him for evidence, and please do not ever think ye can possibly learn about people he has declared his enemies from him alone, any more than you can learn about myself from my gang stalkers. Wonderful people in the chat. Hello to Douglas Marks and WTF, Mr. What the Fuck. Vero Barena, hey honey love. And Derek Talley back with us to promote the Roswell deception. Good man. Okay, let me see how much time we have left remaining. Shit. Not much. Under an hour. Alright. Know ye this much. At the bottom of his pitch-black white male supremacist heart, the lobster man, Jordy Peterson, so fears and hates the French historian and philosopher Michel Foucault, born in 1926 and died in 1984, not because Monsieur Dr. Foucault be associated with the structuralist and post-structuralist movements, but because Lobster Boy intuitively realizes that the philosopher Michel Foucault understood modern Western society as a repressive prison system Monsieur Foucault exposed as a carceral state. Le Dr. Foucault proved that the discipline enforced upon prison inmates via surveillance and punishment is but a smaller, more extreme model of the larger cultural mindset. In a carceral system or society, disciplinary normalization, the process of how seemingly intuitive and self-chosen cultural ideas of what is normal or abnormal become as conditioned by higher authorities. It often takes place via the mass state incarceration. We have more people in prison proportionate to our population in America than any other nation on earth. And so what Foucault was saying was that we are constantly judged by quote-unquote judges of normality, teachers, doctors, social workers. We behave correctly because we know we are being watched, and we fear punishment if we deviate from the norm. In this sense, carceral systems mold society into a homogeneous group, even if they still believe they be individuals. Foucault also confirmed that a delinquent, or one who deviates from the norm, is an institutional product. Those judges of normality tell us who is good, bad, weird, or quote-unquote normal. 'Tis Foucault who explained that the mechanisms of the carceral state are often invisible to us. But the carceral system of The Handmaid's Tale lays bare its workings. In Gilead, the women are delinquents because of their gender. The handmaids repeat a pat slogan, "Under his eye," as a reminder not of God's care and provision, but of their constant surveillance. They wear red garments to represent the blood of childbirth, while also insinuating that they're all by nature whores. as well as white hats with wings on the sides that prevent them from seeing or being seen. No one can see their face without directly facing them down. Any attempt by a handmaid to become an individual by reading or wearing different clothes or even calling a friend by her real name maketh them delinquents. This morality is constructed by those who hold power, and the handmaids are forced to internalize these injustices as good and traditional values. Exemplar gratiae, when a woman is raped, the handmaids are forced to recite why God allowed it, to teach her a lesson. This raw depiction of America's rape anti-culture, its prison rape anti-culture ideology, is another indicator of how the judges of normality are guilty of calling evil good and good evil, to quote us from the book of Isaiah, chapter 5, verse 20. All attitudes to rape in our prison rape anti-culture manifest in The Handmaid's Tale, where Offred tells us about the deliberate humiliation at the Red Center of Janine, whose dreadful experience of gang rape was made to seem her own fault by Aunt Lydia, telling the others that Janine must have led them on. She asks them, "But whose fault was it?" And pointing their fingers at the frightened woman, they all chant in unison, "Her fault." Such attitudes are not, however, confined to Gilead. Countries such as the House of Saud over the Arabian Peninsula, Sudan, and Pakistan, operating Sharia law, have often punished rape victims as responsible for their own plight. A survey in London by the Wake Up to Rape group in February of 2010 showed that a majority of those questioned felt that there were some situations where women were responsible for a rape attack. The techniques used to uphold the carceral system of The Handmaid's Tale reflect aspects of a similar carceral system at work throughout American history. Like the African Americans who were bought and sold as chattel slaves in America, the handmaids are reduced to their bodies, even given painful physical markings to signify their objectification. The slaves were branded and the handmaids given ear tags. Offred says, "We are containers and two-legged wombs." The handmaids' only value is in their usefulness. Women in Gilead are infantilized and forced to take the name of their oppressors, just as Africans of both genders were in America. Both groups were forbidden to read even the Bible, but it is read to them by those in power. The narratives within were twisted in order to fit the ideology of the regime and justify their cruel means to power. This religious abuse, abusing the very name of Christ in an attempt to erase the Imago Dei, is one of the worst stains on American history. And Atwood warned us against it, even in her own evil way, where she is attempting to bring it about today. This is the kind of evil that we have to realize we are confronting here. It is an evil that is beyond most people's ability to even realize is there. That's why you have me to educate yourselves. Now, in terms of what the Imago Dei is. Understand that it's you. It's the image of God within you. It is the fact that you are created in the image of God. The Imago Dei is a concept and theological doctrine in Judaism, Christianity, and as Salman Sheikh can teach us, some Sufi sects of Islam, which asserts that human beings are created in the image and likeness of the Creator. Philosophers and theologians have debated the exact meaning of the phrase for millennia, as well it should ever be upon the lips of mortal men. Because, of course, dissimilar to the American chattel slavery of black bodies, the handmaids' bodies are cherished as sacred vessels. But this is merely another form of objectification. There be no image of God in that. What should be the conception of the Imago Dei within these women is marred in an attempt to destroy it, to destroy the God within them. There be no individual identity in Gilead. These chosen women are only sacred because they empower the existing authorities by providing them with children to indoctrinate, the most important social marker. In a secret evening meeting, Commander Fred tells Offred, "I only want it to make the world better." Going on to explain, better never means better for everyone. It always means worse for some. Fred is verbalizing the idea that there is no empire without slavery. We see this means of carceral oppression both in world history, but most pointedly in American history. The Handmaid's Tale has been pigeonholed by the radicalized white male supremacist right as liberal propaganda. But its dark parable reflects fears vocalized from both sides of the American political spectrum. The show and the novel have been in the news as of late, with women in the handmaids' archaic garb protesting the Alabama abortion law as a political maneuver that will strip all women of ownership over their bodies. The series does warn against a woman losing control of her own body, but the main focus is not loss of rights over illegality of abortions. The central focus of the story, rather, is the pain of losing a child. The handmaids' bodies are controlled by men through systemic injustice and rape, but the trauma is magnified when their children are taken away. In the American slave era, it was the norm for women to be separated from their children. And in the oft unspoken baby scoop era of the 1950s and 60s, young pregnant women could be forced to give up their children for adoption. In the all too recent present, migrant children have been ripped from their families at the border. So at its core, The Handmaid's Tale communicates how ignoring the Imago Dei in another human being always leads to cruelty and brutality. These acts of cruelty also dehumanize the abusers. The series also explores the death of free speech and the suspicion of science, two intense points of contention in American politics today. In Gilead, the handmaids walk past hanging male bodies near the river in their town. These bodies, faces covered, are reminders that the freedom to speak and act must be restrained at the price of death. These men were professors, journalists, doctors, educators, all heretical professions in Gilead. We learn the Boston Globe headquarters became a slaughterhouse, now emblematic of the death of free speech. The false religion of Gilead is not just a theocracy, but also a theonomy, in which the Mosaic judicial laws of the Old Testament be practiced. There be no grace, and in a strange mix of an eye for an eye ideology and Sharia law, sins are not forgiven without abuse and punishment. In reality, they are not forgiven at all. Instead, there is a fear of true religion. We learn that many churches have been torn down and Baptists are outlawed, as is the hymn Amazing Grace and all its implications. It was written by a slave owner whose slave ship would have perished in a storm so intense. The captain, a white man who was a slaver for his career, got down on his hands and knees and prayed, "If I survive this, O God, I will free the slaves on board my ship." His ship survived. He freed his slaves, and he wrote that song, Amazing Grace. Although Gilead considers itself a religious society, there be no freedom of religion, and anyone with a divergent belief is humiliated, harmed, probably killed. Gilead is loveless. There be no Jesus there. Jesus was too much into that forgiveness shtick, and not into condemning people. Love your enemies. The book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 44. Does not sound like the sort of thing Gilead would encourage. If a man has sexual relations with a man, as one does with a woman, they are to be put to death. That be the book of Leviticus. That's chapter 20, verse 13. By contrast, sounds right up their street. Ironic that they draw so much more so from the Old Testament, the Jewish Tanakh, T-A-N-A-K-H, off writ, all caps, largely the Tanakh, which should properly be written with an uppercase T, N, and K, but the A's in between, simply rendering the consonants pronounceable to anyone who's not Jewish, with a K-H, H at the end to soften the K. Anyhow, Hebrew for you. The Tanakh designation normally used for Jewish scriptures being an acronym derived from the first Hebrew letter of each of the names of the Masoretic. It is the traditional Hebrew texts, the three traditional divisions of the Hebrew Bible, comprising together the Torah, literally the instruction, or the law, also called the Pentateuch, the Nevi'im, the prophets, and the Ketuvim, the writings. These make up the Tanakh. Altogether, this authorized threefold canon of Jewish scriptures equaling the Protestant Christian Old Testament, plus the Apocrypha in classical Christianity. And so, the Gileadians, they take this Old Testament of the Jewish Tanakh, not the New, and yet they outlaw Judaism. So although they're clearly biblically based, they are not Christian. Indeed, the leaders of Gilead fear the light of Christian love because their quest for power created a self-serving system. Could this carceral system be instituted in non-fictional America? We know we be living it, as it be so inextricably rooted in our stained past, as Frederick Douglass so described it. between the Christianity of this land and the Christianity of Christ, I recognize the widest possible difference. Douglas notes it was not only active evil, but silence that allowed slavery to flourish. In The Handmaid's Tale, Offred explaineth, nothing changes instantaneously. In a gradually heating bathtub, you'd be boiled to death before you knew it. The story is prophetic in its warnings to be watchful for a carceral mechanism to manifest around us. One that extends from the prisons and the military to include us all. And while there be no indication whatsoever that the Madame Atwood or the show's producers see Christ as the answer to these abuses of power, in truth, he is the only thing that can rehumanize those who have been dehumanized. For forgetting the Imago Dei in others is what leads to Gilead. We must let the scales fall from our eyes, because, as Offred herself so warns, I was asleep before. That is how we let it happen. Thusly, in the book, black people are banished and sent back to Africa, whereas Jews were given a choice to convert and follow the laws of Gilead or emigrate to Israel. Fly to Israel if you could, or take a boat, whereupon Gilead takest everything from you in payment, then dumps you in the mid-Atlantic to drown before going back to collect a new batch of victims. Many chose to go to Israel, but even the character June isn't sure that the news report regarding such was true. Jews are shown hanged, with the Star of David on their hood multiple times throughout the show. They may have been hung, but now they're simply hanged. The few black people who remain are postmenopausal women, known as Marthas, who perform domestic duties as maids and cooks. Everyone in the world of the commanders, wives, and handmaids is white and Protestant. When childbearing women are kidnapped, they're brought to a place called the Red Center, where women known as aunts train them in their duties as handmaids. They're white too. Also, with the aunts, they're not necessarily infertile, apart from their age. They are comprised of educated women, attorneys and judges especially, who were rounded up very early and imprisoned until they either capitulated or rebelled. If they said no to the commander, then they were killed. If they said yes, then they became his dance. They're given a role like nuns, able to be educated and given a higher calling, completely exempt from marriage and biological destiny. But Hulu's adaptation features actress Samira Wiley, best known for playing Pawsey on Orange is the New Black, as Moira, Offred's best friend. Moira gets kidnapped too, and she finds herself being trained for life as a handmaid at the Red Center, at the same time as Offred. Miller, Shaken, and Atwood, the people, the troika involved in making this monstrosity, took care to preserve the exacting rituals and ceremonies that characterize life in Gilead and bring them to life on screen. There's the awkward, uncomfortable, perfunctory sex that happens when a handmaid is ovulating. The mandated positioning stipulates that the handmaid lay supine between the legs of a wife, with their arms intertwined, so that the standing commander may look into the eyes of his wife as he's having sex with the handmaid. Yeah, that's exciting. Especially if one's wife's not a looker. You might have a hard time keeping it up and performing. Now, when a pregnancy results in a birth, there's a special chair devised for wives and handmaids, once a handmaid goeth into labor, one that positions the handmaid, rather uncomfortably, below the wife and between her legs. Wives are encouraged to experience birthdays as if it is they who are going through labor to deliver a child. All of this serves to reinforce the idea that the handmaids are merely ambulatory wombs. They serve but one purpose, which is to pop out babies, then give them up as soon as they be weaned. And so introducing the idea of non-white handmaids begs the question, what happens when a black woman gives birth to an interracial baby who serves as a daily reminder to a wife that she's not the child's biological mother, when so many rules and ceremonies have been created to obscure that very reality? Of course, Atwood has answered that. Let's assume that fertility, which is already going down, male fertility is being affected by plastics in the water, even as we speak. Let's suppose that the ability to have a child, any child, is higher in rank than racial feelings. So Gilead is post-racial because the human race is facing extinction. And that prompted Americans to get over several hundred years' worth of racist education and social conditioning that depicted black people as inferior and less than human? Because Jesus? But Jesus is never even mentioned in the Republic of Gilead. I immediately noticed that they never use the word Christ. I think I heard it, but maybe once. Because the biblical Christ himself spracketh very little on fertility, except when he was on the road to Golgotha, to be crucified, whereon he told a group of women, "Blessed is the barren womb, and the breast which will not give suck." So Jesus would be low on the list of quotable prophets by the power of his very word, except in the most truncated of allusions. They also call their Bible verses, where it sounds kind of similar to an actual Bible verse, but they've changed it. In the book, everyone that didn't fit into their ideal was executed. Black people, LGBTQIA+ people, people with different faiths, and people with disabilities. They kind of hint at it in Season 3 when Commander Lawrence takes June to the intake cages. They take the people with disabilities in a different area when you then hear screams off camera. To its credit, the TV show does show that all denominations of Christians that didn't conform were hanged. You would see people marked priest or Baptist. Such schismaticide was to introduce their own version of Christianity without anyone protesting what the Bible actually reads. This is because true Christianity cannot abide such a brutal regime. Gilead's belief system is based solely on the Jewish Old Testament, which readily explains why Israel is so mass murderous, so psychotic and pathological and sociopathic as to take pride in their genocide, and which readily explaineth why there be no mention of Jesus in Gilead or Israel. In point of fact, the original cinematic Natasha Richardson interpretation of The Handmaid's Tale, released in 1990, starring Robert Duvall as the Commander and Faye Dunaway as Serena Joy, is much the bolder than Hulu's hit series for openly articulating that the Old Testament is our guide. In the book, Quakers, Amish, Baptists, and Catholics are rebels against the Gilead government. This is also why there is an insurgency from the Baptists in the South, even on the televisual series, where Florida's all in red, a danger zone to Gilead, for they are believers in Christ and the teachings of the New Testament. In antithesis, in its most literal sense, the sons of Jacob cherry-pick from the Mosaic Bible, largely Old Testament law, to suit themselves and their inane schemes, much in the same way ISIS or the Taliban selectively quote from the Quran. Jesus doesn't rate a mention because if he did, the organization would crumble from within. Christian theology is anathema to Gilead. Love, mercy, and conscience are not high on these extremists' agenda, and they be the essence of Christian theology. This is most telling to me in the current series when June speaks to Fred about love. It is an absolute fraud in Fred's mind because he is a psychopath, but it is the absolute truth of Christianity. Notably, instead, they oftentimes quote the Beatitudes that have been edited to serve their machinations in Antichrist. A very powerful, poignant example resides in this unendurable scene from the TV series where the handmaids are ordered to stone to death one of their own. It was on the tips of the tongues of Christians and non-Christians alike. Let he who has not sinned cast the first stone. The book of John, chapter 8, verse 7. Yet it was never said. This in itself is a testament to the fact that the sons of Jacob were as far removed from Christianity as ISIS, more accurately Daesh, is from Islam. Daesh, of course, is a pejorative acronym the Arabs use to claim that the ISIS opponents of true Islam are trodden underfoot. But back to the Handmaid's Tale series, where the mistake be glaringly obvious in not presenting Gilead as the white supremacist nation it could only be. Recent findings from researchers at Villanova and Texas A&M universities prove that the very possibility of post-racialism be highly unlikely, if not impossible. Glennie Bracey II and Wendy Leo Moore found that white evangelical Protestant churches subjected black parishioners to race tests and would push them out if they were found wanting. Bracey and Moore so wrote that when people of color were unwanted and or potentially threatened the boundaries of white institutional space through their very presence or their racial perspectives, white insiders in the churches employed exclusionary race tests to identify and repel people of color whose racial status, non-white customs, and or racial politics disrupt the norms of white space. Yet regarding the overarchingly evaded element of white supremacy, Bruce Miller, the showrunner, has prevaricated, and I will quotist he now at some length in his obfuscations on this matter. He said, fertility trumps everything. And if you posit a world where the fertility rate was failing well before this, that change would have happened before Gilead came. My understanding was that there were slight differences in the evangelical movement, at least in America, that have gotten a little more diverse in the 35 years since the book came out. I don't know anybody who doesn't have a kid in school where there isn't a kid in school that's a different race than their parents, because that kind of adoption, international adoption, has really happened. When you think about a world where the fertility rate has fallen precipitously, the fertility would trump everything. I think it's a Freudian slip. He used the Trump word. And to finish his quote, and we've seen that when fertility becomes an issue, racism starts to fall because people adopt kids from Ethiopia and Asian countries and from everywhere. Bullshit. Unfortunately, this idiotic canard does not hold up to an iota of scrutiny. Because the world of Gilead is not a world of adoption. Not really. It's something else entirely. And even if it were, that argument neglects to consider that non-white babies available for adoption are more difficult to place than their white counterparts and are usually accompanied by less expensive adoption fees. This is what brings us to enforced surrogacy and adoption, and the difference between the twain. In The Handmaid's Tale, Offred and her fellow handmaids are forced to bear children for the families they are owned by. Any healthy babies that are born are then raised by the wives of the men that the handmaids are systematically raped by. It's an abhorrent concept, but it's worth remembering that similar practices occurred in multiple Western nations just a few decades agone, with the effects continuing to the present day today. In Australia, as recently as the 70s, Indigenous children were lawfully stolen from their homes and placed in religious institutions or fostered out to white families. From the end of World War II up until the late 70s, similar programs were carried out in both the USA and Canada. This stealing, mass abduction of Native American children is referred to as the adoption era and residential school system, depending upon which country's dark past you're speaking about. And of course, let's not forget the Madeleine laundries in Ireland, which saw young girls punished for their immorality by being forced into slave-like conditions. The babies they bore were taken away from them and placed with adoptive families all over the world, with 2,000 alone being shipped across to the USA as a commodity, purchased and sent on merchant ships across the Atlantic. Speaking in a 2017 interview with the LA Times, Atwood explained, "Totalitarianism always has views on who shall be allowed to have babies and what shall be done with the babies." The authoress herself went on to point out that the generals in Argentina were dumping people out of airplanes. But if it was a pregnant woman, they would wait until she had the baby, and then they gave the baby to somebody in their command system. And then they dumped the woman out of the airplane. That's what brings us to Donald Trump and Brett Kavanaugh. The showrunner, Bruce Miller, once described his vision for the third season with a 4-word phrase: "Blessed be the fight." And executive producer Warren Littlefield echoed that sentiment in a new interview, saying that this fight is one that aligns with the modern political moment. Specifically, they were referencing, at that time, President Trump's nomination of Brett Kavanaugh for Supreme Court as an example of the need for resistance. When he said, "I think it is about the fight, and I think that fight takes many, many forms, as does citizenship and the privilege of citizenship. I think we're thematically very much on track, and I think the journey has been earned, and I think we're ready to hit the next dimension. And that's one where I think there's a sense of June as a warrior and rising." Kavanaugh, of course, was named Associate Justice of the Supreme Court in 2019, just months after Dr. Christine Blasey Ford accused him of sexual assault. The university professores appeared in front of a panel of senators to give her account of the attack, which she says happened when she and Kavanaugh were at high school in the 80s. Trump, of course, was elected after more than 15 women accused him of sexual harassment and/or assault, and was caught on tape bragging about grabbing women's genitals without their consent. With the ouster of Donald Trump, we don't currently live in a white oligarchic state. The people in our culture currently adopting kids from Ethiopia and Asia are generally not sons of Jacob-like people. We're talking entertainers like Madonna, whom they would execute in public. As for the fictional scenario of Gilead, white supremacy is not rational. And the concern of American reactionaries isn't generally the universal fertility rate, it is the white fertility rate. That's the whole point. And it should be self-evident that to take away that aspect of Atwood's work with her own connivance is to, under her guidance, effectively strip it of the relevance of its critique. This is where the series maddeningly departs from its characterization by so many as prophetic. It painstakingly ignores historical evidence that when white people feel existentially threatened, some double down on their prejudices, and ignores how religious fundamentalism has been used to justify such prejudices and their incorporation into American institutions. The insecurity that drives the wives of Gilead to create something seemingly irrational rules governing the lives of handmaids are not so different from the Tignon laws of New Orleans. Handmaids are forbidden from owning or using lotion because the wives want them as unattractive as possible, lest they tempt a wandering eye of a commander, just as black and multiracial women in New Orleans were once required to cover their hair as a way of reinforcing their diminished social standing. In the Hulu series, the ants punish an insubordinate handmaid at the Red Center by gouging out one of her eyes, because handmaids don't require eyes to reproduce. And if you cannot see evil, you cannot resist. It's nearly impossible for me to see how a black handmaid would not find herself subjected to similar cruelties faced by Harriet Jacobs and countless other enslaved black women whose mulatto children, bearing their slave-owning father's features, served as a constant reminder of infidelity and lechery to their mistresses. In an hierarchical society propelled by religious fundamentalism, just about everything in the history of this empire suggests that racial divisions would become far more deeply entrenched, not less. I'm not arguing that Wiley should not have been cast. Far from it. Especially in flashbacks to modern-day city life, Wiley performs beautifully with Moss, creating exactly the sort of intimacy, normalcy, and day-to-day happiness that becomes a distant memory once Gilead's totalitarian regime is firmly ensconced in power. And for those familiar with Moira's ultimate fate, serving up the sort of celebratory, dirty, illicit sex that's been all but outlawed in Gilead, her blackness actually works quite well. Of course, a black woman would be prized as exotic at an underground bordello that's known as Jezebel's. Furthermore, in our current climate of heightened media scrutiny, not literacy most tragically, but politicized scrutiny under the microscope, I doubt that Hulu would have been able to get away with airing such a high-profile series with no woman of color in consequential roles, so it's up to the writers to do a better job of addressing the complications that race presents, especially in a work that's being sold as a glimpse of a possible, if not inevitable, future. The white supremacist aspect of what an American theocracy would look like is a fact so obvious in the book that it's mentioned as practically a throwaway line when the reassuring pink face back on the screen says, "Resettlement of the children of Ham is continuing on schedule. 3,000 have arrived this week in National Homeland 1, with another 2,000 in transit." The whole franchise is about declining birth rates. For fuck's sake! The population of the world does nothing but rise, and white supremacists like to stress about the pure white population rising with it. Consider, everyone knows that the old commanders in Gilead are all sterile. It's a well-known secret. Yet they keep giving fertile women unto them, rather than trying to encourage, or more likely force, the handmaids to reproduce with younger, healthier dudes. So I ask you, what does the Society of Gilead really care about in the novel? Do they want birth rates to rise? Well, if they wanted that, they'd have put more money into researching high-tech methods of conception. The remaining husk of the United States accomplished that in the show, as it happens. What did the sons of Jacob really want? I would like to forge outward from this requisite component of my analysis with a question that The Handmaid's Tale has had me thinking about for a while. If the fertility rate did go down across the board, tracked towards extinction, what would happen? What's the fate we're all dreading after each and every one of us has concluded their short moment of consciousness? Imagining a dystopia in which misogyny takes center stage makes total sense, because in America, in which abortion is outlawed and women are forced to give birth, it seems frighteningly realistic. but one in which racism is no longer an issue is about as real as the unicorn tears and fairy powder being used to make Starbucks' latest Frappuccino. If dystopic art is to serve as a commentary on what's currently taking place in our world, its stewards would do well to remember that. The offensively intentional oversight from Miller, Shakin, and Atwood herself doesn't necessarily make The Handmaid's Tale a bad series, but it does make it a sadly incomplete one. Just as America's origins as a nation founded by Puritans and Calvinists still inform our modern-day politics, so too does America's original sin of slavery. Those two ills fit hand in glove, with religious fundamentalism often serving as the velvet cudgel justifying white supremacist dogma. In a fictionalized world, maybe it's possible to separate them for the sake of convenience. But in the America of the past,